A war has come that will decide the fate of mankind. An evil creature has risen above the planet. The enemy army is led by a monster who has appeared on Earth from outer space. The monster towers over his army of horrible skeletons with glowing eyes. The evil demon flapped its wings and flew upwards. It soared against a backdrop of continuous lightning bolts. It was a bloodthirsty dragon. At the same time, those called superhumans began to appear among the humans. A huge number of them died fighting, and humanity's victory seemed to be just around the corner. However, the evil monsters would return in another 15 years. So prophesied the Oracle of the Superhumans. An institution for the development of superpowers, called ARC, was created, where children with innate superpowers were placed. These children were being prepared for the final battle with the enemy. The time limit was 3 years. A young man, clenching his fist, with a backpack behind his back, confidently walked towards his intended goal. The man was screaming loudly. His body was engulfed in flames. He was in unbearable pain. The guy opened his eyes and felt that he was in a cold sweat. His gaze was frightened. The guy sitting at the table grabbed his face and cursed. There was that recurring nasty dream again. The young man was wearing a military protective suit. The guy was holding his head and rubbing his hair. There was pain and discontent on his face. The boy opened his eyes and raised his head. He looked at his hands as if he remembered something. He did remember. The last conscripts were arriving today. The helicopter was coming in for a landing. Below was a military naval base. In the helicopter was a young man. He was strapped into the seat with a seatbelt, his hood pulled down over his eyes, and no expression could be seen on his face. The young man was Lee Han, 10 years old, the head of the Saboteur Orphans. The boy was sitting at a long table. On the table in front of him was his personal file. The interlocutor said he was impressed. The interlocutor was a military officer. He told the guy not to be afraid, for he was not going to prison. The gray-haired officer looked down at the young man. The officer asked if Lee Han had heard of the ARC facility. Lee Han interjected. Did the officer mean the Superhuman Ability Development Facility? Did they really think he was superhuman? The officer replied that the young man in front of him was a smart kid. The young man is not just superhuman, he is the future savior of mankind. Now he's starting a new life with a roof over his head. He will sleep on a bed. Lee Han said that this life will only be for him alone, not for his brothers. Lee Han said if they want to send him back to ARK, he has a condition. They must take responsibility for his brothers. They must have food, lodging, education. The officer said he understood and agreed. The interlocutor added that he will take personal responsibility for his brothers and will keep it under control. The man added that their contract is valid for exactly as long as he stays in the institution. Lee Han should understand that. With his bag behind his back, Lee Han walked up the ramp of the helicopter. The aircraft landed. The huge transport helicopter landed at the military base. Lee Han stood on the threshold of a new life. There was confidence on Lee Han's face that he had made the right decision. The guy didn't hesitate to walk down the helicopter ramp. The officer said that superpowers were divided into ranks, and Lee Han's rank was low. Each step brought our hero closer to the new, still unexplored in his life. But these were the steps of a confident man. Instructing the guy, the officer told him to do everything to survive if the fate of his brothers was important to him. Lee Han was at his goal. He stood on the doorstep of the ARC Corporation. Our hero's attention was caught by shouts from the crowd. There was a group of guys standing not far away, someone shouting for that brat to go home. Lee Han walked closer. Surrounded by the guys was a girl who was reprimanding the boy who was lying on the ground. The boy had tears in his eyes. The boy, waving his fist, said that because of people like him, they, the conscripts, are looked at as zeros without a stick. The guy continued to sit on the ground. Tears were flowing from his eyes. The guy said he was a real sissy. Someone in the crowd asked the guy, how is he better? Who is he anyway? The guy called them names and turned to face the crowd. He menacingly told them not to compare him to himself. His innards were unattainable to them. The guy's hands and eyes began to glow. Rocks swirled around him. The crowd became frightened and silent. The guy, smiling, said he was an experienced user of superpowers. His eyes and hands were unnatural. The people in the crowd were frightened. They had never seen a real superhuman in action before. The guy held a hovering rock above his hand. He asked the guy lying on the ground if they would send him home if he got maimed. He wouldn't survive in this facility anyway. Tossing the stone up and flashing his eyes, he said that this boy would thank him later. The boy threw a stone in his direction and told him to go home. His eyes glowed unnaturally. Not coincidentally, Lee Han, who was nearby, grabbed the stone and prevented the boy who was sitting on the ground from being injured. Lee Han held the caught rock in his hand. He said that the stone flew somehow slowly. It would have been faster to throw it with his hand. The boy sitting on the ground looked at the stranger in surprise. The guy looked at Lee Han in surprise and asked who he was. He didn't expect the guy might have a protector. Lee Han let go of the rock and said he was his teacher of good manners. The guy jumped up and grabbed Lee Han's head. His opponent took him by the collar. They were about to strike each other with their fists. At that moment, someone cursed loudly. The crowd parted and a young man in a military uniform appeared in front of the brawlers. He wondered what kind of fight was this. The uniformed man told the two men to stand still. The expression on his face did not bode well. The man menacingly asked what their names were. The guy replied in a military manner that he was Del Simon. The opponent calmly said his name was Lee Han. The officer asked if Del Simon had been in training and if he had manifested his superpowers. Del replied that only telekinesis. Lee Han thought, is that really a superpower? The officer struck Del Simon's stomach with his fist with all his might. The blow was so strong that the guy flew upwards. Del Simon slumped to the ground and ducked in pain. He was out of breath for a while. The officer said that with only one ability awakened, and he was already getting his nose in the air, Del Simon was still out of breath. The officer looked down at the guy and repeated his name, Lee Han. The officer said he approved of his tendency to help those who were weaker. Their gazes met. The officer added that if Lee Han's abilities were even lower than Del's, he was an even bigger slob. There was no way to avoid the blow. Lee Han flew far back and fell to the ground. The officer said that in 3 weeks the first school year would begin. Whoever didn't show any superpowers by then would be expelled. Lee Han sat on the ground and held his chest. The officer said he forgot to introduce himself. His name is John Red. He's the instructor. During the training period, he will make these biome trash into fighting superhumans who can defeat the dragon and his army. John Red announced that they start their training, running around the stadium. No stopping until the instructor said, "Stop." The instructor warned that stopping would result in expulsion. Lee Han ran as hard as he could. Some cadets fell off their feet and said they had no strength to continue running. The cadets who couldn't run any further were called useless by John Red. He told them to leave the institution immediately and not to disturb others. Lee Han, running past, thought that he was used to physical work. Running around in circles is no problem for him. John Red said that those weaklings were expelled. Lee Han continued to run. However, what he was worried about at this moment was his superpower. Lee Han wondered if he could manifest his superpower like Del Simon did. Lee Han continued to run and wondered if he even had any superpowers at all. One of the runners started to slow down, tripped and fell down. He didn't have the strength to keep going. John Red went up to the guy and called him a wuss. He told him he could go home and sleep it off. The guy was lying on the ground and couldn't move. Tears were streaming from his eyes. Lee Han went over to the guy and helped him a second time. He lifted him up and told the instructor that this guy didn't say he was giving up. Lee Han, supporting his colleague, moved further around the circle with him. The instructor escorted the young men with a glance. At one point, John Red took out his whistle and blew it loudly. He yelled for everyone to stop. The cadets stopped and fell to the ground exhausted. Sweat dripped off them. The instructor said that only 40 of the 73 cadets were left. John Red announced that the warm-up exercises were over for the day. The real training would begin tomorrow. The cadets will do this warm-up every day. All the survivors of this ordeal were terrified. Would they really have to endure this kind of ordeal every day? The next day came. Training began at the ARC institution. The morning run at 5 o'clock. Lee Han and Del Simon compete. Breakfast at 8 a.m. Cadets make up for lost calories with great appetite. Morning classes begin at 9 a.m. John Red tells the cadets to find the source of their superpowers with their inner gaze and focus. It can be in the head, sometimes in the heart. Sometimes it can be in the lower chakra. They need to catch the image. Lee Han put his hand to his chest and decided to search his heart for the source of his superpowers. At 12:30, the cadets were scheduled to have their midday meal. Lee Han picked up the tray of food and chose a place where he could sit down to enjoy his meal. Lee Han approached Kuro and asked if he could sit down so they could eat together. Kuro was fine with it. This guy was the first person Lee Han had befriended in this establishment. Lee Han wished his interlocutor a pleasant appetite. Del Simon came up behind him. Lee Han turned around and saw the guy. He too had intended to sit down somewhere. Lee Han and Del Simon's gazes met. Simon walked forward. Kuro heard about this guy. He was taking a course for gifted kids in the UK. Lee Han replied that in that case, his behavior was understandable. It pissed Lee Han off, but that kid really does have superpowers. He hoped that in 3 weeks, he too would learn telekinesis. Kuro said that he could use telekinesis too. Lee Han was surprised. Kuro turned out to be a complicated guy. Next came the evening class. Hand-to-hand combat practice, evening jogging. After that, it was shower, dinner, and roll call. Tired cadets fell on their beds. Bedtime was at 22 o'clock. Lee Han lay in bed and couldn't sleep. Shower, food, pillow, blanket, such good conditions Lee Han had never seen in his life. Lee Han was ill-defined whether he wanted to stay here or whether he wanted to go home. Lee Han pulled himself together. He tried to calm himself down. He shouldn't be a wimp. How had 2 weeks gone by? One of the cadets was pleased. He had succeeded. The pencil in his hand was floating in the air. A lot of kids had learned telekinesis by then. Lee Han, no matter how hard he practiced, he couldn't do it. The boy was darker than a cloud. He didn't know what to do. Didn't he have any superpowers? Kuro apologized and said he couldn't help. He didn't know how to learn it. Kuro said there is only one person who knows the theory for sure. Del Simon used to sit on a bench in the park in his spare time. He was just having a conversation with an interlocutor. Simon turned around and asked what he needed. It was obvious on his face that he was not happy about this meeting. Lee Han said that Simon already knew. Del replied that he knows, but Lee Han wants to know the theory. Del Simon looked his interlocutor in the eye and asked why he didn't bow. He thought that Li Han had been instilled with good manners since childhood. Li Han thought that his pride had nothing to do with it at all and kneeled down in front of Simon. Li Han asked that Simon teach him telekinesis and added please. Simon took the pencil from his colleague and told Li Han to get up. He would teach him now, just so he doesn't complain later. Simon swung sharply and stabbed the pencil right into Li Han's chest. He cried out in surprise. John Red looked out the window and smoked a cigar. Time flew by quickly. The day of the cadets' enrollment in the ARC Academy had already arrived. The door opened and a man with glasses appeared and said hello to Sergeant Red. The bald man with glasses knew this was where he would find John Red. Red said hello to Octo. Octo grabbed his nose and said that it really stunk in here. He reminded the sergeant that there was no smoking in this room. Red asked why Octo was here. Octo said he decided to stop by the enlistment ceremony and asked Red how he liked the new recruits. Octo said they were a bunch of cannon fodder. Octo wondered, is this really such a joke? John Red said that from his observations, only 2 of them are good for anything. Red added that one is named Del Simon. He's a bad character, but his skills are top-notch. He's at least a year ahead of the program. Octo thought Simon was a brilliant graduate of the Royal Institution for Training Superhumans. He had high expectations for this cadet. About the other one, Red said it was an altruistic type. He has a lot more power in him than the others. He's constantly pulling Kuro along with him. John Red said that this guy is the perfect little soldier. However, there's one little but. The ARC institution needs superhumans, not just people. If there are no superpowers, Li Han doesn't belong here. Octo said he remembered something. While coming up here, he learned what John Red's name was behind his eyes. Red assumed it was something like son of a bitch. Octo said his interlocutor turned out to be right. At the formation, John Red stood in front of the personnel. He said that today would be the enrollment for the first year of training. The instructor told the cadets not to be deceived. Only those who are ready to use superpowers in combat will be enrolled. John Red said that the simplest superpower is an external effect manifested by the glow of the eyes. The instructor's eyes glowed. If one hasn't learned telekinesis, it doesn't matter. Whoever can do an external effect is enlisted. John Red stated that everyone capable of making an external effect lined up in front of the engineer. He pointed his finger at Octo. Those who can't do it line up on the other side. The agents will take them home by helicopter. Li Han looked in the direction where the special agents were and saw Major Kang among them. The major stood out among the others. He was wearing a military uniform. The cadets split into 2 groups. The ones who were sad and upset approached the special agents. Li Han touched his chest. He remembered the moment when Simon stabbed a pencil into his chest. Then right after that, Li Han had crouched down on the ground in fear. His legs just gave out. Li Han looked at his chest. His t-shirt was red with blood. Is this really the way to learn? Li Han, enduring the pain, said that Simon wanted to destroy him. But that's not what he wants. Simon said it's no big deal. It's not a deep wound. One must focus on the pain now. The wound is now his channel of power. Simon crouched down to his interlocutor and told him to pull energy through that wound. This cannot be accomplished without mutilation. Even if he stands for days holding his chest, nothing will happen. Sam would like to return the pencil to the owner. The one refused because the pencil was covered in blood. Li Han thought that Simon knew that his opponent's source of strength was in his heart. It was from that day that Li Han finally began to feel his superpower. The guy could feel an inner energy that he had no way of controlling. Something had to be done to make it come out. John Red shouted loudly and called out Li Han's name. Li Han was the last one left. John Red said so, adding that the guy should get into his formation immediately. Li Han held his chest. He knew he had no turning back. Kuro was worried about his friend and wanted him to do well. John Red, as usual, reprimanded himself and resolutely walked towards the boy. The cadets watched the scene in awe. Sergeant Red walked up to Li Han and said that a soldier must obey the orders of a superior officer. The sergeant swung around and was about to deliver a strong punch with his fist to spur the cadet into action. Li Han gritted his teeth and thought that he had to act right now. They needed to think about how he could respond. Li Han saw a pen sticking out of Sergeant Red's breast pocket. That was what the guy needed right now. As expected, the sergeant threw a punch at the cadet. Li Han flew far backward. Li Han pulled himself up. He had the sergeant's pen in his hand. He couldn't think of anything better to do anyway. Li Han took a swing at the sergeant and raised the pen above his head. The sergeant became even more angry. John Red looked at Li Han with horror. He guessed what the guy was going to do. Li Han thought that the channel of power might not have been opened enough. In a way, Li Han decided to open it and struck his chest with the handle. The blow was very powerful. Del Simon and Kuro cried out when they saw what Li Han had done. Right now, no one expected this from him. John Red grabbed the guy's chest and shouted loudly, "What are you doing? Do you really want to die?" The pen fell out of Li Han's hands and fell to the ground. Drops of blood appeared nearby. John Red let the guy go and said that he had never met such mediocrity before. After taking a few steps, the sergeant turned around. Turning around, he said that at least the guy deserved congratulations. Li Han, eyes wide open, looked at the sergeant. He had the look he needed. Li Han realized that he had been accepted into the institution. Now his journey would begin. Kuru approached his friend and asked how he was feeling. Lee Han was sure that he was fine. He said he would heal before the wedding. Octo approached our hero and said he had a gift in honor of his admission. Lee Han got something that looked like a watch on his wrist. He asked the engineer what it was. Octo replied that it was the latest gadget he had developed. It's not just a bracelet, it is a device. Information appeared on the gadget that verification was underway. Lee Han, conscript. The user registration was completed. Lee Han looked at the screen of the gadget and said that it was incredible. Octo said he would teach him how to use it. Sergeant Red shouted that he would now divide the cadets into classes. When he called a rank, the cadet would get up and go to a separate squad. The sergeant explained the ARC grading system, A, B, C, D. The grade is determined by how the cadet performs over a 3-week period. For merit and working hard on their abilities, cadets can increase their rank. John Red said he extends his congratulations to the remaining 25 cadets. They must think he's a son of a bitch. Octo thought this sergeant was pretty vindictive. John Red tells the cadets that he's not just a son of a bitch. He's the meanest son of a bitch they'll ever meet. John Red said, Class A, 1 recruit. That was Del Simon. Class B, 4 recruits. Kuru was one of them. Sergeant Red said these 5 should follow him. Class C, 5 recruits. Class D, 15 people. Lee Han realized that he had made it to Class D. He knew that he would still increase his rank. Sergeant Red said that the other 20 were going with Instructor Wei Chung. Instructor Wei Chung was a stern-looking man with a huge stature. The cadets thought that this instructor looked scarier even than Sergeant Red. The man smiled and said that his name was Wei Chung, and he was the weapons instructor. The instructor said that these guys would not be easy, but suggested that they should try their best in a friendly manner. The cadets thought he was kind. The recruits thought they had a good instructor. They were relieved. The sergeant commanded, "Forward march!" Everyone marched to their destination. Cadet Simon led the way. Lee Han told Kuru that they would soon be in the same class. Kuru was very excited. It was hard for him without his friend's support. Instructor Wei Chung told all his cadets to go to the gym. In the gym, Wei Chung showed a hand-to-hand combat technique and explained to the cadets what they would be dealing with. The instructor, using a long stick and bare palms, showed the cadets what he would teach them throughout. The instructor was brilliant. Wei Chung said that the cadets must be perplexed as to why they would need to know how to handle spears and swords if they were going to fight a dragon. However, they would need mastery of energy weapons. There is no matter in the world that can hold a mental charge of energy, and only the skin and bones of a dragon can hold and transmit energy. Wei Chung added that only weapons created from dragon components could injure dragons. Lee Han asked how the instructor destroyed the dragon if he didn't have such a weapon back then. Wei Chung replied that in that battle, people only fought them in hand-to-hand combat. One dragon destroyed hundreds. Some superhumans worked on the dragon from a distance, but you can only finish a dragon at close range. The task was to deliver a devastating blow with the right weapon to release energy. Such a task was performed by soldiers called strikers. Wei Chung suggested that each of the cadets pick a suitable weapon. Lee Han chose the same weapon as the instructor, a long stick that acted as a spear in training. Wei Chung asked Lee Han if he liked the spear. The boy replied that it was a weapon he liked. Lee Han added that when the instructor demonstrated, he liked the speed and whistle of the spear. Wei Chung thought of this cadet that the calculation and power with which he attacked Sergeant Rita was impossible to overlook. It was obvious from this guy that he had grown up in a very harsh environment. The instructor thought that it was unfortunate that he already had experience in fighting. Wei Chung said that if this guy tried hard, he would help him in everything. Lee Han proudly held the training spear, clutching it with both hands. This was the beginning of serious training. 2 weeks had passed. The cadets practiced intensely. The training sessions were held with spears. The current training was especially intense. The opponents didn't want to cede the palma. Lee Han said that Jose was already tired. Did he want to give up? Jose replied that he could see that his opponent was saving his strength and was not eager to fight. Lee Han deftly knocked the spear out of his opponent's hands. By the end of the 2nd week of training, Lee Han was able to defeat the class elder, Jose. The guy put his hands up and said he was giving up. The time came when Lee Han finally became the strongest in Class D. The boys thanked each other for the fight. Jose stated that he was being moved to Class C next week. This class will need a new head boy. Jose said that he thinks that Lee Han is best suited for that role. He replied that it wasn't up to him. Jose pointed to the boys and said that they are the ones who choose the new class president. They had already discussed everything. Lee Han thanked the boys and Jose personally. Lee Han thought that if he became class president, he would be 1 step away from promotion. John Red looked at the guy angrily. It was clear to him without words. The instructor was against Lee Han becoming class elder. Lee Han, looking up at the instructor from below, thought that he knew the feeling. The seniors in the physical training class were discussing Sergeant Red. One of them had said that the sergeant often made him uncomfortable. He was definitely out of sorts. This time, Sergeant Red was going to fight a freshman. Lee Han held a wooden spear without a plug in his hand. The sergeant's hand turned fiery. The effect was so strong that the sergeant lit his cigar from that fire. The cadets cheered the freshman. No one wanted to cheer for the sergeant. Lee Han's eyes were burning furiously. The guy realized that he had nothing to lose. He stood in full combat readiness. John Red asked, "Is this chick the only one who wants to be the headman? This kid doesn't even know how to use telekinesis." In the barracks, the sergeant lined up the entire squad in front of him. The cadets were afraid to raise their heads and look him in the eyes. Lee Han was the only one looking directly at the sergeant. John Red asked why on earth would he appoint this guy as the headman? Why did they trust him? The sergeant broke the mop with his foot, leaving a pointed stick in his hand. John Red took a swing and threw it to Lee Han. The kid caught it. The sergeant said he had been told that Lee Han was the best spear fighter in this class. In that case, he should fight him. Lee Han held a broken mop in his hand and wondered, "Is it really this? But this stick is too sharp." The sergeant asked, "Does this boy think he can injure him with a sharpened stick with his puny skills?" It was after this conversation that the duel was to begin on the plaza in front of the dormitory. The sergeant tossed his jacket aside. Lee Han wondered, would the opponent really fight in hand-to-hand combat? The sergeant said that he would not have any weapons. Does Lee Han really think he needs a spear to fight a child? John Red said the rules are simple. If any part of his body touches the ground, like his elbow or knee, then the kid wins. Lee Han asked what the rules were for him. The sergeant replied that if Lee Han gave up, he lost. Lee Han confidently said that in that case, he would definitely not lose. Lee Han, preparing for the fight, began to slowly rotate the wooden stick in his hands. The sergeant adopted a boxing stance. The classmates began to discuss the fight. This boy has good training. Is he really going to fight the sergeant? He's almost impossible to beat. Del Simon walked by. Simon shushed the boys and told them to get out of the way and let him pass. Simon looked out of the window and thought that this Lee Han was really crazy. Lee Han thrust his spear forward, shouted, and rushed forward to attack. The boy began to strike his opponent with his stick. John Red, putting up his hands, easily blocked these attacks. Lee Han sprinted and jumped up and tried to attack his opponent from above. The sergeant still blocked this attack with ease. After knocking the stick out of his opponent's hands, John Red grabbed the boy's chest and kicked him in the stomach. Lee Han fell to the ground and grouped himself and tried to defend himself from the blow. John Red swung his foot at the boy and was about to hit him. At the last moment, Lee Han grabbed a stick and somersaulted to avoid being hit by his opponent's leg. The boy jumped to his feet and leaned on the stick, screaming. Fear appeared in his eyes. Did the sergeant really mean to destroy him? John Red wondered why the boy was looking at him like that. Dragon and his army destroy everyone. They don't look at age. The sergeant added that he won't do the boy any favors, even if he knows he is weak. The dragons also destroy anyone who gets in their way. The sergeant added that if Lee Han were to face an enemy army, the current situation would seem insignificant to him. Lee Han rose to his feet and put his stick forward, asking if Sergeant Red would fight or just talk. The sergeant swung and said that apparently the guy had already recovered. The sergeant grabbed the young man by the chest and lifted him high up with one hand. John Red threw his opponent to the ground with force. The boy, tumbling, flew far forward. Lee Han fell to the ground and was hit painfully. The impact was so strong that he even somersaulted a few times. Lee Han immediately got to his feet and grabbed the bruised area with his hand. His head was very sore. The sergeant noticed that his cheek was cut and blood was gushing out of the wound. The boys watching the fight favored Lee Han and shouted words of encouragement to him. Lee Han gathered his strength, jumped high up, and swung his spear. The sergeant thought he should take a closer look at his opponent's movements. Blood continued to flow out from the wound. Lee Han made a nimble and quick movement and was behind his opponent. Lee Han jumped up again and swung his stick and tried to attack the sergeant. The sergeant noticed this and managed to dodge. John Red thought that this guy was agile due to his good command of the centrifugal force of his body. Lee Han was indeed very fast and agile in moving around the court. The sergeant thought, so there was a reason why Wei Cheng was praising him so much. The sergeant was beginning to like this guy too. John Red, who was in a boxing stance, decided to meet his opponent with a punch. Lee Han hit the sergeant as hard as he could and broke the stick against him. The pointy tip lodged in the sergeant's chest. Lee Han squatted in front of his opponent. The formidable sergeant grabbed the stick sticking out of his chest and pulled it out. Blood dripped even more intensely. The sergeant was furious. He grabbed the young man by the throat and lifted him above him. John Red asked if maybe the boy wanted to be finished off. The sergeant looked into his opponent's eyes and told Lee Han to give up. His gaze was eloquent. The sergeant's hand holding the boy was covered in fire. Lee Han screamed and gasped. The cadets watching this scene thought that Sergeant John Red had completely lost his mind. Del Simon didn't utter a word. The sergeant's eyes burned furiously. The hand holding the boy was on fire. He told Lee Han to surrender or be destroyed. Lee Han, panting, whispered that he would not surrender even if the sergeant destroyed him. Through the ranks of the cadets, Instructor Wei Cheng was making his way. John Red continued to hold the boy's throat with his flaming hand. Wei Cheng shouted for Sergeant Red to stop immediately. Wei Cheng ran to Lee Han's aid. He shouted, "Does the sergeant really want to destroy the boy?" The sergeant said that this boy did not surrender, but he did not knock him down either. This is a dilemma. Wei Cheng took the boy in his arms and asked, "How will this fight end?" Wei Cheng angrily said that he was already fed up with the ARC methods. John Red watched his colleague carefully. Sergeant Red bent down and picked up his jacket. The t-shirt he was wearing was torn and covered in blood. The sergeant turned to the personnel and yelled for everyone to shut up immediately. John Red announced that if the boy didn't surrender, he would win. The boys listened to him with bated breath. Sergeant Red told Wei Wen to stop babysitting this boy. It's inappropriate. Del Simon thought that this boy was capable of overcoming difficulties. Jose said he had proved it. The sergeant walking away said when this boy is cured, we should send him straight to Class B. My colleague was surprised. He should go straight to Class B. He replied that he was putting this guy on the promotion list today. The interviewee asked what the management would say about this. Is it possible to go from D to B? The sergeant said he thinks this guy is quite ready for Class A. The only thing stopping him is his poor energy potential. The interviewer said that's the first thing management looks at. Sergeant Red smugly said that management doesn't understand anything. When the hour of battle with the dragon comes, what they need is not some magic, not energy, but steely will and courage that will help them not only hold their weapons and not be afraid, but also deal critical damage. In that respect, Li Han has a good chance of being the best striker they've ever raised. They can't afford to miss out on such a talent just because his energy potential is slowly developing. Suddenly, this simple boy the sergeant singled out will save humanity? The girl noticed that she had never heard the sergeant praise a disciple before. It seemed to her that this Li Han annoyed him. John Red said that on the contrary, he liked this guy. The interviewee admitted that Sergeant Red is a real sadist. It was the 7th day of sick leave. The girl inquired if Instructor Wei would be stopping by. The instructor looked around and realized he had been seen. He said hello. The girl inquired what was in his hands, in the basket. The instructor said he was taking food for a convalescent. The girl came closer and said to Wei Cheng in that case, don't be shy and come through. Wei Cheng said that he thought it was better not to disturb for now and showed the girl through the window what the ward patient was doing. Li Han was sitting at a table, and there was a glass ball in front of him. The guy was developing his telekinesis skills. The ball wouldn't budge. Li Han was tense. Droplets of sweat appeared on his face. His hands were under tremendous tension. The orb lifted a few millimeters above the surface. Li Han continued to stubbornly stare at the glass ball. The object slowly rose higher and higher, and now the orb was already at the level of the young man's chest. His hands still felt the same tension. The boy had succeeded. Wei Cheng and the girl bumped palms together. They were happy for Li Han. The young men came to their senses and turned away from each other embarrassed. The girl coughed. She told the instructor to pass. Wei Cheng scratched the back of his head and thought that the boy had excellent concentration. The instructor knocked and opened the door. Li Han didn't get distracted and continued to push. The balloon continued to hang in the air. Wei Cheng said hello to the young man and asked how he was feeling. Only then did Li Han notice the guest, smiled and greeted him. The boy said that he felt much better thanks to instructor Wei Cheng. The man put the basket on the floor and said that he had brought some food. Li Han smiled and thanked him. Wei Cheng said that the boy would continue his studies in Class B tomorrow and added that he was proud of his achievements in telekinesis. Li Han didn't waste any time in vain, even while in his hospital bed. Li Han recognized that his energy potential was low, so he decided to tighten up his telekinesis while he recuperated. The instructor was peeling an apple with a knife and praised Li Han. He said that wielding a weapon wasn't everything for a superhuman. One must have at least some level of telekinesis. The fight with the enemy would be mostly in the air, and the guy would definitely need the ability to catch a weapon with telekinesis if it was knocked out of his hands. The woman on duty wondered, how could anyone leave the hospital at a time like this? Wei Cheng said that they wouldn't be gone long at all. Li Han wondered why Instructor Wei brought him to the gym at this hour. The instructor said that he was concerned about this cadet's psychic development. From what he saw, his chances of awakening the ability were very slim. Wei Cheng said that his peers already possess fire and teleportation. However, it was better for Li Han to give up hope of such achievements. The boy looked at his instructor warily. If Li Han is wondering how he should fight, the answer is surprisingly simple. Li Han should put all his hard work into developing telekinesis. And then telekinesis might very well become his superpower. Li Han thought, is it really to train telekinesis? Wei Cheng said that a superpower was like a muscle. With that, the instructor moved around on sticks, floating in the air. The division of recruits into ranks is nothing more than a convention. This generation has immeasurably more potential than the adults. Wei Cheng, smiling, told the kid to work up a sweat and then he would be lucky. Encouraged by the instructor's demeanor and speech, as well as the hope that everything would work out, Li Han said that he would do as Wei Cheng tells him. After the hospital room, Li Han came to a new class, Class B. After crossing the threshold, our hero was confronted by a classmate who was 2 heads taller than him. The older guy looked down on the newcomer from above and asked, "Who are you? Is it really Li Han?" Li Han was surprised. Does he really know him here? The interlocutor replied that everyone here knew him. The young man extended his hand to our hero and said it was nice to meet him. He is the head of Class B, Dmitry Vladimirovich Petrov. Li Han was surprised. Is that really what they call him? The headman replied that he could just be called Dima. He hoped for friendship and fruitful cooperation. Dima said that Li Han came just in time. It was free time for training and suggested that he follow him. Li Han thought with a disgruntled look that he adored training. The daily regimen was stifling in its monotony. Li Han's ability was low compared to others, and it was always an added stress. The sword of Damocles of expulsion was constantly hanging over him. The only activities where a guy could completely blow off steam was training. Here, Li Han could always let loose and show what he can do. Li Han really showed outstanding results during his spear training. After training, he would ask his opponents, did they really come here to have fun? There was no equal to him. Kuro's superpower was his energy potential. After another training session, Li Han asked his coworkers, are they having fun spitting on those less capable than them from above? The guys should be thankful that competing in martial arts is not part of the mandatory training program. Dima, looking at the results of this training, was surprised. Petrov thought that this guy was even stronger than he expected. Finally, there was someone he could fight with from the heart. One of the cadets picked up a wooden sword and told Kuro to get up and attack him. His colleague pushed him away and stated that it was his turn. Another cadet came up and said he would be the third. Kuro mentally called out to Li Han for help. The three cadets asked, what's the matter? Unexpectedly, the suddenly appeared Li Han didn't hesitate and went into battle alone against the three. He didn't even give his opponents time to recover. Kuro, standing on all fours with tears in his eyes, couldn't believe that Li Han had actually stood up for him. 1 against 3. Li Han stood resolutely in front of Kuro, facing his opponents. With his whole appearance, he made it clear that he would not leave his friend in trouble. Li Han asked Dmitri, does he really call this healthy competition? Dmitri said it's called ARC. The enemy will spare no one because there is no place for the weak here. Dmitri added that Li Han is special here, but right now he's doing Kur a bearish favor. Li Han was determined. Dmitri added that it wouldn't do any good in the future. Li Han realized that Dmitri was right and there was no arguing with him. However, he couldn't leave his friend in distress and not react to the injustice. Dmitri said that to be fair, it wasn't fair for 3 people to attack one. The 3 attackers sat on the floor and scratched their bruised spots. Dmitri suggested that Li Han show the audience a real fight. Li Han, still calm and clutching the wooden spear tightly in his hand, said that he didn't mind. Dmitri immediately swung and tried to strike Li Han with his sword. Li Han blocked this blow with his spear. However, if you blocked a spear strike 2 times in a row, it might break. The attacker decided to distract his opponent first, and then knock him down. Li Han dodged and took advantage of the moment to deliver a strong spear strike to his opponent's chest. After another lunge of Li Han, Dmitri dodged the blow and came close to his opponent. The attack ended with Li Han lying on his back, having dropped the spear from his hands. Dmitri crouched with his sword in his hand next to him. Li Han was indignant. Why was his opponent hitting his head? This is martial arts, not a street fight. Dmitri told Li Han to watch out for more than just weapons. He started practicing Sambo as soon as he learned to walk. If Li Han gets him, he won't pick a bone next time. Li Han, rising to his feet and leaning on his spear, asked if Dmitri was going to defeat the dragon with Sambo techniques too. Dmitri replied that if necessary, he was ready to strangle the dragon with his bare hands. The cadets started cheering Dmitri and cheering for him. They shouted that he was a tiger cub from Siberia. Dmitri turned around and said that he hasn't been a tiger cub for a long time. This is silly. Li Han saw the people present cheering for his opponent, and it only made him even angrier. Li Han looked at these guys and thought, even though they are insulting each other, they don't mean it. These guys had grown attached to Dmitri, and it was noticeable. Kuro stood to the side with his head down sadly. He was holding onto his injured arm. Dmitri shouted for Li Han to stop ogling around and get ready to fight. The opponents adopted fighting stances. Li Han didn't want to drag out the fight, so he attacked first. He lunged forward with his spear, but Dmitri dodged. Li Han jumped high up and planned to deliver a powerful blow that would put an end to this battle. However, Dmitri ducked again. The opponents moved around the court, initiating attacks, but their attacks were not successful. Once again, the clash of weapons caused the wooden spear and sword to shatter into splinters. Li Han thought that his opponent wanted to break his spear from the beginning. Turning around, Li Han saw Dmitri moving towards him with his bare hands. Was it really hand-to-hand combat? Dmitri grabbed his opponent and threw him up and started pinning him to the ground. Not expecting such a thing, Li Han even flipped in the air. Dmitri threw his opponent to the floor and grabbed his arm, performing a painful hold. The people watching only encouraged Dmitri. He told Li Han to give up or his arm would be broken. Li Han did not give up and through his teeth said that Dmitri could try to realize what he had planned. Petrov thought, is this guy so self-confident? Those watching froze with horror on their faces. Silence reigned. The crunch of breaking bones was heard and Li Han cried out loudly in pain. Dmitri stood up and stepped aside. Li Han was lying on the floor, writhing in pain. Petrov said as he offered to surrender. He only got his hands dirty. Kuro was the most worried of those watching. He had tears in his eyes again. He was afraid for his friend. Petrov said that it is amazing. This guy does not cry because of the fracture. Good for him. Winner said to have someone take the injured man to the medical center. However, Li Han didn't need help at the moment. He was standing with a broken spear in his hand behind Dmitri. With all his strength, Li Han brought the spear fragment down on his opponent and said that apparently all his opponents were just shedding tears because of this. Dmitri was stretched out on the floor from that blow. Li Han told him to get to his feet because they weren't done yet. Li Han looked at the spear fragment in his hand. The stick had gotten even shorter. He broke his opponent's head with it. Dmitri was lying on the floor with foam coming out of his mouth. He didn't even move. When Dmitri opened his eyes, he saw a white ceiling in front of him. The boy was lying in a hospital room. Dmitri jumped up from the bed. He couldn't understand what was wrong and even shrieked. On the next bed with a bandaged hand sat Li Han. He was just having a video call session with a gadget on his wrist. The interlocutor said that Li Han had exceeded all their expectations. Thanks to him, his younger brothers are perfectly fine. The man promised to send a video from them next time. This time, Li Han saw a picture showing his 3 brothers and an officer. The interlocutor said goodbye and said he had to go now. Li Han was satisfied. His brothers were really doing well. Their faces became round and happy. Li Han turned his attention to Dmitri and said that he was already awake. Dmitri had a wound on his head that was covered with a band-aid. A surprised Dmitri pointed his finger at the gadget and asked, "What was that even now?" Dmitri moved closer and began to poke his finger at the gadget on Li Han's wrist. He didn't realize what he was even doing. Li Han reminded him that this guy had broken his arm. Dmitri said that after that confrontation, he had a crack in his head. After all, Li Han had attacked him from behind like the ultimate coward. Li Han replied that it was Dmitri's own fault. Why did he set himself up like that? It's called ARC, because Dmitri said so himself. Li Han said he was angry then, but not at Dmitri. Dmitri said he was angry too, but he will win next time anyway. Li Han expressed his belief that Kuro should not have been treated like that. He should have reached out to him instead of getting into a fight. Dmitri replied that he knew what he was talking about, but when they got to the second year, they might get killed. Li Han wondered what he was talking about. This was the first time he had heard of it. Dmitri stood up and led Li Han behind him. Li Han wondered where they were rushing to. Petrov replied that it was easier to show than tell. Petrov brought Li Han to another department and said that this is the intensive care unit. Here they say, if the patient is breathing, he will be saved. There was a patient in the ICU in a terrible condition. There were doctors around him. The man had an oxygen mask on his face, and he had many wounds. Li Han felt frightened and surprised. He didn't understand what it was now. Dmitri asked if he now realized how dangerous training could be. He was a senior student. Li Han wondered if the guys from the next level weren't their peers. That man clearly looked older. Li Han added that this injured man looked more like an instructor than a student. Petrov explained that when cadets move on to the second course, they start being given drugs and the body undergoes structural changes. Dmitri added that the cadet begins to grow rapidly and the body becomes like an adult's. Li Han was horrified by what he heard. Dmitri wondered, had Li Han forgotten that in their third year they would have to fight a dragon? The government wouldn't wait for them to grow up naturally, Li Han thought to himself. He had always wanted to become an adult. He had to do many things to survive. Li Han remembered when he was a kid he used to practice stealing and once stole a bag from a passerby. Li Han wanted to become an adult also in order to stand up to those who were older. After he stole that bag, he was grabbed by bandits who were older than him. The bandits hit the guy in the jaw with their fist and he flew far back. The miscreants beat up Li Han badly that time. The boy then remained lying on the ground bleeding, and the bandits left with that bag. He really wanted to become an adult. Li Han said he didn't need a happy childhood. Surviving is the most important thing. Dmitri said that his interlocutor was definitely the most mature in RK. Li Han replied that he understood what Dmitri was talking about. Now it's safe to go back. The next day, the new instructor announced that today would be air training. The red headgear looked funny on him. The instructor warned that the cadets had to do everything they had been taught. Backpacks and air helmets were laid out on the formation. Cadets should check their belongings beforehand. Departure is at 4:30 p.m. Dmitri said that they were just released from the hospital and they are going up in the air right away. Doesn't Li Han miss his hospital bed? Our hero was interested in everything. This was a new experience he wanted to have. Li Han, patting the backpack on his chest, said that there was a lot of food in this bag. Why so many supplies? Our hero assumed that they had a challenging aerial training ahead of them. The instructor is not saying something. Petrov looked around and said that some had already opened their rations, and it looked shameful. Dmitri tapped his neighbor on the shoulder and told Li Han to look to his right. A little to the side alone sat Del Simon. The guy was focused and thoughtful. Dmitri said he was the last genius of England, and thought he wouldn't mind having a fight with him. The instructor in the red cap shouted loudly for the cadets to stop fiddling and quickly load aboard the aircraft. The cadets donned their helmets and moved to board the aircraft. Backpacks and parachutes were with them. The loading of the cadets took place in the tail of the helicopter. Everyone quickly ran in and took their seats on board. Each of the cadets was met by an instructor. He scrutinized the uniforms and checked the equipment. After all the cadets were loaded, the helicopters took to the air. The air operation had begun. John Red thought he was wiping the snot out of these mama's boys for the last time. The guy had thought when he first saw Li Han that he wasn't like the others. Subsequently, his abilities confirmed that assumption. But now he was unable to help, no matter how much he waited for it. Kuro was once again covered in tears. He really needed help. He was all alone now. After landing from the helicopter at the moment of landing, Kuro's parachute got caught on a tree. And now the guy was hanging on the parachute slings, unable to free himself. An hour earlier, the helicopters had left the naval base and headed for their destination. The cadets anxiously waited for the signal to disembark, sitting in their seats. The instructor calmly watched them. This was everyday life for him. From up here, the ARC buildings appeared very small. The navigation instruments showed that the helicopters were flying over an uninhabited island. The purpose of training on this island was to be able to survive. Sergeant Red announced that the provisions in the backpacks should be enough for 2 days. After that, the cadets would have to solve their own subsistence problems. The cadets were frightened when informed that the goal was the same, to survive. How can they stay on a desert island for 2 days? Dimitri said it was interesting, almost like a Boy Scout camp. John Red announced to everyone that the instructors would be back for them in a week. The cadets freaked out. Why were the groceries only for 2 days? The sergeant added that they should try not to starve to death by then. Sergeant Red fished one of the cadets out of the water. The guy was choking. Apparently it was a bad landing. Red asked a colleague in a red cap. Is that the last one? The coworker, looking at a holographic map of the island, said no one else had given up. On the map, dots marked the cadets' landing sites. He said that the recruits were distributed evenly across the island. The colleague added that the 7 then merged into one group. John Red said that the lads weren't so harmless, just like adults. If you leave them unchecked, they'll just start solving things by force. And instead of working together for survival, they'll rob each other. In fact, it did happen. It involved a group of 7. One of the cadets who robbed a colleague said that the supplies would last for at least a few more days. The robbers looked at the backpack and rejoiced. The supplies hadn't been used up yet. They hadn't even been touched. One of the villains shoved his coworkers away and said he would take the rest to the boss, and told Carl to pay attention. Another member joined these robbers and called them names. He was displeased with their behavior. They said they were going to look for food until the sun went down, while they were doing something else. The bandits looked at the boss. The boss asked in surprise, did they really think he had gathered them all together to have a dinner together? The guy explained that it was to make sure that no one could overpower them. The expression on his face said that he would not tolerate dissenters in his squad. His companions gave him a friendly cheer and shouted that they would scatter everyone, no matter who was in front of them, no matter if it was Dimitri or Lee Han. Together, they could handle even Del Simon. Suddenly, the group heard cries for help. They were coming from somewhere from behind the trees. Everyone listened to it. The boss of the group looked in the direction where the sounds were coming from. It was not far away at all. He was curious, and they decided to head there. He told his squad that their next victim was in that direction according to the video. So they all moved in unison to get there. At the same time, another cadet was coming out of the water on the coast. Apparently, he'd gone straight in after the helicopter and didn't dry the water. It was Lee Han who stepped onto the island. He said he lost a lot of time getting to the shore. Lee Han looked around and thought it was a good place to set up camp. Our hero decided first of all to find shelter. To do that, he must find a suitable place. For someone who had been starving all his childhood, the food left for 2 days would be more than enough. Lee Han, with his backpack on his back, searched for a suitable place to camp. He was advancing deep into the interior of the island. Lee Han knew that in such a situation, many competitors would start taking food from the weaker ones. He wondered if that was what Simon and his kind were doing. Simon was a lone wolf and didn't team up with anyone. He, just like the others, decided to find a place to set up camp. Dmitry Petrov appeared in Simon's path. Simon asked what he wanted. This meeting did not bode well. There was excitement in Petrov's eyes. He said that Simon's genius was in front of him and offered him a fight. Simon, showing no interest, turned around and said that he did not want to waste his energy on this worthless activity. Petrov called out to him. Dmitry said that Simon misunderstood him. He didn't want to break up this way and added that he had a purely sporting interest. Simon stopped and thought that his interlocutor was acting like a sick person. Petrov, hesitating, continued. Maybe they could have a little chat. His suggestion did seem a little strange in this situation. Petrov tagged along behind Simon. Simon thought that this guy was a real bore. The sun was nearing sunset. The squad leader said that they were getting close. The guy looked up and said that they had finally arrived at the place they were looking for. In front of the squad of cadets, Kuro was hanging from a tree and begging for help with tears in his eyes as always. He had never been able to free himself from the parachute hanging from the tree. The others laughed. Did this guy really like hanging around? Kuro's rucksack with provisions went to the cadets. They smilingly thanked Kuro for the food. The squad turned around and after saying goodbye began to leave. Kuro, still crying, told them to stop and leave him some provisions. The leader of the group said that if Kuro hadn't been hanging from the tree, he might have gotten a kick in the head from them, so he was just lucky. He could keep hanging there and wait for the instructors. Laughing, they said he probably wouldn't starve to death in a week. They clearly had no intention of freeing the guy from the tree. The guy doomedly continued to hang in the tree. They told him that if it rained, he wouldn't die of thirst either. Kuro thought that these cadets had turned out to be very mean. Night came. Kuro was still hanging in the tree and still crying. Kuro remembered how they bullied him at camp and told him to stop crying. His tears pissed everyone off. Many of the cadets at school recognized Kuro as a weakling and constantly mocked him. All he could hear was people yelling at him to shut up and stop crying. Everyone who mocked him said that guys shouldn't cry over such nonsense. Dmitry Petrov felt that way too. And now Kuro was hanging on a tree at night and kept crying. From fatigue, the cadet's eyes began to slip. He began to dream that Li-Han had appeared on the ground in front of him. He thought of this guy as his savior. Kuro opened his eyes and the mirage disappeared. He had only seen Li-Han. This was his wish at this moment. If Li-Han appeared here, he wouldn't laugh and would definitely help him. However, this was not a miracle. Li-Han actually appeared and saw his friend hanging from the tree. Li-Han came out of the thicket. "Who's that there?" Naturally, he didn't expect to see Kuro hanging from a tree. Li-Han was sitting on the lawn near the hut he had built and was using a knife to sharpen a stick. He needed a tool for the upcoming hunt. Kuro came out of the hut. There was a look of surprise in the boy's eyes. It turns out he's on the loose. Kuro spent some time in the hut resting and recovering. At the same time, Li-Han was not idle and acted according to the plan. Seeing his comrade, Li-Han smiled and said hello. He said, "Finally, Kuro, awake." Kuro said his friend's name in surprise, Li-Han. Still, he was lucky this time. Li-Han offered his friend some of the food from his provisions and told him that breakfast was ready for him. Li-Han told the boy that he couldn't find his bag under the tree, so he was willing to share his rations with him. Kuro thought that there was hardly enough food for one. He hated being a burden, but he was still hungry. Kuro thanked his friend for the food and the rescue. He thought to himself that he was a pathetic weakling and a burden to Li-Han. Kuro felt uncomfortable and once again thanked his friend for saving him. Li-Han said that it would be a good idea for them to look for a water source. Observation drones appeared above the lawn where Li-Han had set up his shawl. The drones were also circling over the 7-man squad. The information from these drones was received at the headquarters. In this case, it was John Red who was watching what was happening from the screens. A man entered the room where the sergeant was and said that smoking was not allowed here. This was Engineer Octo. Octo said the sergeant was trying to seem cool and also turned off the lights. Did he find anyone interesting? The sergeant with a cigar in his teeth said there was one cadet who was sick in the head and suggested that the interviewer look at it himself. On the screen was one of the cadets who thought a week on a habitable island was a complete nonsense. He had put a basket over his head to hide from the scorching sun. This cadet was Nud Meyer from Norway. He had built himself a raft and was returning to the ARC. Li-Han and Kuro found a source of fresh water and poured it into a bottle with purifying filters and drank to their heart's content. Li-Han told his comrade that after they had drunk the water, they would continue their journey onward. Because of the scorching sun, Li-Han said that walking during the day had become more difficult. He suggested that they find shelter for now. Kuro was fine with that. Li-Han realized that they needed to get food so that both of them would have enough for the remaining time. The sun continued to scorch. It was unclear if there was anything edible on this island. Not even coconuts could be seen. Li-Han assumed that the cadets would start stealing food from each other. Suddenly, Kuro grabbed his comrade's arm and anxiously told him to stop immediately. However, Li-Han continued on by inertia and stepped on a branch, which crunched under his foot and made a corresponding sound. Right in front of the cadets was a well-disguised trap. Pulling apart the camouflage grass, the boys saw a deep hole. It was a trap where one could safely dislocate a leg. Li-Han asked in surprise how Kuro knew about it since he hadn't been here yet. Li-Han was surprised because Kuro couldn't have seen the trap being prepared. Kuro looked at him confused and didn't know how to explain it to him so that he would understand. Kuro began to rotate his hands strangely in front of him, his eyes as if hypnotized. He said that as he approached this pit, everything in front of his eyes began to spin. Li-Han thought that Kuro was not delirious, so he was after all. Li-Han speculated that perhaps it was a vision. This is a useful and cool power his comrade has. You just have to know how to use it properly. Bypassing the trap, the cadets moved on. Li-Han thought that Kuro had gotten excited and his powers had awakened. Li-Han thought that this assignment would help Kuro develop his abilities. We just need to push him to do it. At this time, strangers approached Li-Han's hut. They couldn't pass by such a find. The leader of the group looked inside. He examined the contents of the hut with an experienced eye. The guy determined that there were 2 people living in this hut. They were clearly in the minority. There were no bags in the shack, so these 2 men took them with them. Turns out there's nothing to eat here. One of the cadets, Knuckles Kneading, said we should kick these 2 guys' asses. The leader suggested they couldn't have gotten far, probably looking for water. The guy said they'd come here later, would attack them the moment they were resting. Kuro kept moving with his last strength. The boy was physically much weaker than his companion. He couldn't wait for them to have another rest. Li-Han said that they would rest when they returned to the camp. Kuro sighed and said that he really wanted to lie down. Li-Han, as they approached their camp, looked at the ground and stopped. It was a surprise to him. Li-Han crouched down on his knee, took a rock in his hand, and said that there was someone in their camp. Li-Han stated that before he left at the entrance, he left the stone as a marker. Now he sees that this stone has been moved from its place. Stones do not move themselves. In addition to the stone, there were many human footprints in front of the shack. There were at least 2 of them. After looking back and looking to the side, Li-han determined that there were many more people. Li-han said aloud that the more people in a group, the easier it was to rob others. We should fold up the tent and leave. Kuro sadly agreed since he hadn't gotten any rest. After packing up the tent and packing all of their belongings, our heroes moved off in search of a new place to set up camp. The sun was slipping towards sunset. Li-han said that it was necessary to find a place to camp before it got dark. Li-han asked Kuro if he could see anything. Kuro replied that he didn't feel well. His eyes were closing and his voice sounded unnatural. Li-han looked at his companion. Kuro's eyes had become somehow detached and frightened again. Kuro, against the backdrop of the blazing flames, saw a wild predator sneaking right at him. In the next instant, that predator had already lunged at Li-han. It looked like a nightmare. Kuro opened his eyes and immediately forcefully pushed Li-han away from him. After dropping the stick from his hands, Li-han flew backwards and fell on his back. In the next instant, a wild black panther jumped onto the spot where Li-han had just stood. It appeared right in between the cadets. The panther, flashing its eyes, turned around and slowly began to approach Li-han. The guy sitting on the ground started to stagger backwards. Li-han was horrified to think that his spear was lying aside. He was practically unarmed. The wild cat was getting closer and closer. However, the unexpected happened. The panther screamed loudly as if something had happened to it. Li-han even closed his eyes in fear. Suddenly, there was a bright flash and something that looked like lightning struck directly at the panther. Li-han saw the panther jump up, dash into the bushes, and run away further into the forest. The guy looked back to the place where the attack on the panther had come from. Li-han saw Jose standing beside him. The cadet who had suddenly appeared had used his superpowers and used fire to drive the panther away. Jose asked Li-han if he was okay. Jose looked in the other direction and saw that Kuro was also present, so there were already 3 of them. Li-han noticed that Jose's leg was bandaged. Could it be that he was injured? Jose, looking at his leg, explained that he was trapped by some jerks. Honestly, he was still having a hard time standing. Jose sat down on the ground and said that it was good that they met. Now they have a real grouping. Kuro informed his friend that Jose had told him about the trap. Li-han replied that it must be the same cadets who came to see them as well. Jose said that he knew someone would start robbing others, but he didn't even have food, so he had nothing to take. Li-han wondered why he didn't have any food. Jose explained that as soon as he was trapped, he ate everything. When he heard Jose's answer, Li-han thought, is he really that stupid? However, they had to find a place to sleep. At night, a fire was burning in a clearing in the forest. Around it, the cadets were resting in their sleeping bags. Only their leader was awake. The guy did not sleep. He watched the fire and remembered his story, how he ended up in the ARC. His father told him that a detector went off at the airport during the inspection. It seems his son is superhuman. He has telepathic abilities. The father, looking Carl in the eye, said this is a chance for his son. He should join the ARC. Carl wondered, what about filming the movie? The father officially said that Karl Heinz would develop his gift and quit clowning. He would have fame and fortune without the circus on camera. The man said that telepaths will make national history when the war is over. He is given the opportunity to be the one to rule an entire nation. That's how Karl Heinz found himself in front of the ARC building. Looking at those 3 letters, the guy even swore. Sitting on the grass, Del Simon watched Dmitry Petrov doing push-ups from the ground on one arm. This exercise was not easy. Simon wondered if Petrov had any strength left. Dmitry was sweating, but he didn't give up. Simon, as if mocking, ate an energy bar and coldly watched his opponent. After milking the energy bar, Del Simon said there was no more food. Is Petrov really going to starve for 5 days? Petrov said smugly that he's an athlete and should be able to handle adversity. To be a good fighter, you have to train hard. Simon noticed that telepaths don't fight on their fists. Petrov thought that he missed Li-han. Besides Simon, he had no one else to practice his fighting skills with. Simon was surprised. Did Petrov really fight with Li-han? From the surprise, his hair even became hazy, and his eyes lit up. Petrov rejoiced. Finally, this Simon reacted to his words. Petrov mentally thanked Li-han. Now he could compete in strength with this Simon. In a successfully hidden from prying eyes, cave appeared shelter for the cadets. There was even light inside. A fire was burning in the cave. Around it were Jose, Kuro, and Li-han. They were warm and dry here. Li-han suggested that they stay together for the rest of the time. Li-han said that he would go with Kuro to look for both food and firewood. At the same time, Jose would stay behind to watch the shelter if his leg still hurt. Li-han added that thanks to Jose's pyrokinesis, they had a good chance of surviving this training. Jose could control fire. There were fish swimming in the river. They were candidates to be cooked for the next meal. After estimating their size, Li-han said they were good for eating, so this fish should be taken out of the water. Kuro asked his friend if he knew how to fish because he was not a master. Li-han thanked Kuro. The boy looked at his friend questioningly. He didn't understand what he was being thanked for. Li-han for saving him yesterday and also finding them shelter, all thanks to Kuro's superpower. Li-han thought that he should take care of Kuro. However, he realized that he couldn't do that forever, especially after seeing the injured senior in the ICU. Therefore, Li Han didn't know what to do. Li Han said that here on the island, he saw that Kuro is a telepathy genius. He has real superpowers. Li Han added that Kuro has the abilities to protect them all. He suggested that they help each other from now on. Kuro, naturally, was fine with that. They were friends after all, and he was always willing to help his friend as much as he could. Kuro remembered himself as a child. He was an orphan from Japan who didn't even have a name. His skin was swarthy, so he was called Kuro. However, his peers constantly made fun of the fact that Kuro cried regularly. Kuro thought that now he had someone he could trust. Looking at the fishing results, Li Han excitedly said that it was much cooler than he expected. Kuro stared intently at the fish floating in the water. Only he knew what this fish was expecting in the near future. Kuro, looking at the fish, understood where it would be in the next instant. That is, he anticipated its movement. Li Han realized that Kuro had simply incredible abilities from the beginning, and with a little patience and his strength, they managed to catch fish without a rod. At the right moment, Kuro would give the command, and then it was just a matter of technique. After a while, a lot of fish were floundering on dry land. It was enough to keep them from getting hungry. The third day of survival training continued. Li Han praised his companion. They had caught as many as 8 fish today. Kuro replied that he had practiced and become more experienced. The boys carried the catch into the cave. Kuro said that Jose was sure to like it, and Li Han added that he was getting better and better at cooking fish. As they got closer to the cave, the young men stopped. This came as a surprise to them, for they had assumed that their hiding place was well hidden. Li Han tossed the fish aside and, going quickly down the slope, told Kuro to wait here. He himself rushed toward the camp. From afar, it was obvious that their camp had been visited by some outsiders. Li Han realized that this was not good. Running into the cave, Li Han thought that something was definitely wrong. Li Han was covered in cold sweat from what he saw. He called out loudly for Jose. Jose was lying on the ground and didn't move. Everything around him was scattered. Del Simon grabbed the practice sword that had been thrown to him. Simon wondered, hadn't Dimitri heard there was going to be survival training? Why had he brought swords with him? 2 swords besides. Dimitri replied that he was thinking of learning to fight with swords in both hands. However, he didn't understand why Del had agreed to the duel in the first place. Del Simon said that if his interlocutor really fought with Li Han, then Dmitry Vladimirovich Petrov, the headman of Class B, was in front of him. Simon swung his sword and said that he heard that Petrov wanted to transfer to A class. He wanted to see if the decision had been rushed. Petrov thought that he definitely liked this guy. His eyes glowed unnaturally. The young men moved towards each other, swinging their wooden swords. They were definitely starting to measure their strength. Petrov, swinging, tried to strike a strong blow at his opponent. However, Simon deftly dodged the attack. Petrov asked his interlocutor, "Is this really all he is capable of?" Simon replied, "Did his opponent really think so?" Dmitry swung his sword in front of him with his arm outstretched in front of him. Simon jumped back in time, and the sword flew past him. Petrov continued to attack. He thought that if his opponent was retreating, he was better off. Each of the opponents behaved confidently and attacked boldly. However, Simon was more experienced and easily evaded his opponent's attacks. When Simon attacked again, Petrov barely managed to dodge. His sword flew over his head. Dmitry thought he had to concentrate more. Simon lunged forward again. Dmitry, expecting this attack, managed to dodge spectacularly. His opponent's sword flew past him again. Using his telepathy skills, Simon made his sword strike his opponent. Dmitry fell to the ground. Del Simon apologized and said that in hand-to-hand combat, Dmitry would certainly have won. But after all, they were telepaths, so the outcome of the battle was different. Simon wondered if Li Han was stronger than this Petrov or not. Li Han lifted Jose off the ground and shouted for him to wake up. There was terror in our hero's eyes. Jose opened his eyes and said that he was alive, and for Li Han to stop yelling so loudly. However, it was obvious that Jose was not feeling well. All 3 young men were sitting around the fire again. Li Han asked who had treated Jose like that. Jose replied that it was Karl Heinz. He has a posse of 7 men. Jose said those men took all their food. They will come again, so they should find a more secure place. Li Han disagreed. He said that he was not a tolerant person who would let all sorts of freaks bully his friends. However, the young men came to the decision that they should find a new hiding place. Let the rivals have a chance to temporarily set up in that place. Li Han announced that at sunset they would take their opponents by surprise, and then that squad would be in trouble. As darkness fell, Li Han, spear in hand, and Kuro watched the cave from their hiding place. As expected, an enemy squad had occupied their hideout. There was even a guard posted outside. Li Han said they would start as soon as Kuro was ready. The companion agreed. Li Han said he wouldn't be able to do it alone, but together they would defeat those rascals. Kuro thought that Li Han was the only one who believed in him so far. He can't let his friend down. Kuro tossed the stones in front of him and used his superpowers to send them at the opponents with great speed. The sentries in front of the cave were attacked by the stones. They didn't realize what was happening. Carl thought it was an ambush and pumped to have everyone gather outside. He also headed for the exit. Those who ran outside saw their brethren lying on the ground and squirming in pain. Our heroes were discovered. The opponents shouted that stones were being thrown at them from those bushes. It was necessary to dodge. And as the stones continued to fly, those running up to the bushes also received their portion of cobblestones. They did not understand what to do because they were in the dark. After the preliminary artillery attack with stones, the infantry came into action. Li Han, using his spear, began to strike at the approaching opponents. Carl was surprised to see that his squad was practically deactivated. It happened so quickly that the cadets under his leadership didn't even have time to realize it. In the light that was burning in the cave, the rivals could be seen standing against each other. Li Han on one side and Karl Heinz on the other. Carl smiled and said that Li Han was in front of him. He had been waiting for this meeting for a long time. However, does Li Han really want to say that he scattered the 6 men alone? He would never believe it. Karl Heinz said there was bound to be someone else and asked who Li Han came with. Li Han said Kuro should come out. He'll deal with this Karl guy one-on-one. Heinz thought, did the two of them really overpower his guys? Did Kuro have a hand in it? Li Han had said they were here to avenge Jose. Karl was wrong to think he could get away with it. Karl said that Li Han had had enough of his chatter and picked up a stick from the ground. He added that this time, Li Han would be in trouble. Our hero took his spear with both hands and said that in that case Karl should attack instead of talking a lot. Karl swung and tried to deliver a staggering blow at his opponent. Li Han thrust his spear forward to block his opponent's attack. Li Han effectively dodged and counterattacked Karl. The attack was successful and Heinz was hit hard on his back. His mouth was even bleeding. Karl Heinz definitely didn't expect the start of the fight to be so bad for him. However, he did not give up. Heinz swung again and attempted to strike his opponent. Li Han once again calmly dodged Karl's sword. Karl missed the strike again. This time the blow came to his chest. It was again very painful. Karl bent down in pain. Li Han, without releasing his weapon from his hands, asked, "Is it hard for the opponent?" Heinz could hardly stand on his feet. Li Han told him to get ready. After all, this is just the beginning. It's not a good idea to relax. Karl turned to face his opponent and told him not to show off. No one is afraid of him. The next moment, another blow came. It hit him in the face. Karl couldn't stand on his feet. Li Han stood beside his opponent with his spear in his hand. Karl Heinz struggled to get up. Karl, bleeding, tried to crawl away. He couldn't believe that Li Han was so strong. Li Han had said that Jose wasn't even alive. Why did he have to beat him to such an extent? Karl raised his head and looked at his opponent. He thought that he dared not look down on him. Heinz took the ground in his hand and told Li Han not to dare to think that he was better. Karl Heinz was a famous actor in Germany, a born talent. His father had reached great heights in politics due to his popularity. Karl's father's ambitions had no end in sight, though. He remembered his father saying if the son was a telepath, you could conquer this country. His father had said that love for whoever got in his son's way would pay the price. Rising from the ground to his feet, Karl told his rival that he had progressed very far in his studies. Karl added that he would not let Li Han mess things up in his career. With that, the German threw the ground in his opponent's eyes. Li Han clutched his eyes and shouted that he couldn't see anything. His eyes were hurt. At that moment, Karl tried to attack him by swinging his fist. The blow hit his jaw, and Li Han collapsed to the ground like a sack. At the same time, he dropped his spear from his hands. Kuro cried out fearfully and rushed to his friend's aid. It was done emotionally and in a fit of anger. Kuro wasn't even in control of himself. Karl Heinz lifted Li Han by his collar and was about to deliver another fist punch. Kuro rushed to his aid with all his legs. Karl Heinz looked menacingly at Kuro and ordered him to stand still. Kuro stopped like a stumbling block. Kuro stood there and watched as Heinz threw multiple punches at his friend. In doing so, he could do nothing. He couldn't even move. Heinz let go of his opponent and Li Han fell to the ground. He stood up to his full height and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Heinz picked up the stick in his hands and looked at Kuro standing in a daze nearby. Karl clutched the stick tighter with both hands and said that he intended to teach them a lesson. As he did so, he looked sternly into Kuro's eyes. Kuro was in great emotional excitement. His eyes lit up, and stretching his arms forward, he told Karl not to touch Li Han. Karl moved close to Kuro and asked, did he really want to get beaten up too? Karl Heinz held a stick in one hand and grabbed Kuro's collar with his other hand. He said that he didn't like this Kuro right away. What was such a useless person even doing in the ARC? Karl added that he should have dealt with Kuro earlier. At that moment, Li Han appeared behind his back. A powerful fist punch to the jaw immediately followed. The blow was so strong that Karl, unable to stay on his feet, rolled over and fell face down on the ground. Li Han, with a furious expression on his face, clenching his fist, asked what use was Karl. He found some henchmen and hid behind their backs. Li Han said that Del, Simon, Dmitry Petrov, Jose, and Kuro, any one of them would be tougher than Karl Heinz. Li Han swung his stick over his opponent sitting on the ground and asked if he needed a little fiddling to get ahead. Li Han looked menacingly at his opponent. Karl looked at Li Han with consternation. Li Han said that his opponent was just a lowlife. Li Han swung his stick at Karl and pretended to strike, but stopped his weapon at the last moment in front of his opponent's face. Li Han stuck his spear into the ground in front of Karl's face and said that everyone has a reason to be first. The German would have to find another way to achieve it. As he left, he said that if Carl laid a finger on his friends, he wouldn't get off that easy next time. Lying on the ground with his eyes closed, Carl thought that he never wanted to be a telepath. Carl continued to lie on the ground in the same pose, even when left alone. After a while, Karl Heinz left the RC of his own accord. Jose greeted his returning friends with a smile. This time, Kuro helped his friend move around by supporting him by the hand. The next day, the fishing continued. The young men were getting better and better at it each time. The 3 days on the desert island flew by very quickly. The transport helicopters appeared in the sky at the appointed time. Jose said that he would not want to repeat such an experience. Li Han and Kuro were in solidarity with him. The co-workers thanked Li Han, Kuro, and Jose for leaving them food. Thanks to that food, they were able to survive. How did they manage to catch so many fish? Hasa said that Li Han had a special thanks. If he hadn't stopped Carl, all of them would have had a hard time. Li Han received a message that the training session was over. The cadets had performed well during this week. Del, Simon, and Dmitry Petrov also received a message from Sergeant Red. Petrov didn't think he would be happy to hear that voice. However, he was terribly hungry. Li Han was told that they should climb aboard the helicopter in the order they would be called. The guy thought that they would be divided. Waiting for the cadets in the helicopter was Sergeant John Red. He took a closer look at each of the men present. The sergeant said that the instructors had been monitoring this training the entire time, thanks to the drones and cameras that had been installed. It was unanimously decided to keep all 4 of them. Red added that this was not just a survival training, but a test to find the savior of mankind. Sergeant Red officially and loudly called out the names of the cadets, Kuro, Simon, and Dmitry. The sergeant paused and called out the name, Li Han. He said that all 4 of them were moving to the second course. Jose appeared in front of our hero's eyes. The young man said that it had been a long time since they had a day off. Jose suggested that they go to play ball. Li Han was surprised. Does Jose really suggest playing soccer? Jose pointed to the soccer ball and asked if Li Han knew how to handle it. Li Han nodded affirmatively. Today was just the rare day in arcade when the boys, split into 2 teams, played soccer. Jose said that if everyone was in, then they could start. Kuro immediately wanted to sit down. Petrov asked Simon if he was using his powers. Del replied that not during the match. Only on special occasions are students allowed to rest. Today's occasion was a meeting of the instructors. Li Han and Petrov were trying to take the ball away from each other. At the instructors' meeting, they discussed the cadets' transition to the second year. All those involved were present. Also spotted among those present were John Red and Wei Chung. The boss, ARC Chief of Staff Alexander Lacour, said that they were getting started. The head of Treatment Corps Number 2, Sasha Grace, said there are 4 this time. She'd like to hear about them. After hearing about Del, Simon, and Dmitry Petrov, the Chief of Staff said they could be transferred without a problem. They had more than enough strength. As for the remaining ones, Li Han from the beginning, his ability level was the lowest and still remains so. It was only thanks to Sergeant Red that the boy didn't stay in Class D. The Chief of Staff asked why they had to send him to the next class. Wei Chung said that Sergeant Red had already said that Li Han not only had good hand-to-hand combat skills, but also patience and willpower. All of these qualities are necessary for a fighter. The Chief of Staff remarked that Wei Chung rarely praises someone like this. Sergeant Red thought that if Chung didn't, he wouldn't be able to transfer to the second year. In addition to his great potential in telekinesis, his ability to control a situation is remarkable. Recalling his fight with the cadet, Red thought that at that moment, Li Han had added telekinesis to his rotational power. The most amazing thing was that he did it all by himself. On the soccer field, Li Han beat his opponent Simon with the ball and passed on. The instructor added that no one had taught the cadet how to do this. Li Han took a powerful shot at the goal. The Chief of Staff suggested moving on to discuss the next cadet. Jose praised his colleague and said that Li Han is sly. He said that he did not know how to do it, but he himself performed beautiful kicks on the ball. Li Han replied that it was an accident. Petrov asked Simon, "Doesn't everyone in England play soccer well?" Simon wondered. What does that have to do with him? Sasha Grace, hearing the name of the next candidate, was surprised. Are her colleagues really mocking her? After all, Kuro is mentally the weakest. She took it upon herself to explain. Immediately after promotion, their bodies are modified. And the most important thing in this process is mental stamina. Grace looked at the instructors and asked, "Do they really want to destroy this boy?" Sergeant John Red said that Kuro's telekinesis is at the highest level and more powerful than many famous talents. He can also see into the not-too-distant future, which is an exceptional ability. The Chief of Staff said that in this case, the issue is not strength but endurance. Sergeant Red said that this is why they should be transferred together. Li Han has a great influence on Kuro's willpower by playing the role of an older brother. Alexander Lacour thought, what a person this Li Han is. The Chief of Staff added that they seem to really want him to transfer to the second year. The question referred to the instructors. Wei Cheng and John Red looked at their chief carefully in response. The boys on the field continued to play soccer excitedly, unaware that their fate was being decided right now. Jose received the ball and shouted that it was a great pass. He continued toward the opponent's goal with the ball. Jose passed around 2 defenders, and as he moved forward with the ball, he yelled that they could try to take the ball away from him. The goalkeeper was alert and prepared to deflect the opponent's shot. Jose saw Simon and Petrov in front of him and thought he was surrounded. A colleague caught up with Li Han, and as he drew up, Jose passed him the ball. Li Han, without stopping, sent the ball into the opponent's goal in 1 touch. He shouted with joy that it was a goal. Simon and Petrov silently looked at each other. Li Han and Jose shook hands. It was a great teamwork and a well-played combination. Someone said menacingly that enough games had been played. Li Han and Jose looked back at the voice. Standing in front of the young men was Sergeant Red. He said that the meeting was over. The results would be announced soon. But if everyone is here, he could tell. The sergeant said that they had received approval for the transfer. Li Han silently clenched his fists, continued to look at the sergeant. Jose approached our hero and asked what was wrong with him. Why is he so stiff? Jose added that he congratulated him. Smiling, he added that Li Han's hour had come. Li Han smiled back. Li Han extended his hand to Jose and said that they would see each other again, and he thanked him for a great game of soccer. Sergeant Red menacingly ordered everyone to disperse to their rooms. The instructor added that the 4 of them should pack up and get ready. Li Han looked straight into his instructor's eyes and thanked the sergeant aloud. Li Han thanked the sergeant for the transfer from D class and for today's transfer. It was all thanks to Sergeant Red. John Red, pulling out a cigar, said he wasn't sure if he had any credit for this, but Cadet Li Han should know that there is no turning back. If he completes his 2nd year without incident, then they will see each other again. In admonishing the cadet, the instructor told him to be sure to survive. Li Han saluted his commanding officer. All 4 of them packed their belongings and were ready to relocate. Li Han asked, should they go to the 2nd treatment building now? Kuro looked at his friend again with tears in his eyes. Li Han said not to worry because they were together. Kuro, remembering what they do to students' bodies in the 2nd year, said he was very scared. After all, they will perform surgery on them to speed up the development of the body. Petrov, laughing and stretching his hand up, said that fear is great because they will become even stronger. Simon wondered what the jerk was rejoicing about. In Treatment Building 2, Sasha Grace told the boys to go to the lab. Now, for 5 weeks, she would monitor them. The scientist introduced herself. Sasha Grace added that it is the 5 weeks that their bodies will develop. 2 of those weeks would be spent in the incubator and the next 3 in rehabilitation. The cadets looked at the capsule and thought, do 14 days really need to be spent in this thing? Li Han waved his hand to his colleagues and said that they would see each other in a few weeks. The co-workers nodded silently to Li Han. Apparently, words were inappropriate here. Grace, watching the cadets, thought, this is what this prime candidate of theirs looks like. Grace watched as the guys said goodbye to each other. Even now, it was clear that they all had different personalities. The cadets needed to be injected with a nutrient solution the week before. Grace and her assistant were doing the routine. Kuro and Li Han, with oxygen masks on their faces, were waist-deep in the liquid. There was fear in Kuro's eyes, as always. Dmitry Petrov was already completely submerged at this point and was not feeling well. Li Han, while submerged in the liquid, also noticed that he was having trouble breathing. Grace knew that this was claustrophobia and that every future soldier should go through this. She knew she had to be patient for a while. Soon they would fall asleep. Grace told her colleague that when the sleep immersion process was complete, they would begin surgery. A week went by and there were no problems. However, someone may have a hard time tolerating surgery. If this continued, could the human race continue to exist? The cadets continued to be in capsules filled with liquid. Grace held her head. The assistant asked that the doctor must be very tired and suggested resting. She would monitor the progress of the experiment herself. In the restroom, Grace saw Sergeant Red. The girl asked, if the instructor didn't care about these children, why did he keep coming to this building? The sergeant, taking a drag on his cigar, looked at the girl from under his brow. John Red said that it would be very sad if such valuable personnel died through her fault. Sasha Grace assured her interlocutor that everything would be fine. The 2nd phase of the nutrient solution is now underway. During the 2nd phase, the dragon's telekinesis power is created. In other words, a high-density liquid mixed with the dragon's heart is injected. The sergeant thought if one could make the dragon heart resonate, it would be easier to control the telekinesis ability. It would also be possible to give Li Han a little push. Sasha Grace received emergency information on her gadget. The girl's facial expression changed dramatically. Grace rushed towards the lab and shouted that something had happened there. The sergeant followed her. In the capsule that Li Han was in, something had gone wrong. The guy started to come to his senses. Grace yelled that it was a sudden awakening and he might be in too much pain. Dr. Grace shouted that she needed to stop the process immediately. She had already even reached for the emergency abort button. Sergeant Red grabbed the girl's arm. Grace was indignant. What was the sergeant doing? John Red looked at the doctor intently from top to bottom and said that you can't abort the operation. This guy is obligated to move on to the 2nd year. In her office, Sasha Grace asked her interlocutor if he was doing well. A grown-up Li Han replied that he was doing well thanks to the doctor. Li Han smiled cheerfully. The doctor said that this had never happened before in her practice. It was the first time they had seen a telepath reject the introduction of a dragon's heart. Grace cried out, "Are they crazy? After all, the guy will die if they don't stop the process. It is necessary to stop injecting the solution." Li Han was not the cadet who had gotten here through the gift of telekinesis. There was genuine fear in the doctor's eyes. The sergeant looked into the doctor's eyes and told them to skip the mental induction process and continued, "This cadet will survive anyway." The doctor told Li Han that he would be registered as a case of physical enhancement only and asked if he was all right. "Is there any organic rejection?" Li Han replied that he felt fine, he had no problems. Now, at least because of the price, he won't be expelled. The doctor thought that this cadet's mental stability was amazing. Isn't this the soldier that Sergeant Red was promoting? Stamina and telepathy are directly related to each other. So why is his psychic ability weak and his fortitude great? The doctor said the young man was free to leave. Surely it had something to do with rejection. Petrov happily greeted his colleague and told Li Han that they had finally moved on to the second year. Li Han agreed and said that the 5 weeks had flown by very quickly. He was in good spirits. Li Han looked at his coworkers and said that they had changed a lot, especially Kuro. Kuro had indeed changed in size the most. Li Han evaluated everyone from head to toe and said that it was good that everyone was unharmed. Del Simon indifferently asked, "What's there to be happy about? After all, this is normal," and said for Li Han not to be conceited, even though he's special. The sophomore dorm was no different from the freshman dorm, but since sophomore year, everything was done in squads. Each squad is made up of 4 to 10 people. At this moment, there were 12 sophomores in the ARC. Li Han couldn't believe it. Would he really have his own room now? With him in the squad would be Kuro and 7 other guys. The young men were greeted by the cadets. One of them said he was Kato Svoki, the squad leader. Kato explained that although there were many disciplines in the second year, the 3 main ones to focus on were firearms, training, aerial combat, and battle simulation. Kato suggested that there was no point in talking about the first one. Modern weapons are quite effective when fighting monsters. The squad leader said that among the known monsters, there are those with low intelligence, ogre, grant, and werewolf. But their commander named Ella has a well-developed intelligence. She uses telekinesis on par with the fighters. Li Han asked, if she uses it, will the weapons be useless? Kato replied that firearms would be useless against telekinesis. However, Ella can't use telekinesis indefinitely like a dragon. There won't be much left of her when the power runs out. Kato Swoki said that firearms training is important, but aerial combat and simulated combat are more important because squads compete with each other. Battle simulation is a training exercise conducted in an artificially created arena in the ARC. The main goal is to capture the flag that is on the enemy base. Here, everything is decided by strategy and individual skills. However, this training is very dangerous. Even without the use of metal weapons, there is a possibility of death. Everything here is extremely tough. Air combat takes place on airboards. Here it is quite easy to bypass the enemy. In the rear, there should always be supporters. They control most of the boards, either helping to move them or in emergencies to strike the enemy. Kato said that until recently, they didn't have strong telepaths in their squad. But now that Kuro had come, they had nothing to fear. Kato, looking into the newcomer's eyes, asked, "He can handle it, right?" Kuro, unable to bear the look, lowered his eyes and said he would try. Kato's co-worker sternly said, "His opinion doesn't interest anyone. If the team needs his skills, he won't be turned away." Li Han said that of course Kuro would do well. Just don't scold him all the time. He has a vulnerable soul. The sophomore leaned over Li Han and shouted, "What's he talking about?" No one asked his opinion. Kato calmed him down. He said that Li Han was right about something. These cadets were here for the first day and didn't know much yet. But there's more to come. Kato turned to Li Han. Even though they're all in the same class together, the others have more experience, so he should keep his voice down. Kato Swoki gave him a sneaky look and said that Li Han was only here because he needed Kuro. And he got these two as if they were 2 in 1, always together. Kato added that Li Han had the lowest level of telekinesis, so no one expected much from him. It would be better if he didn't mess around. Li Han smiled and told Commander Kato that he understood. He extended his hand forward and said that he would do his best to stay out of the squad's sight. Kato, in honor of the acquaintance, shook our hero's hand. Kato wondered if this petty cadet would be enough. Li Han thought he would last as long as it was needed. The next day at the firing range were firing. The new arrivals were in full uniform and had ammunition. Li Han hit the targets and showed good results. He was satisfied with everything so far. Li Han thought that things were not bad in this squad. Kato and the squad were morally supportive. Kato Swaki called out to Kuro and asked why he was taking so long to dig in. Kuro, with a machine gun in his hand, was confused and said he would hurry up. Kato was ashamed of Kuro's new cadet and said it was a real shame. Li Han was behind the performance of the main squad after all, and thought that he still had a long way to go before recognition. After firearms training, Li Han showered and changed his clothes to go to the general group meeting. Kato said that Li Han would be the backup. During the simulated battle, the team must consist of a minimum number of fighters, and this squad has enough hand-to-hand combat masters without Li Han. Kato added that the entire sophomore class will be watching the competition at the training ground. Lee Han might watch as well, so there's no need to be upset. Lee Han had a communication session with his brothers again. They were consistently fine. In the gym at practice today, there was a capture the flag. The 3rd and 9th squads are participating. Kato Svoki told a colleague that there are newcomers in the 3rd squad. We have to be careful and watch out for telekinesis. Lee Han thought, if there are rookies among them, it's Del Simon. The opponents also recognized this guy. Everyone concerned was wary. Now there was a Del Simon in the 3rd squad. Del Simon is that genius telekineticist. What bad luck for whoever's going to fight against him. Del Simon has been front and center on the screens. Everyone was interested in watching this cadet. The opponents were surprised. Does the 3rd squad really want to attack them directly head-on? That's not serious. The leader of the 3rd squad said that they now had a telekinesis genius on their team. They are willing to rethink their battle tactics. Simon stood with his hands up. A cloud of internal energy formed around him, and the cadet was ready to use his telekinesis skills. The opponent said it was ridiculous. They had had enough of telekinesis. They should just attack using physical force. The next moment, the opponents were surprised. Their weapons were gone from their hands. What should they do next? Del Simon did not rest at this point. He continued to use his telekinesis abilities. The guy stretched his hand forward, his eyes glowing unnaturally. The opponents looked up and saw their swords hovering right above them. This was only possible because of the rookie Simon's skills. Taking advantage of the fact that the opponents were disarmed, the 3rd squad attacked them using their swords. The leader of the squad, holding the opponent's flag, proclaimed victory and said that they didn't even have to work hard for this. Kato Swoki told the newcomer Kuro that the role of telepaths in such battles is overkill. They have a similar pattern. If Kuro uses his abilities, they will be able to win. Lee Han told the squad leader that he didn't think so. Lee Han added that the 9th squad doesn't take the terrain into account and doesn't think about tactics. Therefore, only the strength and skills of the fighters should be relied on. Kato Swoki angrily said that Lee Han is not the squad leader and no one is interested in his opinion. Lee Han thought that now he understood the reason why Kato Swoki hated him. The assistant squad leader asked Lee Han to step aside. The cadet told our hero that he's an outstanding fighter, even the commander recognizes that. However, he doesn't belong in this squad. Everyone thinks so. Lee Han thought it was as expected. Kato Swoki is trying to keep him in line. Out loud, he asked why he didn't fit in. The interlocutor replied that it's because Lee Han isn't afraid to cross Kato during training. By the way, he sometimes feels that Lee Han would act better in his place. However, only one person can be the head of the squad. If Lee Han pushed a little more, the squad leader might get angry, and then there would be a split in the squad. The guy said that since Kato was the squad leader, Lee Han couldn't cross him. When there's a period of redistribution between the squads, it would be better if Lee Han transferred to another squad. Lee Han thought that it would indeed be the right decision. He realized that the leader had to gain the trust of all the squad members, and he had encroached on his authority. Lee Han decided to write an application for transfer to another squad. The corresponding application landed on the desk of instructor Wei Chung. Chung was surprised and asked if Lee Han was sure about it. Lee Han confirmed and added that he had thought hard about it. Wei Chung said that the review process will take some time. The instructors need to discuss this matter in the meeting. Already in his room, Lee Han thought that it was good that the application was not accepted immediately, but would still be discussed. Now he can focus on personal training rather than team training if he is now free. While he waits for the decision, he needs to learn about each squad and decide what to do next. Kuro was just visiting our hero. He asked what Lee Han was talking about with the deputy head of the squad. Lee Han said it wasn't important and asked how the air training was going. After all, it's already tomorrow. Kuro said that he could fly 4 airboards at the same time. Not the empty boards, but the moment the cadets are on them. Lee Han got excited. He said that he knew Kuro's skills would grow quickly here, and that Kuro was now one of the strongest sophomores. Lee Han said not to be afraid of Kuro. He would always cheer for him. Many cadets were now discussing the fact that there was a very cool newcomer in the 7th squad. His name is Kuro. Everyone was curious to see what Kuro could do. Lee Han was also among the audience. At that moment, Kuro was being broadcast on the big screen. Lee Han thought that his friend would definitely do well. The opponents were ready to fight the 7th squad. Kato Swoki told Kuro to be sure to take care of them. It was announced that squad number 1 was fighting against squad number 7. The type of training is aerial combat. The purpose of the battle is to learn how to use the airborgs. Dragons fight mostly in the air. Almost all of them can fly. Currently, the main equipment is the airboard. This is an electronic airborne board that is a hybrid of a snowboard and a robotic drone. Some are specially modified into a combat version and have firearms. In aerial combat, one person can operate 2 airboards. That is, he uses one board for support and movement, and the other for dealing damage to the enemy. There is a support position on the team. This is the most important fighter in this training. He works only with the other team members' aero boards and takes control of as many pieces as his strength allows. The Saporth makes life noticeably easier for his teammates by controlling the techniques with telekinesis. Lee Han thought that this position was perfect for Kuro. He's able to control 4 boards at the same time. Kato Swoki said that the 7th squad is performing. If they stick to the plan, victory will be theirs. Kato commanded the vanguard to come forward. The deputy commander led his cadets forward. The commander of the 1st squad also ordered his cadets to move like this and made the first attack. The warrior thought that the opponents would advance cautiously, just as Kato had said. Next, they would separate in different directions. The attacker from the 7th squad moved closer to one of the opponents and swung his sword, preparing to deliver a striking blow. His opponent lost his balance after this blow and fell down the board. So far, everything was going according to plan. Lee Han was watching this battle closely. Already, 2 cadets from Squad 1 had already dropped out of the battle. The 7th squad is really strong. It was as if they knew ahead of time where the enemy was moving. Our hero realized that it was Kuro's merit. After the game, after the debriefing, the commander said that Kuro had a major role in the battle. The 1st squad has a strong support. Each fighter will control his own airboard. If Kuro can take control of 4 boards at once, then he should take the commander's board and his deputy's board. Kato told Kuro to use his ability to see the future to learn about the enemy's movements. The deputy told the boss that they are both good at close combat. We need to focus on that and scatter the guys in the 1st squad as they want. Lee Han thought that the commander's plan had a good chance of success, at least in theory. Kato Swoki and his deputy, as always, made the decision to work cohesively and observe team spirit. Kuro was tense. He realized that he couldn't make a single mistake. If he made a mistake, the team would lose and it would be his fault. There were only 2 people left in the 1st squad. Were the opponents always so strong? Against the 2 cadets from Squad 1, 4 cadets from Squad 7 were hovering on the boards in the arena. Kuro had their backs to them. The leader of the 1st squad realized that they had to deal with the opponent's support. Only then could they hope to succeed. The leader of the 1st squad told his colleague that they would now proceed with Plan A. Kato Swoki wondered, would the opponents just go for a frontal attack like that? One of the attackers did go on the attack and attack Kato and his deputy at once. Kato thought that this guy was caught. However, the opponent grabbed both opponents tightly and wouldn't let go, thus deactivating them. The 1st squad commander bypassed the 2 remaining opponents and headed further towards the supporter. The warrior from the 7th squad did not immediately realize where his opponent was going and decided to leave him alone. At this time, he was called out by Kato and told that they needed help. They can't get free. Does the opponent really want to throw them off the boards? Lee Han thought that the commander shouldn't help right now. A free player should protect the support. If Kuro was cut off from the rest of the team, it would be considered a loss. Before the battle, the commander told Kuro that the 4th and 8th egg boards should always be by his side. The cadet from the 1st squad was already in close proximity to Kuro. Neither Kuro nor Kato had expected this. Help to the commander came in time and the opponent was thrown off his board. Kato and his deputy were free. However, when they turned around, they saw Kuro defeated and lying on the floor. A cadet from the 1st squad is standing next to him. Kato and his deputy, having lost control, fell off the boards. It was a natural consequence of their support passing out. The onlookers didn't understand what was happening. After all, wasn't this a one-on-one battle now? Kuro had controlled 2 airboards, but now he was completely exhausted. Lee Han assumed that this was how it would end. Kato had relied entirely on Kuro's telekinesis, and the entire plan was built around that. Kuro jumped to his feet and tried to use his abilities against the opponent standing next to him. Nearby, the 2 opponents had broken airboards burning. Kuro was tense and frightened. There was nothing he could do now. The opponent smirked and said that it was a great pity. Lee Han thought that Kuro was under tremendous pressure and ended up making a mistake. As a result of this battle, the 1st squad won. It was quite unexpected for everyone. Lee Han had not allowed this outcome to happen. Lee Han thought that if Kato had accepted him into the team, Kuro wouldn't have been left alone. Our hero thought it would be different if he was the squad leader. 3 weeks passed. Lee Han was once again in Instructor Wei Chung's office. It was regarding questions about Lee Han's application. The instructor said that the application was reviewed and approved. Lee Han's application was for the position of the head of the new squad. Lee Han was pleasantly surprised. Did the leadership really agree? Wei Chang said that in his first year, Lee Han had shown himself to be a true commander, and the instructors had unanimously decided to give him a chance. It would be a test of his reputation and charisma. Lee Han familiarized himself with the conditions for forming a new squad. The squad must have at least 4 members, including the head of the squad. From other squads, it is allowed to take 1 person from each squad. The one chosen has the right to refuse to join the new squad. Lee Han thought that if he followed these points, he would become an enemy to the heads of all the squads as soon as he started to act. We have to prepare well so that we don't miss out on the most talented guys. Lee Han replied to the instructor that if he says it will work out, then it will. Wei Chung smiled and said that Lee Han can grasp everything on the fly. Therefore, he expects good results. Now Lee Han should focus on selecting candidates for his team. The first two that came to our hero's mind were these two, Jose and Kuro. They were cadets who had been vetted by him personally, and Lee Han was willing to vouch for them. Lee Han knew that Jose wasn't here, so he decided to talk to Kuro first. Lee Han remembered that there was another candidate. Our hero knocked on his door. Petrov asked what was wrong with Lee Han. Kato was not happy. He thought that with Kuro they were losing all the time. The deputy said they should have taken Simon. Simon showed himself in all his glory. Kato recognized that this guy had taken down several opponents single-handedly. His hand-to-hand combat and telekinesis skills are impeccable. Kuro is useless under the same conditions. His abilities are bullshit. Kato said that if they don't find a replacement for him, they'll have to permanently put him in as a supporter. Lee Han, standing around the corner, heard this conversation. Petrov, hearing the suggestion of a new squad, asked who else Lee Han was going to call up. Lee Han replied that Kuro was first and foremost. He wants them together from the beginning. Petrov suggested that no commander would agree to give up his fighter. Lee Han looked his interlocutor in the eye and said that he never responded to his offer. Petrov thanked him but said that leaving would be a betrayal, and he couldn't let his squad down. Dmitri added that he is the head in the 5th squad. He can't abandon his guys. Lee Han, understanding, nodded and said that he assumed that answer. Petrov said he had more to add. However, this is his personal opinion. It would be better for them to remain rivals and not play boss and subordinate. Lee Han, smiling, told Petrov not to cry when they meet on the battlefield. Petrov replied that next time he would break both of his opponent's arms. Members of the other squads, as our hero expected, began to treat him with hostility. When they met, they asked, did he really decide to lead his own squad? He must have wanted power. The news that Lee Han was forming his own squad quickly spread among the sophomores. It wasn't surprising that the heads of the class were following him. Kato Swoki was especially partial to the idea. He told our hero that it was like stabbing him in the back. At the next meeting of the squad, Kato Swoki told Lee Han to form his own squad and leave quickly. However, they would not give Kuro to him. Kuro was confused and tried not to make eye contact with anyone. He didn't want to be the cause of the fight. Lee Han told his opponent that Kuro would not be able to unleash his talent under him. Kato asked, did Lee Han really think he was the smartest? In time, Kuro will become one of the best fighters in the squad. Lee Han asked if Kato was really going to when the war starts. Lee Han added that Kuro will develop much faster with him. The squad leader's job is to win even with limited forces. Nothing will change if you blame someone else for the defeat. Kato Swoki was already furious. He grabbed Lee Han's chest and told him to shut up immediately. He wouldn't get Kuro anyway. Lee Han, unafraid, said that this matter can't be decided by Kato. Kuro has to make his own choice. Kato Swoki turned to Kuro and said that if he wants to leave, then he will be destroyed. Lee Han said that Kato Swoki can only talk. Even if he drowns, he will still continue to talk. Kato Swoki swung his fist in rage and hit Lee Han's jaw with all his might. Lee Han wiped the dirt off his cheek and said that he didn't even want to rub his hands on that man. Lee Han told his friend Kuro that he would wait for him. The cadets in this squad thought that Lee Han had lost his mind. Who would ever leave their squad for another squad that didn't exist yet? Lee Han thought that if he didn't reassemble the squad, he would pay dearly for it. Heading to his room, Lee Han thought that he had already talked to everyone he planned to talk to. Lee Han was confused. He didn't understand what he should do now. If this continued, he would be alone. While thinking, Lee Han didn't look where he was going and ran into a stranger. It was a man wearing a hood and a skull mask. It was impossible to see his face. Lee Han apologized and explained that he was thinking. The stranger followed without stopping. Lee Han was surprised at the speed at which he moved. Lee Han looked back at the masked man and wondered if he could dress like that here. At that moment, the gadget on our hero's hand beeped out an incoming message. There was a message saying that the heads of all the squads were ordered to assemble in front of the No. 2 treatment building. Sasha Grace said at the formation that these 6 newcomers should be distributed among the squads. This time, the new head would be the first to be chosen. The doctor announced for Lee Han to step forward and step out of the formation. Lee Han thought that this was his chance. He should get at least one newcomer. Our hero introduced himself and said that he was the head of Squad 13, and he was short of men. He would be happy to have each of the new recruits. Kato Svoki laughed. What do you mean not enough? He doesn't have anyone in his squad at all. The cadets nearby also laughed. One of the recruits immediately raised his hand and said that he wanted to join. Lee Han was very excited, for it was Jose. In the evening in the room, Jose said that it would be great if at least one more person joined their squad. Lee Han noticed that some of the newcomers were still undecided. Lee Han thanked Jose for his trust and for Jose joining him. He always wanted to be on a team with Jose. Jose said that those who refuse to go to Lee Han's team will regret it. They just don't know what the commander is capable of. Otherwise, they would have already been in line. Lee Han told his friend that from tomorrow they start working hard. Jose stretched and said he had to go to his room. Just then the door to the room opened. Standing on the threshold was Kuro. Kuro's face was bruised and bruised. There was a band-aid in some places. Lee Han asked apprehensively, "What happened?" Kuro smiled slightly in response. Kuro recalled that Kato had warned him of the consequences if he decided to leave his group. Kato said that Kuro couldn't just leave them. Lee Han couldn't believe his eyes. Was this really the Kuro he knew? Kuro replied that he wasn't sure. Jose happily said that the Desert Island team is back together. They can handle everyone now, isn't that right? Another man entered the room. He said that it was fun and asked if he could join them. The man said that everyone is now calling Lee Han a traitor. Does he know that? He added that he thought the 13th squad would be the most interesting. Jose asked if this guy is familiar with Lee Han. He was in the B class his freshman year. Lee Han replied that their squad needed that kind of talent. The fourth member was Knut Meyer, quite a well-known personality. Meyer asked if he could join their squad. After all, didn't he come right? Lee Han said that they were at odds with other squads right now, and if something went wrong, they could be disbanded. The commander asked, "Does everyone know what will follow?" Knut Meyer said it's fine. Kuro said he was in favor of it. Lee Han thought he has a big responsibility now. He mustn't let the guys down. However, Lee Han was absolutely sure that they would all make it together. The commander dismissed everyone and said that he would meet with the 13th squad tomorrow. In the morning at formation, the instructor welcomed everyone and said that he was happy to see Squad 13. The instructor introduced himself and said he would be escorting the sophomore class. His name is Grossman. Grossman looked at squad leader Lee Han and said a personalized hello. Grossman also said hello to privates Jose Batiste and Knut Meyer. The instructor, looking at Kuro, asked what was wrong with the guy's face. Kuro, smiling, replied that he had fallen down the stairs. Grossman said that these guys were given extra time because the squad was formed later than the others. So starting today, they will have a preparatory period. They have 3 weeks at their disposal. The instructor added that after that, the squad will participate in competitions on an equal footing with the rest of the squad, so they need to be well prepared. The competitions themselves and the opponents would be chosen randomly. Lee Han thought that Grossman was underestimating them. The competition, the survival path. The opponent is Squad 9. The 9th squad is made up of strong shooters and has the highest number of victories in the path of survival. Knut Meyer said he doesn't like it. It's not his at all. If he doesn't get in, he's willing to just go to the bench. Lee Han slapped the cadet. He asked if Meyer had really decided to die. Lee Han grabbed Meyer by his helmet and told him not to think of giving up under any circumstances. Knut said he understood. Lee Han decided that he would not let any of his guys die. He told the squad that they were working on a mobile bunker plan and added that it was a name he had just made up himself. All three of them thought with amazement, where do such word combinations come from in their heads? The countdown was on. Squad number 9 versus squad number 13, the path of survival. Squad 9's commander told his unit that he intended to finish off the opponents very quickly this time. Lee Han, to support his unit, said that victory would be theirs. The spectators near the monitors were watching intently. This was something that no one wanted to miss. Everyone was shouting for the 9th unit to destroy the traitors. Petrov looked at the screen and realized that the 13th squad has increased popularity. Everyone is paying attention to them. Simon thought that there were no winners in this battle. He wondered how would Lee Han do this time. The 13th squad ducked down and went on the offensive. They couldn't see any opponents in front of them yet. They were probably still in the initial position. Meyer hid behind a tree. He thought that the opponents were much faster than he thought. The opponents began to disperse in different directions. Meyer relayed a message to his companions that he could see the enemy, 200 meters between them. On the battlefield, an interesting picture emerged. The 9th squad moved forward, acting in a single line. 13th squad released forward scout Meyer. The rest positioned themselves behind. Lee Han, reading the message from the front line, thought that the enemy was already near. Jose, frustrated, said that the enemy were acting fast, not even giving them a break. Kuro, as usual, said nothing. He rather sat in anticipation. There was a log lying in the path of the enemies. Lee Han thought that at least they had time to prepare, but there still wasn't enough time to regroup. Lee Han thought that if he were Knut, he would have realized the situation by now. Lee Han considered various options. Knut was spotted by the enemy and was forced to retreat. As he retreated, he began to shoot back. The 9th squad managed to take cover from the hitting fire of the opponents. They hid behind trees. The commander said someone had to take out this gunner. While retreating, Knut received a small U wound in his leg. However, he managed to hide behind a tree. Meyer thought that if everything went according to plan, he would join his squad. The leg injury was just a minor hindrance. Gotta buy some time. The opponents only saw one Meyer. But why is he alone? If there are only 4 opponents, was there any point in sending a scout? In any case, this fight will end in a firefight. One of the cadets told me to cover him. He's going forward. The 3 cadets from the 13th stood in the forest clearing. As they did so, they remained calm and waited for information from Meyer. Lee Han told his men to get ready. It was time to move out. The whip had helped them buy enough time. Someone among the cadets suggested that perhaps Knut was injured and needed help. Lee Han suggested that the 9th squad decided to wait instead of uniting and acting. Jose said that thanks to the commander, they have had time to build up their strength. The group is stronger than ever, and this is just before the battle. Kuro added that they managed to take down the tree with fire and telekinesis. The tree was subdued by the coordinated teamwork of the cadets. Fire and telekinesis had done their job. Lee Han said it was time to show what they could do and called the 13th Squad into battle. The cadets watching the battle from the hall thought, what is Squad 13 doing? Why did they cut down the tree? Is it really being covered up? Petrov and Simon immediately realized that it was done for Kuro. Mayer couldn't stand it and started shooting at his opponents from behind the tree, saying that he wouldn't surrender alive. After a while, however, Mayer realized that his machine gun needed a reload. Suddenly, an opponent appeared in front of Mayer with a machine gun in his hand. He asked in surprise, is Mayer really alone? He had thought that the 13th Squad was trapping them, and they were just improvising on the fly. Petrov thought that one of the 13th Squad had dropped out. He'd held out for a long time. Now all they have is this shield made of wood. Would they be able to win? Simon said that there's a weakness in their tactics, but Lee Han knows that. The opponent saw a log approaching them with great speed. It was impossible to stop it with shots. Squad 9's commander thought that everyone was good at shooting, but there were no people among them with telekinesis of such strength to respond. Simon thought that Lee Han should calculate everything correctly and consider his weaknesses. The commander of Squad 9 shouted for everyone to immediately hide and cover. They came under a barrage of fire. The cadet shouted for his companions to stall. The opponents would soon run out of steam. Lee Han mentally agreed with his opponent. He was aware of his weaknesses. However, the wooden shield would help buy time once more. The time needed for Jose to use his firepower, and then Squad 9 would be out of luck. The 9th Squad was frightened and surprised. Where did the flames come from? The smoke made them unable to breathe. Those watching from the hall couldn't believe it. Could this cadet really control the fire? Now the 9th Squad is suffocating from the smoke. Was it really possible? Jose tells the commander that there's enough smoke. He thinks the opponents can't see anything anymore. Lee Han says for Jose to take care of those who managed to get out. Jose went to the firing line and opened aimed fire on the opponents who were getting out of the smoke-affected area while sneezing and coughing. The commander said that 2 of their squad were already out, although the enemy couldn't see anything now either. However, it wasn't like that at all. Lee Han, using Kuro's abilities, had seen everything. The screen showed that the 9th Squad had been eliminated and the 13th Squad had won. The audience chanted. Turns out Kuro was using rocks as radar to navigate through space. That Lee Han is a great shot. Petrov in the audience rejoiced that Squad 13 had won. Simon was once again convinced that Lee Han and Kuro worked great as a pair. There was no limit to the joy of our heroes. Jose and Kuro were simply glowing. They were pleased with themselves. Grossman, watching from the sidelines, looked at the screen and made certain conclusions for himself. Lee Han should be watched closely. This was the first time Instructor Grossman had seen such tactics displayed in this exercise. There was much to ponder here. The entire 13th Squad was celebrating their victory. It was worth it. You have to experience it all to know what it feels like. Jose asked for a moment of attention and said that they would now like to hear a few words from the commander. The floor goes to Lee Han, the man who led them to victory. Lee Han thanked his comrades in arms. He knows that he had very aggressive tactics. They were also able to win because they acted cohesively. That was the key to success. Kuro said that his friend's plan was not aggressive, but incredibly cool. They couldn't help but succeed. Lee Han noted that they were lucky. If the opponents had such physical strength, their tactics were obvious. It was clear who in the 9th Squad would take what position. Meyer said it was amazing. How could Lee Han read the opponent? He definitely made the right choice with the squad. Suddenly, Knut grabbed his chest and started coughing. Jose said that his colleague needed to rest for a while. Knut said it was fine. He wouldn't have missed such a feast even before his death. Grossman watched the replay of the tape and marveled. These guys had defeated the 9th Squad, one of the strongest. It was necessary to crush them before Lee Han and the others thought too much of themselves. The instructor was choosing who would be best suited for this purpose. He settled on the 7th Squad. Grossman thought that the 7th Squad would definitely do anything to make sure that there would be nothing left of the 13th Squad. But what would happen if the 7th Squad lost? Grossman decided to do everything he could to make sure that wouldn't happen. At this time of night, Lee Han still couldn't sleep. The guy used to have insomnia because of the fear of being expelled from the ARC, but now he has the best partners, so he has nothing to fear. It didn't matter who their opponents were. Lee Han believed that they would still win. Squad number 1 versus Squad number 13. Battle of the Captains. The captain of Squad 1 naturally expected to win. He asked his colleagues if everyone remembered their plan. The captain reminded them that they should keep an eye on Jose and Kuro first. Among the sophomores, their abilities were among the strongest. The cadets of the first squad smugly decided that they would deal with their opponents without any problems. Their telekinesis might be strong, but a good beating would make them forget about it. The commander said he didn't know what the other fighters' abilities were, but they shouldn't have a problem with these ones. Fatty thought that their captain was the most powerful anyway. He's not going to lose. Petrov thought that the 13th Squad hates instructors right now. Right after practicing with firearms against the 9th Squad, they have to go to the captain's battle with the 1st Squad. In the battle, the team captain, a fighter with a headband, must be defeated. This time in the first squad, the bandage went to a fat man. However, this monster from the first squad, even 2 or 3 people are unlikely to put down. This particular fatty was chosen to be the captain, so now the squad can hold off long-range attacks and destroy the enemy. The tactic of the first squad is called charging tank. Petrov wondered what Li Han would do this time. Simon asked his interlocutor to be quiet. However, the cadets from the first squad wondered why Kuro had a headband on his head this time. The fatty from Squad 1 wondered what they would do now. He didn't see Li Han either. Li Han told Kuro not to be scared. Kuro, with a scared face, replied that everything will be fine. Jose, with a fiery hand, said that he and Meyer would protect Kuro this time. The leader of the first squad thought that they should act. Even if one team member hid somewhere, they still wouldn't be able to defeat the first squad. The first squad of 4 members rushed to attack. The 9th squad of 3 people prepared to repel this attack. At this time, Li Han was on a tree branch from above, watching everything. In the battle of the captains, it wasn't necessary to destroy the entire team. It was enough to defeat the captain with the armband. Kuro was under the protection of Jose and Knut for the time being. Jose and Knut adopted battle stances in readiness to repel the first squad's attack. Jose swung his hot hand and prepared to strike the approaching opponent. Li Han stood on a branch and watched the battle taking place exactly below him. He was waiting for the opportune moment. Li Han thought they were almost there and mentally asked Kuro if he was ready. Kuro silently looked up, and that was his affirming answer. Li Han thought that Kuro could care less. They were well prepared this time. Li Han very effectively pushed off from the branch and jumped straight into the thick of the battle. The captain of the first squad was trying to attack Jose and Knut. He had already extended his arms to grab both opponents at once. Jose and Knut, seeing that their leader had pushed off the branch, pounced on the fat man themselves. He grabbed them tightly. The leader of the first squad said that was great. Now the captain has to hold these 2 tighter. The leader of the first squad said that nothing could protect Kuro now. Li Han was rapidly approaching the ground. The 2 cadets almost came close to Kuro and shouted that they had almost won. However, these 2 were very surprised. Kuro stood with his hands raised and looked up somewhere. He wasn't even paying attention to them. Being in front of Kuro, the 2 stopped and looked where their opponent was looking. Behind them, they saw a lot of smoke and nothing else. It all seemed extremely strange. The leader of the first squad realized that it was a trap. At that moment, Kuro exhaled and dropped his arms exhaustedly. When the smoke cleared, everyone saw that the captain of the first squad had been defeated. Jose and Knut looked very tired. Near the captain of the first squad, squatting down, was Li Han. He had accomplished this mission. Li Han held the captain's sash in his hand. He said that this was the end. Squad 13 had won. There was a moment of silence in front of the screen. No one understood how it had happened. The battle was over. Squad number 13 had won. Everyone was discussing, did Li Han really jump off a tree branch? After all, it's at least 15 meters. Li Han is really crazy. However, he's really cool. The audience erupted into applause again. Petrov smirked and thought that just a few minutes ago, all these people were throwing mud at Li Han. However, it was expensive to show such a result every time. The cadets at the screen were discussing this guy. This is the one who was in the 7th squad but then left. The cadets didn't understand why the leader of the 7th squad hadn't used such a tough fighter before. Kato really didn't understand what this Li Han was capable of. He heard all of this and was extremely angry. One day before the battle with the first squad, Li Han and Kuro had practiced this exercise intensely. Li Han would jump up and Kuro would try to guide him in flight. After this practice, Li Han expressed his confidence that they wouldn't have any problems in a real battle. Kuro is awesome. Kuro said that Li Han is much better. By the way, isn't he scared? Li Han used a tall stepladder to practice this technique. Kuro said if they mess up, he'll only get a broken nose. But Li Han will risk his life tomorrow. Controlling a person with telekinesis is very difficult. If it was easy, all the fighters would be flying by now. Li Han decided that he would hide in a secluded place and wait for the moment to jump. We need to make sure that neither he nor the other team would get hurt during the fall. Li Han hoped Kuro would take care of him. Kuro cried again and apologized that his friend had broken his arm. He felt it was his fault. Li Han, smiling, said it was okay. There's no need to worry so much. After all, no one had died. The mission was difficult, but Kuro did a great job. Knut told Kuro not to blame himself. Without him, they couldn't have defeated that fat man. Jose said that until Li Han's arm healed, they wouldn't have any team training. However, that turned out to be an incorrect statement. All the cadets received a message on their gadgets. There was information about a new training session. Air combat in 2 days. Squad 7 versus Squad 13. Instructor Grossman was visited by Kato Svoki. The instructor didn't expect Kato to come. Jose thought it was some kind of mistake. After all, one of them broke his arm. Should they really start a new battle? After all, it's automatically a loss. Knut added that they were to be the 7th squad. The opponents are just excited right now. Jose said it's not fair. We have to go and explain everything to the management. Do they even know what they're doing? Grossman told Suki that this is his squad's chance to win. Isn't he confident enough? Kato replied that even if Lee-han hadn't broken his arm, they would still have won. Grossman said that in that case, Kato could still do anything for his squad to win. Once outside the office door, Kato Swoki thought that the instructor wasn't listening to him at all. Lee-han told his friends to stop wailing. It wouldn't change anything. All they have to do is win. Lee-han admits that he doesn't have a strategy or even a rough plan this time, but he promises that he will figure out how to win. These words were heard by Kato Swoki, who happened to be behind him. He expressed his hope that it wasn't just a 3. Is Lee-han really confident that he can handle a broken arm? Lee-han said it's a bit of an inconvenience, but he thinks he'll have enough with one arm to kick Squad 7's ass. Kato said it's not so easy to kick ass in aerial combat. Did such a thought not occur to this genius? Lee-han replied that he would prepare something special this time. The 7th squad would be embarrassed if they didn't give it their best. Kato couldn't take it anymore and pumped that he would destroy Lee-han and Kuro. Lee-han interrupted and said with glassy eyes that Kato had never destroyed anyone in his life, so it's better not to throw such words around. The offended Kato left his company and said that they will see for themselves soon. Jose said that this Kato is actually a pathetic jerk. Lee-han concluded that it was definitely not going to be easy with Squad 7 and told everyone to move to the gym. In the gymnasium, Lee-han tried to influence the airboard with his energy abilities. The co-workers were training intensely, performing individual tasks. Lee-han thought that they would fail. Even with a healthy arm, he could only control a maximum of 2 airboards. Right now, he could barely manage one. Lee-han looked at Jose and thought that it was not an easy task for him to control 2 boards and a flame at the same time. The squad could only rely on Kuro. The 7th squad was also doing the same. But Lee-han didn't want to overburden this guy. Even without strong support, the 7th squad was well balanced in terms of physical strength and telekinesis. Having Kato as the leader, having them work together makes the team much stronger. Lee-han knew that they wouldn't be able to win in a head-on collision with their opponents. Our hero had little time to work out tactics to do battle with the 7th squad, considering he had a broken arm. To top it all off, Jose came up and said that they had a real problem. Jose ignited his hand and held it out in front of him. He wanted to give a clear example. Jose explained that there was nothing in the air that could be ignited, so his fire would be of little use. Given the speed of movement on the board, it would be very difficult to aim. From the side, Lee-han was being watched. One of the people watching said that these guys talked so much with this level of training. The deputy told Kato that they shouldn't worry. The commander agreed with him. They should be fine. Lee-han, assessing the situation, thought that there was simply no way to win. Kato decided that there was no reason for them to lose. The cadets in the hall near the monitors were surprised. Did Squad 13 really have another battle to fight? After all, Lee-han had a broken arm. Everyone thought that they shouldn't participate in training for a while. Petrov thought it was hinting that the 13th squad would lose. Instructor Grossman is a real scoundrel. Simon and Petrov were in solidarity in this case. The 13th squad should not have been disturbed. Simon said that Grossman tries to give each team a chance to win. 50-50th somewhere. The type of training and the squads involved are determined by analyzing the information. Simon thought that Lee-han would really have a hard time this time. The 7th squad stood at the starting line. They had no doubts about their victory, although they realized that they would have to work hard. The 13th squad, led by their leader, knew that they were going to have a hard time. However, they were not going to give up. Kato said that they were ready to tear their opponents to shreds and show everyone what happens to traitors. Lee-han asked how Jose was feeling. Jose replied that he couldn't be better, ready to rock out, so there's no need to worry about him. Lee-han said to make sure Jose does his best today. He's the backbone of their strategy. The command has been given to start the fight. The squads must launch their airboards. The airboards of all the participants were launched and were at the starting point. The spectators were amazed at how many boards were now in the air. Are they really crazy? Someone counted 16 boards. The fight was going to be fierce. All the more spectacular this training should be. Kato was angry. He thought it was impossible. The sophomore fighters averaged 2 airboards, the supports 4. Some can't even hold those 2, and their opponents have 16. Even if they each hold 2 airboards, that still leaves 10. Kuro can't manage 10 boards. The aide waited for some kind of reaction from the commander. Lee-han said that Kato was definitely confused, but he was willing to explain something. The cadets of Squad 13 stood confidently. Behind them, 16 aeroboards were hanging in the air. The opponents were talking over each other, not realizing if this was even possible. Kato tried to reassure them and told them not to be afraid ahead of time. Svoki said that in any case they would stick to the plan. They should destroy the opponents one by one. Jose and Knut stood on the boards. Knut held a spear in his hand. Jose was ready to use fire if necessary. Lee-han thought that there was a reason why they didn't pause for rest during their training. Although his telekinesis abilities were below average, he had learned how to concentrate his powers at a desired point in his body. If Lee-han can develop this skill better than just controlling objects with telekinesis, he will be able to control much faster. The freeboards of Squad 13 were released and surrounded the cadets of Squad 7. Kato thought this was crazy. Would the opponents really use their aeroboards like this? They were moving too fast. However, As long as the airboard didn't reach its intended target, they could have time to react as well. Jose was blowing tongues of flame into the airspace. There aren't many flammable things during an aerial battle. Jose told the commander at the time that his fire abilities would not be of much use. However, Jose was not idle. He ignited his arm and moved towards his opponent. Li Han had said the day before that Jose could still set something on fire during an aerial battle. A strong flash of flame, which turned into an explosion, formed right next to the cadets of the 7th Squad. The spectators were surprised. What was it? Did an airborne plane explode? But they are not cheap. Although in battle it should not matter. You could blow them all up if you needed to. Li Han would send the airboards directly at the opponents, and Jose would ignite and detonate them at the right time. Thus, 2 opponents were knocked off their boards and fell down. Kato yelled for his assistant to block. Otherwise, that way they would blow up all their boards. Instructor Grossman, seeing such mayhem, yelled for this fight to stop immediately. Kato and Grossman loudly shouted Li Han's name. At this time, another airboard exploded. Li Han stood in front of Grossman and thought, did he really call him out for watching silently for 10 minutes? It would have been easier with Sergeant Red. He would have just cussed him out and let him go. Grossman started talking. He squeezed out something like he was embarrassed to start it that way. Does Cadet Li Han have any idea how much one airboard costs? Li Han expressed his belief that one airplane costs quite a lot. He could not be more specific. Grossman added that if Li Han were not a member of the ARC, he would be in debt for the rest of his life. Li Han was surprised. He thought the instructor had invited him to discuss strategy. Grossman said that technically Li Han hadn't broken any rules, but didn't he realize that it would cause a lot of controversy? Some instructors might have praised him for getting out of the situation that way. Grossman said that next time, Li Han should warn in advance if he is thinking of doing something like this. Li Han said he had a question. If they were fighting dragons, no one would have any questions and the instructor wouldn't ask about the cost of the airboard? After all, they must win at all costs. Isn't that the goal of all training? Grossman realized that the boy was right. The instructor stood up and said that Li Han had gotten him. The cadet looked like someone he knew. Grossman looked into Li Han's eyes and said that the kid's reasoning was correct. He would love to observe the cadet on the battlefield. The instructor said that the conversation was over and the cadet could be free to go. On the way out of the instructor's office, our hero met Kato Swoki, who had also appeared here to sort things out. The cadet immediately remembered a previous fight in which Kato had lost his board during an attack. The explosion that happened nearby was critical for Kato, and he could barely stay on his feet to avoid flying down. Li Han, even with his injured arm, decided to attack his opponent. He rushed towards Kato Swoki. Kato didn't expect this collision. He realized that his opponent wanted to throw him off the board. That time, Li Han succeeded. In the instructor's office, Kato said that even though Li Han won the battle thanks to his poor strategy, no one would praise him for it. Li Han wondered, had Kato been standing under the door all this time to tell him that? Kato replied that he was just passing by. As they parted, an angry Kato said that he would finish that boy off at any cost. He has no right to lose to someone else before their next meeting. Li Han replied that they'll see about that. Li Han entered the dorm room. The members of his squad were still celebrating their victory. They greeted the commander. Kuro, smiling, said that they had won. Jose added that he was afraid they would be disqualified for breaking the rules. Knut stated that they hadn't violated anything, but it was still scary. Jose looked at his gadget. Kuro asked what had happened. Jose replied that he gets a text message every time during the celebration. Knut looked at his gadget and saw the message too. The rest of the squad got the same message. The expression on everyone's faces changed at the same time. They were tensed. The message stated that there would be a capture the flag battle in 7 days. Squad 5 versus Squad 13. Petrov in the gym during a physical training session bench pressed a barbell from the chest. The cadet thought that putting another battle immediately after one, and even with the strongest opponent in this format, was overkill. Li Han, smiling, said that it was very much in Grossman's style. The instructor seems to dislike him. Petrov was walking back through the compound to his dormitory after his physical workout. He thought he had done a good job today. Dmitri was hot and wanted to get to the shower as soon as possible. A senior cadet was walking towards Petrov. At some point, they equaled each other. The eyes of the young men met for a moment. Petrov at first wanted to pass by. When the young men had already separated, Petrov called out to the fellow. Dmitri called him and called him the leader of the squad, or rather the former leader of the squad if he was the leader now. Petrov took the guy by the shoulder and asked, would he really ignore him if he went to the 3rd year? Dmitri said that their squad had everything super now because he was the leader by right. The guy looked at Petrov with hatred and told him to back off or he would destroy him. Petrov was surprised. A strange smile froze on his face. What was wrong with this guy? Dmitri said he would like to hear all the details after their battle. Li Han stood in the open with a spear in his hand. It was obvious from him that he was very tired. Our hero looked at his opponent. Who is this guy? He has incredible strength. The opponent held swords in his hands. A hood covered his eyes, and there was a mask on his face. The opponent in this case was the skull-masked man that Li Han had met outside the instructor's office earlier. The distance between the opponents was shrinking. The unknown masked man didn't look tired. He was approaching Li Han with an easy gait. In the next moment, the unbelievable happened. In front of Li Han's eyes, the opponent disappeared. Where he had been standing just a moment ago, there was an empty space. After another moment, the opponent was up above Li Han. He attacked our hero. The attack was unexpected, and Li Han fell to his knees. 6 days before this fight, Li Han had a conversation with instructor Grossman. The matter took place in the instructor's office. As the conversation continued, Grossman said that he could not reveal all the details. The instructor was speechless and looked directly into the cadet's eyes. The senior student whom Petrov met with after the training session pressed his opponent's head with his face to the ground. This guy's eyes were glowing furiously. Grossman, in recounting the situation to Li Han, emphasized the fact that Petrov was lying in a pool of his own blood. The instructor said that Dmitry was seriously injured and would not be able to participate in the next competition, but it would still take place as scheduled. Li Han thought that without Dmitry, the fifth squad would be like a chicken without a head. It could be said that victory was in their pocket. Grossman held out the papers to the cadet and said that there was another reason why he had called him in. The instructor said it was a request for transfer between squads. There are cadets who want to go to Squad 13. Grossman added that Li Han is known for knowing how to utilize the strengths of his fighters. The head of Squad 7, Kato, only gets negative feedback. Li Han knew that something like this could happen. Li Han thought that most sophomores wanted to compete on a level playing field. Grossman said that Li Han has time to think about it. Guy said that is not necessary. He's taking everyone. He's not in a position to pick and choose right now. The next day at the formation, the commander welcomed all the new recruits. In front of Li Han stood Domingo, Quasim, and Andy. The commander called them all by name. And of course, Zhang Qijo, this young man, was the most confident. Li Han said that already from tomorrow they would start preparing for the competition. Right now, he wanted to look at their superpowers and determine the positions. One of the people present had a question and turned to the head of Li Han's squad. It was Zhang Qijo. He said that he didn't have a question but a request. He asked to take care of a fellow Korean. Li Han said that in the ARC, nationality doesn't matter. If someone wants to be taken care of, one has to prove themselves and show what they can do. Zhang Qijo said that he understood everything and still asks to be taken care of. Li Han turned around and said that this cadet is suspended for today. The rookie thought that this commander is a bore. Zhang Qijo turned around and swore at Li Han. He had an angry expression on his face. Zhang Qijo stuffed his hands into his pockets and left the area. His co-workers looked at him with astonishment. An hour before, there was a report that Squad number 5 would be fighting Squad number 13. Capture the flag. The cadets didn't realize what was happening. The roof of the stadium was closing in. Could this be a simulation of the night? Jose thought the instructors were trying to reduce their chances of winning. Li Han told his squad not to relax. Everyone will be in the same conditions. We have to wait until our eyes get used to the darkness. Li Han said Knut's team will go first, Jose's team will be in the back. Qijo, Kura, and Li Han will attack from the flank. Without Dmitry, the fifth squad is their easiest opponent so far, and he hopes that they can handle it without any problems. However, one must not let their guard down. They must definitely try their best. 10 minutes ago, Li Han commanded the first team to go forward. Jose received the command next. Li Han told the cadets that it was now their turn. 5 minutes ago, Knut and his team attacked the opponents powerfully. He expected that victory was almost in their hands. Li Han asked if all 5 of them had been taken down. Knut said there were more opponents near the flag. There was indeed another opponent near the flag. His face was hidden, a hood on his head. The opponent did not show any initiative and just sat with his swords folded next to him. Jose wondered, was he really just watching his partners get beaten up? In the next second, this warrior got to his feet and moved alone against the entire squad number 13. What happened stunned Li Han. All of his warriors that his opponent passed by were stunned. They had no chance to do anything in their defense. Li Han couldn't believe his eyes. How does this happen? Kuro warned Li Han to be careful. Just a moment later, the masked opponent was already beside Li Han. Our hero thought it was teleportation. Li Han swung his spear, but it was too late. He didn't even have time to be surprised. His opponent retreated to his original position. There were casualties in the ranks of the 13th squad. Li Han and Jose were still in formation for now. Jose told the commander that this guy couldn't even be approached. After saying that, Jose still tried to attack the opponent and clear the way to the flag. Jose lunged forward, standing his sword up. His opponent jumped up and did a somersault to get behind Jose. In the next instant, Jose was defeated. His opponent stood by his side with no injuries. Those watching at the monitors were amazed. Had the 13th squad been eliminated? Who was hiding behind the skull mask? There are many rumors about him. They say his name is Silence. The cadets passed that name on by word of mouth. Silence was indeed a rumor that made them shudder. Del Simon thought, is Silence really the same person? During his training, his central nervous system was damaged, causing him to lose the ability to speak. But right after that, his abilities began to develop at an astonishing rate, so they started experimenting on him. He's a third year. Are third-year students really that strong? How can they compete in the second-year competition? The only survivor from Squad 13 was Lee Han. He bent down and picked up his spear from the ground. Silence sauntered over next to him. Lee Han said that he didn't know who his opponent was, but he definitely wasn't going to lose. Lee Han nicknamed his opponent Skullface. Clearly, he wanted to make him angry. Lee Han, clutching his spear tightly in his hand, moved to attack. Silence didn't stand still either and moved toward his opponent, swinging his swords. Simon thought that Silence was much stronger than all the sophomores. It wouldn't be difficult for him to deal with Lee Han. Simon wondered, what would Lee Han do? After all, he wouldn't be able to defeat Silence. Lee Han thought if he doesn't block the attack, he will be finished, but he can't lose so easily. Lee Han turned on his brainstorm and decided to think. This skull travels about 15 meters in a second, and it's unlikely that he's saving his strength, so he's probably going to move faster now. However, the goal of this competition is not to beat everyone, including this guy, but to capture the flag. If they manage to stop him, then they will win. Lee Han believed that he could do it. One should stop the opponent the moment he uses his ability, start moving around. This could be seen by the blurred space around him. One must utilize the fact that the skull moves quickly. Silence approached our hero with lightning speed. Lee Han crouched down, and that saved him. The opponent's sword whistled above his head. As he stood up, Lee Han was about to deliver a powerful blow to his opponent's jaw. The blow was strong, but the opponent managed to dodge. Skull knocked Lee Han to the ground and stepped on the chest of his lying opponent. As he did so, he swung his sword over his opponent. The gazes of the opponents met. At this, Lee Han was smiling. To the skull, this was strange. Right above the skull's head, the spear that Lee Han had previously tossed upwards was spinning. The spear came down and struck Silence on the head. After that, Silence lost control and Lee Han was able to slip away from him. After a moment, Lee Han stood with the opponent's flag in his hand. He said that after being hit, the masked man regained consciousness in 3 seconds. That's amazing. Lee Han said that those 3 seconds were enough for him to grab the flag and added that the 13th squad had won. Those watching were shocked. Lee Han had beaten a third-year student. He should have joined the 13th squad. Simon clenched his fists harder. Of course, no one had expected this outcome. Kuro beckoned the kitten over and gave it some food. He said it was a good kitten. There was also a cat living near his orphanage. They were very much alike. Kuro said he had no friends when he was a child. He didn't have any outstanding talents either, and he didn't look like everyone else. Kuro added that now he had something he was good at and friends. Kuro was approached by a cadet. The man thought, what kind of loser talks to a cat? Of himself, this guy thought his abilities were much cooler. Kuro looked around and asked when Kijo had time to approach. Kijo suggested that they talk about something on their day off. Kijo asked Kuro, since they don't have a deputy on their squad right now, right? Kijo said he wanted to take the position. It wouldn't be a bad idea if Kuro supported him for the position. At that, the cat rubbed against his leg. Kijo swore and kicked the cat with his foot. Kuro looked at that kitten with fear. He felt sorry for the animal. Kijo watched the kitten run away. Kuro immediately pushed it aside. Kuro stood up to his full height next to his companion. He was displeased with Kijo's behavior. Kuro's eyes shone with anger. His hair stood up. He was ready to destroy Kijo. His opponent was startled and took a few steps back. He didn't expect such a reaction from Kuro. Kuro cast a glance at the trash can, and that container faltered. The next moment, the trash can shrunk like a piece of paper and flew far away into the bushes. Kijo even cried out in fear. Kuro angrily told that guy to never do that again. Kijo squatted down and frightened said he wouldn't do it again, and asked Kuro to calm down. Kuro ran after the kitten that had disappeared among the trees. Kijo, frightened, stayed on the ground. The kitten continued to run away from people to a safe place where no one could hurt it. Dmitri sat on the bed with his head bandaged. He said that Lee Han had come to him for a reason. What did he want? Lee Han sat silently in front of his interlocutor. There were marks on his face from the last battle. Lee Han said that it was only his guess, and he thought Ark was not telling him something, but when he saw the interlocutor, everything became clear. Lee Han asked that Petrov was attacked by the third year, right? Petrov, clutching his head, said it was the former head of his squad. Third-year students are different. Third years aren't just different, they're unrealistically stronger. Petrov added that before he could even move, he had already been smeared. It was the first time Lee Han had seen his interlocutor so upset. Petrov added that the guy wasn't himself, like he was out of his mind. Lee Han said that if he wasn't like that from the beginning, it might be because of the training in the third year. Come to think of it, there is almost no equipment for third-year students in ARC, and it's not easy to meet them here at all. Lee Han said that going to the second year isn't that difficult. This means that before graduation, they will face a real battle. Petrov agreed with his interlocutor. What might happen to them during the transition? Kuro happily ran with all his legs. He finally found that kitten. The kitten didn't run away. Kuro lifted the kitten in front of him and said he was sorry that the kitten was hurt. He was going to take the kitten with him and give it more goodies. Kuro turned around. What he saw frightened him and the kitten in his arms. A strange human-like creature asked Kuro who he was. Kuro's voice sounded familiar. He had definitely heard it somewhere before. The strange creature threw back the mask from its head, and Kuro recognized the person inside that spacesuit. The person inside the spacesuit was Sergeant Red. The sergeant recognized Kuro and said that this guy had changed a lot. He had matured a lot. Arc Development Center. Sergeant Red said Kuro has wandered far. Is he really lost? John Red offered Kuro a can of soda and said the kid would be picked up soon and taken to his dorm. Kuro thanked him. Opening the can of soda, Kuro wondered if Sergeant Red was angry. The sergeant wondered what he was angry about. Was it because Kuro had ended up here? John Red said he was wearing telekinesis armor, second-generation telekinesis armor. It's still in the testing phase, but it'll be announced soon. There's nothing wrong with Kuro seeing it a little earlier. Second-year students can't leave the Ark of their own accord anymore anyway. Kuro agreed. After the reinforcement, they can't leave the Ark unless they completely lose their fighting ability. Of course, they're a resource for the Ark after all. The sergeant said that's right, and those who get angry for no reason are just scum. Kuro agreed with him, didn't he? Kuro was surprised to hear the sergeant's words. Does he even realize what he's saying? An old man entered the room. The old man asked Sergeant Red how the test went. John Red replied that the armor reacted perfectly to telekinesis. The sergeant suggested that it would be worth reducing the amount of dragon flesh material for the internal system. It was important to increase its power, but if it was so sensitive, it would be harder to control. John Red put his hand on Kuro's shoulder. Unlike them, the first generation, these guys calibrating their telekinesis will be as easy as taking a breath. The old man held out his hand to Kuro and said it was a pleasure to meet him. He is the head of the first group, Charles Smith. A startled Kuro also extended his hand and introduced himself. The sergeant said this old man creates tele-armor. He's a legend. Smith said that the first generation tele-armor was assembled in a hurry, so it had certain flaws. The second generation is much better. It will probably be the most advanced weapon. John Red, turning to Kuro, said that this body armor was specially designed for them. Personally, he could barely operate it. Kuro wondered, would he really have to wear the suit he had seen the sergeant in? Kuro pictured himself in that tele-armor, standing against a horde of monsters. He felt uneasy. Would he really have to participate in a real battle? As the day drew to a close, Sergeant Red told Kuro that they would see each other again. John Red, puffing on his cigar, asked Smith what would happen to the armor he had tested today. The old man replied that it would be taken apart and worked on separately. They didn't have much dragon material after all. The sergeant asked if they should hold on to the armor sample for now. There's no telling who might need that armor and at what point. The day at the ARC starts at 5 o'clock in the morning, but Lee Han gets up at 4 a.m. He wakes up early to write down strategies for battles, outstanding traits of squad members, or other features at that time. Of course, he always prescribes and evaluates his abilities on par with the rest of the squad. Our hero's telekinesis is still below average. In other words, there's not much use for it. He can't even use the absolute ability of telekinesis, which the instructor Wei Chang told him about. However, the guy had managed to discover an ability that only he possessed among the sophomores. This ability was absolute accuracy when using telekinesis. Kuro and Simon are able to use telekinesis to turn a pencil into a powerful weapon, but they can't write with it. When it comes to control, Lee Han is superior to the others. He should train much more to improve his accuracy. Lee Han looked at the time and decided that it was time for him to go already. In the morning training session, as always at the beginning, there was running in a circle. The entire squad participated in it. Many were in a sleepy state. Today, our hero was caught up with Dmitry Petrov. Lee Han asked what Dmitry thought about yesterday's spatial crack. Petrov said that in general it was nothing special, except that it was very bright. The spatial crack is the trace left after the Battle of the Dragon Units and the closing of the gate. Under Grossman's orders, the sophomores were split into two groups and sent to inspect the crack. Instructor Grossman explained that spatial cracks are places where the Earth and the other world intersect. They are believed to be the reason why people with telekinesis abilities appeared in this world. Grossman said it would be good for the cadets to see the crack. It's not dangerous, so there's no need to worry. This crack was formed more than 10 years ago and has not been active until now. Lee Han told Petrov that he has heard that telekineticists experience strange sensations when approaching the crack. Petrov noticed that he starts to feel a little dizzy. It's hard to describe. Lee Han will see for himself today. Petrov overtook everyone and told them to push on. Jose, as usual, said he didn't feel like running. After physical training, Lee Han told his squad that they would be meeting at the helipad at 10 a.m. After breakfast and showers, they have free time, so it's up to them to decide what to do. Jose, laughing, said that it feels like he and his class are going on a field trip. A cadet approached Lee Han and asked if they could have breakfast together. Lee Han recognized him. It was John, the head of Squad 10. The interlocutor said that he was pleased that Lee Han remembered his name. After defeating Silence, Grossman didn't want them to lose to anyone, much less easily. However, a few defeats did come their way. The 10th squad was one of those who were able to defeat them. Lee Han, while talking to him, said that he always took his strategies into consideration, so he wanted to talk to him about it. John replied that he couldn't compare to Lee Han in this. After the meeting at the helipad, the squad loaded aboard and departed in the designated direction. In the helicopter, the instructor said that they were heading to Shinjuku, one of the 6 places that had opened up due to the interdimensional gate during the time of the first invasion. The Dragon Squad sent there split into two squads and headed to different countries. The northern part of Korea was wiped out by the dragons. The government was eliminated and citizens began to cross the demilitarized zone. The southern part took in refugees while defending against the monster invasion. However, the country still hadn't recovered from the social and financial crisis of the time. Lee Han recognized that he and Kijo were born there. The helicopters arrived at their destination point. It was Siniju. The instructor announced that they were approaching the crevasse, and the command was given to open the rear hatch. Through the open rear hatch of the helicopter, the cadets felt something incredible. This was a sensation they had never experienced before. They were under some strange pressure. Lee Han had the feeling that he would be swallowed up by something at any moment. The helicopter was flying over the dragon's open mouth at this moment. The cadets looked down, holding their breath. They couldn't even utter a word. This was the first time this had happened to them. The helicopters continued on. They continued to descend. Lightning could be seen up ahead, and there were rumbles of thunder. Jose said he wanted to go home, wash up, and go to bed. Kuru pronounced that he felt very neat. The third cadet said he was very tired even though he hadn't done anything yet. Lee Han looked out the porthole. There was another helicopter flying very close to them. In the neighboring helicopter, through the porthole, Lee Han saw the squad leader of Squad 10, John, through the porthole. The young men looked at each other and greeted each other. In the next moment, the unbelievable happened. A strange glow appeared inside the neighboring helicopter. A moment later, that helicopter exploded into small fragments. The moment the helicopter glowed from within, Lee Han thought, what was that light? Was the 10 squad no longer there? Lee Han remembered that this morning was the first time he had said hello to Squad 10's commander. The instructor grabbed Lee Han by the shoulder and shouted that there was an emergency. It was necessary for everyone to leave the helicopter. The helicopter that Squad 13 was traveling in caught fire. He was in an emergency descent. It could go into free fall at any moment. It is urgent to get off the board. All the cadets on board put on their parachutes and moved to the open hatch. In a hurry, the cadets began to leave the aircraft and further descend to the ground on parachutes. The instructor shouted that no one should stay on board. Everyone must leave it. Lee Han replied that they were doing so. The instructor instructed that as soon as they landed, Lee Han should gather the entire squad and wait for them to come for them. If the chief instructor didn't show up, Lee Han should take command. Lee Han was dumbfounded by the situation. Lee Han pushed off and jumped. After he left the board, there was an explosion in the helicopter. With the blast wave, Lee Han was thrown aside. Good thing he hadn't opened his parachute yet. Sometime later, approaching the Earth by parachute, Lee Han saw the horrifying picture again. Among the wreckage of the helicopter, Lee Han saw the instructor burning. Unfortunately, he could not leave the helicopter in time. Since there were trees under his feet, Lee Han could not land properly and hung on the tree branches. Our hero decided not to get discouraged and first of all to calm down. After all, this was what they were training for. Some of the cadets could be injured, panicked, or unable to move at all. He must find and rescue all the cadets. It was necessary to gather them together. Lee Han decided to free himself from the parachute and walk towards the smoke and fire. There will be wreckage from the helicopter or a signal from Jose. The guy got a sling cutter and cut the slings holding him to the parachute. After that, he managed to jump to the ground. Lee Han looked around and chose a route, moving in the given direction. Our hero sensed that there was someone hiding in the bushes on the right. He immediately drew his dagger and prepared to defend himself in case the unknown person attacked. Jong Kijo came out of the bushes. How did he end up here? Kijo said he watched the helicopter and waited for the commander to land. He assumed Lee Han would be the last one to jump. In situations like this, the first thing to do was to find the squad leader. Lee Han thought that this cadet had come to a reasonable conclusion under extreme circumstances. He had underestimated him before. Lee Han told the cadet that they should find the others. Following the assigned route, the commander said they should break branches along the way so they wouldn't get lost. The young men approached the burning helicopter, but there were hardly any survivors. Lee Han said that it was the second team. The 8th squad must have been in this helicopter. Looking into the interior of the blazing helicopter, the cadets saw the bodies of the dead. Kijo felt sick at what he saw. He thought he could have been in their shoes. Kijo stepped aside and leaned against a tree. He didn't want Lee Han to see him in this state. Looking at his commander, Kijo wondered, did he really have any nerves left? He didn't even twitch. Does it really not affect him at all? Lee Han replied that these weren't the first corpses he'd seen. In Aark, people die from time to time. Kijo replied that what he saw was too much. Lee Han looked up and saw a huge monster standing not far in front of him, leaning its front paws against the fuselage of the helicopter. Lee Han immediately guessed that the werewolf in front of him was now a werewolf. Lee Han calmly told Kijo to find something useful in the helicopter, and he would try to distract the werewolf. Kijo suggested that they just run away. Lee Han said that if they turn their backs on the monster, they're dead men. The monster is much faster than them. It is necessary to finish it off here and now. The werewolf climbed over the fuselage and leisurely walked towards the cadets. He felt like the king of the situation. The monster threw something resembling a whip over Lee Han's arms and began to wrap them around. Lee Han shouted for Kijo to hurry up. Kijo immediately rushed into the pre-burning helicopter. Lee Han resisted the werewolf. In one hand, he held a dagger. Kijo ran past him. Kijo was very scared. He just wanted to escape, but that was wrong, wasn't it? Lee Han cut whatever the werewolf had thrown at him. This freed his hands. Lee Han shouted to his colleague to get inside the helicopter immediately. The werewolf pounced on our hero. The guy managed to slip away and tried to run aside. The monster made a jump and found himself in front of Lee Han. He put his paw forward with the desire to grab his victim. Kijo stood in front of the blazing helicopter. He was scared to go inside to where the corpses were. He thought that if he fought the werewolf, he would die, but he could escape while the monster was busy with Lee Han. At some point, Chong Kijo grabbed his face and shouted that he was a rascal. Kijo turned around and ran. He shouted that he was not a coward who would abandon his partner. Lee Han was still holding on and fought back as best he could. Kijo made his way aboard, but regretfully noticed that there were no shells on board. Only a metal bar came to hand. Lee Han cut the werewolf's ropes, binding him again. He noticed that this monster was regenerating. The werewolf opened its mouth. Lee Han swung his knife and thought he was finished. The monster grabbed the cadet with its front paws, and it seemed that Lee Han was already doomed. However, Kijo appeared in front of Lee Han and the monster. Lee Han looked at him. The monster also slowed down for a moment. Kijo held a long stick in his hand, with a dagger tied to the end of it. With his other hand, he threw a rock. Kijo apologized for being away for a very long time. The monster turned around and moved at Kijo. The stone flew and hit the monster. This made him angry. Kijo thought that Lee Han would understand his plan and react correctly. He's a smart guy after all. Kijo swung the makeshift spear and threw it forward. The werewolf was approaching Kijo. At that time, the spear flew over him towards Lee Han, who was behind the monster at that moment. The werewolf knocked Kijo off his feet and ended up above him. The wild beast opened its mouth and was ready to tear the cadet apart. The predator's teeth were in close proximity to Kijo's face. He could even smell the stench coming from the werewolf's mouth. The next moment, a spear came out of the monster and stopped right in front of Kijo's face. The monster was pierced through. Lee Han stood on top of the defeated werewolf. From its body, he pulled out an improvised spear. The dead werewolf fell to the ground, crushing Kijo with its body. The boy wondered if the beast was really dead. Lee Han extended a hand to his colleague. Kijo, wiping the beast's blood from his face, said that it looked like it was falling apart. The commander helped his cadet up and, holding him up, took him aside. He said help from the ARC would be here soon. We must hold out. The gathered cadets made a fire. They hoped that Lee Han would notice the smoke from the fire and come to help. Kuro said the commander was nearby. Jose agreed, for their leader always makes the best decision. The cadet noticed that Squad 13 really trusted their leader. Remembering his behavior in the competition, he could see why that was so. Kuro looked back at the rustling coming from the bushes. He turned around and thought it was Lee Han. However, it was the 9th squad. The cadets approached the campfire in a friendly formation. Knut asked, were there 6 of them? Did their helicopter crash too? One of the cadets answered that no. The cadet added that they had been attacked. Their instructor and leader were killed. They dragged their feet and miraculously survived. Jose and Knut wondered if the 9th squad had seen a werewolf. 2 men came out of the bushes. Lee Han and Kijo finally appeared. Kijo continued to limp, and the commander supported him. The cadets said that there were 3 monsters from the Ella tribe. They handled the werewolf as if he were their tame dog. A frightened cadet asked what they would do if they had no weapons or equipment. Would they all die? Another cadet asked. Lee Han decided to stop panicking and told everyone to be quiet. The guy added that he had a plan and asked everyone to trust him. He said for no one to panic. Lee Han said that although help is on the way, it will take them about 5 hours to get there. They need to make a shelter and defend themselves until help arrives. 2 hours passed. All the preparations were finished. The area was protected by special structures on all sides. If they were ordinary people, they wouldn't have succeeded without equipment. But since everyone possessed telekinesis, the impossible became possible. The cadets also lit a torch. It was very bright, because werewolves can see very well in the dark, and their sense of smell is also developed. This torch was for the rescue expedition. Lee Han said, all that remains is to wait. Knut walked up to the commander and asked him a question, saying he wanted to hear the answer while no one else was around. Knut asked what happens if help arrives, but that helicopter also crashes. Is RK even aware of the situation? Lee Han replied that they will think about it if that happens. Right now, their job is to survive. We need to concentrate on strategy. Knut assumed that the commander had already calculated everything. Knut had decided that real battles were very grueling. Those RK competitions were nothing like the real thing. The cadets heard a noise coming from different directions. They immediately grabbed their prepared weapons and took a circular defense. Lee Han shouted that now it was Kuro's turn. Kuro was ready and used his abilities, straining as hard as he could. Thanks to Kuro, a protective sphere appeared above the makeshift base. The cadets hoped that the monsters wouldn't be able to overcome it. Jose was extremely surprised after being amazed by Kuro's strength. When had he only learned this? The enemy appeared right in front of Lee Han and Knut. He looked like a fire monster. Li Han ordered the spears to be prepared for battle. He, along with Knut, shifted to attack. Li Han ordered the cadets to hurl the spears with telekinesis and only think about the throw. The cadets wouldn't be able to throw well if they thought about defense. The first attack was successful, and the attacking monster received its portion of spears. Li Han told Knut that they should do it right now. Li Han and Knut surrounded the beast and began to strike it from different directions. The monster screamed loudly in pain. The beast with spears sticking out of it crawled backwards while continuing to scream loudly. Li Han asked Kuro where the next closest monster was. Kuro announced that it was on the opposite side, and there were two of them. Li Han ordered Jose to set fire to the barricades on the side where those monsters were coming from. Jose immediately used his abilities to set the defenses on fire. The monsters, after receiving a portion of burns, retreated backwards. Li Han said that the monsters had stopped for now and gave the command to destroy whoever climbed over the fence first. One of the werewolves jumped over the flaming fence, hoping to attack the cadets. Li Han commanded that this beast be attacked. Another monster jumped over the fence. The first one, which had received a portion of spears, went up in flames. Li Han ordered the spears to be prepared. However, the monster moved into a deafening defense, hoping to wait until the cadets ran out of spears. Li Han was surprised. Could this monster really think? It shouldn't be able to think. He ordered Kijo to follow him. Li Han jumped high up above the monster and swung his spear, expecting to hit the monster through its open mouth. The werewolf opened its mouth and roared loudly. At that moment, the cadet thrust his spear into it. Kijo thrust the spear into the monster's mouth and received a portion of its blood splatter in return. Kuro shouted for Kijo to be careful, for it was very dangerous. Li Han pulled Kijo back. He managed to do it just in time. The monster was struck dead, and its breathless body slumped to the ground. Improvised spears were sticking out of it from all sides. However, Kijo had received a penetrating wound. He angrily said that his clothes were now torn. In the next moment, Kijo couldn't hold on and fell to the ground. Li Han shouted loudly. Kuro, apologizing, said that it couldn't be avoided, but it was better this way than falling into the werewolf's jaws. Li Han realized that it was an arrow, so Ella's hunters are somewhere. He asked Kuro where the hunters were and added that it was time for a reserve group. The reserve was the ace up the sleeve that Li Han had prepared. It was a secret three-man squad. All of them were armed with daggers. Li Han knew that when they thought it was over, Ella's hunters would show up on their own. The commander said that the cadets should climb onto the boards and use telekinesis to move. They just have to pretend they're air boards. When Kuro finds out where the hunters are hiding, the reserve will be sent there. He won't put up a protective barrier until he sees the opponents. It will be necessary to destroy them before then. Everything went exactly as Li Han had envisioned. Kuro was finally exhausted. The guy said that he couldn't take it anymore. Li Han thought that their strength was running out. If there were still enemies around, they would have to retreat. Besides, they had wounded people. A noise was heard in the forest. Apparently, the monsters were approaching, so they hadn't been left alone yet. Those who could stand on their feet were taken into a circular defense. They were Li Han, Kuro, Jose, and Knut. Li Han knew that the monsters would try to surround them, but their leader must be somewhere. The commander saw one monster that stood out among the others. It was a white monster. It must be the leader. It was a werewolf with consciousness. Our hero began to despair. They were left outnumbered. Monsters from all sides were arriving. What to do? Li Han lifted his head up and looked at the night sky. He saw lights approaching. Li Han realized that they could survive. The guy ordered everyone to take out their spears. This was the crucial moment, and one must not let up. The monsters were climbing over the fence and approaching the cadets. It was necessary to hold on just a little longer. Kuro, bleeding, thought that he should exert himself a little more. A lot depended on him now. Each of the cadets tried to use their telekinesis abilities. This was especially true for Kuro. The glowing dots were getting closer. It was a rescue expedition. The helicopters were landing. Help had arrived after all. Explosions began to sound in the forest. It was destroying monsters. Our heroes ducked to avoid the effects of the blast. An armed warrior in a protective spacesuit came out of a container that had descended to the ground. On his helmet, he had the word "Red" written on it. The cadets realized that Instructor John Red had come to their aid, and it was a correct assumption. John Red thought, did these cadets really survive? Jose looked up at the sun and thought it was a miracle. He was enjoying his peaceful life. Knut, his bandaged hand sitting next to him, said that half the cadets had died that day. However, they had managed to survive. Jose remarked that it was amazing. That shield they had built. The werewolves had tried to destroy them with the whole pack, and they had been cut through like a hot knife through butter. Sergeant Red and his colleagues successfully carried out the operation to destroy the monsters. Jose added that although they were terribly scared at that moment, afterward, everyone celebrated and rejoiced that they had won the battle. Li Han behaved with restraint. Knut looked at his commander carefully. Li Han had been looking gloomy since his return and was constantly thinking about something. Since the cadets had returned, all squad quarrels and competitions had become meaningless. Kato Swoki came up to our hero and said that he couldn't stand him before, but now he was glad to meet him. As Li Han said before, He was not ready to destroy anyone, as well as to watch such events. Kato added that he only now realized who their real enemy really was. Li Han thought that it was silly to even compare their strengths. They should become much stronger. There was a knock on the young man's door. It must have been knocking for a long time, but he didn't pay attention, because the door cracked from the heavy knock and a hole was formed in it. Li Han even flinched in surprise. Through the hole formed, a hand with a gadget with a message above it had entered inside. It said that Li Han was being summoned. He should come as soon as possible. This was an urgent gathering. It was necessary to appear right now. Li Han had covered the hole in the wall, of course. But why did he need to make it in the first place? He left the room and followed the person who came after him. It was Silence. Li Han thought that this man was clearly a fucked-up person. Li Han inquired who had scheduled the meeting. In response, Silence stood up to type a message on his gadget. Silence raised his hand. Li Han read the message about what the sergeant was gathering, and Silence doesn't want Li Han to bother him anymore. Our hero thought he didn't like this guy because he beat him at capturing the flag. The young men entered the ARC headquarters. They were already waiting for them. Li Han walked up and asked if Sergeant Red had summoned him. In addition to the sergeant, Del Simon was also present. Li Han and Del Simon silently looked at each other. They didn't speak to each other at all. Sergeant Red told them to have a seat. They're here for the long haul. At the leadership meeting, it was announced that a quarter of the entire sophomore class had died in the incident. And this was only a training exercise, not even a war. Chief of Staff Alexander Lacour said that they should interrogate the commander and find out the whole truth behind this unprecedented incident that seriously damaged the assets of the ARC. Lacour added that this is the final decision of the Supreme Council, so an enormous responsibility fell on the shoulders of Chief Instructor Grossman. It was necessary to discuss what had happened. Judging by the recordings from the helicopter cameras, the attack was organized by Ella's mages, but it was necessary to hear the opinion of everyone present. The battle was only fought against werewolves and low-ranked monsters like Ella's hunters. The instructor said that the monsters attacked and struck first. And this was the first time since the war that they had shown up to humans so calmly. Ella's magics can open the gate as far as they know. The war could start much sooner than predicted, should they awaken the Oracle. John Red says the only available letter for the new team's name is B. We have to choose, white or whiskey. Simon, Li Han, and Silence sat there without saying a word. Li Han thought that this was a temporary special operations squad. Would they really have such a lineup? Silence showed his gadget that had one word on it, white. The choice was made. Simon said he was in favor. Li Han also joined in. Sergeant John Red said that's great. He will fix the team name, Whiskey. The instructor said they will now go through the whole assignment point by point. The Chief of Staff said it would be helpful to go to the Oracle now, but there may come a moment when his help will be indispensable. Alexander Lacour asked what Sergeant Red thought about it. The sergeant said that the Oracle could be avoided if there was permission for him to create a new team. The Chief of Staff wondered, what team are we talking about? John Red said they would take them prisoner and torture them. It's the easiest method to learn everything about the enemy. Simon, Silence, and Li Han realized that they had to capture Ella's mages in Shiniju. The young men were met by Engineer Octo and greeted the sophomores. Octo was a nickname. His real name was Siegfried Schumacher. He said that the cadets should choose one basic dragon weapon each to begin with. Li Han picked up a spear and thought, this is what a dragon weapon looks like. Li Han saw that this weapon started to glow. Octo noticed that the dragon alloy memorized the fighter's telekinesis energy. Simon held a sword in his hand. He asked if there were more weapons, such as a slightly narrower and longer blade. Octo said that personalized weapons are provided in the third year. They can't be riveted in one day. Octo said they were moving on to the next element and suggested a strange-looking orb. The cadets stared in amazement at the orb hovering above their palm. Octo said it was a lightweight and compact version of the airboard. He had removed all functions except personal control. Li Han was in full uniform with his weapon, and the backpack with the airboard was on his back. The cadets loading into the helicopter were wished good luck. The situation developed in such a way that there was no time to swing. The squad of our heroes arrived at the interdimensional rift in Shiniju. The commander said that to prevent the helicopter from being hit, they would walk to their destination. Sergeant John Red reported that the operation is called Catch the Magician. The mission is to capture Ella's magician alive and return to base. The search will be handled by Silence, Li Han, John Red, and Simon. Li Han thought that this was his first real combat assignment. Inwardly, he thought he was quite prepared. Li Han asked Sergeant Red why send him on the operation. After all, there are third-year students who are much stronger. The sergeant replied that if evaluating overall combat skills, he would agree. However, in terms of strategy, the situation was different. The group under Li Han's command survived without any equipment at all, and moreover, managed to deal with the monster. The sergeant added that this was not Li Han's only strength. Most of the guys who came back from that training had suffered greatly psychologically. Once in a dangerous environment like the battlefield, people would break down at some point. From this point of view, one of the monsters in that clearing was precisely Li Han. The sergeant said that he even thought that Li Han was a real psycho. The only thing that Lee Han lacked right now was combat experience. Lee Han realized why Sergeant Red had chosen him and Simon. The cadets watching the events through the screen thought it was crazy. Lee Han even outranked the third-year cadets. At that moment, Del Simon looked at the screen and clenched his fists with all his might. Del Simon in this operation was determined to show Lee Han and Silence who was the best fighter here. The sergeant called a halt and said that they would take turns on duty. We should split into two teams, Silence and Lee Han, John Red and Del Simon. This small squad set up amongst the ruins of an old building. There was silence all around and it seemed like no one was here but them. Simon and Red were on duty. Silence and Lee Han were resting. Lee Han took off his helmet and thought that now that forest was right in front of them. Lee Han remembered the guys in his squad who didn't come back from that operation. He knew the chances were slim, but those guys could still be out there somewhere. Lee Han noticed that Silence intended to take off his helmet. Lee Han turned his head in his direction. Silence put the helmet back on. Lee Han said that he would turn his head away now, so Silence could take off his helmet. No one will see his face. Silence decided to use the gadget to create a message for Lee Han. Then he waved his hand and that message appeared on his helmet. It said that he wasn't hot. Lee Han replied as he pleased. After a while, an explosion sounded not far behind the forest. All four of them gathered together again and took up a circular defense. The sergeant said that all communications from now on would not work on the usual frequencies. They would be using the local squad network. The warriors spread out and began to scour the area for monsters. Something caught Silence's attention. Hiding behind a tree, he looked out in the direction the sound was coming from. Silence saw two of Ella's minions up ahead. They were armed. Over the intercom, Silence informed his companions that the monsters were approaching. The sergeant signaled to the team to keep quiet and keep their heads down. The sergeant ordered Silence to deal with these monsters. It didn't take long for Silence to react. In the blink of an eye, both monsters lost their heads. A sign appeared on Silence's faucet. The end. The sergeant thought that this warrior has all the messages prepared in advance. He's a real lunatic. Lee Han thought that this person was like a cheater in real life. Silence cautiously crouched down. Another monster appeared nearby. Looking out from behind a tree, Silence saw that there were two of them. Silence took out two balls and prepared to deal with these two as well. Lee Han suggested not to do that. Lee Han offered to follow them. The sergeant inquired how to do that. Lee Han said that these monsters are heading towards the crack. They are behaving calmly. It looks very much like they are doing reconnaissance. The sergeant agreed with Lee Han and even praised him. He told Silence to follow them and they would keep their distance. Simon remained unhappy with the fact that it was Lee Han who took the initiative and not him. Simon wanted to destroy these monsters, but they would still see who was better, him or Lee Han. Silence lived up to his nickname and silently followed the monsters. He turned on the recording mode and everyone in his squad was able to follow what was happening. At the very edge of the crack was Ella's mage. Holding a wand with a crystal on top of it, the mage was performing some manipulations. Monster guards flocked to him from different directions. The sergeant told everyone to pay attention to the crystal on the wand. It was actually a telekinetic crystal. Everyone should have heard of such crystals during training. Lee Han and Del Simon began to look at this crystal very carefully. Could this really be it? The crystal allows you to store a huge amount of energy for telekinesis. Magicians must have used them to shoot down helicopters. The crystal is probably charging right now. Judging by the brightness, it's probably holding more than one charge. In total, the sergeant counted 1 mage and 6 fighters. That's a total of 7 hostiles. Good thing there were no werewolves around. The sergeant has issued a new order. Everyone must regroup with Silence. It is necessary to proceed with the catch the mage operation. Ella's mage can teleport. We need to catch him before he notices the enemies. Silence will go first and grab the object. The rest of the squad must deal with the remaining fighters. They have no margin for error. Looking at the ritual going on, Lee Han thought it was bright as day. He was interested in what was near the altar. Lee Han sharpened his focus and saw that the missing ARC cadets were lying in front of the altar. They were still alive. Lee Han was able to make out Quasim and Domingo. The sergeant was concerned. He could see the telekinesis coming out of Lee Han. What's going on with this guy? If this continues, they'll all be in danger. That's because Ella's mages can find the source of the telekinesis. The sergeant thought they might be powerless here. John Red ordered the Whiskey Squad to retreat immediately. Because of Lee Han, they might be detected. Del Simon and Silence were puzzled. What's going on? The sergeant replied to keep an eye on Lee Han. There was still no way Lee Han could calm down. John Red thought that this energy was obviously not enough for them to be found, but they should make sure that more didn't appear. However, what most didn't want to happen happened. Ella's mage had discovered Lee Han. Now time was ticking down to seconds. Sergeant Red immediately rushed towards Lee Han. Ella's mage attempted to destroy the detected opponent. The sergeant managed to push Lee Han aside. John Red grabbed Lee Han by the collar and dragged him away into the bushes. The mage's attack came to nothing. Lee Han screamed loudly. Sergeant Red said to the cadet, "Did he finally wake up?" Lee Han was horrified to see that the sergeant was injured. His leg was injured. The sergeant said that when he couldn't fight, Lee Han should take command. Now he must run away urgently. Sergeant said they are retreating and asked for cover. Del, Simon, and Silence prepared to cover their comrades' retreat. Li Han picked up the commander by the shoulder and helped him move back to a safe zone. Li Han scolded himself. He realized that he was the reason why the sergeant was injured. How could he not restrain and control himself? Ella's maid shouted loudly, warning of danger. The monster waved his staff and his fighters rushed in pursuit of the men. Silence turned around and swung his sword. He was ready to take the fight. Silence immediately dealt a staggering blow to the approaching monster. However, the man was able to block the man's attack. Simon stood on the edge of the cliff and was ready to fight the monsters approaching him. The warrior took aim and opened a machine gun line. He decided to destroy the enemy using ammunition. Simon reprimanded himself and began to use his telekinesis abilities. He pulled 2 huge layers of earth out of the ground. The next moment, those 2 pieces of earth flew into the approaching enemies. One of the monsters was destroyed. Not to waste any time, Simon immediately rushed at the other monster, deciding to destroy it in hand-to-hand combat. The monster was armed and swung his sword at Simon. Simon thought, "Is this really the end?" However, help came to him. A colleague with 2 swords instantly appeared beside the monster and sliced it in half. Silence appeared just in time and saved his comrade. Simon and Silence looked at each other. The destroyed monster lay between them. Mage Ella continued to shout something loudly. Mage Ella's fighters turned around and headed towards him. Simon wondered why the enemies had lost interest in them. Simon and Silence approached the rest of the squad. Li Han kept thinking that he was the reason the operation had failed. Or Tree sat the exhausted sergeant. He bandaged himself and injected the necessary medication into his body. Part of his leg was missing. Now they would have to abandon the plan and improvise. The enemies would be watching them. Someone suggested retreating. Li Han said he was against it. They would work on a new plan. Silence was furious and wanted to punish Li Han. However, Simon held him back. They should definitely calm down now. Simon tried to calm down Silence. It was understandable why he was angry at Li Han. But right now, he was the one who was their commander. And if Silence was in the way, he wouldn't just stand by and watch. Silence made it clear that he had calmed down and there would be no further conflict. Simon said that everyone realizes that this happened because of him. If he pulls anything else, no one will be nice to him, and he'll get it in the neck before they get back to the ARC. Simon added, now they're all listening to what Li Han came up with. He hated to admit it, but Li Han was the one with the best grasp of strategy and tactics out of all the sophomores. Li Han asked that Silence not interfere and listen to him. Overall, it wasn't as bad as it could have been. Silence showed Li Han a fist. Simon asked, is he really sure about that? Li Han asked, why did they want to attack at once without delay? The guy answered, because of the mage's telekinetic attack and the possibility of escaping by teleport. But now they didn't have to worry about that. Simon noticed that Li Han was right about the fire. It wasn't that long ago that Crystal had used the last charge. But why was he so sure that the mage wouldn't teleport out of here? Li Han replied that for over 10 years these monsters have been hiding and lurking, but they haven't left. Now their lives were in danger, but they were still here. The magician tried to destroy them with the remaining energy from the crystal. He had his subordinates go back to his place instead of going after the humans in pursuit because he needs protection. That means that the ability to teleport simply isn't there. There must be a reason why he can't leave this place. Li Han continued to tell his plan. All 3 of them, including the injured sergeant, listened to him attentively. Silence and Simon looked at each other. They agreed with Li Han's reasoning. What should they do next? Li Han stood in front of the cliff and held the modified airboards in his hands. Li Han said that he would catch Ella's magician. To do so, our hero decided to ambush him from the side of the crevasse. Li Han told Simon and Silence that they will distract the enemies from the front. The mage can sense their telekinesis energy. However, if the energy comes from the side of the crack, merging with its flow, it will be difficult to determine the source. The light from the crack should blind the mage. Simon said that this light would blind Li Han, among others. In addition, everyone could feel the pressure from the crack. Could Li Han operate the egg boards under such conditions? Simon added that a mistake would cost Li Han his life. Li Han replied that he was confident in his control. Li Han said that he decided to catch the mage himself, not because he feels guilty, but because he has the best chance of success. No matter how hard it was for our hero now, he felt confident and hoped for the support of his comrades. Simon thought that Li Han must have seen his squad members in that group. Sometimes he looks like a machine, just as cold. And if he didn't feel anything after everything he saw, it's hard to call him human at all. But even in a situation where things didn't go according to plan because of him, he managed to keep his composure and make a plan for the next attack. That was amazing. It was now clear why the 13th squad trusted Li Han unconditionally. Li Han thought, good thing he got there in time. The guy dropped his helmet with the night vision device mounted on it into the slot. He was holding the airboards in his hands. Li Han thought once more that a mistake would cost him his life. Simon said the timer went off. 15 minutes had already passed. Li Han gave the command for them to start. He threw the boards into the crevice and jumped after them. Li Han was descending down the cleft in free fall. Two boards flew in front of him, on which he placed his feet. Silence was approaching Mega Ella. He was followed on his heels by Simon. Simon was very surprised to see that the magician was surrounded by warriors. Why were there so many of them? All of the magician's guards had come here to protect the master. Silence, without stopping, charged into the battle. He began to hit the enemy warriors very effectively while trying to get closer to the mage. Simon carried out a fire attack. Silence worked effectively on the enemy. With balls, bloody splatters were flying in different directions. At the same time, Simon, using his automatic weapon, kept up with the efficiency of damaging the enemy. Simon thought about making sure that Li Han did his part and didn't screw up this plan. They can't fail their first combat mission. At this time, Li Han was climbing up on the airboards from the crevice. He was counting on the surprise factor. As he climbed up, Li Han experienced that overwhelming feeling again. Something was pressing heavily on him. The guy was sure that this feeling was caused by the dragon's fear. Quite clearly, at some point, Li Han saw a huge dragon face with glowing eyes in front of him. However, it shouldn't be here. Li Han realized that it was an illusion. One had to make a decision and move on. To distract himself from the feeling of fear, Li Han bit his finger until it bled. Li Han continued forward straight into the illusory dragon's mouth. He felt that the mission shouldn't be failed, even more so because of his fear. Effectively attacking the enemies, Simon noted that there were only 2 guards left. Where was Li Han? Ella's mage was facing the attackers. Behind his back was a cleft from which a bright light was emanating. Here were the mage's attackers being protected by the guards. Simon thought that the guards would protect the mage and not attack. Simon took aim. The mage, looking him in the eye, activated the guard's defense with the crystal. Simon fired several shots, but the guards were unharmed. The bullets ricocheted off to the side. Simon realized that thanks to the mage, the guards had a shield. They realized where he was aiming. It was the perfect defense. None of the defenders noticed Li Han's shadow emerge from the crevice, out of the stream of light. Li Han was stealthily approaching Ella's mage. After all, the opponents could only see those in front of them. In his hand, the guy had a syringe with an antidote that he must use against the magician. Li Han stealthily got close to the magician and grabbed him by the neck. A loud scream sounded out. The mage held the rod with the crystal in his hand and wouldn't let go. The guards looked around and saw that their leader was in danger. They turned around and rushed to his aid. At that moment, Simon and Silence attacked them. Li Han stuck the syringe needle into the mage's neck and injected the entire contents. As the amount of liquid in the syringe decreased, Li Han tensely thought that, in the worst-case scenario, the mage would teleport away. However, that didn't happen. The magician's movements indicated that he was weakening. His eyes were still glowing. The expression on his face said that he was beginning to give up. Li Han didn't loosen his grip for a moment, pressing his opponent tighter and tighter against him. At some point, it seemed to our hero that the mage was teleporting. The density of his body began to change critically. Would they really lose him? However, in the next moment, the mage lost consciousness. His body became as before, but collapsed, and the mage hung on Li Han's arms. The guy realized that they had succeeded. Li Han stood silently in the hospital room above the sergeant's bed. Sarge lay with a bandaged limb. John Red had told the cadet not to stand over him like a dog to be led to the bushes. Prosthetic limbs were still on the table. He'll get disability pay. It's time for discharge. And there's no need to apologize again. The sergeant added that sticking to the plan was the right decision Li Han had made. If he had backed off, his leg would have gotten upset and cried. Thanks to Li Han, he had finished the operation report. Now it was left to find out the details from the captured mage. Li Han asked if they could interrogate the alien from another world. The sergeant said the ARC has a telepathy specialist, the only one in the world. John Red took out a cigar to smoke. Li Han thought, what is he doing? This is a hospital room. The door to the ward opened and Silence appeared on the doorstep. The sergeant said that they had finished talking, so Silence could enter. Silence used a gadget to inquire about Sarge's well-being. John Red replied that he used to think about going on a diet, but now there was no need. He had lost a good amount of weight as it was. Silence laughed in response. Li Han noticed this. The sergeant and Silence, looking into each other's eyes, laughed. Li Han couldn't believe it. Sergeant Red could chat quietly with Silence, one of the few. Sergeant Red said the old man and the pseudo-ninja can leave his ward. He's going to mourn his lost leg and have a lot to think about. After the two left the ward, Silence apologized for hitting him. He would have done the same thing if he were in his shoes. Li Han replied that he deserved it. After all, because of him, the entire squad was in danger. Silence said that they made it through because of Li Han. Now it was clear why the sergeant had such high hopes for him. Li Han replied that he didn't think Sergeant Red would say that he liked anyone. Li Han added that Sarge always insults everyone. Silence laughed again in response. The young men parted ways. They wished each other good luck, and each left in the direction of their training building. Silence was typing a message on a gadget to send to Li Han. Li Han sensed it and looked back. Silence, while moving away, showed the message. He told the guy to study well, be obedient, and go to the 3rd year. At that, he traditionally showed the interlocutor the middle finger. At the airport, passengers got off the passenger plane. There were a lot of people. It was a whole diplomatic delegation. One of the guests was James Ryu, the U.S. representative. He noted that it was quite hot here. The airport security service met the guests. A military officer reported to Chief of Staff Alexander Lecor that the highest inspection commission had arrived. Lecor ordered to make sure they got to the main conference room safely. The military saluted the commission representatives and thanked them in unison for coming such a long way. Each of the new arrivals was given a personal wearable gadget from the ARC for prompt communication and information. The military officer said it was necessary to wear these devices so that the commission representatives would not get lost. The devices also have a localized map of the area built into them. James Ryu immediately turned on music on the gadget and said that was enough for him. The military officer told the inspector that he would walk him to his car. Mr. Ryu replied that he would get there himself, as he had the right to do so. The military man replied that he didn't mind, and thought that this Mr. Ryu would be a pain in the ass. The inspector decided that the military man wouldn't tell him anything useful anyway, and would just talk the whole way to entertain him. After scratching the back of his head, James Ryu stopped and said he had one question. He was wondering where Lee Han was right now. Kuro, Jose, and Knut, with baby sweets in their hands and smiles on their faces, welcomed the guest. The guest said he was glad to meet the 13th squad. James Ryu said that these sweets were meant for the cadets. The guest turned out to be Inspector James Ryu. He had Lee Han standing behind him. The inspector stated that these guys looked like his nephews. Lee Han apologized to the inspector and said that they needed to continue training. Mr. Ryu replied that he would not interfere. Lee Han lined up the personnel and said that they would now proceed to the firing range. The inspector thought that their commander was the same Lee Han. Judging from the first year's information, the guy was nothing special. He was the talk of the town after the team battles and the massacre near the fissure. The entire time the training session was going on, the U.S. inspector was waiting outside the training ground. After the events at the crack, there was no competition and the other squads relaxed, but these guys kept practicing. Finally, the inspector noticed that the cadets had left the range. The training was over. Lee Han announced that the squad would now proceed to the weapons complex. Each of the cadets had a firearm. As he looked at the squad, Inspector James Ryu thought that their persistence was enviable. In the melee hall, the inspector continued to observe this squad. Lee Han said that Kuro would be training with him today. The cadets stood against each other with spears in their hands. Lee Han said for Kuro not to stand like a statue and attack. Kuro thought, why did Lee Han choose to pair him up? After all, he usually had other tasks. This wasn't like their usual training. Lee Han felt that that battle at the spatial fissure had taught him something important. In a real battle, telekinesis alone wasn't enough. Kuro must definitely learn all the techniques of combat. Kuro was weak in his first year, but now their bodies were in great shape. It was as if they were made of metal. Lee Han gave the command and said that they were starting. Kuro, obeying his commander's order, went to attack. His brain was already boiling. Why was he doing this? Kuro was definitely trying to use his unique telekinesis abilities in this training battle as well. Lee Han thrust his spear forward to repel his opponent's attack. After waiting for his opponent to approach, Lee Han counterattacked Kuro. Kuro, not realizing what he was doing, began to defend himself intensely. Kuro thought that he was choking very hard. How could he not die? Lee Han wasn't going to stop practicing. Lee Han, without slowing down his pace, continued to attack his opponent. Kuro was forced to continue defending himself. At one point, the opponent's spear stopped right in front of Kuro's face. Lee Han said that even if he could see the future, he couldn't win just by defending himself. The commander said for Kuro to try to attack him after all. Kuro was once again confused. Closing his eyes and shouting, Kuro still put his spear forward and attacked Lee Han. Kuro's spear was knocked out of his opponent's hands and flew high up. Kuro cried out in surprise. Obviously, his attack had failed. Lee Han told Kuro to keep his eyes open when he hit and to hold the spear tighter. Kuro looked guiltily at his opponent and apologized. He made it clear that he would try harder. Lee Han said that Kuro should attack him as hard as he could this time. Even Jose and Knut stopped their training and paid attention to those words. They too were curious about what would follow. Kuro picked up his spear from the floor and stood in indecision, looking at his commander with wide eyes. Lee Han, sternly looking straight into his opponent's eyes, said that he would use his abilities to the maximum and urged Kuro to do the same. Jose remarked that judging by the way they held their weapons, Lee Han would win. Knut remarked that if telekinesis is taken into account, the odds are evened out. Lee Han, smiling, asked if Kuro was afraid to scratch him. Kuro replied that he didn't know why the commander was acting like that, but he was sure he had a reason. With a change in his face, Kuro added that he knows because he knows the commander and he will do as he said. Kuro began to glow under the influence of his telekinesis. He said that he believed Lee Han. After training, the instructor offered Lee Han a cup of hot tea and asked him what brought him here. Wei Cheng said that it was a very delicious oolong tea, the cadet should like it. Lee Han said it was very tasty and thanked him. He thought to himself what kind of drink it was. Wei Cheng thought it was funny. These cadets can already pretend at their age. Lee Han said he came here because he was very worried about Kuro. Lee Han said that because of his fear, he lacks pressure and aggression in battle. He is afraid that it might cost him his life. Wei Cheng, taking another sip of tea, said that people change their psychological distance, depending on what weapons they are working with. Li Han thought, what kind of phrase is psychological distance? It's the inner resistance when it comes to harming another. It can be difficult for a soldier to destroy an enemy with his bare hands, but he can easily do it with a bomb. The instructor said it's hard for Kuro to hit and destroy on command. He needs a stronger reason than just someone's words. Wei Cheng recalled, for example, like back then on the island when Kuro believed in Li Han. Kuro continued to glare under the influence of his telekinesis. He said that he believed Li Han. Li Han realized what psychological distance was. Knut and Jose remarked that Kuro seemed to have lost his mind. He doesn't look like himself. Maybe we should stop them. James Ryu continued to watch this training session. He thought it was amazing. He now understood what A-class power meant. Li Han thought that it was simply amazing. So how should he proceed? Wouldn't it be too much for Kuro? Jose said that Kuro could anticipate Li Han's attack and dodge. Knut noticed that it was impossible to dodge and approach at the same time. While dodging Kuro's attack, Li Han thought that the strength level of his opponent's telekinesis was the same as that with which he threw the spear with just his hands. Knut suggested that Li Han would catch the coffee rather than dodge. Jose added that not everyone could do that. Li Han noticed that Kuro only threw one spear. Is he really afraid to attack normally? Kuro hadn't decided what he wanted to do yet. He stood there pensive. Li Han, smiling, said that Kuro would have to attack him after all, exactly with the spear he was holding. Li Han shouted that he was attacking, and thrusting his spear forward, he moved to attack. Kuro gathered his courage and stretched his arm forward, using his telekinetic abilities to try and block the attacker's attack. As he approached, Li Han said that Kuro's spears were few and far between. It was necessary to use them wisely. There was no time left, and Kuro aimed all the spears at the same time towards his opponent. Li Han was subjected to a massive attack. Li Han threw off his jacket and threw it over the flying spears. After that, he turned around and changed his position. Jose wondered, was Li Han really trying to cover himself with his jacket? Knut shouted for Kuro to make his spear longer. Kuro lunged towards his opponent with the spear he was holding. Li Han managed to dodge. At some point, the opponents were close to each other. Their gazes met, and they looked at each other point blank. Li Han noticed that there was no fear in his opponent's eyes. Jokingly, Li Han gave Kuro a flick. Kuro ducked his head. Li Han thanked Kuro for not clinching, though. Kuro had his hand on his bruised forehead. The cheerleaders cheered. Jose said it was brutal. Knut noted that it was a battle without tears or blood. Li Han said Kuro was too soft. Li Han asked when Kuro threw all the spears at him, why did he only aim at the body? After all, he could have aimed them at different parts of his body, and it would have been harder to dodge. Definitely some would have hit his arms or legs. Kuro said that he couldn't endanger the commander, and added that he didn't expect Li Han to use his jacket as a shield. Inspector Ryu thought the rumors were deceptive. Li Han is actually tougher than the stories about him. He's sure that this guy will be able to tell what the ARC leadership is keeping quiet about. Inspector Ryu came down to the set and asked if Li Han could spare 1 minute. Li Han and Inspector Ryu stepped out into the fresh air. Hearing the question, Li Han clarified if he was referring to the events that happened at the spatial fissure. Li Han said that he had already said everything about it, and it was reflected in the report. James Ryu handed the guy a can of drink and said that he was interested in hearing from him personally about what happened there and how he acted. James Ryu took a seat on the bench and suggested that Li Han do the same. They have time and they're in no hurry to go anywhere. Li Han thought that he should be careful not to say anything unnecessary. The inspector had a superpower to help support the interlocutor. If James Ryu agreed with a person at the right moment or supported his action, the person would relax and start telling things he didn't intend to. Now in this conversation, Inspector Ryu hoped to elicit something from the young man that he had not told before. James Ryu said he was almost there. In the course of the conversation, he asked the boy, "And what happened next?" Li Han was surprised. "What next are we talking about?" The inspector was discouraged. This guy had told the same thing that was written in the report. Was there really nothing further? Li Han added that there were some minor details that could be read about in the report. James Ryu noted that this guy's facial expression didn't even change. Wasn't he crazy? Li Han saluted Spectre and said that it was time for him to proceed to training. The personnel were already waiting for him. As he parted, Li Han thought that he was forbidden to talk about the Whiskey Squad, regardless of the conditions. The inspector's efforts to influence him were unsuccessful. At that moment, a telephone call rang out, which James Ryu was forced to answer. After speaking to the caller, the inspector said to check whether Li Han had been at the ARC from the time the crack was formed until today. Li Han and his squad, as always, ran around the circle in the allotted time. Cadets of other squads ran alongside. Petrov caught up with our hero again. He said that Li Han was full of energy as always. Li Han replied that he could say the same about Dmitri. Petrov said that he should keep himself in shape. He pointed out the inspector standing next to him and said that the man was from Russia. Petrov added that this guy has been following them around for a few days now. He's clearly getting on his nerves. He says he has to fight for the sake of his homeland and all that. Li Han asked, after the war with the dragon and other monsters, who is there to fight against? The Ark will be disbanded when they win, won't they? Petrov seriously told Li Han that after defeating the dragon, the top brass wanted to start a war to gain power over the entire world. Li Han continued to train his personnel. Observing the technique of the cadets skillfully wielding spears, the commander concluded that they were really progressing. It was hard for our hero to accept that even after the victory over the most terrible enemy of mankind, peace would never come. A warrior with a machine gun in his hand against the background of explosions stands over a pile of human bones. Would this really be the reality? The door in the room swung open and Inspector James Ryu reappeared. He said that he had finally found Li Han. Inspector Ryu found out that Li Han hadn't been in the ARC since the Shinju incident. The cadets stopped and looked curiously at the uninvited guest. The inspector thought that Li Han must have been on a secret mission at the time. James Ryu was approaching our hero. Mr. Ryu intended to turn this simple conjecture into an indisputable fact today. The inspector did not appear alone. He was accompanied by stern-looking men in black. James Ryu decided, even if it was necessary, to lightly intimidate the guy. The cadets looked at their gadgets at the same time. They had all received a message. It turned out to be a message from their commanding officer. He relayed the command to not use voice. The next second, Li Han twisted the hands of Inspector Ryu, who approached him. The man was indignant. How do you even understand this? The men in black reacted accordingly. They immediately pulled out firearms from their inner pockets, trying to protect their boss if necessary. Kuro didn't hesitate and used his telekinesis to disassemble these guys' weapons into small pieces. In the next moment, these men screamed in pain. Their fingers were twisted in an unnatural way. Li Han said that from now on, Inspector James Ryu would be under their supervision. The inspector was indignant. The guy has no such authority. Li Han said they had their orders. The inspector must not resist. James Ryu didn't realize what was going on. Suddenly, there was a loud sound from outside and the building shook. All the cadets received an emergency message. There was an unexpected attack. It is necessary to detain and guard the inspectors if they are around. Inspector Ryu thought that this couldn't be. Was there really a traitor among the inspectors? Li Han said that the inspector would be with Jose. Kyo and Knut should bring firearms immediately. Kuro was frightened. Who had attacked? Was it really Ella? Li Han replied that it was probably people who attacked. He continued to hold Inspector Ryu back. Inspector James Ryu and his men sat on the gym floor with their hands tied. The cadets brought out assault rifles and handed them out to everyone. Li Han said that each would take 2 magazines. The total would be 60 rounds each. Li Han asked his colleagues from other squads how many people were in charge of defense. There were different answers from different squads. Some had 2 people, some had 4. James Ryu thought that the leaders of the other squads were calmly accepting Li Han's instructions as if he was in charge. However, there was nothing to be surprised about. His experience and accomplishments spoke for themselves. Li Han thought that the place they were in now would only play to their advantage. He gave the command for all the squads to gather at the 4th battleground. All weapons possible to carry must be taken with them. The 13th squad with the prisoners proceeded to their destination, moving cautiously and looking around. Li Han asked the captured inspector if he knew anything about the attackers. The moment the inspector saw the message, Li Han thought he knew something. Besides, he didn't think the traitor was Mr. James Ryu. The inspector said it was the purists. Mr. Ryu added that's what they call themselves. They are a group of radicals whose members do not consider people like everyone here as human beings. The purists want to exterminate everyone. They are driven by religious beliefs, as well as fear of a new kind of people with inexplicable powers. Knut said that in 3 years, they will be attacked by dragons. Don't the purists want to help with that? The inspector replied that the purists are convinced that the dragons will come specifically because of the ARK. So their logic is simple. No telepaths, no invasion. Knut countered that this is sheer nonsense. People with superpowers appeared only after the gate was opened. A helicopter with terrorists circled above them. One of them shouted that he had found it, a bunch of people who were in the way of Providence. The helicopters began dropping bombs on those below. In response, fire was opened on the helicopters with the terrorists. The fire was aimed, and some of the aircraft were destroyed. The ARC armed representatives moved cautiously across the field, preparing for a possible terrorist landing. That's exactly what happened. Li Han and his team, armed with small arms, assumed that the fighting was about to begin. The 13th squad was cautiously advancing through the deserted neighborhood. Not far from them, an enemy helicopter crashed. Li Han, addressing his cadets, said that there was a high probability that the enemy had survived. There were about 4 people on board. Li Han wanted to go through the 4th battle range because there was a place to take cover. He would like to avoid a direct confrontation. Li Han said in a serious voice for all the guys to get ready. What they are about to do now will be a first time for them. It's not a training session now. This is a serious clash. This is going to be a real destruction of the enemy. The terrorists have been located. The cadets opened fire to kill them. Due to the fact that the criminals were taken by surprise, they did not have time to put up a decent resistance. One of the terrorists was destroyed on the spot, while the other attempted to return fire. The villain shouted to his rival that the Earth belongs to humans, and there is no place for freaks like them here. Inspector James Ryu looked around and assessed the situation. He figured that most of the people around him were of little use right now. Perhaps only one would be useful. Li Han said for Knut to follow him. The inspector, looking after the departing Li Han, thought that these guys are much stronger than the purists, because terrorists don't have that kind of training. But there is one important difference. Purists are much more used to destroying people. Li Han asked his comrade if he was confident. Would he be able to do it? Knut replied that he would pretend to hunt deer. Here, either they destroy or they destroy. Unpleasant memories surfaced in our hero's mind. The capital of an Asian nation, a child running away from a man. Li Han runs away with a bag of apples. An angry man chases after him. There's a railroad crossing up ahead. The barrier is lowered. Li Han runs under the barrier without stopping. The man grabbed the child by the scruff of the neck. The apples from the bag went flying in different directions. Li Han resists. The man pulls him towards him. The confrontation takes place on the railroad tracks. The train is very close. The driver gives the men light and sound signals. Li Han turns around and kicks the man in the face. In front of the child, the man is hit by the train. Li Han, sitting on the ground next to him, screams in fear. A red apple lies beside him. It's pouring rain. Li Han and Knut see a burning helicopter crashing into a house. The young men keep quiet. Li Han pulls out his airboard. Li Han decided to do one trick. He threw his jacket over the airboard and it peeked out from around the corner. A machine gun line sounded. The jacket was being shot at by terrorists. The villain never realized what it was. What was he shooting at? From behind him, an armed Knut appeared above his head. The shredded jacket fell and only the airboard remained in the air. The terrorist realized he had been tricked. At that moment, the Knut opened fire to kill and destroy the enemy. Another terrorist jumped out from around the corner. The villain, who saw Knut crouching over his destroyed opponent, intended to open fire. However, he was shot in the head. From behind cover, Li Han looked out and fired the decisive shot. The whip with a machine gun in his hand said he had to make sure because the terrorist was still alive. The gazes of the cadet and the villain met, Knut thought, only to squirm with fear. Knut once again opened fire to kill his opponent. Li Han, coming up behind him, called out to his comrade. Knut replied that he was fine. Kuro, Jose, Kiyo, and the arrested inspector and his men stood waiting. The inspector looked at Kuro and saw that the guy was shaking with fear. James Ryu didn't think he would be able to attack. However, where was he looking at all the time? The inspector managed to discreetly cut the ropes, binding his hands. It was to his advantage that Kuro was constantly looking away. Kuro said fearfully that they were close. The inspector was at a loss. Who is close? Kuro didn't know if they should open fire. An armed terrorist appeared from around the corner. He spotted the men. Kuro spotted him first and shouted for everyone to get down immediately. Kujo prepared his automatic rifle to repel the attack. Inspector Ryu immediately ducked down. Inspector Ryu snatched the assault rifle from the cadet and fired at the terrorist who appeared. It happened very quickly. No one had time to realize it. The destroyed terrorist fell down and the automatic rifle remained in James Ryu's possession. A bewildered Kuro stood with his bare hands. The assault rifle that had ended up in James Ryu's possession was Kuro's. A shadow appeared from the window opening of a neighboring house. Kuro noticed it first. He managed to create a protective energy shield in front of him and the inspector. The inspector immediately reacted and opened fire, shooting at the terrorist in the window. James Ryu asked Kuro, "Was that the last terrorist?" Kuro confusedly replied that yes. The inspector added that the guy didn't seem to know how to shoot, but he was good with telekinesis. After a moment, Li Han and Knut came running in, wondering what had happened. James Ryu gave Kuro his machine gun and raised his hands. He said that Li Han was a smart guy and had already figured it out himself. Li Han was speechless and said to leave. The terrorists, advancing forward, came to an underground hangar. The gate of the hangar was open and smoke was coming out. The leader said the rats had left their hole. The terrorist commander gave the order, "Leave no one behind, destroy everyone." The villain raised his hand with a machine gun up and shouted that the Ark was deceiving everyone. There would be no dragon attack. The man with the bandage on his face added that all the dragons disappeared 10 years ago. An army of telepaths is not needed to save the world. The terrorist added that telepaths are needed to take over the world. These children will grow up, develop abilities, and enslave everyone. Before entering the hangar, the terrorist announced that they were starting a purge in the name of humanity. Training Battlefield Number 4. The area contained the cadets who had managed to get here. Li Han and his team were moving in the same direction. Our hero had confidence and composure on his face. All of the sophomores were in formation. One of the inspectors with his hands tied was cursing loudly. Do these cadets even realize who the inspectors are? Do they really think they can get away with this? Simon grabbed the inspector's chest and told him that if he didn't shut up, he would be the first one to be killed here. Doesn't he understand why they are doing this? Simon yelled that there was a traitor among the instructors who had set this whole thing up. Simon added that he had to destroy a man because of that rascal. He had never felt so disgusted with himself. The shouting inspector immediately fell silent and didn't utter another word. Li Han, who had come over, told Simon to calm down. They must not only find the traitor, but also protect the ordinary inspectors. Simon and Li Han stood side by side. In front of them were the inspectors with their hands tied. The most shouty of them was on his knees. Jose thought that Del Simon himself was calmly obeying Li Han's orders. This is something unbelievable. The first-year weapons training center. Wei Cheng is negotiating with a captured terrorist. He grabbed him by the throat and lifted him up. The terrorist confessed all his sins and repented. Wei Cheng let him go and the villain fell to the floor. The inspector learned the shocking truth. The freshmen standing nearby were very frightened. The wounded inspector, with his head down, was deciding what action to take. The frightened cadets were subject to panic. Wei Cheng tried to contact Li Han through a gadget. Li Han and the other cadets had already rushed over to help. Wei Cheng said that the terrorists were heading towards the freshmen. The enemy is heading towards the shelter. Judging from the map, Li Han and his team are the only ones around to stop them. Wei Cheng is counting on Li Han's help for now. Li Han thought that now, in addition to the inspectors, they need to ensure the safety of the freshmen. If they were even a minute late, there would be no one to save. Wei Cheng took the first fire on himself. The terrorists, upon seeing the inspector, opened fire to kill. The group of terrorists looked around. The inspector was lying in front of them, covered in blood. There were corridors diverging in different directions. The villain said that he was sick of this maze. Over the radio, the terrorists received information that their colleagues had found the door. They asked how the other squads were doing. There was a report that the search for the cadets was continuing. The enemy was hiding in the rear when they entered the hideout. A group of terrorists at the entrance of the shelter encountered the approaching cadets. It was Li Han's squad. Li Han shouted that they should attack the enemies first. Li Han said that none of them had serious weapons. Would Simon be able to block? Simon said he was about to show something else. His eyes blazed furiously, and he said for everyone to attack on his command. Li Han shouted to his squad that Simon would lead them next. Everyone followed him. The terrorists opened fire on the approaching cadets. Simon was in the lead. Simon created a protective energy field and shouted to his comrades to open fire. The terrorists didn't realize what was happening. Their shots didn't reach the target. However, the opponent was hitting with aim and destroying the villains. Li Han and Knut approached the barely moving terrorist. The lying villain said with his last strength that these cadets were real monsters. The terrorist added that these people should have been wiped off the face of the earth long ago. Knut used his machine gun to silence the terrorist and said that there are no monsters here besides these villains. Li Han told Knut to calm down and take his ammunition. There are more terrorists inside the hideout. Li Han said he gathered everyone into a group because he sees they have similar personalities. Li Han said he still feels guilty that he gave into his emotions and the sergeant got hurt. However, it won't happen again. From now on, everyone must keep their feelings under control. If even one fails, everyone will be in danger. The leader said that they know the area better than the terrorists, and even if they take this position, there shouldn't be any problems. Li Han said that the heads should go to the points indicated on the diagram with their squads. Petrov said his deputy is in charge for now. He wants to do something, but it's very risky. Petrov added that he wants to test a thought. Li Han said that's fine with him. On the doorstep of the psychiatric ward lay shot people in blood. Petrov, with an automatic rifle behind his back, saw a third-year student in front of him with whom he had a conflict. The shot bodies lay on the floor between them. The senior student turned around and asked what Dmitri was doing. Petrov replied that his interlocutor was holding one of their men. Petrov told the guy to wake up. The senior student was indeed holding one of the ARC officers by the collar. He asked in surprise, did Dmitri really think the ARC was on their side? The guy added that he didn't know if Dmitri knew, but as soon as they were transferred to the third year, they were immediately sent into real combat. On one of his missions, he was completely consumed by fear and helplessness. He felt his instincts and intuition screaming that they will never defeat this. Petrov thought it was the dragon's fear. The senior student dismissed the mental health officer and said that the ARC was still ordering them to fight something like this. The guy added that they were just expendable cannon fodder. It's already been used and it's broken, except they didn't throw it away. Does Dmitri know why? The guy said they're gonna recycle him. They want to inject his body with substances to control his brain activity, to subdue him. Does he really think the ARCs are the only ones doing this? Their country, the purists, they're all the same. Everyone wants to either use or destroy them. The senior cadet said that humanity isn't worth defending. The cadets looked into each other's eyes. Petrov was excited and anxious. His opponent was indifferent and calm. Petrov said that he himself was not excited about the ARC, but he had a family back home. Petrov, flashing his eyes, said that first he would kick that dragon's ass, and then those scoundrels who treated them like that. The terrorists, talking, decided that the Alpha team had done well, and warned that the enemies were heading towards the Delta group. However, Alpha's signal was lost. The Delta group, loading their weapons, decided to deal with the enemies. A terrorist was holding a large caliber gun and said that they would put down everyone at once with this thing. Lee Han and his group moved forward. He was surprised that the Ark had such a place all this time. It was strange that the purists knew about it and they didn't. Lee Han concluded that it meant someone was helping the enemy behind their back. Lee Han stopped and squatted down. He saw a stretch in front of him. It was necessary to stay vigilant. Lee Han already regretted bringing Kuro with him. That cadet would come in handy now. One of the hiding terrorists said they had found a group of enemies. The order was to destroy them. The terrorist was surprised. They were just children and unarmed. The colleague angrily replied to spare him his pity. He added that in the future their mothers would try to rule over their descendants. The freshmen pressed themselves against the wall in fear. The villain turned purple with horror. This is madness, he thought. This was just a massacre. The children had tears in their eyes. This terrorist didn't understand how a child could be destroyed. A colleague said that the rightness of their actions will be judged by the next generations. With the words that they must act, the terrorist pulled the bolt of his automatic rifle. A shot rang out, the whip fell. Blood splattered on the walls. Lee Han and comrades pulled Knut around the corner to hide from the machine gun fire. Knut was shot in the leg. Lee Han told Simon to act. Simon and Lee Han were holding automatic rifles. Simon and Lee Han jumped out from around the corner and opened fire on the terrorists hiding behind cover. Lee Han saw that a rocket-propelled grenade launcher was being used against them and shouted loudly. A projectile immediately flew out of the weapon in the direction of the cadets. Simon thought that he wouldn't be able to put up a barrier in time. The events are moving very fast. Lee Han thought that Simon's barrier wouldn't save him from the grenade. Lee Han aggressively raised his hand upward, wanting to grab the flying grenade. The commander thought that he should just visualize grabbing the grenade with his hand. That's exactly what happened. Lee Han used his internal resources to grab the grenade flying at him and turned it around with his hand. Lee Han sent the grenade back to where it came from. It was quite unexpected and fatal for the terrorists. A powerful explosion sounded and the villains were annihilated. To record the result, Lee Han fired another automatic rifle round. Coming closer, our heroes saw that the terrorists had been destroyed. However, something caught their attention. On the arm of one of the villains was a gadget that the Ark Corporation gives out to everyone. Easy could be heard calling Delta. The terrorist reported that the center was clear. Lee Han was shocked at what he had just seen and heard. The villain reported that their squad was moving into the D-Center. Dmitry Petrov, shattering the inner glass partition with his body, fell to the floor. A third-year student was involved and threw a punch at him. The opponent did not rest at this and continued to press Petrov. It was a consequence of the fact that he had lost his mind. The villain struck another blow, from which Petrov could not get away. His mouth was bleeding. The opponent was surprised and asked, "Did Dmitry still not get it, even after all his explanations?" Petrov sat with his head down near the broken wall with a bloody chest. The enemy stood with a long, sharp stick in his hand. The third-year student said that there was an opponent that, no matter how much they wished, they could not defeat. Petrov said with glowing eyes that it would be very strange if he lost to a coward like his opponent. Knut sat alone in the long corridor with his leg bandaged. He had time to think. The young freshman, after landing on a deserted island, was trying to get out of there on a raft he had constructed himself. Jose once asked Lee Han if he knew that kid who was in Class B. Lee Han replied that their squad would need such talent. Knut felt deeply ashamed that he had been injured and had let the squad down. There was no use for him now. Leaving Knut alone, the boys apologized and said they couldn't send anyone to him. He must wait for them here. Knut was left alone with a bandaged leg in a long hallway. The cadets, led by Lee Han, went off to seek out and destroy the terrorists. Knut continued to sit sullenly alone. He continued to be overcome by sad and anxious thoughts. Training battlefield number 4. The cadet squads are still here. The terrorists have surrounded the area and are trying to attack it with rocket-propelled grenades. The cadets are forced to defend themselves. The cadets use their superhuman abilities to send the ammunition flying back at them. One of the terrorists says that their weapons are useless in this case. Why is there still no air support? They're almost out of time. One of the villains said their guys are about to be outgunned. Soon the rest of the ARC will be here too. They would wipe them all out at once if they could attack them from the air. One of the cadets said that Lee Han was right. There was no need to try to shoot all the terrorists. They should wait for reinforcements and hold the position, preventing the enemy from moving on. The terrorists are trying to open the gate, holding them back. One of them said that the enemy is approaching them on a shortcut. Delta Squad seems to be taking a beating. The villain said, even though they are children, their bodies are developed on the level of adults, and their superpowers put them above any human. They sometimes think like adults. The terrorist assumed that these cadets were unaffected by what Delta had done to the center. Lee Han continued to lead his squad with purpose. Using the navigation data from the gadget he had obtained from the terrorist, he was calculating the remaining squads. Lee Han saw the location of the enemies. It was Easy's squad. Lee Han's squad was not far away, around the corner. The commander said that he had a plan that he wanted to introduce everyone to. An airplane fired from the ground flew over the ARC base. From below, large-caliber guns fired at this aircraft from below. There was an explosion in the air. Out of the clouds of smoke and tongues of flame appeared the flying object, which was moving straight towards the target. It was announced that an unmanned bomber was moving in the sky. It was spotted by special detection equipment. The drone was moving towards the number 4 training battlefield. A coworker asked, would Li-Han really go into the vent? Our hero replied that the vent would lead him to his destination. Li-Han said that he would get there before the enemies could open the door and get behind them. Simon said they don't know how well the metal lining of the vent protects against bullets. And even if Li-Han manages to sneak in and distract the enemies, the risks are too great. He could be killed. Li-Han replies to Simon that they don't have time to choose options. They have options. There are no others. A man approached the squad and said he didn't hear everything, but he thought he could help. The cadets looked around. Standing in front of the young men was Knut. He was holding onto his injured leg, but said he was feeling better. Simon said he now understood what the superpower regeneration meant. Knut replied that he would take that as a compliment. In the end, it was Knut who made his way through the ventilation shaft to the rear of the enemy. The main group still remained in a secluded place. Li-Han said that he and Simon would go first. Knut would distract the enemy, and once that happened, everyone would carry out an active attack. One of the terrorists felt some movement inside the ventilation shaft. He said there was something above them and ordered them to open fire. Fire was immediately opened, and Knut, finding himself in danger, began to move forward faster, thus evading enemy bullets. Li-Han shouted, "Attack!" A squad of cadets rushed out from around the corner and opened fire to approach the firing terrorists. Using the surprise factor, the cadets were able to inflict tangible damage on the villains hiding behind the barricade. The surviving terrorists returned fire at the cadets. Simon, using his inner potential, tried to protect his comrades in arms. Simon put his arm forward and created a protective field in the form of many honeycombs. The bullets of the opponents couldn't get inside. However, a projectile fired from a grenade launcher penetrated the protective field. Simon was wounded and flew backwards. However, the injury was not serious. One of the terrorists fired an automatic rifle round into the ventilation shaft and said that this guy was finished. At the same time, they were able to open the door that kept the bad guys from getting through any further. The terrorists, firing back, began to back away to hide behind the door. Li-Han shouted to his comrades in arms to stop the terrorists from hiding behind the door and kept moving forward, blocking the villains' path of retreat. A bloodied Knut stood in front of them and asked, "Where are these rascals going?" The terrorists did not expect such an obstacle in front of them. For a moment, they even lost control of the situation. Wounded and bleeding, Knut looked at the villains and laughed. He asked, "Do they really think it's that easy? Do they have any idea how hard it is to get wounded at the most crucial moment and leave their own behind?" It was like a mountain had fallen from his shoulders now. Knut, twitching the bolt of his automatic rifle, said he was experiencing an amazing feeling. Thanks to his regeneration, he felt boundless power within him. Kuro sensed an unmanned bomber dive-bombing in the sky above him. Kuro grabbed his head. Jose fearfully asked what happened to his friend. Inspector James Ryu looked at the cadets in surprise. The dive drone bomber was approaching Earth. Kuro couldn't see it, but he could feel it all. The bomber dropped its bombs over the camp and, turning around, began to gain altitude. There seemed to be no escape. Kuro looked at the sky with sad eyes and thought how good it was that Li-Han was not with them. The bombs were inexorably approaching the location of the squads with the cadets. At some point, everyone saw that there were bombs in the sky. Had the terrorists decided to bomb them? How could this be possible? The inspectors cried out in horror that something must be done, for they were about to be killed. James Ryu stared coldly and doomedly into the sky. Kuro knew that life in the Ark was hard. However, the guy didn't want to go back to the life he had before getting here. Kuro was grateful to Li-Han for saving him and was glad he wasn't with them now. Kuro stretched his hand towards the sky and thought that Li-Han shouldn't die this way. Kuro held the stone in his hand, pointing to the sky. He thought, if Li-Han was here, he wouldn't give up. Kuro tensed up more than ever. He tried to use all his strength to prevent the inevitable. The surrounding people, embraced by terror, screamed in fear. Kuro glowed and directed the flow of his energy towards the flying projectile. Inspector James Ryu cried out in fright, "What is that?" It wasn't so much the flying projectile that frightened him, but Kuro's actions. A huge energy arm with incredible telekinesis extended over the training camp. All the projectiles fired flew straight into that hand. The projectiles crashed into this energy arm and exploded. The blast wave and tongues of flame rose into the sky. The people under this arm, like an umbrella, were not harmed. James Ryu had never seen someone use telekinesis like that, and on such a scale. One of the inspectors, looking at Kuro, traitorously thought that such freaks were really better off not living on this planet. The villain pulled out a gun from behind his holster and thought, it would be good if he could get rid of at least this one. The villain took aim and fired a shot. Knut opened his eyes. He was bleeding out. Standing over him was Li-Han and the other cadets. Li-Han wondered if Knut could hear him. Did he realize what was going on around him? Knut raised himself up on his hands and told the commander that he was fine. Knut was almost in one piece and almost unharmed. Li-Han said that overall it ended well, but the carnage was brutal and bloody. Knut didn't even have time to realize his strength. Knut wryly remarked that as soon as he said he was fine, Lee Han started lecturing him. Lee Han replied that he would do no more and helped his friend to his feet. The freshman area was now clear. The bodies of the destroyed terrorists were lying around. Reports were coming in over the intercom. Freshman evacuation zone, all clear. Zone A, all clear. Area B, all clear. Gym, all clear. Training battlefield number 4, all clear. Petrov, taking a third-year student on himself, transported him to the concentration zone of other cadets. 3 days passed. Lee Han stood on the roof of the ARC building and looked at the surrounding area. Mr. Ryu approached him. Inspector Ryu was accompanied by a guard as usual. He inquired how the head of the squad, Lee Han, was doing. Lee Han replied that he was fine now, although he couldn't sleep the first 2 nights without medication. The inspector, taking a drag on his cigarette, said that some are still in serious condition. They break objects and smash windows for no reason. It is too hard to suppress the desire and urge to destroy. During the mission, they noticed countless corpses in the freshman area. The freshmen didn't even have the strength to fight, just like they had a few months ago. Lee Han said that those terrorists treated them like monsters and destroyed them for nothing. Now the question is, which one of them is the real monster? They said they were afraid that the cadets would destroy humanity. Did it not occur to anyone that this situation would be the cause? Lee Han said he didn't want to become a monster like those people. Humans shouldn't be in the habit of destroying their own kind. The natural desire should be to preserve life. Silence reigned. Lee Han and James Ryu met each other's eyes. The inspector did not realize whether the child was now in front of him or not. James Ryu said he was horrified when he saw what Kuro was capable of. But Lee Han scares him in a different way. Lee Han thanked the inspector for saving Kuro. The inspector recognized that there was indeed a traitor in their midst who had done great damage on a day when there were the least number of soldiers on duty. Now the top inspectors would not be able to charge the ARC with anything. Inspector James Ryu was sure that Lee Han didn't like adults who only cared about profit and accountability. He thought, what's the point of all this if they suddenly lose to the dragon and everything goes to waste? People don't always act wisely and logically, stepping on the same rake even when they know it will hurt. Where would they point their weapons if not at the dragon? Lee Han was silent in response. James Ryu answered his own question, of course, thinking about how they affect each other. The inspector said he too is trying to secure a future for his country. It's hard, but someday Lee Han will realize that. Lee Han said that's a cheap excuse. If they know it's a mistake, there's no need to repeat it. It's just an excuse for their incompetence and weakness. James Ryu said that Lee Han really scares him. The 2 tragedies that followed the incident near the spatial crack left a scar on Ark's body. Lee Han carefully packed his travel bag. Most of the course died and many left the center. The surviving sophomores received psychological counseling on a regular basis. Lee Han made a decision as well. He was leaving the ARC's sophomore classroom. Lee Han was the only one who transferred to the 3rd year. On the way at the exit of the sophomore housing, our hero met Silence. Their gazes met. Looking into Silence's eyes, Lee Han asked, "Is something wrong?" Silence raised his hand and pointed at Lee Han's height. Our hero was also wondering when did he have time to grow up. He hadn't noticed it himself. Silence turned around and walked away from Lee Han. The boy looked at Silence with surprised eyes. Lee Han called out to his colleague, but Silence didn't react and continued to walk away. 3rd year, A8 Core, Telekinetic Forces. Our hero was met by a healthy guy and said that here they do not divide telekineticists into 1st and 2nd generation and address everyone equally. The guy introduced himself and extended his hand. He said his name was Johnny Schwartz, asked who he was dealing with. Lee Han said he was Lee Han. Schwartz interjected, "Richan?" Lee Han repeated his name. Schwartz replied that he understood Richan, and it was a pleasure to meet him. Johnny Schwartz patted our hero on the shoulder and said the older man was waiting for him. Walking towards them was Silence. Schwartz wished him luck and said they would meet soon. Silence and Lee Han stood on the threshold of a large room. Lee Han noted to himself that this room was twice the size of the last room. Silence said that Lee Han could leave his things here and they would go to breakfast. In the dining room, the cooks were trying their best to prepare delicious food. There was a lot of seafood. Silence reported that there was any kind of food to his taste. Lee Han could choose whatever he liked. The abundance of dishes was indeed pleasing to the eye. Lee Han was slightly shocked at how different it was from the 2nd course. There, everything was under very tight control. Silence favored sweets. He had a lot of cakes on his plate, and that was all for breakfast. Lee Han said that he didn't miss his native cuisine. He hardly ever got to eat properly. He wondered if Silence was overdoing it on the sweets. Silence logically replied that they needed to consume enough sugar since telekinesis requires serious brain activity. His powers worked the same way. Lee Han agreed. Lee Han thought that the rice dish reminded him of the old days. Silence stopped eating and stared intently at the person across from him. Lee Han asked what was the matter. Silence asked, "Does Lee Han really know how to use chopsticks?" "Wands are a mystery to the Western world." Lee Han laughed in response. Silence added that they even catch flies with chopsticks. Silence said that in the movie Dragon Ornament, the hero catches flies with chopsticks. He had watched that movie 10 times. Lee Han asked if Silence's mask was also from the movie. Silence replied that it was the face of the cyborg model C3 from the movie Chainsaw Killer Machine. It was specially ordered for him. Lee Han nodded understandingly in response. On the way out of the dining room, the young men were met by another expert. Turning to Lee Han, he asked if he was the super rookie who had been transferred to them. The guy introduced himself and said his name was Lao Cha. He was happy to meet the newcomer. Lee Han saluted, introduced himself, and gave his name. He was the tallest of the three present. Turning to Lao Cha, our hero called him Corporal. Lao Cha remarked that this guy was attentive. Lao Cha asked, was it because of Lee Han that the sergeant was left without a leg? Lao Cha and Lee Han, as is customary, silently stared intently into each other's eyes. Lee Han replied that he would have felt better if it was him who was left without a leg. The corporal laughed in response. Lao Cha told Lee Han that he was not a cute kitten but a frisky tiger cub. The corporal asked, Lee Han doesn't have any classes right now, does he? And suggested that he go to the training room right now. Lee Han thought this guy was offering him a sparring session. He and Dmitri, Chung's instructor, have something in common. You can see that Cobra is strong. Lee Han didn't want to refuse, and they ended up in the training hall. Curious people gathered around them. The corporal bare his torso and said that he would see what his opponent could do. Lee Han adopted a fighting stance and said that Lao Cha would be responsible for his own injuries. The people around him cheerfully said that there was a fight to be had and wished good luck to the newcomer. Lee Han was ready. Lee Han noted that the people present were all supporting him and not Lao Cha. Surely they must think the rookie will lose. Lee Han missed one punch from his opponent. The corporal told the guy to stay up. Lee Han responded by quickly attacking his opponent. Corporal effectively dodged the rookie's punch. Lee Han repeated the attack and swung with his foot and threw a punch. Corporal blocked that punch with his arm. It was a standard combination. Corporal noted to himself that his opponent was simple but strong. It means that he is training not only technique, but also strength. Lao Cha delivered an effective and powerful fist strike to our hero's forehead. He said that Lee Han's artificially enhanced body had one weakness. The corporal's next blow came with his foot to his opponent's chest. Lee Han cried out in pain and surprise and flew backwards. However, he stayed on his feet. There was no way Lee Han could make an intense attack. The corporal was dodging, like this. Lee Han felt that he should kick his opponent's ass in this fight. Lee Han pounced on Lao Cha and straddled his opponent's body and lifted him up. The corporal said it was a good attempt. Lee Han tried to take his opponent to the floor, but he was unsuccessful. Lao Cha, smiling, said that the rookie had almost lost. The corporal broke free from his opponent's tenacious hands and pushed off and flew over him. Making a throw over himself, Lao Cha threw his opponent far back. Lee Han flew away and hit straight into the gym equipment. The corporal looked at his opponent carefully. If the latter was an ordinary person, he would have already been seriously injured. However, that was not the case with this one. Lao Cha walked over to Lee Han sitting on the floor and asked if he was in one piece. The cadets around were closely watching this fight. The enraged Lee Han jumped up and stared stubbornly at the captain. Lee Han held a metal dumbbell shaft in front of his opponent's throat. The corporal thought, is this really how this fight will end? Lee Han came to his senses, lowered his arms, and apologized to his opponent. Lao Cha said that it was fine. It's good to have that kind of fighting spirit. The corporal said that maybe the guy didn't realize when he fought with his peers, but an artificially enhanced body has one weakness. Lao Cha held out a towel to his opponent to wipe the sweat off his face. Lee Han asked, does the captain really mean to say that the muscle mass has made the body heavier and slower? The corporal nodded affirmatively. It was as if their bodies were now iron so they could fight well, but they also weighed more. Lao Cha said that the guy was smart to channel his strength into grappling. But if he knew that the opponent was stronger, he would have used a different grab, wouldn't he? Lao Cha noted that the young man's problem was his lack of experience. He has a lot to learn. He added that that was all for today. They would see each other at the same place tomorrow, at the same time. The next day came. The corporal was already in place. The other cadets were practicing hand-to-hand combat techniques. At the appointed time, Lee Han arrived as well. The young men greeted each other. The corporal asked Lee Han if he could see those two men behind him. Lee Han replied that he could see a mountain of muscle in his gloves. It was the same Johnny Schwartz. He didn't even take off his sunglasses at practice. Lao Cha said this guy is a first-generation telekinetic, a close combat specialist. His size hints at that. He had participated in 2 battles against dragons and once even defeated a werewolf with his bare hands. The corporal suggested that Lee Han should fight this mountain of muscle and asked, is it scary? Lee Han thought that without a reason, the captain wouldn't tell him to fight this opponent, so he would give it a try. Lee Han approached his opponent and asked if he could challenge Mr. Schwartz to a duel. The mountain of muscle looked down at this kid with astonishment. Johnny Schwartz smiled and asked, this is that rookie Ri Chan, right? The boy replied that his name was Lee Han and asked if the young man had any experience with telekinesis. Our hero realized that the opponent's trump card was physical strength. The opponent stood on the training mat. Lee Han said that he would do without telekinesis this time. Schwartz remarked that he didn't mind. The mountain of muscles smiling said Richan could begin. His opponent adjusted his gloves and reminded him that his name was Lee Han. Johnny Schwartz shouted that he didn't care what his opponent's name was and rushed into attack. Lee Han adopted a boxing stance and prepared to meet the oncoming opponent. After a short time, Lee Han was lying on his back with his arms spread out to the sides. Johnny Schwartz put his hand on his chest and checked his heartbeat. He told Lao Cha that it was too early for this guy to compete with him. Lee Han got to his feet and said he wanted to try again. Johnny Schwartz was surprised. Lao Cha said for Schwartz to give this guy a personal hell to make him realize everything. Schwartz only smirked in response. Mr. Mountain Muscle scratched the back of his head and said he would try it. Lee Han adopted a fighting stance again. After the fight was over, the captain asked the young man, "Were you really upset about losing?" Lee Han replied that no, he would have lost anyway. Lao Cha agreed. After all, the lad had no experience in fistfighting. The corporal handed the young man a can of soft drink. Lao Cha noticed that Lee Han's use of weapons was excellent. Yes, and there's no point in fistfighting. He doesn't think that a hand-to-hand combat technique can be used against a dragon. Lee Han remembered asking Petrov if he was going to defeat the dragon with sambo techniques. He would also try to strangle the beast if nothing else. Lee Han opened a can of soda and smiled. Lao Cha watched his new acquaintance with interest. Lee Han asked the captain, after all, he himself had said that if fistfight was unnecessary, then why was there a need for this circus? Why did the corporal tell him to fight Johnny Schwartz? Lao Cha invited his interlocutor to guess for himself. What would the guy do if he asked him to fight Johnny again? Lee Han replied that he would go at that opponent with a gun. The corporal replied that this is the right answer. After all, they are not MMA fighters. Lee Han must defeat his opponent. And to do that, he must use the method he knows best. Lee Han said he understood and thought that this corporal had taught him a lot. His fellow soldiers treated Lee Han like a little brother. Several days passed. As he continued to talk to his colleagues, Lee Han asked, "Is this movie based on real events?" He was told that Lao Cha had indeed slaughtered 20 ogres with a machete alone. He is a national hero of his country, so they made a movie about him. The corporal asked Lee Han, "Does he look even cooler now?" Lee Han said yes and asked if they even cast a good-looking actor for his role in the movie. The corporal said that the day was coming to an end, but it was too early to go back to the dormitory. He suggested that everyone go to the bar and have a drink together. Lee Han replied that he was not on this business and would not join us. On the way back to his place, our hero met Silence. Lee Han asked his colleague, had he returned from the mission? 3 days had passed. Silence inquired, what was Lee Han busy doing? Why did he come back so late? Lee Han replied that he went to the movies to see Lao Cha's Jungle Hunter. In this movie, a young hero fought enemies with a machete in his hand. The case took place in the jungle. The opponents were bloodthirsty ogres. These monsters in large numbers tried to destroy the protagonist. Lee Han said that he watched this movie and learned the story of Lao Cha, saw him in action. Silence listened attentively to his interlocutor. Silence informed that he could show the guy the movie too. However, the viewing of the movie could only take place remotely. Silence turned around and left. The young people wished each other good night and farewell. At first, Silence seemed very dangerously strong to Lee Han. However, now our hero sees that Silence is a teenager like him. At another training session with the corporal, Lee Han was already standing with a spear in his hand. The corporal inquired if the kid wanted a rematch, but only this time the rematch would be with a weapon. Lao Cha said it's only been 3 days. Did Lee Han really think he was ready to defeat Johnny? Johnny was ready to fight with a sword in his hand. Lee Han looked at his opponent and thought that he looked like a huge grizzly bear and seemed much more dangerous with a weapon. Johnny Schwartz shouted that he was going on the offense and called his opponent Richan. His opponent reminded him that his name was Lee Han. For the past 3 days, Lee Han had been studying Johnny Schwartz's technique. He had studied his habits and fighting style. Now Lee Han could predict his every move and therefore prepare effectively for this fight. It looked like Lee Han was able to look into the future. He was forcing his opponent to make mistakes and using this to preemptively launch attacking strikes. Johnny wondered if he was really the freshman who had recently entered the 3rd year. Johnny Schwartz looked into his opponent's eyes and saw no fear or doubt in them. This guy was determined and confident. During the next attack, Lee Han swung his spear and, taking advantage of his partner's mistake, tried to give him a powerful blow to the chest. Johnny Schwartz was much more cautious during this fight. Mr. Muscle Mountain blocked his opponent's punch by grabbing his weapon with his bare hand. With his other hand, he put his sword to his opponent's throat. Lee Han admitted that he had lost. Johnny Schwartz was smiling with broken glasses. He realized that his opponent had made a mistake. If Lee Han hadn't hesitated at the last moment, victory would have been on his side. Johnny said that his opponent was strong this time. He is satisfied with Richan's fight. Our hero once again reminded that his name is Lee Chan and thought that Johnny couldn't fix that. Schwartz replied, "What difference does it make?" and offered to go to lunch together, where he would introduce the guy to his friends. Lao Cha patted Lee Chang on the shoulder and said he was good. Johnny Schwartz said for the young man to hurry up. The corporal said that it's not always just about winning. He hopes that Lee Han understands him. In this case, Lee Han kept his dignity and got a chance to make a good friend. Li Han was surprised. Does his interlocutor mean to say that you don't have to win to prove your strength? To be honest, he had learned a lot from Johnny. Silence and Li Han stood in front of Octo. The engineer told them to hurry up and said hello. The bald man introduced himself. His name was Siegfried Schumacher, chief engineer of the third group. Li Han also said hello and remembered that the man's nickname was Octo. Schumacher said it was because he worked as fast as if he had 8 arms. Silence decided that Mr. Schumacher was the one who thought that. Li Han realized where that nickname came from. Octo reported that Li Han had no outstanding strength, physical development at a weak 4. He was the first to reach the telearmor with such abilities. Octo showed the cadets his creation. Li Han was very impressed by what he saw. Octo told the boy to take a closer look. It was a veteran who had fought in the last war. Li Han wondered, is it really telearmor? On its appearance, only the skeleton seemed to be left. Octo said that it was an Oldman 3. He had remodeled the previous generation sample for training. Li Han will train every day. Li Han put on this outfit. Octo quickly entered the data into the computer system. Li Han said that it was impossible to put on such armor on his own. Octo agreed and added that that was why engineers and machines were needed. He warned the guy not to move while the frame was being fitted so he wouldn't get hurt. Li Han inquired what would happen if he wanted to go to the bathroom. Octo wondered how anyone could think of such a thing when lives are at stake. He can't manufacture telearmor without throwing away some conveniences. The guy figured that in that case, the hero would have wet pants. That sounds nice. Octo warned that when the assembly was complete, they would open the cylinder, and Li Han would make contact with the dragon component. The sensation will be like having a dragon weapon in his hands. He will feel his body absorbing the component. Today, they would find out how long Li Han could last in body armor. The helicopter was on its way to its destination, the Telekinesis Research Lab, Southern Province region in the eastern state. Johnny Schwartz said that this region was paralyzed by Ella's attack. The Chinese authorities have formally requested assistance. A staff member asked what is the size of the enemy. Johnny replied that there was only one. That's what the authorities told them. One monster, but it's extremely dangerous. 2 special teams were dispatched and all died. The cadet asked, don't they need reinforcements? The situation is much worse than he thought. There was a good chance that the monster would use the teleshield. An ordinary soldier wouldn't be able to handle it if the enemy did it in a narrow space. Schwartz said with a smile that they weren't ordinary soldiers. They could pierce the teleshield. Schwartz asked if Richan agreed with him. Li Han replied that he agreed. Schwartz wondered, why didn't the guy respond with his usual Li Han, sir? Li Han said that Johnny wasn't even trying to make amends. Everyone present except Li Han laughed. It was a successful joke. It had been a month since Li Han was transferred to the 3rd year. This was his first mission. Was it really Ella again? Bad memories flashed through our hero's mind. This time, the exceptionally aggressive monster had massacred everyone who was sent to destroy it. The helicopter landed successfully. It was the same laboratory. From the looks of it, it was just an ordinary desert. Many countries are actively conducting research on telekinesis, but most of them hide it. If such research centers are found, they could be attacked by purists. There are enough terrorists all over the world. Li Han remained silent for a long time. Johnny Schwartz thought he'd hit a nerve with the guy. They don't usually destroy anyone. What happened in the ARK was terrible, but there was nothing they could do about it. There was no other choice. Schwartz told Li Han not to get used to destroying people. Li Han asked if Johnny was going to call him Ri-chan again. The interlocutor only laughed out loud. The guy was cringing at him after all. The newly arrived vehicles approached from different directions, SUVs on one side and military vehicles on the other. From the military vehicles came out people in uniform. From the SUVs, people in white coats accompanied by guards. The ARC team that arrived by helicopter looked around in surprise. The men in white coats approached the young men and greeted the ARC. The main one thanked them for coming a long way and extended his hand to greet them. Li Han thought that these were the researchers of the Telekinesis Center. The ones behind them were soldiers. The men in military uniforms gave a friendly greeting and saluted the new arrivals. The ARC representatives responded by greeting their hosts as well. Schwartz said that he and Zai would talk to the hosts. The rest of them would stay here. Li Han stood to the side and silently studied the situation. This scene was like a scene from some action movie. A man in a white robe put his hand on our hero's shoulder and asked, "So he's an ARC soldier?" Li Han reacted lightning fast, grabbed that man's hand, and asked him not to touch him. The man holding his hand stepped aside. He snapped back and called Li Han a loon. His arm was still sore. The ARC representative stood in front of the elevator that would take them to the lab. This elevator would only take them to the first floor. All other passageways are closed to them. All 4 of them with their weapons entered the elevator, and it began to descend. There were a total of 3 floors. It was necessary to check the building plan and travel routes. The fighters had 2 objectives. The first was to get the research data, and the second was to find survivors. Schwartz said they shouldn't push it. If they don't encounter an enemy, they continue to work quietly. After the mission is accomplished, no one is stopping them from going back and blowing up whatever is here. Li Han asked if anything is known about the data to get. Schwartz replied that the researchers hadn't said anything much. So the soldiers were not very happy. They said their partners had died for nothing. Johnny Schwartz warned Lee Han that even if the three of them died today, Lee Han doesn't dare think about revenge. He immediately returns. His second-generation genes are an extremely valuable resource. He cannot perish. Lee Han replied that if he is weak enough to die on a nonsense mission, can he do it right away? Johnny Schwartz announced that Victory Squad was starting their mission. The fighters once again defined their missions. Each one of them knew what was his responsibility. The first floor was clear. The group walked to the stairs leading downstairs. The commander said they were going down to the second floor. Lee Han thought that something was wrong here. He had missed something very important. The group stood in front of the door. The commander took the handle to open it. An odor caught the team's attention. They noticed that it smelled like blood. Lee Han realized what he had missed. There was terror in the guy's eyes. Lee Han ran his guesses through his head once more. Everything was coming together. Lee Han told his colleagues that from the first floor to the second floor, there were signs of struggle everywhere. He had a hunch that the lab had been attacked from the inside. Johnny Schwartz said he understood his colleague's point. There were many things that troubled him on the way here. Why, for example, is there no direct elevator to the third floor? They just need to maintain control on it. Schwartz had said they were going back. There's no point in continuing the mission. The researchers gave them the wrong information. We'll have to give them a hint that they'll have to answer for it. Suddenly, the lights went out. The squad lowered their night vision devices over their eyes. It seemed as if they were being bugged. Lee Han recalled the moment when the lab employee put a hand on his shoulder. Could it really be that they were being bugged? After that, the man was unfriendly. Why was he even approaching Lee Han in the first place? Lee Han tried to check what was on his shoulder, the place where the man in the white coat had put his hand. Schwartz inquired what was wrong. Lee Han removed the tag from his shoulder. Where did it come from? The guy told his coworkers it was bugs. These people put bugs on them. Schwartz replied that's what he knew. Now he's got it all figured out. So the only thing left for them to do is to keep working. Johnny Schwartz looked at his gadget on his wrist. He noted that the connection had dropped out. If they could get out, they would need to find the emergency power room and get the power back on themselves. Schwartz reminded them that they should proceed according to a previously developed plan and navigate as the situation evolved. Johnny Schwartz opened the door and the squad went inside. It was the second floor. A terrible picture appeared before them. The fighters saw the destroyed employees of the laboratory. Blood was everywhere. Some bodies were hanging, chained to the wall. In the eyes of our hero again appeared horror. His immature, childish psyche was not accustomed to such sights. Schwartz said it was despicable. They purposely left it for everyone to see. Real bastards. Johnny turned to the youngest member of the team and asked how Lee Han was feeling. Lee Han wasn't feeling well. Lee Han was motionless. His face was petrified. The boy did not react to the commander's appeal. A few sips of water brought the young man to his senses. Lee Han felt a little better. He tried not to look at what was going on in front of him. Lee Han apologized for his momentary weakness and said he had regained consciousness and was back in formation. Schwartz told the guy to hang in there. It was their first time seeing such horror, too. It's amazing that Lee Han didn't faint. He's the same age as his younger brother. Lee Han said that he has several younger brothers, too. Schwartz remarked that he had 2 brothers. His entire family died when they were ambushed by Ella's minions. Johnny added that he had thrown himself at one of them then with tears in his eyes. He knew there was no point to it. He just wanted to die. However, at that moment, he managed to chop his enemy in half. Apparently, a man can't just die like that, even if he wants it very badly. After that, Johnny became a soldier and rushed into every battle as if it was the last battle of his life. Even though he provoked death, he stayed alive, and his reputation as an excellent fighter only grew. Looking forward, Schwartz couldn't believe that such a thing could happen to Corporal Harold. Lee Han didn't even want to think about how he would behave if he lost his brothers. The group checked the rest of the second floor rooms. They too turned out to be clean. Johnny Schwartz said that there was no sign of surveillance or monster. They are headed to the third floor. They noticed that there was an unbearable stench. This floor has the only electronically locked entrance in the entire center. If the building is de-energized, the lock is disabled. Schwartz said we'd have to wait a while. The next moment, Mr. Mountain Muscle tensed up and grew in size. It was as if he was made of steroids. Lee Han realized the bonus of the physical enhancement. Johnny Schwartz was able to push the locked doors apart with his hands. Up ahead, in the darkened room, everyone saw a man with a bandage on his head. He was barefoot and holding something in his hands. The man had a firearm in his hands. Johnny Schwartz thought it was a soldier. Could it really be a survivor? The man's eyes lit up and he laughed. He pointed his automatic rifle at the fighters who appeared in front of him. Schwartz realized that they needed to hide immediately and shouted for everyone to take cover. At the same moment, a machine gun burst. The stranger started firing his automatic rifle. Johnny Schwartz, who had no time to hide, was hit. He was right in the line of fire. The villain stopped shooting and threw away the empty magazine from the machine gun. Opposite him stood Schwartz, riddled with a barrage of fire. The next moment, the fighter rushed toward the enemy while he seemed to be on fire. Schwartz ran up and swung his fist. The villain continued to laugh. He still had the check from the grenade in his hand. Johnny Schwartz was in close proximity to the enemy. The warrior saw in front of him the grenade that the criminal dropped from his hands. There was a powerful explosion. Johnny Schwartz took this explosion on himself. When the smoke cleared, the warrior became invulnerable. However, the enemy was missing. Schwartz said it was Ella. But how can monsters use human objects? It's never happened before. Besides, he lured one out of the group just to brutally destroy it. He fought like a human. Schwartz said he originally wanted to go to the room where the generator is, but they need to figure out what happened here. Ella met someone who is safe from a firearms attack, which means she won't attack again either. But where did that freak go, Ella's henchman, if it wasn't her? The strange man with the headband hid and thought, what was wrong with that big soldier? Why didn't the shots and the grenade hurt him? The man said he had to become stronger than he was now. He shouted that he wanted to gut those men, every last one of them torn to pieces. The villain stood by the bodies he had destroyed. It looked as if he was drawing energy from them. The monster laughed and looked up. A bright glow appeared on its forehead. Irreversible processes were taking place inside this monster. The emergency power was triggered and the room was illuminated. Lee Han put away the night vision device. Johnny Schwartz gladly put on his sunglasses and said that they were moving on. The squad cautiously moved on. As expected, one spot was not marked on the map. Schwartz said it didn't matter. Information was survival. They had always been lied to before. They tried to hide the truth after the squad dealt with Ella. The warrior said there was another one captured by Ella. Schwartz replied that they were probably going to make a soldier out of him. So that's what they weren't doing behind the backs of the Ark and the entire top brass. Next, the squad noticed that the road was diverging. A decision had to be made. Schwartz said the squad would not split up. Nearby, in the hallway on the floor, lay more dead. Must be the research team that died during the escape. The squad had infiltrated the lab. Schwartz said he knew it. All the lab staff had been wiped out. The capsule was smashed. After imprisoning the controlled Ella, they tried to research and modernize it, but only made it uncontrollably powerful. Members of the RK are responsible to others and must report to higher authority on all experiments involving telekinesis. But that's just a formality. Other countries sin similarly. It's just that no one has ever caught them by the hand. Lee Han thought that once again, things were turning into a battle of men. Schwartz expressed his confidence that the guys upstairs weren't planning to let them go so easily. He said that all the data in the computer is encrypted. He will copy everything they need, and after that, they will leave. Lee Han suddenly yelled out that he had been detected for 6 hours. The warriors turned around and saw a monster with a machete in his hand approaching them. The command fire sounded, and the squad started firing their assault rifles at the approaching monster. The tele-shield was activated. The monster appeared on the other side of the armor. Lee Han thought that if he wanted to disarm the villain, he would have to use the spear. Johnny Schwartz told Ri-chan to take a step to the side. Now it was his turn to engage in combat. It seemed the villain wasn't going to avoid this time. Schwartz grabbed his sword and said that he was about to cut this villain in half. He furiously moved to attack. In the next instant, the monster was split in two along its body. It didn't even have time to blink an eye. Everyone noticed that the monster had disappeared. It was as if it had dissolved. Lee Han stood there with a surprised expression on his face. One of the warriors felt something appear behind him. It was a monster. It was completely intact. Lee Han turned around and saw the monster behind Harold's back. Harold shouted for Lee Han to attack. The monster stood with a dagger in his hand. Harold yelled for Lee Han not to hesitate. Lee Han knew that it would be the right decision if he wounded a companion in the shoulder and stabbed the monster while piercing through it. However, our hero couldn't hit his own. The colleague was not confused and opened fire to kill. Having shot Harold through and through, he hit the monster. The wounded Harold fell to the floor. The wounded monster was holding onto his shoulder while keeping the machete in his hand. Schwartz said for Ri-chan to gather himself. Lee Han put his spear forward and approached the monster. Lee Han and the monster looked into each other's eyes. The fighter saw a glowing crystal in the monster's forehead. The monster sensed danger again and left the area. Schwartz turned around and asked Zai how Harold was feeling. Zai closed Harold's eyes. Lee Han and Johnny Schwartz were silent. They had lost a fighter, but the monster had managed to slip away. Lee Han told his colleagues that they must catch up with the monster and finish it off on the spot. They have no other option. Schwartz asked reproachfully, "Is Ri-chan really trying to get revenge?" Lee Han replied that now is the best time to pursue. The monster is badly injured and has wasted most of his telepathic power. Johnny Schwartz looked at Lee Han with a firm gaze and said that he agreed, and added that they were starting the hunt. The 3 fighters of the ARC unit were now the monster hunters. They decided to scour the entire area. Schwartz asked if Lee Han took anything out of this situation. Lee Han replied that the monster couldn't disappear several times in a row or use both shield and teleportation at the same time. That was why he had taken cover with Corporal Harold. It was risky, but it worked. However, fortunately, they were able to wound the monster. This might be their only chance. The moment had come when the squad members had to split up. There were 3 directions of travel, and everyone went their own way, but Johnny went his way. He said that one of them would meet the monster. But no one must die, that was his order. Lee Han had to move again through the corridor, along which the corpses were arranged. It was as if someone had nailed them to the wall. Carefully moving along this room, Li Han noted that everything was fine for now. Li Han passed the corpses and proceeded further. One of the corpse's eyes lit up. It raised its head. There was something sinister about it. Li Han felt some movement behind him. It was the monster that was just now skillfully hiding. Our hero thought that, judging from his experience in the gorge, this exhibition did not carry the intention of intimidating and torturing the enemy. It charges the crystal to gain the power of telekinesis, mental strength. The creature remembers all the hatred it felt when the humans tortured and wounded it. The creature needs the pleasure of seeing its enemy defeated. This is how it increases its energy reserve. Li Han was absolutely certain that the monster was here. Therefore, he was extremely concentrated. Our hero ducked down at the exact moment the monster's machete whistled over his head. He put his automatic rifle above him and fired a series of shots backward, in the direction where he thought the monster should be. In the fall, Li Han turned around. The monster was indeed behind his back in close proximity. The guy continued firing his assault rifle, shooting the monster practically at point-blank range. However, the injured villain continued to stand on its feet. It only growled viciously. Li Han pulled out a spear from behind his back. Our hero knew that the monster could not be allowed to escape. Li Han thrust the spear into the monster's chest with all his might. The villain's blood rushed out in all directions. He roared in pain. The beast began to disappear again. Li Han continued to hold the spear in the enemy's chest, but it didn't help much. Li Han saw the ghostly shadow of the monster moving away. He threw his dragon spear after the enemy with all his might. The boy hit the target. The monster was dead on the floor. Harold's body was placed in a sack. The brothers in arms stood over him in silence. Li Han said that it shouldn't be like this. Schwartz added that they wouldn't have died if the top brass had handled the situation more intelligently. But the leadership doesn't care if there are a few more dead soldiers. The Grey Cardinals dispose of the lives of hundreds of people with a mere word or movement of the hand. And they wouldn't be capable of doing what the soldiers do after experiencing the responsibility for each of their lives. Schwartz added that eventually the feelings would dull and the soldier would get used to it. Li Han realized that this was the real reality. This was human nature. Even something like this can become routine. Johnny Schwartz said that Li Han's heart could become so numb that he wouldn't even feel it in his chest. However, a warrior must always keep in mind that all lives are precious. Li Han sadly said that he hadn't forgotten anyone who died beside him, and he didn't plan to forget in the future. The elevator doors leading from the open area to the lab were closed as always. Li Han and Zai did not get off the dead man. Johnny Schwartz followed in front of them and carried a sheet of metal that should protect everyone from bullets. The squad made their way outside. Schwartz firmly anchored the metal sheet into the ground in front of him. In front of our heroes stood the laboratory staff surrounded by armed men. By the number of people, the forces were clearly not equal. Schwartz, pondering, asked, what would they do? Breakthrough or what? In his mind, he had various options for how things would unfold. Zai said he would try to talk to the people on the other side. The fighter doubted they would order the destruction of unarmed men with so many witnesses. The armed soldiers recognized the guy. Someone said it was Zai Jun. Zai turned to his fellow soldiers and said that the research center had deceived the military. They created a monster through sadistic experiments. And to cover it up, they destroyed all the soldiers in the center. A lab employee got scared and shouted that it wasn't true, and ordered that this saboteur be destroyed immediately. For that person to immediately shut up, they would listen to Zai Jun. Zai continued, for the soldiers are not slaves. They came and took up arms voluntarily. But don't they feel that the weapon is aimed at the wrong person? One of the soldiers thought that the order seemed pointless from the beginning. Why would they open fire on the ARC soldiers if they had just come out of the lab? Zai shouted that soldiers were an invaluable source of the nation's military might, and as such, they could question and challenge unreasonable orders. Li Han silently and intently stared at the soldiers standing in front of him. The soldiers were indecisive. None of them wanted to open fire on their colleagues. The soldiers were penetrated by Zai's speech and deployed their weapons against the lab staff. It was a natural outcome. There was nothing to be surprised about. Zai Jun was a national hero who had made the greatest personal contribution on the front lines of the First War. Most soldiers went into the service seeing him as an example for themselves. An outraged lab employee tried to pounce on the soldier and shouted, "What are they doing?" The scientist yelled that this was treason. The commander should order his men to shoot the traitors. The lab representative shouted that if the RK personnel were not eliminated now, not only the soldier commander but his entire family would suffer. These were words that were said in vain. Schwartz, Li Han, and Zai looked on in amazement at what was happening in the ranks of the opponents. The military commander fired a shot. However, this shot was at a lab employee. All the military men pointed their weapons at the lab representatives. The helicopter was ready to take off. The ARC unit saluted the military, and the military responded in kind. Zai, bidding farewell to the unit commander, asked if everything was all right. The commander replied that they should be prepared to be punished for disobeying orders. And now, it was only a matter of time before the entire top brass found out about what was going on in the research center. So if they want to prevent the conflict from escalating throughout Northeast Asia, these lab rats will have to answer for everything. Zai thanked them for hearing him and acting accordingly. The commander replied that it was all thanks to his brave subordinates. The military man said that even if he is punished, he probably just won't be able to get the next position. The real heroes here are Zai, for he gave up everything to join the ARC. The ARC squad, having accomplished their mission, were heading back to the unit. Johnny Schwartz said in surprise that this was the first time he saw this guy sleeping. He pointed his finger at Li Han. Zai replied that it wasn't surprising. After all, they had been through a lot today. Li Han, with his head down on his chest, was sitting up, sleeping. The expression on his face was like that of a child. The military conducted Harold's last journey with honors. The honor guard fired a shot in the air. Colleagues came to bid farewell to the soldier. All stood silently with their heads bowed. Our hero Li Han also came to salute his battle buddy. Thanks to Harold, they were able to complete the mission. Returning to the unit, Li Han told Zai that when he entered the negotiations, he was very frightened. If the corporal wasn't such an important person to those soldiers, they would have all been shot before anyone spoke. All ordinary soldiers in the ARC, including Harold and Lao Cha, are considered heroes in their home country. Zai said he's not so special, really. His accomplishments have been embellished to impress and gain more recruits. People approached Johnny Schwartz and told Zai not to be modest. He has more than earned the title of hero since he joined the ARC. Johnny Schwartz, dressed in his dress uniform, told Richan to follow him. And right now, he's being summoned urgently. Li Han and Johnny Schwartz arrived at the top management office. Schwartz, leaving our hero, told him to wait here. They would be coming to see him soon. In this room, the monitor screen showed Jose and Knut, cadets from his squad, fighting. Li Han thought that apparently the second year, cadets were having another competition. I wonder who their opponents are. Jose and Knut worked very harmoniously as a team. Jose was yelling for Knut to charge straight ahead. Jose has always worked wonders with fire. Li Han watched the activities of his former underlings with satisfaction. He could be proud of them. Li Han, watching the fight, thought that Simon had become incredibly strong. He should have avoided a close fight, Jose. If he had faced Simon face to face, the consequences would have been different. However, Li Han didn't see Kuro. What happened to that cadet? Chief of Staff Alexander Lacour appeared in the room. He said that he had summoned Li Han about his former cadet Kuro. The officer introduced himself to the young man and said he was the Chief of Staff of the ARC. Li Han thought that there is only a commander-in-chief above this man in rank. Surely he must be one of those who really have authority in the ARC. Lacour offered a seat and asked if the guy liked red tea. Over a cup of tea, the officer said he was trying to figure out if Kuro should be considered incapacitated. Lacour added, given everything that's happened, Li Han seems to be the only one who can figure it out. Because of the purist's ambush, Kuro had awakened his S-rank abilities, and that was unimaginable. But then something happened that was an agony for him. It was an assassination attempt on him by one of the traitors. Inspector Ryu and Jose then noticed that the attack on their camp was continuing. Kuro was already unlike himself at that point. He clearly didn't expect such abilities from himself. Kuro shouted furiously and was trembling with tension. The energy was just pouring out of him. Kuro tried to influence the drone that kept circling the base. The drone came under Kuro's control and was forced to change its trajectory. The drone began to descend and flew low over the forest. The bomber flew directly at the terrorists near the camp with the cadets. Eventually, the drone crashed into the ground and exploded. This was due to Kuro's actions and his telekinesis abilities. Kuro is convinced that he committed an act of violence with his powers and refuses to train. Lacour has Li Han convince Kuro to continue practicing. They can't just let a telekinetic with this level of skill go. Li Han came to the appropriate room. The cadet said that the guy could pass through. Li Han found himself in a room with a large glass in the wall. Behind that glass in the next room was Kuro. He was being watched closely. Li Han opened the door and entered the room where Kuro was. The guy sat obediently at the table. Kuro immediately said hello and said that he and Li Han hadn't seen each other for a long time. Kuro inquired if his friend was doing well. Kuro's hands were tied. Li Han sat down at the table across from him and said that it wasn't Kuro's fault. It was just the way the circumstances were. Kuro wondered why Li Han was talking, as if he'd seen it all himself. Could it be that he really subconsciously wished for their demise? Li Han replied that even if that was true, Kuro was protecting his friends. No one blamed him for that. Kuro remarked that everyone says that. Kuro added that he doesn't think he can continue. He thinks it's the end of this kind of activity for him. Li Han thought that Kuro is a very kind person. So kind that Li Han can't understand him. Sympathy for the enemy in his life is a luxury. Unlike the other children who had their own motives, Kuro tolerated and followed Li Han. If this continued, he might lose another close friend. Li Han didn't want to face this pain face to face again. Li Han told Kuro to drop everything and give up. He is clearly not the one who should be on the battlefield. Li Han added that it would be perfectly fine for Kuro to surrender. Li Han reiterated that it's okay for Kuro to surrender. Kuro looked silently at his feet while doing so. Li Han added that if a friend was in danger and surrounded by enemies, he would destroy everyone to protect Kuro. Li Han once again told Kuro to give up. He would find a use for his abilities in another endeavor. The officers behind the glass heard Li Han suggesting that his friend surrender. That was not part of their plans. They decided that Lee Han had to be taken out of there. Lee Han realized that he didn't have much time. They might come for him now. He said Kuro had to make a decision. Lee Han sensed something wrong and immediately rushed to the door, grabbed the handle and locked it. The military men outside couldn't open the door. The officer shouted for Lee Han to open the door immediately. The pounding of a fist on the glass sounded. The military officers shouted for Lee Han to open the door immediately. Lee Han, losing his temper, shouted for those to immediately shut up. After all, he was negotiating. The military men shouted that they would open the door by force and ordered a battering ram to be brought in. Lee Han pushed the table to the door and said that at first he had tried to persuade Kuro to do as he was told. But now, even if Kuro survived this war, that burden would stay with him forever. Kuro looked at his friend and realized that Lee Han was taking a huge risk for his sake right now. Kuro added that Lee Han would be punished for what he was saying now and for his actions. Lee Han said that he is a soldier who can be sent to the battlefield at any moment. So the maximum he will face is a reprimand. Kuro said his friend is smart, so he can calculate all the consequences. The military men outside brought a battering ram and broke the glass. They wanted to get in by any means necessary to get Lee Han and Kuro apart. The officers burst into the room and ran up to Lee Han. One of them grabbed the boy by the shoulders. Kuro saw his friend being pulled to the ground and his hands twisted behind his back. Kuro was outraged. Kuro's eyes filled with anger. He told the two men not to dare to hurt Lee Han. The officers raised their heads and looked at Kuro. Terror appeared in their eyes. Kuro got to his feet and shook with anger. His entire body was glowing. The officers' bodies immediately vaporized, only their clothes remained. Lee Han, rubbing his wrists, walked out of the room. The young man looked up. Alexander Lecour, the chief of staff, was walking towards Lee Han. The officer wondered, was everything really planned? Even he believed it at first. Lecour remarked that Lee Han should have told everything at once. The officers, seeing Kuro's anger, were indeed very afraid of it. Each of the military men grabbed their throats. They felt that something strange was happening to their necks. However, the military men were restrained by fear. It was probably an illusion of fear. Even in his current state, Kuro was more than willing to destroy all the people in this room. Kuro said that Lee Han had convinced him, and he would continue training by going to the 3rd year. Kuro added that even someone as confident and strong as Lee Han could be weak sometimes. Kuro added that he now has the strength to help Lee Han. Before, Lee Han used to protect him. Now it will be different. Kuro added that now he will be by his friend's side as an equal. The chief of staff looked back and watched Lee Han walk away. Our hero was not happy that he had to resort to such methods of influence. Lecour told the approaching John Red that this guy does have a natural charisma, just like the sergeant said. John Red said that's what scares him. Lee Han continued to intensively develop his hand-to-hand combat skills. He regularly sparred with the corporal. Also regularly, our hero met on the wrestling mat with Johnny Schwartz. Once after an evening training session, the young men split up after the gym. Lao Cha and Schwartz said goodbye and wished good luck. Lee Han told the Silence that he shouldn't have told those guys that he wanted to learn how to fight like them. Come to think of it, those two have fun every time he gets humiliated. Did Silence see the look on their faces? Silence wondered why the guy was studying martial arts. After all, he won't even need them. Lee Han replied that one must be prepared for everything. That way, he would be able to prevail in any situation. Schwartz once said that this guy should chill out. He was referring to Lee Han's zeal. Silence has seen the corporal make a spectacle of himself every training session by loading up Lee Han. Right now, our hero was walking to his room, barely dragging his feet. The training was not an easy one. Silence asked if Lee Han needed help moving around. Lee Han replied that he would try to get there himself. Sergeant John Red opened the door with his foot and stepped inside. Smiling, the instructor said the commander entered the building. Lee Han, Silent, Johnny Schwartz, and Lao Cha looked back and looked at the sergeant. They definitely didn't expect to see him. What caught everyone's eye was the prosthetic leg on Sergeant Red's leg. Schwartz laughed and said that his friend had new boots. The sergeant smiled and said hello. Lee Han wondered, is Sergeant Red still performing his duties? John Red replied that he would be a temporary coach with the freshmen. He needs to recruit more guys for the sophomore class, and he needs time to recover. John Red said he heard that Lee Han did well in his mission as a 3rd-year coach, and the guy is even matured. His shoulders are right at head level. Lee Han disagreed and said that couldn't be true. The sergeant, as always, took out a cigar and lit it. Lee Han, as a responsible cadet, asked, "Does the sergeant not care about smoking areas as usual?" Sergeant Red responded by asking where in the ARC is smoking even allowed. The instructor added that he brings it up at every meeting, but he's always ignored. Lee Han thought there was nothing strange about that. John Red asked if Lee Han remembered the Ella magician he'd caught. Lee Han replied that he would never forget it. Kid asked if they had managed to get anything out of that monster. The sergeant said they got the information right out of his head. In 3 years, it won't be a war. It will be an attack by the main squad. The Vanguard, on the other hand, has almost finished all the preparations. The prophecy that Earth would be attacked again in 10 years was true. But if there was a Vanguard, the war would start much faster than they thought. There was a knock on Lee Han's door. The boy opened it and asked what was the matter. Johnny Schwartz stood on the doorstep. The big guy handed the young man a flash drive and said it was a gift. Lee Han was surprised as usual. Johnny explained that it was a recording of yesterday's sophomore competition, Squad 13. He remembered that Lee Han was their leader. Schwartz asked why Lee Han was sitting in the room on his day off. Doesn't he enjoy hanging out with the old guys? Lee Han said that it's usually old people who pour dirt on someone. He didn't know a woman could be called such an extensive amount of swear words. Schwartz laughed again and said that there were only men present. Johnny turned around and said he went to rest. Lee Han can enjoy the video, but he had enough of thinking about useless things in his room for days on end. Left alone, Lee Han immediately inserted the flash drive into the player and turned on the screen. Lee Han commented on what was happening out loud. His guys were once again fighting with the third squad, most likely because they didn't have many sophomores after the attack. Kyo had become the deputy head. Did Knut and Jose give in to him so easily? Lee Han thought that maybe that guy's temper might not be that nice, but he was quite smart. Thanks to Kijo, the 13th squad was victorious. Kijo cut Simon off from everyone and harassed him until the sun went down. Lee Han lay in bed, but he couldn't sleep. He thought about his squad and was sure that someone would soon be transferred to the next course. I wonder who, Simon, Dimitri, or Knut? Kujo decided he would deal with Del Simon himself. Knut and Jose. There had always been a rivalry between them, but a healthy, athletic one. Didn't he say last time, if they put him up against Simon, I'd rather shoot him right away? Or something like that. Kijo saw that Knut and Jose were constantly competing. However, he couldn't understand the nature of this phenomenon, but it was still annoying. One day, while going over the strategy of the upcoming battle, Kyo and Jose had a disagreement. Because that time, Jose was planning a direct attack. Kyo pointed out that if the three of them attacked the opponent head-on, they would be eaten in a flash. Jose angrily told them not to talk to him like that again. Kijo didn't plan on going head-to-head with Simon. Simon was bad at teamwork, and he might be getting better. But if challenged one-on-one, his self-esteem wouldn't let him back down. Jose recalled that Kijo didn't want to go one-on-one with him. Kijo said he would just pretend. He'll distract him, and in the meantime, Knut and Jose will deal with the others. The third squad against the 13th squad. Capture the flag. The command to start the championship was sounded. Kijo shouted bravely for Simon to attack. He, the great Chan Kijo, was ready to face him. Kijo was, in his opinion, at a safe distance from Simon. Simon didn't think so. Simon turned around and ran away. He showed that he didn't want any confrontation. Kijo wondered, had he been too cautious? Kijo thought that he didn't mean to do that at all. But apparently he would have to be bad Kijo. Kijo began to provoke his opponent. He said that Simon was a fake. How could he even be called a genius? Lee Han is much better at fighting and Kuro is cooler at telekinesis. Kijo added that Lee Han is taller than Simon. Even he's taller than Simon. Kijo was clearly in trouble. Simon didn't react in any way or pretended not to. Kijo was at a loss. Suddenly, Simon turned around and lunged at Kijo. Kijo no longer thought he was at a safe distance and turned around and started running away screaming. Their battle turned out to be the most protracted in RK history. 7 years ago, John Red was patrolling the city. Red approached a man standing with his back to him. The man whose back Red was currently behind said he warned Red not to follow him. John Red put a cigar in his mouth and said that the man knew it was his mission. There were orders to take him to the ARC. The man turned to John and said he understood, but he is deeply indifferent to this circle of telepaths. Besides, when you consider that in the RK, children are taught destruction. As a child, he was turned into this organization at the whim of his father, who was an ardent fanatic. It was all called a peace mission, and that place was one of thousands of cults founded during the war. He was raised as one of the best members of the organization and trained in inhumane methods every day. He started with small animals, then moved on to dogs, pigs, cows, monkeys. Eventually, he got to humans. His first extermination was very quick. The man said he couldn't let other children go through what he had to go through. If Red understood that, he could get out. Red put out his cigar with his foot and said that if they lose the coming war, humanity will die. They can argue about human rights when they survive. John Red said that he would not give this guy an order to wipe someone out. He should at least accept the role of instructor. The guy wondering if John Red was listening to him at all. There's no way he wants any part of this. Red wondered how he should be then. After all, he has to bring him in, and he's stalling. John Red asked if he should just knock him out and drag him back to the base. The interlocutor said that Red could easily shorten his lifespan right now. John Red tried to carry out the plan and threw his arm forward to drive his opponent in the jaw. The guy dodged that punch. In response, his opponent threw the same punch. Red ducked in the same way. The man said that he could take Red down right now. He hoped the man was satisfied. Red still drove his opponent's fist into his nose, from which blood flowed. Red noticed that his opponent really should have finished him off. A huge passenger airplane flew over the fighters fighting in a deserted alley of the city. The fight continued. Now Red received a powerful blow to the chest and, unable to stay on his feet, fell to his knees. His opponent said it was time to stop. Red couldn't beat him. If he wanted to end things, he could grab the knife that lay on the ground. The opponents stood against each other and stared intently into each other's eyes. Red said that he seems to have hurt his opponent. Does the man take pride in his martial arts skills? The man said he would finish the sergeant off with his bare hands. The sergeant replied that he wouldn't die that easily. John Red thought his opponent's hand looked much more dangerous than a knife. In the course of another exchange of blows, John Red's hand ignited, as it had done before, and he grabbed his opponent's head. Johnny Schwartz approached the opponents lying on the ground and asked what it all meant. Who destroyed who? Or did they both die? John Red got to his feet and said that guy got knocked out. He used pyrokinesis and choked him. Schwartz wondered if we were talking about the pyrokinesis the sergeant used to light cigars. John Red showed the crystal and said he got it from Schumacher. The stone increases the strength of his abilities, allowing him to better control his pyrokinesis. John Red asked in consternation. He couldn't have burned his face, could he? Schwartz said that Red was fighting weird somehow. Johnny Schwartz rolled up his sleeves and said it's time to get this guy. The subject is ready for transport. Johnny Schwartz added after thinking about it, that mission accomplished, and asked what that guy's name was, Ri Chan. John Red replied that it was Wei Chung. Li Han silently watched Johnny Schwartz greedily drinking soda from a can. Schwartz offered the same can to Li Han. The guy replied that he had his own. Schwartz said the situation is a little strange. The person he's talking to has the body of an adult, but he's still a kid inside. Schwartz said not to let Li Han die on a mission. In 2 years, when he's older, they'll have a beer together. Li Han said he wasn't interested in talking about beer and alcohol. Schwartz cringed at such words. Johnny Schwartz said that in 2 years at most, Li Han would be a better fighter than him. By then, even the ARC won't be able to control these guys. At this time, the third-year cadets ran past the interlocutors. If the full-fledged soldiers who were former ARC disciples turned on him, it would not be a small matter. Johnny Schwartz remembered how he had dealt with another monster. He added that if the cadets went against the ARC, then humanity would end. Ri Chan must not turn into a monster. Li Han, in an experimental spacesuit, was trying to toss and catch a ball. Octo was standing by the computer and fixing something. Li Han thought cost efficiency was a magic term for engineers. Octo thought that this guy Li Han was extremely efficient. As far as they know, he has the lowest telekinetic abilities in the history of the organization. The same goes for his minimum power. However, that's a good thing because there is no extra cost involved, allowing for increased control. The guy, overcoming difficulties, tried to fulfill the tasks assigned to him. If someone is able to divide his power into 10 parts, Li Han divides it into 20. Octo thought that Li Han was a true treasure. If he continued like this, he would achieve incredible results. The training session was completed. Octo told the exhausted guy that the activity period was 25 minutes. That was better than last time. Li Han remarked that he still had a long way to go before he could actually fight. Octo replied that they just started, so there's no need to rush. Li Han couldn't get up. He said he didn't have any more strength. He couldn't even lift his head. Octo apologized and said that he would take off the armor now. After the exoskeleton was placed on the stand, Octo asked, "Now how is the young man doing?" Li Han replied that it was as if his muscles were all twisted into a knot. The engineer said that was understandable. After all, he uses all his muscles in telekinesis until he faints. Octo said the second-generation telearmor will be much more comfortable. It will be Telebane 2.0. Octo added that they will only be able to create 80 sets because they don't have enough dragon component. Li Han asked, "Is it already known who will get the armor? If there are 50 people in the third year now, does that mean there are plans to recruit 30 more?" Octo waved his hands and said that he was just an employee of the technology department. He wasn't really interested in the training and practice processes. On the way out of the lab, Li Han met Sergeant John Red. The impression was that the sergeant was expecting a guy here. The sergeant asked if Li Han was returning from the third-year building and added that he had just seen Silence. Li Han assumed that Silence had just finished his assignment. Red said that Li Han would probably be happy to see him. Li Han said that Silence is his only 1-year-old. He even gets bored when Silence isn't around. Sarge, pulling out his favorite cigar, said that the young men seem to have become friends. It takes him a while to type anything, but he's used to it. All the guys at the ARC treat him well. John Red, looking at Li Han, thought that this guy has always been very caring despite his age. Contrived caring is always easy to recognize, and Silence isn't a fool and can detect falseness, so he should talk less to most guys. The sergeant asked if Li Han really wanted him to treat him like a sick person. Li Han replied that he didn't want that. Li Han asked his older comrade why Silence wore a mask all the time. John Red wondered, doesn't Li Han know? The guy replied that if he knew, he wouldn't ask. This mask has nothing to do with his central nervous system, right? The sergeant clarified that the mask was just for beauty. A few days passed. Johnny Schwartz extended his hand and greeted the newcomer. He introduced himself and said he was a first-generation telekinesic soldier. Schwartz informed the newcomer that he would give him a tour of the local sites and added that the guy should follow him. The newcomer turned out to be Del Simon. The guy was feeling a little tense in his new surroundings. Johnny Schwartz asked if he was the genius everyone was talking about. The big guy added that he had big plans for this rookie. Simon thought that everyone had big plans for him. Ever since he was a kid, the young man had been considered a genius. Amazing Simon. Even as a child, Del was able to lift and hold various objects with telekinesis. Everyone said that he possessed telekinesis at a very high level. This young man had a great future ahead of him. He would be the best even when he entered the ARC. The day came when Del Simon found himself in the ARC. The boy looked up to his peers. Del Simon found himself in an unfamiliar environment with no friends or acquaintances. Del figured there were a lot of people around, and they all possessed telekinesis. In any case, he expected to be number one. Del saw Kuro crying and thought that this guy obviously didn't belong here. Kuro annoyed Simon all the time. Del treated him with disdain, and Kuro pissed him off all the time. Is this slob really a telekinetic? Kuro got his ass handed to him by Del Simon. He beat him up on a regular basis. And yet there was something he couldn't accept. Kuro's telekinesis skills were definitely better than his. Kuro had become an S-ranker at some point. S-rankers are different from everyone else. Their level couldn't be reached by training. Simon angrily thought, what did he even do? All he did was cry all the time. Simon, on the other hand, had been practicing as hard as he could all this time. Even when all the cadets were asleep, Del Simon practiced at night. He wanted to beat Kuro. It was critical for Del Simon to retain his rank. The guy still wished to be number one. Lee Han and Silence sat across the table from each other in the office for a meeting. Lee Han asked what the topic of the unscheduled meeting was. What was the matter? Silence informed that if they had been summoned, it might be another special mission. Corporal Zai entered the office. He said hello to everyone and said that it had been a long time since they had seen each other. Lee Han stood up and asked the corporal, would he really be the deputy squad leader? The corporal replied that they don't have many first-generation TSI fighters, so they don't have many leaders either. Lee Han knows about the spatial rift in Tirana, right? Tirana is the capital of Albania, the place where the second spatial crack opened during the First War. At that time, people were unable to stop the enemy army, so the entire Balkan Peninsula, including Albania, became a wasteland. Lee Han assumed that the enemy was trying to open the crack again, like in Siniju. Corporal Zai said it was much more serious. All the combined forces defending the crack have been destroyed. A second wave of attack will be announced soon. All the ARC forces should be ready to join the fight. Lee Han wondered, is the enemy really that strong? Some of Ella's mages can open warp tunnels. Therefore, the enemy forces can move in large groups. Their numbers are constantly growing. They might even be able to open an interdimensional portal this time. Listening to the corporal's story, Lee Han clenched his fists until his joints ached. His hand was even sweating. Things were getting worse and worse. This time, the dragons might truly invade this world with their entirety. He had to do something about it, and he had to think about it carefully. The door opened and new visitors entered the room. The corporal and the cadets looked at them. One of them apologized and said that they were a little late. Standing on the threshold were Johnny Schwartz and Del Simon. Schwartz introduced his companion and said that this was the last member of the squad. Schwartz looked into Lee Han's eyes and said that there was no need to introduce them since they had already participated in the same operations. Lee Han and Del Simon looked at each other silently with serious expressions. It was something like a greeting. Simon remembered the conflicts from freshman year. This guy always stood in his way as if he was better. Del Simon was still standing there now, clenching his fists. They would have been thrown out of here by now if it weren't for him. Del figured he'd be better than Lee Han no matter what. Johnny Schwartz said that if everyone was all in, would go over the highlights briefly. The purpose of the upcoming mission was to stop the opening of the spatial rift. 7 members of the first generation of PSI fighters will be assisting them. Each fighter will be wearing tele armor. Schwartz added that they can only offer 3 air support units. That's all they have. The warrior added that if they fail, and the dragons infiltrate this world, they will have to fight them face to face. Lee Han clenched his fist tightly and thought that he was prepared for that after all. They were trained for such purposes. Without further ado, Lee Han asked when they were leaving. Schwartz, fixing his glasses on the bridge of his nose, replied succinctly that they were leaving right away. There was no reason to delay. The outpost in Tirana. It's 20 kilometers from the interdimensional rift. The military base is equipped with everything we need. The representative of the general staff showed a satellite image of the fissure and said that several tele-shields had been spotted in the area. The dragon summoning ceremony is probably taking place in one of them, so the areas are closed. However, they can't guess which one. It would seem that one could simply bombard the area, but such shields cannot be penetrated even by nuclear warheads. The military officer added that their landscape was urban and the monsters could dig underground tunnels, so an airstrike would not help them. The members of the special operation gathered together. Lee Han offered to go over the details of the operation. The large caliber vehicles, tanks, were manned with crew and ammunition and were moving to the front lines. The monsters rampaged through the center of the city. They were heavily armed and acted recklessly. While the combined forces were fighting the enemy army, the P and F squads were each searching for a shield and destroying Ella's mages. There were 7 fighters in the air wearing telebrons. 3 of them should be asked to back up, but only as a last resort. Lee Han added that they should hold out as long as they could despite the potential casualties. The monsters want to seize resources and deal with their main weapon, that is, the tele armor. The military, using large-caliber machine guns, opened fire to defeat the enemy. The number of monsters destroyed was in the dozens. The monsters didn't pose too much of a threat, considering the modern weapons of humans. What you should be afraid of is their collective sleepwalking. They focus completely on the enemy and attack, sacrificing themselves. The growls of their fellow creatures only help them enter the sleepwalking phase. 40 such monsters will gladly throw themselves under the tracks of a tank just to destroy it. If not for their persistence, they would be extinct as a species. The ARC Special Forces, led by Lee Han, moved out to accomplish the task. Lee Han, using the detection sensors in his spacesuit, said that the enemy was right on course. Indeed, 4 monsters appeared in front of our heroes. They were Grants. One of them, the largest one, was Ogre. Ogre showed maximum activity and stepped forward. Opening its mouth, it roared loudly. Lee Han told Corporal Zai and Silence to deal with the grenades. Lee Han, on the other hand, suggested to Simon to destroy the Ogre. They dispersed to their stations and began the task. Ogre was particularly impulsive. Lee Han fired a machine gun round at the enemy. The monster rose up on its hind legs and screamed loudly. Lee Han summoned the monster towards him. He shouted for Ogre to come out to fight him to measure his strength. Lee Han jumped up high and said he was behind the monster's head. He asked Simon to clear the way for him. Simon replied that he understood everything. Under the effect of telekinesis, huge rocks began to rise into the air. Lee Han jumped from rock to rock and climbed higher and higher. Simon shouted for Lee Han to move forward. Simon continued to hold the atmosphere. Lee Han moved toward the monster with his spear in front. Lee Han jumped on the ogre's front paw and started climbing higher up its body to reach its head. Almost reaching his target, Lee Han pulled out a grenade and pulled the pin. The seconds were counting down. Lee Han jumped back to a safe distance and threw the grenade right into the open mouth of the bloodthirsty monster. There was a powerful explosion. The blast wave threw our hero far away. Tumbling, Lee Han was uncontrollably moving away from the ogre's body. Simon watched as the monster's head flew apart. He also saw Lee Han fly off to the side. Silence and Corporal Zai worked on their part of the mission. There was no trace left of the grenades. All 4 of them came together again. Zai, looking at Lee Han, thought, is this really the man he had seen before? Even then, it was already clear that he stood out among the others. The corporal thought that even though he had spent most of his life on the battlefield, he felt like he was being led by a trustworthy commander. The squad, under Lee Han's command, continued to move through the ruins of the empty city. The young men turned down an alleyway. In front of them lay the bodies of civilians. There was blood everywhere. Lee Han bent down and touched the traces of blood with his fingers. With a quick examination, our hero determined by eye that these people had died recently. The colleagues immediately adopted a circular defense. One of the cadets discovered a werewolf hair. Lee Han was sure there were Ella's hunters here. We must be vigilant. The commander told Simon and Silence to keep their melee weapons handy. Our hero thought that if there were werewolves here, it would be more convenient to destroy them by hand than to shoot them. Lee Han crouched down and threw a stone forward. The stone bounced off the surface and flew farther and farther away. Lee Han took out a grenade and pulled the pin. The rest of the squad had their weapons at the ready. Lee Han threw the prepared grenade forward because the monster was coming towards the squad. Lee Han calculated it correctly. Before the grenade could even land, all the squad members scattered in different directions to avoid the effects of the blast wave. After the explosion, the deed was done. Several monsters that were here were destroyed. However, from the top of the ruined building, another monster began to fire arrows at the squad. Lee Han saw it in time and sounded the alarm. Lee Han turned around and shouted loudly for everyone to take cover. There was no time to think about it. The villain had time to fire several charges. The warriors did not have time to hide. The released charges managed to hit the corporal. Simon tried to use his telekinesis abilities to stop the enemy, but he failed. Corporal Zai lay on the ground in front of his colleagues. Simon said that he couldn't do anything right now because their lives were more important. Lee Han grabbed the grenade and intended to pull out the check. He said that we have to stop this monster. Simon shouted that the villains are too far away. He would be able to dodge or the blast just wouldn't hit him. Lee Han didn't listen to his colleague and decided to act in his own way. He swung and threw the grenade far forward. The grenade received a strong momentum and flew straight towards the monster and reached it. The monster tried to hide. The villain tried to slip out of the grenade's range. He decided to change his position. However, the explosion that erupted left the monster no chance. Lee Han saw an explosion on the roof of the building where the enemy had just been, and flames lit up the entire area. Silence approached our hero and let him know that Lee Han had acted magnificently. Corporal Zai said that he didn't know much about telekinesis at all, but he felt like the hunter had just done something very cool. It's a complicated technique like hitting a three-pointer from the middle of the court with your back to the basket. We've received a report of a teleshield in Sector 9. We need to eliminate it. Lee Han warned that the Izzy squad is heading towards the target location. It's about 1 kilometer away. They'll be there in 5 minutes. Lee Han said to have Corporal Zai build a stretch and extend it to this point. Also need to add some more grenades. The commander said that the enemy will immediately come running here when they hear firing. We should prepare a present for them. Corporal Zai thought that this guy was the fastest to become a real soldier. However, deep down, it hurt him. Li Han was a child who was barely 10 years old. The monsters surrounding the armor were closing in on her. The circle was inexorably narrowing. All of the squad members except for Silence would clear a path to the teleshed. Li Han added that they would provide an escape corridor. Silence will go behind the shield and destroy Ella's mage. Silence replied that he understood and was starting to take action. Li Han added that they were all counting on Silence. The girl sat down in front of the television screen. The room was dark, and she was determined to watch the movie. The child inserted a videotape into the player with the title, The Samurai Who Chopped the Moon. It was her favorite movie. Silence thought he was Air. A warrior was advancing on the intended line with a sword at the ready in his hand. Silence envisioned a samurai with sword in hand against the backdrop of a huge bright full moon. He is Air. Li Han and the other team members moved straight into the monster epicenter. Silence was moving behind them. The warrior was almost invisible. He became like Air. Silence, using his skills, was right in the thick of things near Mage Ella. The villain was destroyed. After that, Silence jumped high up and became out of reach for the monsters. The explosion that occurred as a result of the explosion of ammunition did not affect Silence in any way. After all, the warrior had become almost like Air again. Li Han reported to headquarters that Izzy's squad had destroyed Point 9, and they could return early. Silence joined the main body of the group. Simon said that Silence was acting like a child, though he got goosebumps. A flying machine appeared in the air. From this flying machine, a huge capsule was lowered down. Li Han told his colleagues that they had been sent one tele-armor for support. They should hurry up. Now they would see it in action. The Alpha Squad called out to the Izzy Squad. Li Han replied that Izzy could hear Alpha well. Alpha said they were nearby and could join and follow together to Point 8. Li Han asked if the colleagues had already cleared their locations. The answer was yes. They are very happy that they had time to do everything. Replied that they have a small problem. Li Han inquired if there is a race. Alpha said they just dealt with Ella's mages. They ignored the others and just ran away. That's why they now have a bunch of monsters on their tail. The enraged monsters were indeed chasing the Alpha group, and the Alpha group was running away from the monsters with all their legs. Li Han checked the information. The leader of the Alpha Squad was Derek, and he possessed electricity. Our hero was wondering if there was an area where Derek could use his abilities. The warrior told the Alpha team the coordinates, reaching which they could cross. The Alpha group, after receiving the detailed information, adjusted their route of travel and continued on their way to meet up with Izzy. The contact said they would see a large outdoor pool along their route. There's sure to be some water there. The city's water supply was out, but there had been recent rains. The Alpha replied that she understood what the contact was getting at. The warrior thought that in such a short time, Li Han had strategized using his power. Alpha said that if they survived and returned to ARK, they would become good friends. Li Han replied that he was fine with that. The guy devised an operation in which he could rescue his colleagues and destroy the monsters chasing them. Alpha was steadily approaching the target point. All the while, the monsters were chasing them. However, the monsters were catching up with the warriors. One of them asked if they had much longer to run. The leader shouted that they were almost there. The commander saw the necessary turn and thought that once they got there, he would roast those monsters alive. However, when Li Han and his men approached this pool, they saw that there was no water. It was empty. Simon said that the walls and floor are broken. There is no water. What should we do now? Everyone looked at the commander. Li Han, lowering his head, thought that he had miscalculated here. Li Han was very upset. Had he really set everyone up? Alpha was on the line. They reported that they were approaching. The corporal told the commander to calm down. It's all right because no one's dead. Silence, with swords at the ready, turned around and prepared to face the monsters with dignity. Li Han pulled himself together and shouted that the enemy was approaching. Everyone get ready. As they entered the corner, Alpha saw Izzy's squad on the horizon. We should pick up the pace. The warriors ran as fast as they could. The monsters were chasing them. Li Han and his soldiers were at the ready. Li Han shouted with all his might for his colleagues to increase their speed. This was very important right now. The monsters were about to catch up with those fleeing. Their tentacles had already almost reached their target. The distance between them had shrunk to a minimum. Li Han shouted to his warriors to cover the Alpha Squad. The monsters were within range. Izzy's squad launched an attack. Each of the attackers performed their task and acted according to their available weapons. Li Han looked back and shouted that the enemy had come from the rear. It was only necessary to destroy those who were too close. They have no time at all. From a bird's eye view, a huge number of bloodthirsty monsters could be seen approaching the armed men. The forces were clearly unequal. Corporal Zai told the commander that they wouldn't be able to hold back the onslaught of the enemy for long. We have to use tele-armor. Li Han thought that such a decision could not be made against the backdrop of emotion. After all, the lives of all the soldiers depended on it. And as Corporal Zai said, if they requested armor, it would help win the battle. However, they only have 2 armors. If they request it now, the other squad would only have one more opportunity to ask for help. Li Han decided that they should handle this situation on their own. He forced himself to think. Li Han looked around. He searched his gaze for anything that could help him, and something caught his eye. Our hero saw a water tank. How had he not noticed it before? The tank was relatively close by. Li Han ordered Silence and Simon to redeploy to the other side of the pool. Simon, doing his part of the mission and using his abilities to destroy the monsters, but began to move to the other side of the pool. Li Han told the Alpha staff to pull the wire. It is necessary to lure these creatures into the pool. The commander told Silence that there was a water tank behind a tree. We need to cut the top off and check its contents. Silence replied that judging by the size of the tank, even if the water in there is half, they will have enough. Simon had already reached his seat. Li Han told him to be ready to blow up the support of the water tank. At the same time, the commander continued to fight the advancing monsters. Skillfully wielding his spear, he struck the enemy, piercing them through. Li Han ordered the squad to gradually retreat. The path of retreat is clear. The Alpha squad must make preparations. At the right moment, Simon carried out the order and detonated one of the supports under the tank. The tank of water lost its balance, tilted, and the water rushed into the pool. The bloodthirsty monsters were waist-deep in water. It was a trap. One of the fighters of Izzy's unit stood at the edge of the pool and decided it was time to prove himself. Placing his hands in front of him, the soldier began to emit a huge amount of electricity. As he did so, he said that the main course of the evening was an electrical charge. The electric charge, which had a high voltage, was sent straight into the pool. The monsters were truly toasted. Even from afar, from a bird's eye view, one could see huge discharges of electricity appearing above the pool. It was like lightning bolts were striking the sky. When it was over, the bodies of the destroyed monsters were floating in the water. It was an unconditional victory. The cadet who had gotten the electricity said that he had no strength left at all. Li Han said that it was necessary to take care of the Alpha squad. Li Han supported his colleague and said that it was necessary to move, even if it was hard. The cluster of monsters that were on the outskirts of the city were targeted with a targeted double strike. The monsters were not having a good time. It was clear that all the tele-armor for ground support had already been used. They could only count on themselves. While moving, Li Han reported that they had defeated these monsters. There was one last point left. The warriors moved along the street strewn with the bodies of the destroyed monsters. At the same time, they remained vigilant and looked around intently. Li Han wondered if they would be able to get rid of all the monsters. There seemed to be too many of them. Hordes of monsters were flocking towards the defense shield. A final push was needed. Warriors in armored suits with exoskeletons entered the battle. The destruction of monsters was taking place everywhere. Izzy's and Alpha's squads were once again surrounded. The monsters encircled the approaching warriors from all sides. Li Han shouted for Silence to pierce the shield. Silence did the job, and the warriors continued forward. However, the soldiers were all confused. They didn't understand what was happening. The monsters turned around and no longer paid attention to the soldiers. They turned their gazes to Ella's mage, who was calling out to his subjects for something. Li Han turned around and shouted to his unit that they didn't have time to think. They must defeat Magician Ella. A bright glow occurred around Ella's magician, who was in the epicenter of the monsters. This glow could be seen from afar. There was a huge release of energy. All this was the result of our heroes sneaking up to the main monster and destroying it. In front of the kneeling monsters, Li Han stood with a spear in his hand. Blood was dripping from the tip of the spear. At his feet lay the slain mage Ella. Li Han took off his helmet and threw it at his feet. The monsters kneeled down and were afraid to move. But that wasn't all. A dragon began to appear from the crevice. Only part of its body was still visible. The kneeling monsters trembled in fear. Li Han looked up from below. Only the front paws were visible, but even from them, the extent of the disaster was clear. Compared to the dragons they had studied at Eric, this one was at least twice as big. Li Han looked under his feet. There was a strange purple liquid flowing from the dragon towards him. It could carry danger. Silence was already rushing to the commander's aid. Bypassing the kneeling monsters, he approached Li Han. Before this battle, when the group was assembled, Li Han had warned that a dragon was appearing from the crack, and that was obvious. Silence reported so that the commander would not dare to die. Courage is not denying fear, but overcoming it. Li Han looked Silence in the place where the eyes should be under the mask. Li Han responsibly stated that he didn't intend to die. He had plans for the future. Li Han asked Silence, where did that beautiful phrase come from? Silence replied that it was from the movie Moon about a samurai. Silence grabbed the commander and jumped over the monsters and tried to carry him to safety. Li Han thought that when they got back to ARK, they would watch this movie together. Silence and Li Han swept over the monsters, moving away from the dragon. The dragon's mouth had already shown from the crevice, and an endless number of monsters were flying out. Li Han and Silence fell to the ground in a relatively safe place. The young men looked back. The dragon head was already outside. It was a giant dragon with glowing eyes. It roared loudly. Li Han shouted out, "What about the rest of his fighters?" The commander was naturally worried about his personnel. The dragon, flashing its eyes, continued to climb out of the crevice. Its terrifying paw with huge claws stretched far forward. Li Han thought that the crevice was small, so the dragon only had its head and front paws visible. It is necessary to request a body armor right now. The dragon kept screaming loudly and trying to get out. Armed units arrived at this dangerous place. However, the aftermath of the dragon's scream did not go in vain. The warriors grabbed their heads and fell to the ground. This sound was maddening. The dragon raised its head up towards the moon and screamed even louder. Li Han also felt the dragon's influence on him. The dragon used telekinesis to address each of the humans, saying that he could see the pitiful humans. Each of the warriors' head was splitting with pain. The dragon informed them that when the crack got bigger, he would destroy them all. Simon screamed for the dragon to get out of his head. It was unbearable pain. The dragon said that first he would get rid of all the ugliness that humans had created out of their flesh and blood. At this time, a huge military air vehicle flew over the dragon. Li Han, overcome with pain, realized that the dragon wanted to shoot down the aircraft. It was necessary to stop it. The dragon opened its maw and roared loudly, spewing out huge streams of dangerous energy. Simon thought in fear that they could all die. Li Han and Silence were once again in close proximity to the dragon. It was necessary to stop it and prevent it from having a detrimental effect on those around them. Li Han thought that perhaps doom awaited them. The boy raised his head upwards. He thought that this might happen if he didn't act right now. The dragon continued to roar and spew energy, trying to affect the flying machine. Li Han grabbed his spear and moved straight at the huge beast. Silence looked at the commander in bewilderment. Li Han shouted and continued to move forward with his spear out. From the outside, it looked like he wanted to scare the dragon with his shout. Simon, with his assault rifle in hand, wondered what his boss had decided to do. Clearly, he had some kind of plan. Simon turned into a raging source of anger. He shouted that all the monsters around him were about to die and he would have a hand in it. After the rage passed, Simon wondered how they should proceed. Another thing that was incomprehensible to Simon was how his commander was the only one who could keep his sanity. Li Han continued to move towards the dragon's head. The interlocutor held out a folder and said that these were the documents he had requested. John Red inquired what they were going to do with the third-year promotions. Johnny Schwartz, after studying the contents of the folder, only smirked in response. He said one of them would be sent on an operation in Tirana, to Richong's unit. Sergeant Red asked who Richon was. Schwartz said it's Li Khan, he just calls him that. What's so funny about the name Richon? Sergeant Red said Schwartz pulled the same prank on Wei Cheng. He's not developing at all. Schwartz pointed out that you can't smoke in here. Johnny added that Newt Meyer, the hitman, was on the same squad as Li Han. The interviewer said he liked the other warrior and pointed his finger at Dmitry Petrov. He added that they had something in common. The colleagues argued for some more time which of the cadets presented in this dossier was better and more capable. Some of the cadets were more capable, others more obedient. However, a choice had to be made on someone. Sergeant Red said that none of these cadets would fail the mission. None of them liked to lose. Simon continued to hold on with his last strength. His nerves were at their limit and he screamed loudly. Simon didn't want to give up. He thought if Li Han can do it, who can do it, so can he. Li Han, overcoming the obstacles in the form of bumps on the dragon's body, continued to move upwards. A little more, and our hero found himself on the face of this fearsome beast. Li Han was like a small bug to the dragon. Li Han, pulling his spear forward, ran across the nose of this vile creature. Li Han and Del established a mental connection with each other. What Li Han was about to do couldn't destroy the dragon, but he wanted to at least change the trajectory of its attack. The guy ran past the eye and attacked the dragon, thrusting his spear forward. The dragon continued to spew a stream of energy directed vertically into the sky. This glow in the night was visible from afar. The flying vehicle was exposed to the attack and an explosion occurred, just what the dragon wanted. However, the impact didn't hit the fuselage, but one of the engines. Li Han stabbed his spear into the dragon's mouth, lost his balance, and fell down. There was a chaotic fall of the warrior. Li Han fell to the ground. He felt pain all over his body. The dragon similarly reported that it was a pathetic attempt. Worthless humans were incapable of anything. Li Han couldn't feel his left arm and leg after falling. The dragon turned his head and seemed to look at this man with his fiery gaze. He said that in this world, this guy was the only one who hadn't lost hope. The dragon informed that he didn't like the look of this man, and so he should prepare to die. He turned his muzzle towards Li Han and began to approach. The dragon raised its paw from outside and tried to strike our hero. Li Han was on his knees, finding it difficult to move. Li Han looked up at the enemy from below. He thought that this was it. There was no fear in his eyes. Li Han was almost trapped. It seemed like nothing could save him anymore. The dragon's claws were about to close. However, the dragon wondered why the man was sitting there doing nothing. Li Han sat calmly and without fear. The dragon realized, was the crack closing? The beast screamed loudly again. The dragon began to be sucked inside the crack. He raised his paw and pulled it away from the man. Li Han remained motionless. The dragon informed him that the man would answer for this, and he would remember it back to him. Li Han held onto his left shoulder and thought he couldn't even stand up. Half of his body was numb. The dragon had almost all disappeared into the crevice. Only his paw remained outside. The powerful energy beam he was sending into the sky weakened considerably. The next moment, a warrior in telearmor appeared in front of our hero. Did he really jump without any extra protection into the middle of nowhere? Li Han thought that only one person could dare to do such a thing. That person informed Li Han that he seemed to have made it, and added no one else seemed to have survived. Li Han noticed that the clawed paw of the dragon, which was still outside, had grabbed the legs of the telearmored warrior. In front of Li Han's eyes, the claws closed in and pinned that warrior's entire exoskeleton underneath. Li Han shouted for the man not to dare to die. In response, he heard, "Reach on." The dragon clenched its paw and lifted the telearmored man high above him. The dragon's head once again appeared above the ground. The dragon completely disappeared into the crevice. Li Han continued to sit still and shouted loudly in grief. Li Han couldn't forgive himself for this. Because of him, his battle comrade had died. When the smoke cleared and everything more or less calmed down, a huge deep hole was formed in front of the crevice. Warharmut, the code name of the 8th dragon that appeared during the operation in Tehran. The image of this dragon was on a large screen. Chief of Staff Alexander Lacour, who was present, said that an interesting name was given to this dragon by Sasha Grace. Grace said that this dragon is different from all the dragons that have appeared before, much stronger and bigger. The speaker said that it took 4 pieces of telearmor to make this dragon. Even if the entire budget was used, success could not be guaranteed. Fortunately, the number of countries willing to support the ARC in fighting the dragon had increased. Lacour thought that even if there were purists among them, their situation would worsen with the appearance of Warharmut. The chief of staff took the microphone and told the video to pause. Lacour added that someone had been shot in the eye by the dragon. The picture clearly showed it. On the tatami, Li Han and Johnny Schwartz were doing hand-to-hand combat. Schwartz said that sometimes an opponent is like a person with no emotion at all. Johnny added that this may be the rationality behind his actions. Even if that path leads to death, he thinks it's the only way. Even so, Li Han still chooses this path. If that's not stubbornness, what is it? Johnny Schwartz grabbed his opponent's torso and knocked him to the ground. Li Han had no chance of winning this fight. Li Khan was lying on the tatami on his back with his arms spread out to the sides. Schwartz told the guy not to lose consciousness. He must surely survive. Johnny held out his hand and told Li Han to get up. The big man smiled his good-natured smile. Li Han opened his eyes. The guy was in a hospital room. Sergeant Red said he was finally awake. Li Han got up from the bed and asked how long he had been here. Li Han's arm was bandaged. The sergeant replied that the guy had been here for 2 days. Anticipating Li Han's question, the sergeant replied that Johnny Schwartz had disappeared along with that creature. He was considered missing, not dead. Li Han grabbed his blanket and told the sergeant that he wanted to be alone. The sergeant looked around. In front of him in the chamber stood Li Han's battle comrades. John Red asked in surprise, "Why did they all come together?" "The patient needs to rest." The sergeant added that Li Han wanted to be alone. He had just woken up. Li Han continued to sit pensively on the bed. He was tormented by various thoughts. In all countries, there was almost no data on the enemy's movements. This means that most of them died in Tirana. The chief of staff, taking off his glasses, said that it was now safe to exhale. It is worth finishing for today. Sasha Grace remained silent in response. Schumacher jumped in and said that there was a problem that needed to be addressed. Octo said that the second-generation prototypes entrusted to the first group should be entrusted to the third. The old man disagreed and said that was utter nonsense. Octo stated that the prototypes could be launched right now. The old man wondered, what kind of launches could we be talking about? They could barely be made to move. The dragon's material factor is too high. Octo said that if you trusted the weapons to a team, only a proven one, they were supposed to be disassembled and sent to the factory anyway. Passions between the bald man and the mustachioed man were heating up. The old man said he wouldn't give these prototypes to Schumacher. It's not clear what he's up to. Octo said there was only one talent that was perfect for the prototype and asked the chief of staff to trust him. Lacour asked that Octo explain his plan. The shouting of the two did not add to the understanding. 3 days passed. Moving between the floors of the building, Li Han with a bandaged arm met a colleague. Li Han and Simon came upon each other. The young men walked past each other without saying hello. As they passed each other, Li Han looked back and thanked Simon for helping him with the dragon. Simon remembered the moment when Li Han had accelerated in front of the dragon and rushed towards the monster's face. Simon angrily said that Li Han was talking nonsense right now. After all, he has been the head of the squad for so many times, and Li Han keeps messing around. Simon angrily told Li Han not to compare him to the guys in his squad. Li Han asked how many times has Simon beaten them. Not too long ago, he even lost to Kijo. What a shame. Simon suggested that Simon go to the gym and added that he'd rather have both of his arms broken. Li Han replied that he didn't mind settling the matter at the gym. The young men went to the gym in silence. Li Han thought that this guy looked upset. Maybe he should have pushed him for nothing. Simon thought that he shouldn't have shown his insecurity like that. Simon thought, what should he do now with this guy who had an injured arm? Each of his opponents thought that he couldn't appear weak in front of his opponent. The young men were called out. Could it really be Li Han and Simon? They stopped and looked around. In front of them were Petrov and Knut Meyer. Petrov said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Knut added that they were now third-year students too. Li-Han told his interlocutor that they both needed to calm down. Simon warned him not to let Li-Han get in his face again. Knut and Dmitri waved happily and moved closer to their colleagues. Everyone was happy to see each other. In the canteen, everyone cheered Li-Han and said that he had really cooled the dragon with his spear. The guy stood silently in line with a tray of food. Knut asked how was the mood of the universal hero. Li-Han replied that he was not amused. Another cadet said that it was much easier for everyone to pass the time talking like this. Li-Han and Knut looked around. A cadet asked if Li-Han remembered him. They promised each other to talk to each other in the ARC if they survived. Li-Han remembered and smiled. It was Alpha 1 Derek. Derek was surprised that Li-Han already recognized his name. That's awesome. It's a pleasure to meet him. The young men sat down at the same table in the dining hall and made conversation while eating their food. There was a general cheer in the dining room. Everyone looked in the same direction. Derek said, starting up again. Silence appeared in the dining room with a huge cake and various sweets on his tray. Li-Han got excited because it was Silence. 5 days had already passed. It is said that when he has something to think about, he can sit for ages staring at the wall without drinking a drop of water. Said he's practicing wrestling with the wall. It's very interesting to watch him when he finishes his meditations. Li-Han said that he usually eats quite a lot, but how does he even get so much into him? Silence decided to park at the table where Li-Han and company were. Li-Han, not hiding his joy, asked, "Does Silence have a new mask?" The companion replied that he had forgotten to charge the old one. Li-Han thought that with the old mask, he definitely wouldn't be able to eat. With the new one, at least the lower jaw would move. So he asked why Silence was practicing fighting the wall. Silence replied that after being trapped in memories, he couldn't stop remembering the day he watched Li-Han fight alone. Silence asked who is with Li-Han. Li-Han replied that it was Knut Meyer. Knut looked out from behind the cake and said hello. Silence said that he would remember him. Silence lifted his mask. Knut saw a woman's lips and chin under the mask. Knut became covered with a blush. He looked at Silence with a sagging jaw and couldn't understand what was happening to him. The young men were gathered in the gym. Everyone was doing something useful for themselves. Knut was pulling iron, and this time he took an inexcusably heavy weight. The guy purposely wanted to load himself up to distract himself. Knut couldn't believe it. There's a girl in the ARC, and if he didn't, did he really like the guy? He chased those thoughts away and increased his physical activity. Knut thought that to get rid of this stress, there was nothing left for him to do but check it out in person. Knut engaged in self-soothing. He, Knut Meyer, is a pupil of the Northern Norwegian Sea. He doesn't run away from problems, but meets them face to face. Knut thought this was the perfect moment. This automatic mask would keep him from knowing the truth. As he walked past Silence, Knut thought that there was a rumor that Silence's face was covered in scars. Silence was doing a stretching exercise nearby at the time. Knut thought that if it was true, he would have to apologize. Knut made a sudden movement towards Silence with the intention of pulling the mask off his face. The boy did not succeed. He received a lightning-fast kick in the chest before he could reach the mask with his hand. The guy shrieked in surprise and flew backwards. Silence got up and headed toward the lying Knut. Silence walked over and calmly said that Knut needed to grow eyes in the back of his head. Without this rule, the soldier could not survive. Silence turned around and left the room. Knut thought, what rule are we talking about? He would still try to accomplish what he had in mind. Li-Han came up to Knut and told him that the guy shouldn't do it anymore. Knut replied that they are different. He can't resist what he is interested in. Derek approached Knut and took the guy by the shoulder and told him that he understands him. Derek suggested that Knut meet on the roof of the dormitory at lunchtime and discuss the details there. Knut got excited. Did a coworker really have a plan? Knut and Derek engaged in arm wrestling. Li-Han thought they had definitely already agreed. The four met on the rooftop. Knut, Derek, and two of his comrades. Derek said he wanted to introduce himself. They call themselves the Discoverers of the Mask of Silence, abbreviated PMT. They all have one goal, to find out who is under the mask. Knut was welcomed by those present. The guy was presented with a brooch made of a pin and a beer lid. PMT was scratched on the lid. Knut looked at the paraphernalia with surprise. Derek asked, "Don't you like it?" Knut said it's not well done. It looks like garbage. With a symbol like that, the organization itself could end up looking like a dump. Derek wondered, what does garbage have to do with it? It's what they're striving for. One of the details their organization keeps secret. Derek said it's impossible to defeat the Silence alone. But if Knut joins, there will be 4 of them. What is the minimum number of participants the RK can have in an operation? Knut replied that there would be 4. Derek was pleased and said that the 4 of them could handle everything and achieve their goal. Knut agreed and asked what was the nature of the operation. Derek said that Silence had an interdimensional travel practice scheduled for 7 o'clock. After a while of practice, the Silence will be exhausted. That's when they will be able to attack her. Knut was surprised and said that was very sneaky. Derek asked if Knut really didn't know anything about Silence. Derek suggested he watch it first. and then Knut would figure it out for himself. Silence was in the meantime warming up for practice. Silence got ready and thought it was time to start. He assumed the starting posture. Today, 6 runs of 35 meters as usual. The last one, by all rules, is vertical. Silence got ready for the start. Everything on the pad was ready. The PMT team was secretly watching from the sidelines. Silence said go and then disappeared. He was simply not seen by anyone. Silence was, as always, efficient in carrying out this mission. At this moment, it became like air. Silence moved from tag to tag, but he wanted to do it even faster. On the last mark, Silence made a jump as planned. After that, Silence pushed off and jumped high up. The acceleration didn't decrease even when using the jerk. When falling, kinetic energy was also added. The fall occurred on the air mattress, and the Silence became visible again. It was incredible. Derek told a surprised Knut that there was no catching him during the tug. Knut said with surprise that he didn't expect that. That's how the 2 sets go. They need to get down and get ready. Silence was getting ready to repeat the practice. Derek and Knut smiled as they looked at each other. Finally today, they would reveal the biggest secret of the arc. Lee Han were us to him for mental training. He thought back to the moment when Derek and Knut were practicing arm wrestling. Lee Han hoped the boys would be okay. Their antics wouldn't get them far. Silence was a little tired after the training session and was about to go back to his room. The members of the PMT faction, in full confidence that they were operating stealthily, were approaching the facility. At some point in the narrow room, Silence found himself surrounded. He realized it was an ambush. After a short time, all 4 of them were lying on the floor. They had been deactivated. Knut asked why these PMTs were so weak. Derek replied that they are not weak. It's just that the Silence is too strong. Derek added that his skills are useless on him. Knut stated that it can't go on like this. Knut stated that they need a commander, someone to strategize and coordinate. There was a knock on the door. Lee Han opened the door and asked what Knut and Derek needed. The guys entered the room and told the gist of the problem. Lee Han replied that he didn't like doing things that the others might not like. Knut asked honestly, isn't Lee Han interested in finding out the truth? What does the Silence really look like? Lee Han looked at his interlocutors in bewilderment. Of course he's not interested. Knut thought Lee Han answered without thinking. Then he'll help me too. Knut decided to be sly and said that he remembered the good old days, their 13th squad. Lee Han was so cool that he had assembled that squad himself. Whip got up and headed for the exit. He said it was time for them to leave and said goodbye to Lee Han. Lee Han mentally apologized to Silence. He called out to Knut and said that this was the first and last time he would help them. In return, Knut had to promise that if it didn't work out this time, he would quit. Knut got excited and smiled and said he agrees. Lee Han said they need to make sure Silence is on the roof. He hopes it works out. There are traps set up all over the building. He has designated the locations and will make everyone aware of it. Lee Han has dropped the relevant information to everyone and said that there is not much time left. We need to deal with this as soon as possible. Everyone was amazed at how Lee Han detailed everything and made a clear plan of action for everyone involved. Lee Han said for these guys to try to walk in pairs. It's none of his business, and they shouldn't come within 20 meters of the Silence. There is a high probability that he will catch them. Lee Han added if Silence suddenly disappeared, they should run away with all their legs, and then maybe they would have a chance of not getting hit on the head. The leader told everyone to disperse to their positions immediately. There was no time to think at all. Lee Han had prepared the traps on the roof by himself. Everyone had an individual communication device. Lee Han checked the quality of the work and made sure everyone could hear. The commander looked down from the roof and said that very soon the target would appear near the first team. Fighter number 2 should lead the target to fighter number 1. The Whip began to pursue the Silence. It seemed that Silence had accepted the rules of the game. He began to run away from Knut. Suddenly, Derek appeared ahead on the course. He tried to attack Silence. The attempt was unsuccessful. Silence drove Derek in the chest with a U-turn, and the guy was forced to go out of action for a while. Knut and Derek were already in pursuit of the victim. Knut reported that the target had infiltrated the building. The commander told the 2 fighters to go back and meet him on the roof. Silence was hit in the head by an empty drink can. It was quite unexpected. Silence stopped and scrunched up his face. He looked at that empty can lying under his feet. Ahead of Silence was an empty hallway. He figured there must be traps set somewhere. These guys had become much more organized than before. Silence looked at the pursuers. It was unlikely they had a brain in their head so quickly. Apparently someone smart had joined them. Silence looked at the pursuers and thought that they had some sort of plan for further action, and they weren't doing things spontaneously right now. Lee Han looked at the tracking devices and told everyone that the target had accelerated. Knut said they didn't do anything but throw a can at him. He flew out of the room at a tremendous speed. Before the pursuers could even realize it, Silence had disappeared. Lee Han assumed that Silence wasn't going to attack. No one should forget about the traps that had been set. Lee Han once again warned everyone to take precautions. Silence. As he ran past the traps, he began to guess whose handiwork it was. It seemed to him that there was no way this guy should have gotten involved in any of this. Silence, without realizing it himself, was acting on the right script. He started climbing up the ladder to the roof. Silence was constantly disturbed by the feeling that someone was definitely leading these fools. The pursuers were following on their heels. They saw Silence continue to move away from them, following them to the roof. Lee Han received a report that the target was approaching the roof. Upstairs, everything was ready for the rendezvous. Silence went up to the roof. Lee Han stood in front of him. Silence was sure that this guy was the one who had engineered the whole thing. 2 traps were set between Lee Han and Silence. The victim stopped and looked around, assessing the situation. Silence was outraged. This was simply astounding. Was he some kind of animal? Silence continued to run, moving away from the place where the rooftop exit was. The pursuers appeared from behind. Lee Han stood directly in front of them. He noted to himself that Silence had run past the first trap. Lee Han tried to figure out Silence's next plan of action. From the looks of it, he was counting on using a flicker to get past Lee Han when he crossed the second trap. Silence had hoped to cross the second trap without touching it with his foot. However, the moment the target was above the trap, it triggered. Silence was surprised. It's not like he even touched it. Lee Han pulled the string at the right moment. After all, he was responsible for the second trap. There was no need for the victim to touch it. Silence and Lee Han thought that the opponent wouldn't be able to use his abilities right now. Silence found himself in close proximity to Lee Han. They stood next to each other. Lee Han immediately placed a bucket on Silence's head, thus depriving him of visual control. Silence found himself surrounded. Knut and his colleagues rushed towards Silence, stating that there was no need to delay now. Lee Han thought that he had actually only seen such techniques in movies, but he had always wondered if anyone could do something similar in real life. It turned out that Silence could. His abilities were simply astounding. All 4 attackers were violently deactivated and were lying around on the roof of the building. Silence, with a bucket on his head, clenched his fists, stood in front of Lee Han. He was determined. Silence took another step towards him and removed the bucket from his head. The young men looked at each other directly in the eyes. Silence informed Lee Han that in his opinion, he was a cum. Silence tossed the bucket aside and, maneuvering between the lying cadets, headed for the exit. Lee Han looked after him. Lee Han made a deep thought. Apparently Silence would take offense to that. Knut called out to him. Knut asked in surprise if Lee Han could put the bucket on his head. Why didn't he take off his mask? Knut was surprised after all. They had agreed and Lee Han did nothing. Lee Han replied that he was no longer on their team. Lee Han stood in front of the door to the Silence room. He timidly knocked and called out to Silence. Silence heard the knock and a voice from outside. Lee Han added that he had come to apologize. Lee Han said that he was sorry for what happened. Nothing came in response. Silence, without a mask, stood outside the door. It was indeed a girl. Lee Han got a message on his gadget. Why did he do that? Lee Han replied that he just couldn't give up on Knut. Knut had done a lot for him in his time. Lee Han added that he felt like an idiot, but to be honest, he was also curious about something. Lee Han explained that he wanted to see if he could catch the Silence with his power. Furthermore, he was very curious about what the Silence looked like after all. The girl in the room was watching the expression on Lee Han's face through the intercom. The guy clearly looked embarrassed. The door to the room was ajar. Lee Han stared without blinking with his eyes wide open. Would he really see Silence's face? The door swung open and Silence appeared in front of our hero, masked as always. The boy said that apparently she had recharged enough. Silence warned the interlocutor not to do that again. Lee Han replied that it wouldn't happen again. Lee Han thought that Silence definitely has a personal reason for hiding his face. He has no right to insist. Lee Han said he wanted to talk to Knut and could call him now to apologize. Silence replied that it was fine. She wanted to hear an apology specifically from Lee Han. Lee Han apologized again and said he wouldn't bother again and it was time for him to leave. Silence held Lee Han back, taking him by the shoulder. The boy turned around. A thought flashed through our hero's mind. What would happen next? He didn't feel like parting at all. At the Naval Military Air Base, 4 aircraft were in full combat readiness. Around them, there was a bustle. There were many personnel. Today was the day they would finally catch them. The military personnel were in full combat gear with weapons and ammunition. One of the military asked a question. How did they find out where the headquarters was? The reply followed that it was all thanks to that dragon War Harmut. The corporal said that due to the appearance of a sworn enemy, it was inevitable that some of the leaders would still have to surrender for their own safety. The sergeant replied that it was an unpleasant situation. However, there is nothing that can be done about it. All this is done for the sake of humanity and the bright future of future generations, so that there will be world peace. The cadets traditionally ran in a circle in the stadium during the morning jog. Lee Han asked Knut if he had apologized to Silence. Knut replied that he had gone to see him recently. He didn't seem to be angry. He replied that on the contrary, he enjoyed kicking them all in the head. Lee Han hoped that Knut wouldn't be looking for any more adventures in the same place. Knut said he promised not to do that again. Petrov was catching up with the cadets from behind. Petrov, approaching, shouted for the 2 men to part. Petrov, accelerating, jogged onward. Lee Han asked his interlocutor if he wanted to watch a movie tonight. Silence had given him a flash drive of the movie yesterday. Lee Han remembered the situation the day before when Silence stopped him and invited him to his room. Silence asked if Lee Han remembered that he wanted to watch the movie. Lee Han remembered and said it was the samurai who chopped the moon. Silence said for Lee Han to wait for a while. We need to find the file. Lee Han looked around the room at Silence. The guy was amazed. There were movie posters on the walls. The posters were for movies of different genres. There were also cold weapons on the wall. Lee Han made a bold assumption. Apparently Silence really likes to watch movies. Silence replied that it was the only way for her to see the outside world. Lee Han was surprised at this answer. Lee Han remembered that Silence had said that she had been in ARC for a very long time. Silence must have gotten here when he was about 7 or 8 years old. It's hard to imagine that. Apparently his whole life consists of nothing but studying at ARC and movies. Silence turned around and showed the movie flash drive he was looking for. Silence, handing the flash drive to Lee Han, touched his hand with her fingers as if unintentionally. Silence added that she knows that movies are very different from reality, but movies still fascinate her. Silence, saying goodbye, wished Lee Han a pleasant viewing experience. The cadets were heading to the showers after their run, tired but satisfied. Lee Han thought that there weren't many of them left. There were only third-year students here. Where did the rest of the cadets go? An officer appeared in front of the young men. He turned to Lee Han and said that he had an urgent matter. The boy must change his clothes immediately and go out. He must be sure to take a shower. When Lee Han was ready, the officer gave our hero a helmet and told him to get into the motorcycle sidecar. It was time for them to go. No questions should be asked on the way. Lee Han replied in his military way that he understood everything. Lee Han didn't ask any questions but wondered what had happened that the major decided to go on a motorcycle while taking an ordinary soldier with him. The major and Lee Han arrived at their destination. The motorcycle was left in an underground hangar. The ARC unit was also called a gift. It's a popular joke among the soldiers. What Lee Han saw was nothing like what he had imagined. A senior officer appeared in the hangar. He pointed at Lee Han and said that the guy would go with him. Lee Han thought it was the chief of staff. Before proceeding further, an identity check was conducted. A fingerprint scan was required. Entry was only allowed after facial identification and retina scanning of the chief of staff. There was a heightened level of security here. Only after going through all the security procedures did the automatic door open. Our hero followed the senior officer down the long corridor. The chief of staff didn't utter a word the entire way. Lee Han wondered why he had been summoned here. As far as he knows, he is not allowed to be here. He doesn't have the proper level of clearance. The chief of staff agreed, but said that someone wanted to see this guy, even though it was against the rules. Lee Han must remember that person doesn't have much time. Lee Han was led to a big, beautiful door. The officer said they were in place. The chief of staff said that it wasn't an ordinary person who wanted to meet with the guy. The officer stared straight into the young man's eyes and said that the second commander of the ARC unit, Mr. Jürgen Teller, wanted to meet Lee Han. Lee Han was led into an expensively furnished room that looked more like a palace. There was a huge table in the middle. Behind the table, on the other side of it, sat a gray-haired old man. By his side was an IV. Jürgen Teller was administering medication at this time. The old man asked in a hoarse voice, "Is this guy the same Lee Han?" The old man held out his hand and told the guy to come closer and not to be shy. Lee Han paid attention to the old man's hand. There was an IV needle inserted into one of the veins. Mr. Teller said to the guy not to worry. He had nothing to fear. The old man held out his hand to greet him, and Lee Han felt something unnatural, as if they were trying to siphon energy out of him. Lee Han closed his eyes and threw his head back. He had never experienced such a sensation before. It seemed as if the old man was trying to extract some kind of information from him. The young man couldn't understand what was happening to him. He felt like the little kid he was before he came to the arcade. The old man continued to hold him with his clinging hand. Anticipating Lee Han's question, the old man said in a hoarse voice that this was his underside, his true appearance. The old man looked intently into the young man's eyes. He said as he quickly relaxed, "Everything is happening exactly as he heard it." The old man went down on one knee in front of the child. He said that the boy was incredibly good for his age. And who made him that way? The environment in which he lived. Jürgen Teller stretched his hand forward and asked if the boy would let him look. The old man's eyes glittered strangely at that. Lee Han recoiled backwards. He yanked his hand away and felt like an adult again. Lee Han tried to come to his senses. The chief of staff shouted for the boy to keep his temper. The old man looked at the young man sternly. Lee Han stepped back and leaned against the wall. He felt squeezed like a lemon. He didn't want this kind of contact anymore. Lee Han raised his head at the old man and asked what he was doing. This is a real invasion of privacy. The chief of staff shouted indignantly whether the guy realized who he was talking to. The old man calmed the officer down and said it was okay. He's a kid. It's typical for kids to react that way. Jürgen Teller said that Lee Han was very susceptible but shielded his consciousness well. Even he couldn't see anything. Lee Han said, to the best of his knowledge, It was Teller, the commander, who interrogated Elo Macy. Besides, he was the only person in the entire headquarters who possessed telepathy. The old man looked at his interlocutor, and it seemed as if Lee Han had uncovered some secret of this man. The old man said that now that he had met the guy in person, he had no doubts. Lee Han can definitely be trusted. Jürgen Teller added that this guy could definitely be trusted with the second-generation telearmor. Lee Han was dumbfounded by what he heard. Was it really the second generation? The old man held his head and said that he was tired. He asked to be left alone. After a while, the officer and the young man were returning down the same corridor. Lee Han asked the chief of staff if Mr. Teller had mental problems. The chief of staff replied that it was none of the guy's business. No one can know about this meeting. Lee Han replied that he understood. He just wanted to see if he was wrong in his assumptions. Lee Han remembered the marks on the old man's wrists. It looked like Mr. Teller had been tied up. He also remembered about the security device on the door that locks from the outside. It seems Commander Teller has a limited amount of time when he can stay sane. Lee Han concluded that Jürgen Teller spends most of his time handcuffed. The chief of staff shouted for the young man to shut up. What is he trying to accomplish? Does he want to be praised for his inquisitive mind? The officer added that Lee Han wasn't wrong. It's because Teller has worked hard and long. The time when Teller can be himself is limited. Most of the time, in those rare moments, he's dealing with paperwork and solving cases related to headquarters. So this precious time today he spent on Lee Han. The kid should understand what that means. The chief of staff added that soldiers wearing second-generation telearmor are able to fight the dragon as equals. That is to say, if the fighter is not up to par, the telearmor will become as much of a threat to humanity as the dragon. Lee Han realized that the old man wanted to test whether he would become a threat to the world. The officer said that Lee Han should remember it was a difficult decision. Lee Han agreed with this statement. No doubt it was a difficult decision. After all, one would have to entrust everything to a 10-year-old child. The chief of staff said that this kid was a man of his word. Even he, the chief of staff, sometimes forgets the real age of the cadets. It's cruel and shameful to entrust the salvation of mankind to little children. But maybe they've been looking for a special kid like Lee Han all this time. A superhuman who doesn't have a guilty conscience even though he carries a heavy burden. The officer said it was time for the kid to go back. Lee Han agreed that he had no business being here. Near the crevice, work was going on. A special elevator was set up to get down to the bottom. Tents were set up for the personnel. Kurt Meyer could not stand it and shouted loudly that he was very hot. The cadet's face was bleeding with sweat. The young men were in the shade. Petrov was consuming a soft drink. Kurt continued to be hysterical even in the shadows. Simon silently endured all the hardships. Simon couldn't stand it and told Kurt to stop whining. Can't he just sit still for a little while? Kurt replied that it was boring to sit still. Petrov threateningly said that if that was the case, Kurt might fly off the cliff straight down now. Lee Han thought that they were now in the middle of the desert in North Africa. In the past, this was where the fourth dragon had appeared. This dragon was incredibly strong, shooting beams that could destroy anything. The chief of staff added that it created a deep crevice. The locals called it the Dragon's Gorge. Recently, some sort of fossils were found there, which are very much like the remains of a dragon. According to radiocarbon analysis, they are older than mankind. Kurt wondered how Silence was feeling. Didn't his brains boil over? It's unbearably hot outside, and he's wearing a helmet. Silence said Kurt didn't have to worry about him. Back at the ARC, he asked the development department to attach a portable air conditioner to his helmet. So he's feeling much better than the rest of us right now. Silence even showed off the belt-mounted portable auxiliary battery. Kurt said enviously that he too wanted such an equally indispensable device in this case. Silence could not allow his privacy to be interfered with, and Kurt, having been kicked in the chest, had to fly away from the shade of the sun, falling directly onto the sand. Lee Han was agonizing from the heat like everyone else. Clutching his head, he thought, I can't wait to get back to ARC. The routine work continued onward. Nothing foreshadowed any radical changes. Researchers in white coats approached the cadets. One of them said hello and said that it was a bit hot outside. Would any of the cadets like to go with them and see the dragon remains? None of the cadets took the initiative. There were no willing participants. Everyone pretended that it was none of their business. Lee Han raised his hand, stood up from the bench, and said that he would go. The girl was glad that someone had responded to her request. Silence joined Lee Han's initiative. He said that there should always be two in a group. Besides, the heat doesn't bother him. The elevator doors closed, and it began to descend downwards. Besides the cadets and scientists, there were armed military personnel in the elevator. They were providing security. It was completely dark at the bottom of the crevasse. The group moved around using powerful flashlights for illumination. Someone initiated to the far corner and told the cadet that it was in that place. Lee Han took a close look. On the wall was something that looked like the clawed paw of a huge dragon. Could it really be a dragon of that size? All the lanterns were pointed at this find. Lee Han said that this dragon must be of the same class as Warharmet. The research girl said to have the soldier scan it. Lee Han, fulfilling this request, placed his hand on the dragon's paw. The young man listened carefully, sniffing and looking closely. He approached the scanning process responsibly. Li-Han felt a flow of energy appearing. It seemed as if a part of the dragon's body was trying to suck the energy out of the young man. The scientists looked up and shrieked in horror. They hadn't expected to see such a thing. That entire dragon limb was glowing. It gave the impression that it was coming to life. Silence was the quickest to react. He jumped up and pulled Li-Han's hand away from the dragon's paw. Apparently, the guy was unable to do it himself. Li-Han looked mentally and physically exhausted. He thanked Silence. The girl researcher glowed with joy. She couldn't believe her eyes. It really was the remains of a dragon. She said that they would now proceed to their duties, thanked the cadet for doing a good job, and added that the guy could go rest. Li-Han, leaning on Silence, was having trouble moving around. They were approaching the elevator. Li-Han thought if it really is a dragon, then the consequences will be unpredictable. If it really is a dragon, then they really existed already in those times, long before mankind existed. One of the researchers leaned over. He said he stepped on something. The man dedicated a flashlight to that spot. He touched it with his hands. It was something unusual. The researcher said he didn't realize what it could be. Li-Han and Silence heard a loud scream coming from the direction of the people who remained near the dragon paw. The military men became wary, and with a machine gun in hand, they decided to check what was going on. The fellow scientists also moved out to reconnoiter. The man who had fallen into something was screaming in terror and pain. This something unknown began to swallow him and increase in size. The scientist's hand was no longer visible. The man screamed for someone to unhook him from this horrible creature. The absorption process continued. A green glow appeared. The cries for help grew louder. The man who had gotten himself into this thing was screaming louder and louder. The creature was climbing higher up the arm. The scientists begged the military to do something. The military did what they could. They opened machine gun fire. It was decided to destroy this thing with bullets. The scientist disappeared completely into the goo. The military was too late. The thing had completely swallowed him up. Besides, the bullets fired by the thing didn't make it any worse. Li-Han made the only correct decision in this situation. He shouted loudly for everyone to move to the elevator now. Don't waste any time. Everyone realized that this was the way to proceed. Li-Han and Silence were already in the elevator. The others were running to the same place. One of the scientists retreating suggested that it was a death worm. But how did it survive? Li-Han heard this and became frightened. Could it really be a death worm? He remembered the ARC classes they had been told about this thing. Very soon, he would have to turn into a cocoon to give himself a new appearance. After everyone loaded into the elevator, Li-Han commanded for everyone to go up immediately. The guy was trying to relay information upstairs. From the elevator, they could see something terrible approaching the people. Li-Han said that it was necessary for everyone to prepare for battle. Their opponent right now is the very same worm. Li-Han tried to establish a connection with the outside world. It looked like the worm was about to enter the second stage. It has already developed eyes and teeth. Soon, it will be able to move around. Very soon, this creature would turn into an even more horrible creature. It was already a huge monster that could move fast and had a large mouth. It looked terrifying. Li-Han thought that this creature was transforming very quickly. The transformation process is going at an accelerated pace. The elevator began its upward climb. The giant insect approached the cage. It was like a nightmare movie in reality. The scientists in the elevator began to call loudly for help. A real hysteria began. The elevator was ascending to the surface. The creature was traveling with the elevator. This monster had climbed to the top of the elevator and was trying to get inside. The metal elevator creaked and buckled under the onslaught of the powerful insect. Just a little more and the monster would get inside. Already the huge teeth of this monster were showing. Li-Han said for everyone to calm down immediately, for they were almost to the surface. Li-Han looked calm. He said for everyone upstairs to listen to him carefully. We must catch this thing, immobilize it, and cut off its head. It shouldn't eat anyone. It only makes it stronger. The elevator has reached its highest point. The giant insect has had a chance to get to the surface. No one in the North African desert had ever seen such exotica. Information was received that the target was approaching, and everyone must move to their positions. According to the instructions developed earlier, the cadets moved into their positions. Kurt grabbed his automatic rifle. Some of the cadets went into position with a spear. Petrov, using his skills in the art of hand-to-hand combat, decided that he could defeat the monster with his bare hands. When the monster got to the surface, they opened automatic fire on it from all available means. The unarmed people, including the maintenance staff, scattered. The monster wanted to grab someone for himself. After all, it was still hungry. One scientist eaten at the bottom of the crevice wasn't enough for him. The bullets flying out of the automatic weapons did not do any damage to this monster. It continued to move around, searching for prey. Kurt realized that the bullets did not take him, and throwing the automatic weapon aside, decided to act in a different way, using his superpowers. Kurt, feeling no fear of the monster, approached it at a fairly close distance. The giant worm was trying to straighten out this cadet. Kurt, dodging, shouted that he was in great pain and yelled for Petrov to grab this monster by the tail. Petrov, with rage in his eyes, came at the monster from the rear. He decided to act together with Kurt in a coordinated manner, and now it was necessary to grab the monster by the tail. Petrov had completed his part of the task. Kurt, using his internal energy and the superpowers available to him, tried to stop the monster's advance. Simon and Derek came up to the young men. Derek had a spear in his hand and was traveling on an arrow board. Derek climbed onto the back of the huge worm and thrust his spear straight through the shell with all his might. The recovered Lihan and Silence also ran to their colleague's aid. Kurt opened the worm's mouth and held it in that position. He shouted to Lihan that he had everything ready. Lihan, approaching, told Silence to get it over with quickly. Silence replied that it would be done. Lihan pulled the pin out of the grenade and threw it straight into the insatiable worm's open mouth. Our hero told Knut to step aside now. There was a massive explosion. Various parts of the monster's body went flying in different directions. Silence was in the air at this time and watched the process of destroying the giant worm from a bird's eye view. After gaining the appropriate height, Silence turned around and began to dive directly at the monster. The distance between Silence and the giant worm was inexorably decreasing. The warrior readied his swords. He used the flicker at high speed. The giant worm's head was severed and flew off to the side. That wasn't all. Lihan noticed that the decapitated body was moving around. Our hero realized that the monster body was looking for the head. The two couldn't be allowed to connect. One of the military men got behind the wheel of a heavy vehicle and said that he was about to push this body down into the crevice. The heavy vehicle was approaching the decapitated monster. Everyone parted and did not interfere with the process. In the end, everything ended as planned. The body of the worm flew down. The military man told it to die, the wretched insect. Kurt and the armed soldier began to approach the insect's head in order to satisfy their curiosity. Lihan shouted loudly for them not to get close. It was very dangerous. The military man opened fire on the monster's head and said that he could handle it. It was fine. The military man did not calculate his strength. The head pushed off the ground and jumped up. Bullets were not afraid of it. A look of terror appeared in the military man's eyes. Lihan and Kurt saw that this martial artist had died. It was a horrible sight. Simon shouted in anger that those damned amateurs were only ruining everything. After all, they were told not to get close. The head began to regenerate rapidly, absorbing the dead soldier in the process. It reshaped itself and increased in size. Lihan said not to relax. The monster was entering the third phase. It had a crossbow in its hand. The guy told Simon and Silence to get ready to fight in the air. The monster's head transformed into a full-fledged monster. That monster soared upwards. An aerial battle could not be avoided. The huge insect acquired wings and flew around, searching for a victim. It could be seen that this monster was preparing to attack. However, the monster turned around and began to gain altitude. Lihan thought that it might escape. Lihan shouted that it couldn't be allowed to get away. People might get hurt, and ordered Simon to launch the drones. Simon launched the airborne drones into the sky. Lihan decided to take aim with his crossbow. Lihan fired a shot. The arrow with a string attached to it went straight at the monster. The harpoon hit the target and the monster was hooked. Lihan held tightly onto the crossbow. Lihan said with anger that the bug may have forgotten, but they didn't belong in the sky. The guy got closer to the bug and gave it a stabbing blow. The insect, having lost its aeronautical abilities, began to fall haphazardly to the ground. The cadets, seeing this fall, rushed to the beetle and to the aid of their commander. The new uniform was being tested in the laboratory. It was a next-generation telearmor with pre-installed artificial intelligence functions. The researcher recording the output data said that it was quite high, even for an A-class. That's just astonishing. A colleague remarked, "Doesn't it seem a little difficult to manifest the S-class on its own? There must be some external stimuli for that." The scientist remarked that above all, it means that the cadet is now in the potential S-class phase. The test was completed and all sensors and instruments were turned off. Kuro took off his helmet. The research girl said the guy did a great job and asked if Kuro would like to eat now. Kuro declined and said he just wanted to rest. Smiling, the girl said that in that case, the guy could go back to the dormitory. They wouldn't detain him anymore today. Kuro thought that all this kindness was just for show. If he stopped being useful to them, they would stop being kind. As the young man walked away, the girl said that there wasn't much left to test. Soon he would be finished. He would soon be transferred to the third year. Kuro looked out the window at his reflection. He thought that when he was in his third year, he would definitely be able to protect him. After all, he had the strength to do so now. Silence! Kurt and Derek ran with all their legs to the place where the bug was supposed to fall. Lihan, while on the beetle's body, wasted no time and struck endlessly with his spear against the monster's body. The beetle fell to the ground. Its motionless body was bleeding green blood. Lihan, as always with a sense of accomplishment, wiped the sweat off his face. In front of Lihan, a drone was hovering in front of Lihan. Lihan was very surprised. At this time, the guy was approached by his team. Lihan held the drone in his hands and thought, Simon has saved him. His friend stepped around the commander and asked how he was feeling. Lihan replied that he was fine. Simon stood a little to the side. Li Han walked up to Simon and thanked him. Simon didn't say anything in response. Turning around, Simon headed towards the base. He swore at that soldier and said that he wouldn't leave it like that. Walking away, Simon continued to grumble. How dare they allow themselves to do this? What kind of soldiers are these? Kurt wondered with surprise why Simon was always angry. Quiet, he replied, because he has a hard temper. You have to get used to it. At ARC headquarters, a report was given on the recently found fossils of a Kronos dragon. The scientists showing slides in front of the audience said they appeared around the time of the Cretaceous period, thus disproving many theories about the origin of dragons. They may believe that this is the true theory of their appearance. The chief of staff said that such research would be better done after the invasion was established. What matters most to them is that they are in a position to produce even more equipment and telearmor using dragon cells. Alexander Lacour says that he now wants to talk about the Oracle. Their plans include awakening him. Sergeant John Red took this information with wariness. The indignant sergeant jumped up from his seat and looked angrily at his chief of staff. Did the commander really order this? Colleagues tried to calm the sergeant down and asked him not to raise his voice. He shouldn't do that. The sergeant yelled that they didn't even have medicine. The chief of staff watched the sergeant in silence. He was tense, but he didn't utter a word. Sergeant John Red scattered his co-workers in anger and told them to stay away from him. The sergeant, blazing with rage, continued to glare at the chief of staff. Alexander Lacour rose from his seat and looked at the sergeant with the same look. To bring the sergeant to his senses and calm him down, the chief of staff went over and hit him in the jaw with his fist. This was done purely for educational purposes. Alexander Lacour told the sergeant to come to his senses immediately. Does he really think that emotions are more important than moral duty? The sergeant calmed down and stood with his head down. The commander added, Warhammer, Kronos, all of this changes the picture of the world for them. What if the dragon invasion comes much faster? How will they be then? John Red came to his senses. He raised his eyes and looked calmly at his interlocutor. The sergeant stretched his arms out in front of him and said they could take him to the holding cell. He was ready. Lacour said for Red to calm down. He understands more than anyone what the sergeant is going through right now. A few days pass. In the mess hall during meals, many people were discussing the Oracle situation. Kurt told his comrades that everyone has been talking about him lately. There is talk that the Oracle has awakened. Derek asked if it wasn't the Oracle that predicted the dragon invasion again. Kurt confirmed that was correct, and so he sort of woke up. Kurt asked Silence if he had seen the Oracle. Silence was busy, as always, devouring sweets. Petrov teasingly said that Silence is a glutton. Suddenly, everyone in the dining room became quiet. Everyone turned their attention to the blue-haired girl who suddenly appeared. Someone whispered that it was an oracle. Kurt looked around. Derek had taken the world without taking a bite of his hamburger. The tension in the air was building. The girl noticed everyone's attention fixed on her and asked, "What are they staring at? Is this the first time they've seen people?" Kurt assumed that this was the oracle. Could it be this girl? Derek said that since his generation, PSI fighters were mostly guys. Silence ate the candy and defiantly ignored the oracle. Li Han envisioned exactly the kind of fighters of the first generation. They were discussing the girl and wondering how someone so young could be a first-generation telekinetic. She looked about 20 years old, no more. How old was she at the beginning of the war? Silence looked at the oracle and thought she hated this girl. It must have been unreasonable jealousy. Oracle took a cigarette in her mouth. Someone called out to her. Everyone present looked in that direction. Sergeant Red appeared beside the girl. He looked down at her very sternly. The sergeant showed with his whole appearance that he was not pleased with her appearance. He asked in surprise, what was she doing here? The girl angrily asked, what did he care? She was allowed to come out. The sergeant said she was only allowed to walk around a bit. John Red took the girl's cigarette away from her. She's smoking before she's even outside. Is she out of her mind? Or does she want to die right here? The sergeant was very angry. His hand became hot and fiery. His eyes were glowing furiously. John Red grabbed the girl by the arm and dragged her. He said she would go with him immediately. The girl grimaced. Who was he to tell her what to do anyway? Oracle continued to swear, stonewalling and refusing to go with the sergeant. John Red ignored her and dragged her along in cold blood. Everyone present watched the scene with their mouths open in silent amazement. No one understood why this was happening. Petrov said that these two people scared him very much. Derek wondered why the Oracle hated Sergeant Red so much. And only our hero Li Han thought there was more to it than that. It's something else. The girl broke free from the sergeant's clutches. He moved through the corridors looking for her. Where had that nasty girl gone again? The blue-haired girl hid behind a corner and didn't want to come out. She waited for the sergeant to disappear from her sight. Engineer Schumacher studied all the inputs. There was a lot of incoming information in front of him. The engineer said that he thought Li Han was absolutely ready. Li Han was clad in a new telearmor. Octo said that this would become one of the most legendary training. Octo, the important thing is that the suit fits. Li Han felt comfortable. He had his dragon battle spear in his hand. Li Han felt confident. However, the consciousness of doing this for the first time added a slightly anxious feeling. Li Han was in anticipation of the emergence of the power that should soon become a part of him. After getting rid of the sergeant's pursuit, The Oracle moved wherever she could see. She thought she could even breathe easier without him around. That John Red, the loyal dog of the ARC. Without realizing it, the girl was approaching the lab. Schumacher announced that the training session was over. Li Han felt drained like a lemon, and there was hardly any strength left. Octo, smiling, said that for a first-timer, the guy moved pretty well. There was a reason he had chosen Li Han after all. When Li Han changed his clothes, Octo went over to him and said that at this rate, the boy would do well in the test. Li Han asked what kind of test were we talking about. Schumacher said that very soon the young man would have to take the test in front of the Archmagers, but with his abilities, he can handle it easily. Li Han asked how well Octo knows Sergeant Red. Li Han continued, maybe Octo can tell us something about the Oracle. Octo replied that they said she had recently woken up. Li Han inquired why she had been sleeping. Was it because of an injury or something else? Octo said it was cryogenic sleep, though it cost a lot of money. About as much as it costs to create armor. But her abilities are worth it. Li Han asked why this girl was frozen. Schumacher said the Oracle had mental problems. Some of the first telekineticists couldn't handle the pressure, and they started having problems with their heads. Octo said it's like these people get stony, which leads to their demise. She didn't have much time left, and no one would be surprised when Oracle simply died. Suddenly, Oracle appeared in the lab and asked what interesting thing Mr. Octo was talking about. Octo was startled and covered his hands. He didn't expect that a girl could appear here. Schumacher asked in surprise, where did she come from? The Oracle said she wanted to ask him something. Octo was even more surprised. The girl wondered if he still had those handheld consoles, right? She asked for one of them because she was sure she'd go crazy with boredom. Octo said he wouldn't find them in the ARC for sure. The girl got angry and grabbed Octo by the jacket. After all, he is an engineer. He should think of something or do something himself. The girl calmed down and turned her head and looked at Li Han. The Oracle ran up to the guy and took his hand. She asked in amazement, is he really from the second generation? How huge his muscles are. She's straight up all on fire. Too bad he's a schoolboy. The Oracle told the guy to come clean. He must have been eating steroids and spending time in the gym around the clock. The girl suggested that the young man go somewhere where no one would interrupt them. At that, she smiled strangely. Octo started shoving the guy out of the lab and said she could take him. Training was over for the day. Schumacher quietly whispered to the young man to get her out of here now. She's really annoying. The girl said she could hear everything. Looking away, Oracle said for Octo to take care of her attachment immediately. Already out in the open, Li Han stopped and asked what the girl wanted to talk to him about. Oracle asked if Octo had told him everything regarding her condition. The girl added that she really didn't have much left. Even her hair was originally different. Oracle added that she would like to spend her last days happily and asked the guy if he wanted to go far, far away with her. Li Han said if that was it, he was leaving, turned around and walked in the other direction. The girl tried to stop him. Oracle said the guy apparently doesn't get jokes at all. That's what Sergeant Red had told her about him. Li Han wondered if the Oracle knew him. The girl said she wouldn't have called him with her otherwise. She had something to show him. The Oracle touched her fingers to the young man's forehead. Oracle said if Li Han wants to survive, he must not show his face on the battlefield anymore. Red is worried about him. The boy should know that. Li Han wondered if she had seen his future. The Oracle says exactly what she didn't see, and that scares her. That's why she's warning. The girl said that if you can't see the future, then the person is likely to die. She thinks he understands the logic of that himself. Li Han inquired. She said most likely. So there is also a case of people surviving? Li Han thanked the girl for warning him. He really appreciated it. But his life was walking on a razor blade. No matter how it is, the chances of dying are always high. The young people broke up. The boy went his way and the Oracle went his way. The girl looked back and thought that he might continue to live like that, only to die like a dog at the end. A month passed. Military helicopters made regular flights between the ARK military base and the mainland as part of their program. Sergeant John Red reported to the personnel that their troops had returned to ARK. John Red informed Li Han in silence that Corporal Lao Cha had died heroically during one of the sorties. The young men took this news with deep sorrow, for they were well acquainted with Corporal. Silence clenched his fists with anger. Li Han was more cold-blooded and looked at his colleague. The sergeant told Li Han not to touch him. Silence needs to be alone for a while. Even veterans have a hard time losing comrades. Li Han couldn't believe that the corporal was no longer with them. It felt like he was just somewhere very far away. Li Han told the sergeant that he felt less and less sadness every day. Is it normal for him to react like this? The sergeant said that Li Han was different from the beginning. But if he had been normal, it's unlikely he would have stayed alive. The sergeant said that it wasn't the harsh circumstances or the environment he lived in that hardened Li Han. He only survived because of his own strength. John Red turned around and said that it was time for them to go. There was an important test waiting for the boy. Li Han remembered Johnny Schwartz's words. Even though Ri Chan had erected walls in his heart and wasn't testing anything at all, he shouldn't forget that he had done it himself, and not someone else did it for him. The committee watching the proceedings from a neighboring room behind glass asked if Li Han was okay. He should imagine that this is just a training session. The main thing is to relax. Lee Han shouldn't be nervous. There's a lot of time. He must be careful. The guy said he's calm. He's worried they're in a big hurry up there. Engineer Schumacher says it's all right. Behind him, a large committee watched the process without showing their emotions. Octo thought that nasty old man Smith was watching him closely behind his back, wouldn't want to embarrass himself. Smith figured that in all this time, no one had ever been able to match the Telebrons. He's not sure this kid can. This kid just wants to show off, but that doesn't mean he'll get the prototype. Lee Han thought that this second-generation tele armor looked really great. It was like a real weapon of the future. You couldn't even tell it from a cyborg now. The command to begin the test came in. Lee Han insisted to himself that he would succeed. The young man felt an inexplicable surge of strength. From the outside, it would seem as if he forced them to give him this project, but he wanted to prove that he was worthy of it. The test itself was quite simple, although the basic operations should be more complicated. The guy had an obstacle course in front of him. First, there was the usual walking, running, and jumping. In fact, you don't need to be some kind of athlete to accomplish all of this. It's enough just to move. But our hero still had a hard time with even such simple movements. Engineer Schumacher thought it was amazing. Who said the guy couldn't do it? So far, so good. The final push was coming up. All we have to do is attack a stationary target. There was a machine gun burst. The bullets hit the fighter's chest. Lee Han was knocked down and flew backwards. He fell on his back with his spear out of his hands. Lee Han didn't understand what had happened. Why was the cannon firing at him? He couldn't recover from what had happened. Schumacher inquired how Lee Han was feeling. Is he all right? The guy replied that he was fine. The armor held up. Lee Han added that as far as he could remember, it shouldn't be in the test. Octo apologized. There was no way he'd do that. Octo yelled that it was 100% set up by that old man Smith. Lee Han could smash that cannon into little pieces. Lee Han rose to his feet. The cannon fired another shot. Lee Han behaved differently. Using his skills and telearmor capabilities, he dodged the projectiles while getting closer to the cannon. At the crucial moment, Lee Han pushed off and jumped high up. The members of the committee were surprised at such a jump. Octo advised that the guy should aim for the roof of the gun. That was his blind spot. Lee Han did as Engineer Schumacher advised him. After landing in the right spot, the guy thrust his spear into the cannon with all his might. The cannon was put out of action. Everyone present gaped in amazement, especially Old Man Smith. Octo shouted loudly that Lee Han was doing a great job. Lee Han made a spectacular pause, freezing for a few seconds in that position. This jump was pulling in an Oscar nomination. Lee Han knew that he had done well. Judging from the reaction of the panel members, Lee Han realized that he had done well. Schumacher said that the guy could now change his clothes and come upstairs. After evaluating this test at the commission meeting, the chief of staff said that Octo exceeded all their expectations. That's a good job. Now they should try to secure additional budget. Engineer Schumacher has lost his hands. The prototype will now belong to him. Old Man Smith sat next to him with a disgruntled look. The chief of staff wanted to say something else. However, he kept getting distracted by Oracle playing loudly on the game console. Alexander Lacour asked Sergeant Red to deal with the girl before he got a migraine. Oracle paid no attention to anyone. Putting her feet up on the table, she continued to play with the game console. Sergeant Red called out to the girl. She didn't respond in any way. John Red cold-bloodedly knocked the console out of Oracle's hands, and it flew off and fell to the floor. The console fell and shattered. The girl with a disgruntled look screamed loudly. Sergeant Red walked up to the girl and said that they were having a meeting right now. Oracle shouted. What else was she supposed to do? What did she care about this telearmor? The chief of staff said he wanted to clear up a few more things, and we could move on. Lacour said War Harmon showed up out of the blue. No one was expecting him, and it must not happen again. The commander turned to the girl and asked if she hoped she could still predict the future. The Oracle said that another Dragon Vanguard should appear. She saw the blazing city and the death of many people. Everyone was frightened, and even stood up from their seats at what they heard. The chief of staff shouted at the girl, "Where and when will this happen?" The Oracle said in 10 days in Paris. In the vision was the Eiffel Tower. Sergeant Red angrily asked why she had come here and now. The blackened chief of staff yelled loudly that they needed to act now. John Red grabbed the girl by the arm and dragged her towards the exit. Oracle screamed for him to let her go. She was in pain. The sergeant slapped the girl on the cheek and she fell to the floor. The girl looked at John Red reproachfully. Sarge looked at the girl angrily and asked her to explain to him what her problem was. John said not to let Catherine lie to him. She obviously didn't see the dragon attack today. Why didn't she tell him about it sooner? Catherine replied that she wasn't worried about what was going to happen to the world at all. John Red asked Catherine to stop acting like a child. She wasn't the only one who had to make sacrifices. John asked if the girl knows how old these second-generation kids are. They're only 13 or even 12 years old. But even they, being children, sometimes sacrifice their lives. Catherine replied that she didn't care. The girl was very upset and angry with the sergeant. She said that she felt better in her heart when the sergeant called her a victim. The case was very nerve-wracking and continued in raised tones. Catherine asked, what should she sacrifice? She would die before the dragons attacked a second time. Other people can plan their lives. John said that planning is possible in a world where the dragons are defeated. They all piously believe that someday they will be able to live in peace. The girl tearfully asked what should she do. The only thing she has the power to do is just look to the future where she will have no place. She has no hope, only stupid powers. John said Catherine should know. She's a good person. The girl looked at her interlocutor and continued to cry. Catherine turned away and walked away, leaving John Red alone. She nervously said that he was also bullying her. Military transport helicopters circled around the Eiffel Tower in Paris. Operations to prevent the dragon invasion had begun. The representatives of the ARC organization, knowing what could happen in the city, were surprised that it seemed completely calm at the moment. But still, they were somehow uneasy. Knut said that now that all the people were gone, Paris had become like a ghost town. Petrov asked incredulously, could this city also turn into ruins in a week? Simon replied that anything could be possible. Li Han knew that according to the Oracle's prediction, spatial gates should appear in Paris in 7 days. More often than not, these gates and dragons appeared in new areas, where rifts had opened up before. Li Han and his team were prepared for the upcoming operations. Now elite troops and special forces from all over the world were gathering in these places. A warrior appeared in front of our heroes, accompanied by his colleagues. Judging by the tag on his chest, it was a representative of the United States. 2 teams met and could not share the road. It was impossible to separate. The U.S. representative said he saw the ARK Psi fighters in front of him. He wanted them to give way. Petrov laughed and said that the road was wide so they could go around. The American replied that his opponents were kind of magicians. They could just fly over them. The American support group laughed amicably. Petrov called the American a bad word. Li Han told Dmitri to be quiet. You shouldn't give in to their provocations. Li Han inquired who was in front of him. If he understood correctly, they were U.S. soldiers, right? The interlocutor said that they were from the most elite unit in America. There's no one cooler than them. Li Han remembered what he had heard about them. They are peers. Although they don't possess psychic abilities, but as far as we know, these soldiers have undergone many operations to improve their physiques. As for their standards, according to physique, they are much higher than the ARC. That's probably why they are many times larger than the same Dmitri. The American said, laughing, that if the opponents weren't psychic with their muscles, the same orcs would have made sandwiches out of them long ago. Li Han said it was a very funny joke, and warned his boys that it was time for them to go about their business. The American responded by saying that these ARC guys are pretty boring and wished them good roads. Petrov, parting, said that this American should not worry. They will meet again. Kurt got to his hotel room. He said that it was a magnificent palace and that he had never seen anything like it before. Li Han was also surprised at what he saw. Kurt made himself comfortable and started jumping on his bed. He was enjoying it like a little kid. Kurt didn't stop. He told Li Han that the bed was very soft and comfortable. Li Han replied that he had never seen anything like it either. Li Han ran his hand over the bed and determined that it was silk. Now he understood what it meant to live in luxury. Kurt looked into the minibar and his eyes shone with joy. He hadn't seen such abundance before either. Kurt told his friend that there were many different drinks in the fridge and offered to have a can each. Li Han politely declined. Kurt tasted the French cookies and said they melted right in his mouth. It's unclear what the package says since he doesn't understand French. Li Han said that he is in solidarity with his colleague. Kurt has made his decision and said he's leaving. Li Han asked where the guy was going to go. Kurt replied that he wanted to check out the other rooms to get more of those cookies. The other fighters aren't likely to want to eat it anyway. Li Han said he shouldn't do that. There are a lot of other soldiers here, not just them. It's not worth getting into trouble. Kurt, walking away, said he didn't recall Li Han being appointed commander here. Li Han took his head, nothing new. What could he hope for? Kurt was still a child. Li Han unfolded the holographic map of the city center in front of him on the table. He wanted to learn how to navigate the area better. While there was time, the guy decided to check out the new buildings nearby. He realized that they definitely couldn't win without preparation. The Li Han remembered the corporal telling him about an old saying about a samurai. Even if you need a sword once in your life, you should always carry it. Our hero remembered it forever. The door to the room opened and the oracle entered. Li Han looked at her in surprise. Silence sensed something. She heard someone saying to wait. Silence listened to it. The oracle was telling him to stand like this. Silence didn't understand what was even going on. What does that wench want with Li Han? Catherine stood crying and exhausted in Li Han's room. The guy walked closer to the girl and took her by the shoulder. Silence couldn't find a place to be. Something was bothering her. At this time, Li Han was in his hotel room trying to comfort Catherine. Silence decided to check what that girl was doing with Li Han and ran to his room. Petrov saw his opponent and gloatingly asked if he was scared to come alone. Petrov added that otherwise he didn't understand why this guy brought a team of big guys with him. The opponent said that the guy cannot worry. He's the only one who will fight. His friends are just here to watch. But if he tried to escape, things could change. Petrov laughed. Is he really telling the truth? Petrov added that his opponent could relax. He is not going to use his magic powers against them, which they are so afraid of. Both opponents looked into each other's eyes, as boxers do on the eve of a match. It was a battle of looks. Each of them was ready to start the battle right now. Catherine, sad and lonely, was in Li Han's room. Silence stood in front of that room and contemplated whether to enter. Silence made up her mind and cautiously opened the door. She saw Li Han and the Oracle sitting with their backs to her. Silence fixed her mask. She thought she was getting hot and should go get some air. Silence stood waiting for the elevator. Kurt appeared next to it, holding packages of cookies. Kurt wondered where Silence was going. Dmitry Petrov swung and delivered a staggering blow to his opponent with fury. The blow came straight to the chest of his opponent. The opponent was so tough that he withstood this powerful blow. In response, he only grunted. The American didn't even move. He held his fist near his face and, adopting a boxing stance, defended himself. Petrov thought that this guy was very tough, and he would have to sweat over him. Petrov's punches came from all sides. The American went into deep defense, covering his face and stomach with his hands. His opponent's punches didn't reach the target. Petrov thought that this guy hadn't missed a single attack. It was the opponent's turn. The American blocked Dmitry's arm and swung to hit him back. Petrov tilted his head to avoid missing a punch to the jaw, and the blow went straight to his forehead. The blow was so strong that his forehead was immediately stained with blood. The opponent was not satisfied. He said that now his opponent could hold on. It was his turn. Dmitry, using Sambo technique, grabbed his opponent's arm and prepared to give him a painful hold. The American grunted but held on. Petrov shouted and pulled his arm back. He said his opponent had better give up if he didn't want his arm broken. The American screamed in pain, but he held on and didn't give up. He tried to free himself from the painful hold. Finally, freeing himself from his opponent's grip, the American threw Petrov far backward. Petrov lay bloodied on the ground. His opponent's leg rose above his head. The American brought his foot down to the ground with a clatter, but Petrov was not under it. The fighter had time to dodge and, bouncing aside, rose to his feet. The big man looked at his opponent. Petrov raised up, glared at the American. Dmitry, smiling, gloated. He recognized that in front of him was a real machine and warned that from now on, the jokes were over. Suddenly, the Silence appeared on the battlefield. She definitely wanted to blow off some steam. The big American told the masked man to get out of here. If he accidentally hooked him, what would he do then? Silence's eyes lit up furiously. Everything around her was pissing her off. Silence wanted to break something or someone urgently. This time, the American's index finger was unlucky. In the blink of an eye, the finger was broken. The American cried out in pain. The American looked menacingly at Silence. His look was more eloquent than any words. The big American swung and intended to hit Silence. He shouted, "Has that mask lost its fear?" Silence sharply repelled his opponent's arm. The American's blow was ineffective. With his other hand, Silence delivered a sharp and painful blow to his opponent's side. The American began to realize who he was dealing with. However, it was too late to do anything about it. With the next punch to the stomach, Silence thoroughly deactivated his opponent. The big man folded himself in half and screamed loudly in pain. His huge abs did not help to contain Silence's powerful blow. Already in a moment, the big guy was on his knees with his head down in front of the fragile Silence. The fellow Americans disagreed with the way their colleague had been treated. They looked at Silence. Silence, having let off a little steam, calmly looked at the approaching Americans. Kurt and Petrov, without uttering a word, looked in amazement at the actions of the Silence. The events before their eyes were developing very quickly. Kurt said, "It's not that the big guy was weak, it's that Silence is very strong." In the process of figuring things out, another American was hurt. The other two decided not to test their fate and parted to the side, letting Silence pass. Petrov thought that this American had absolutely no chance against Silence. Li Han tried to comfort Catherine as best he could. The girl said that she was going to tell the head of the ARC headquarters the whole truth. If Li Han joined the operation, he would be killed. The girl added, "One word from her and Li Han will be sent to safety." The boyfriend stated that this topic is closed for discussion. Catherine shouted in rage that the dragon would appear. She had seen it. And then Li Han would definitely die, for he was still quite young. The girl started to get nervous and lose her temper again. Catherine fell to her knees and began to scream in pain. It seemed as if someone had possessed her. The next moment, the girl's body collapsed, and the young man picked her up. Catherine was completely weakened. Li Han decided that it was necessary to call a doctor immediately. Catherine put her hand on Li Han's shoulder and said that there was no need for a doctor. She is fine. She just needs to rest. The young man thought that this was the mental problems Okta was talking about that doomed the telekinetics. Armed men were hiding behind the fence, engaging the enemy. It was a liberation operation. A young girl appeared in one of the window openings on the top floor. She stood on the windowsill at full height. The soldier in his sniper scope saw this girl. "What is she doing there?" The warrior gave orders to his men not to shoot. There is a survivor out there. The soldier saw this girl take a step forward out of the window. "She's going to fall and crash, isn't she? What is she doing?" The soldier shouted in horror. Catherine was lying with her eyes open on the bed in Li Han's room. While the girl rested, Li Han paced the room thoughtfully from side to side. Catherine continued to lie motionless and stare at the ceiling. She had just had a dream. Lee Han was standing off to the side with his back to the bed. Catherine got up and crouched on the edge of the bed. She looked at the young man silently. Figured that this guy was pretty stubborn. She won't be able to change his mind. All the while, Lee Han stood over the desk and studied the holographic map of the city center. Catherine figured that's what John Red was doing now, too. The girl decided that the two were very much alike. They probably socialized regularly. Lee Han turned around and asked how she was feeling. How long has it been since she woke up? The young people looked into each other's eyes, embarrassed. Catherine said she was feeling better now. Immediately afterward, Lee Han pushed the girl out the door and said goodbye to her. Closing the door, the guy told her not to come here again. She's interfering with his work. The girl was indignant at the behavior of this rude, in her opinion, young man. In the lab, Oracle was talking to Sergeant John Rada. Schumacher, as always, was tinkering with his instruments. The lab was bustling with activity. Everyone was busy doing their own thing. Octo asked the sergeant, "Does he really want to take the body armor?" Catherine said indignantly that the sergeant was out of his mind. Does he really think he has 2 lives? The girl told the guy to look at his feet. John Red, taking a drag on his favorite cigar, told her to shut up. His legs were the reason he was adjusting his tele-armor right now. There aren't many fighters left, but another team could form with him. Octo tried to explain something to the sergeant on his fingers. Catherine told the sergeant that the engineer wanted her out of here and suggested that John go somewhere with her. The young people ended up at a bar. John offered his companion a drink of orange juice and added that if she was worried, she could look into his future, whether or not he would survive. Catherine said that she didn't care about his future. It's just that he looks pathetic from the outside. The girl poured out the contents of her glass and asked for something stronger to be poured. She wasn't a child to drink juice. Sergeant said that strong drinks are bad for your health. Catherine wondered if it was too late to worry about her health. John Red angrily replied that scientists are still trying to find a cure for her. He hadn't given up hope. That's the reason they locked her in the lab, to wait for it to be made. Catherine sadly said that John knows everything. Even if the scientists do make a cure, she will already be feeding the worms. Sergeant was very upset. If Catherine only knew how much he didn't want to be woken up. John suggested that they call it a day and reached for his alcoholic beverage. The guy said that if a girl really wanted to get drunk, he wouldn't hold her back and poured her a glass of whiskey. Catherine told the interlocutor to have a drink too. The sergeant replied that he didn't mind. Time passed, and Catherine and John remained sitting at the bar drinking alcohol. The number of empty liquor bottles in front of them increased. None of the young people were in any hurry to get anywhere. As is always the case in such cases, the tension between the young people subsided. The conversation flowed into a more relaxed direction. Catherine ruffled the sergeant's hair and said that so he looked even more beautiful. When the girl came to her senses, she found herself in Red's room on his bed. On a table nearby were empty liquor bottles. The other half of the bed was untouched. The girl thought that apparently the sergeant must have slept elsewhere. Catherine thought with regret that the sergeant had turned out to be a gentleman. As the girl stood in the window opening, the soldier saw her through his sniper scope. He brought the picture closer and got a good look at her face. The soldier shouted for no one to shoot. "There's a survivor. She's giving an SOS signal." The military man looked at the girl and thought it was amazing. Could there really be a survivor out there? Terror flashed in the guy's eyes. The girl threw herself down from the window. Throwing his weapon aside, the military man rushed towards the girl. He was determined to catch her by all means. The rescue operation was successful. The girl opened her eyes, finding herself in the arms of the military man, her savior. The warrior looked at the girl with still frightened eyes. She also looked her savior in the eyes. The guy asked, "Wasn't she the one who sent the signal for help? Why did she jump out of the window?" The girl's eyes read gratitude and confidence that she was already saved. The girl, smiling, said that she saw that soldier catch her. That soldier was Sergeant John Red. Catherine was in the bathroom looking at herself in the mirror. The girl looked in the closet behind the mirror. All the things here were neatly arranged and systematized. Various boxes were in large numbers. It seemed as if he had collected them in reserve. Catherine thought that this sergeant was not a woodpecker after all, but somehow they were similar to him. It was the same with his favorite cigars. The cigar case was full. Catherine took one cigar for herself. The girl went out on the balcony and, leaning on the railing, looked down at the city. Catherine looked down thoughtfully with the cigar in her mouth. Catherine remembered telling John that he looked prettier after she ruffled his hair. Catherine waved her hands in indignation. Was she out of her mind to say such a thing to him? The girl became sad again. The cigar remained unlit on the table. Catherine did not find a lighter anywhere in the room. Catherine, leaving the room, saw a masked man in the hallway. She asked, "Are you Silence?" "Silence," she thought as she remembered this was the sergeant's room. Catherine looked away embarrassed. She didn't know what to say to Silence. Silence informed Catherine that decent girls don't act like that. Catherine was surprised at such a statement. Why did they think badly of her? Silence turned around and went about her business. Catherine followed her and said that there must have been some mistake. She didn't know what was going on with Silence, but she assumed that Silence obviously didn't like her. Lee Han stood there, packed in body armor. Schumacher said he had set up some interesting quirks. Octo stretched his arm forward and showed his fingers like Spider-Man does. He said the lotions were something like this. Li-Han looked at the engineer in bewilderment. Octo wondered if the guy had never seen any Spider-Man movies. When he does that, a spider web flies out of his hand. Li-Han replied that he doesn't know such a person. Octo added that somehow his left arm is now equipped with hook gun replacement equipment. It's also removable, so if not needed, it can simply be dismantled. There is also a satchel mounted on the telebrons. You can catch flying creatures, but you have to be careful and make sure that you don't get hit on the back by someone. Otherwise, it will hurt. The engineer's assistants noticed. If the chief says that it will hurt, it means that one should be careful not to get killed. Indeed, one must be cautious. Li-Han thought that it didn't take a genius to realize that if this thing exploded, it wouldn't hurt much. Octo looked into the young man's eyes and said seriously that what they had predicted would happen very soon. Li-Han must realize that he was now the main fighter in the arc. The 4 first-generation soldiers would face the dragons first. Of course, it would be ideal if they could defeat the dragon on their own. The engineer added that in just 10 years, humanity has become too carefree. If they can't stop the dragon today, they will be finished. Li-Han, looking at the monitor that had a picture of the Eiffel Tower on it, said that he wouldn't let that happen. Li-Han said that he would not fight for the sake of humanity, but for his brothers and comrades. The sky over Paris had darkened. It was clear that the interdimensional gate was about to appear. The chief of staff said that if nothing changed and the gate remained the same, then very soon the Earth should split and monsters would appear. It was reported that all the troops had arrived at the place where the interdimensional gate was supposed to appear. The map showed this point. The armed soldiers looked up. In the sky, transformations were taking place right above the Eiffel Tower. Lightning bolts were emanating from the epicenter. Those present noticed that the lightning bolts were beginning to converge at one point, right at the intended location. The chief of staff said that everything was going as expected and ordered the soldiers to prepare for battle. The soldiers and military equipment, not far from the tower, surrounded the supposed location where the burst appeared. It was at that exact spot that the lightning bolts were striking. Heavy equipment, firearms, and personnel, including our hero, were sent to the epicenter of events. A brave American warrior with a large caliber machine gun in his hand asked why nothing was still happening. Had the monster gotten scared? One of the military men shouted that something was happening upstairs. It was necessary to pay close attention to it. The sky was indeed turbulent. The number of lightning bolts and their intensity increased. It seemed as if there would be a rupture in the sky. Chief of Staff, Engineer Schumacher, and even our hero Friendly, as in a single impulse, swore. From the sky, from the very place from where the lightning bolts were striking, a huge number of foul things appeared, and they all moved to the ground. It was like a huge swarm of insects rushed vertically down from the sky, and there was no end to them. The armed soldiers approached the place where the monsters were falling. The monsters fell to the ground and were smashed to pieces. The soldiers didn't understand what they should do now. What is even going on here? Why are these monsters falling to the ground? Li-Han watched what was happening through the monitor screen while in the headquarters next to Engineer Schumacher. It was a mystery. Why did the gate open in the sky? Li-Han thought that all they had to do was watch. The commanders must be in shock right now as well. They had purposely placed the troops and guns like this because they thought they would fight on the ground. Gradually, the surviving monsters appeared, and the ones that died in the fall served as cushions for a soft landing. The surviving monsters activated their activities. They dispersed in different directions with the goal of destroying anything they could get their hands on. The American opened fire with his handheld machine gun. Laughing, he said that it was more like a game, only played on a nice eye level. The ARC representatives opened fire in the same manner with their assault rifles. Where are these monsters going? If it ends like this, it'll be just fine. The monsters were destroyed like pesky insects. The monsters falling from the sky didn't stop. They arrived more and more. It seemed that they were more than the ammunition in the machine guns. Petrov said that these things just climb and climb, probably hoping that they would run out of ammunition. The next category of monsters appeared. They were already flying monsters. Simon shouted that another category of monsters was coming, and everyone got ready. The winged ones were approaching. The command was given to activate the cannons that were aimed upwards at the flying creatures. The number of flying monsters was off the scale. The sky was almost invisible. Loud buzzing and continuous flickering of wings could be heard. The cannons fired at the flying monsters. The sky lit up with bright explosions. Many monsters were destroyed, but others were arriving in their place. Suddenly, the flying monsters lowered down began to explode. The chief of staff realized that these were self-detonations, a unique tactic of the enemy. The flying creatures, as they descended toward the ground, began to swell and eventually explode. The soldiers, shooting back, shouted that there were too many monsters. At this rate, they would soon cover the entire land. There was a command for everyone to retreat. The first sector must be blown up. Simon shouted the need to retreat to other positions faster. When the cadet looked back, he saw a flying monster approaching him, ready to explode. There was a powerful explosion. Such explosions occurred in different places. Silence and Simon came out to hunt with the monsters. Simon, using his telekinetic abilities, diverted the blast wave to the side, reducing its impact area. While holding back the monsters, Simon yelled for the soldiers to keep moving and move back. The chief of staff was informed that the preparations for the explosion of the first sector had been completed. The executors were waiting for the order. Alexander Lacour reported that he wanted to wait a little longer. A colleague was trying to get a wounded American to the safe zone. He said there was still a little more to go. The wounded man said that soon the place would be nothing but ruins and advised his colleague to leave him behind. The fellow should survive. The colleague said he would not leave his comrade in distress. If they were to die, they should die together. After all, they are warriors who inspire terror in the enemy. A winged monster appeared in front of the two soldiers and was about to explode. As expected, there was a powerful explosion, but a shadow flashed in front of them. It was a cadet from the Ark. Using his telekinetic superpowers, the warrior protected the American soldiers from the harmful effects of the blast wave. The Americans were saved. They screamed in amazement and stood with their mouths open for a long time. The soldier who saved the Americans turned out to be Dmitry Petrov. He said that these guys had some kind of childish slogan. Petrov added that he liked the fact that they did not leave their own in trouble. Dmitry and the American looked at each other. Kurt, using his addiction to fire, was destroying the advancing monsters in every way possible. Kurt was continuously pursued by a huge number of monsters. The guy, occasionally fighting them off with fire, was trying to find a safe place. Turning around, Kurt swore and said that now he would destroy them all. They would regret messing with a telekinetic like that. The chief of staff was informed that there were still troops on the field. It was necessary to wait. Lacour declared that there was no more time left and ordered the detonation. The center of Paris lit up in bright flames. A powerful explosion erupted at the epicenter of the monsters. This was the final hour for Paris. Schumacher said that even such a city is just a tool for the ARC to fight their enemies. If they won, there would still be nothing left of Paris. Li Han thought it was a huge explosion. He hoped everyone had time to evacuate. The chief of staff was told that most of the monsters had been destroyed. Furthermore, there would be no more new ones. They were the last ones to come out of the gate. The chief of staff said that in that case, the stormtroopers should destroy the remaining monsters and prepare the first-generation telephoto armor at the same time. Looking at the dark blur, it was clear that it was about to appear, judging from those incomprehensible, blurry outlines. Ark warriors wearing first-generation tele-armor appeared on the battlefield. They were here for a sweep. One of the soldiers recalled what their chief of staff, Alexander Lacour, had told them in his parting words. This battle ends on their line. A huge monster appeared in the sky from the bursting point. The dragon, flapping its huge wings, was rushing towards Earth. The command to begin the operation was given. The dragon tried to attack the soldiers in tele-armor. The soldiers readied their swords. The commander said they were working according to plan. It's not much different from the dragon they dealt with in the First War. Plus, it's much smaller. Even though it's not a war Harmad, they still have to be extremely careful. The warriors moved from place to place, avoiding the dragon's attacks while trying to hit it with their weapons. The most optimal in this case was to attack the dragon's wings to take away its ability to move through the air. Dragons stay in the air with psi energy, but without wings, they lose their ability to fly. In this case, the wings are just a tool, and everything is tied to psi energy, but without that tool, the energy is useless. One of the warriors tried to approach the dragon from behind to block its view. After getting the necessary distance, the warrior, using the flames as a flamethrower, aimed a jet of fire directly at the dragon's head. The two men climbed on top of the dragon and were about to cut off its wings. They told their colleagues to start preparing for a ground battle. Soaring through the air, the dragon began to spew out a huge amount of negative energy. Its wings survived. The warriors were thrown a considerable distance away. The sergeant in the tele-armor couldn't believe what he was seeing. This had never happened before. One of the soldiers still managed to reach the dragon once more and swung his huge sword. The dragon received a significant wound. Blood rushed in all directions. The dragon held onto the air as best it could with its last strength. The sergeant said it was commendable, but the dragon is trying for nothing. He doesn't have much time left anyway. Losing altitude, the beast began to descend toward Earth. Its aeronautical abilities were impaired. The wound was making itself felt. The warrior still in the air noted that the dragon had landed, but there was no time to delay. It was necessary to finish the beast. The dragon, raising its surviving wing upwards, realized that it was now facing a ground battle. Standing against it was a determined fighter in telebronze with sword at the ready. The warriors surrounding the dragon couldn't understand what he was doing now. How was he trying to survive? Sergeant Red noticed that this dragon had just changed its form. It has a different appearance now. The dragon, like a wild cat, began to approach its opponents. The sergeant thought that this was something they hadn't seen before. Their usual fighting pattern wouldn't work in this case. John Red said they couldn't just stand by. If they fight on the ground, they still have a chance to win. The sergeant told his colleague to put his jetpack on maximum recoil and follow him. They will take turns attacking. He will jump first and cause an electric shock. Sarge added that if he was lucky, he would be able to finish off the dragon before it incinerated him. The sergeant added that now was not the time to hesitate. It was necessary to go on the attack. The dragon was also going to attack. The two soldiers put their swords forward and moved towards the dragon. They already had a plan of action. The wingless dragon roared loudly and glared at its opponents with glaring eyes. John Red realized that the monster wanted to use telekinesis in this fight. John Red was fiercely attacked by this terrifying monster. However, he managed to resist and survived. The sergeant's colleagues were less fortunate. The dragon massacred them. John Red watched in horror. The sergeant had never seen anything like this before. He wondered, does this dragon not get fed? John Red thought that he needed to stay alive as long as possible, only to die when he recognized at least one of the dragon's other abilities. A command came from headquarters for Li Han to begin his mission. John Red was surprised that such an order was given. What were they thinking? Li Han advanced to the starting point. John Red shouted loudly for Li Han not to interfere in any way. Oracle asked the chief of staff, would he just leave John Red to die? Alexander Lacour was silent. The soldier tried to lead the girl out of the office. Catherine screamed not to be touched. The chief of staff asked if the Oracle realized how serious things were now. He looked intently at the girl. The dragon that has appeared now is a new species, and no one knows what else it is capable of. If they lose their only normal second-generation fighter due to unforeseen circumstances, it would be unforgivable. It could mean the end for all of humanity as well. Catherine remained silent with her head down. The girl suddenly grabbed the medical injection gun and said that she was ready for anything. If Sergeant Red is killed, she also has nothing more to live for. Catherine, looking straight into the officer's eyes, said that if the sergeant died, she would also die. At that, the girl leaned the gun against her neck. Catherine turned to Li Han. She said that she realizes how contradictory her actions seem right now. After all, she told him, if she wanted to stay alive, she'd better keep her head down. The guy may hate and despise her, but Sergeant Red was in danger now. The girl cried bitterly and asked that Li Han save him and added, please. Li Han, without thinking long, told Engineer Schumacher to get ready immediately. Schumacher was naturally surprised. Li Han told the Oracle that he was going to follow him anyway. He didn't want Sergeant Red to just die like that either. The Chief of Staff and Catherine watched through the monitor screen as Li Han, who was clad in second-generation body armor, followed him. Li Han was already standing in front of the modified dragon. The guy was ready to fight from the start. His spear was at the ready. He approached the dragon from the other side of Sergeant Red. The sergeant in his telebronze looked at the dragon and his colleague. The dragon's eyes were glowing furiously. The sergeant was closer to the dragon than Li Han. The sergeant called the cadet's name and asked what he was doing here. Li Han asked if John Red could set the dragon on fire in the face again like last time. Red replied that he couldn't, but he would try to bait it, and that's out of the question. Li Han said that in that case, Red will really die. Li Han added that he wasn't fighting to protect humanity, but because he didn't want to watch his comrades die. Each of the warriors began to act in a way to straighten out the dragon. Roles were assigned. Red warned that the dragon was using telekinesis. Li Han rose above the dragon. At this time, John Red tried to ignite the monster's head using his telekinetic abilities. Li Han said to block the dragon's view with fire, he would shoot it in the face. John Red said he would do his part, and Li Han could do whatever he wanted after that. Everything happened as scripted. The sergeant aimed the fire jet directly at the dragon and ignited it. After that, Li Han fired a shot towards the monster. Before applying the next shot, our hero realized that he had to rewind the laser wire faster. At the same time, Li Han was going to increase the power of the jetpack to the maximum. It was time to finish off this dragon. Li Han prepared to launch a melee attack as well. The tired sergeant asked what came to Li Han's mind now. Li Han reached high up, turned around, and, increasing his speed, moved straight at the dragon. The sergeant thought, does this guy really know how to deal with such a burst of electricity? Li Han remembered Engineer Schumacher giving him advice to increase the mental discharge for a moment, but to the maximum. Octo added, the guy always does it his way, but he won't let him die so easily. If he's suddenly endangered by the dragon's psychosis, that's when you have to increase your psi power to maximum. Approaching the dragon at a tremendous speed, Li Han shouted loudly. Due to the high proportion of dragon material in the second-generation telearmor, when the PSI force was released, it was suppressed by the same force. After the smoke cleared, the sergeant saw a colleague standing nearby. After that powerful strike, the dragon was destroyed. Li Han stood beside the destroyed dragon. He threw back his helmet and looked at the approaching sergeant. The sergeant, because of the sunlight appearing from behind the clouds, could only see the outline of his battle comrade. Li Han continued to silently stare at the result of their activities. In a moment, the sun completely illuminated Li Han standing next to him. John Red said that the guy he had once fought with seemed like he had just saved the world. With the sun's rays directly in his face, Li Han saw himself standing in the middle of a pristine forest. Lowering his head, Li Han saw little dinosaur chicks under his feet. Seeing a path, Li Han started to follow it. He was surrounded by prehistoric animals and insects on all sides. Li Han came to the cannon of the forest. He saw dinosaurs flying in the air. High cliffs towered above the trees. On one of these cliffs rested a huge dragon. Li Han took a closer look. It was indeed a dragon. It felt as if the guy had seen it before. Li Han wondered, how could there be a dragon among the dinosaurs? Taking a closer look, the guy saw that the dragon's eyes were glowing. The dragon roared loudly. This dragon had 3 pupils in each eye. The dragon lifted up on its paws on this rock and flapped its huge wings. Its entire body glowed, releasing energy. The dragon pushed off the rock, flapped its wings, and appeared above the man. Li Han lifted his head up and looked straight at the dragon without fear. Li Han felt the dragon communicating with him. The communication was on the level of telepathy. The dragon told the man that it would do its best to convince him of its good intentions. Li Han opened his eyes. He realized that he was in a hospital bed. Knut was also in the ward. He apologized and was glad that Li Han was finally awake. Li Han asked, "How long did I sleep?" Knut replied that it had been 3 days. Li Han wondered, why is Knut wearing hospital clothes? Knut said that he had a psychological evaluation, but was told that he would have to be under the doctor's care for a while. Knut told his comrade how he had been hurt after repelling an attack of monsters that had fallen from the sky. Knut told how he had used his telekinetic powers to trap the monsters. He remembered that at that moment he was so furious that he didn't think about himself and was ready to destroy both himself and the monsters. Knut grabbed his dragon spear and turned around and rushed to attack the monsters chasing him. At that moment, he was not thinking of himself at all. Knut, pouring boiling water from the teapot into his glass, asked if Li Han remembered saying he would fight for the sake of the people he cared about. Now he too would fight to protect his loved ones. Knut said seriously that he would destroy anyone who dared to harm his comrades, even if he had to travel to the depths of purgatory to do so. Since Li Han was awake, Knut said he had to go. They would talk later. Catherine entered the chamber. This time the girl was dressed in a strict suit. She even had a different hairstyle. Catherine sat down next to her and asked how Li Han was doing. The guy said that he was doing fine. He was recovering quickly. Looking at the way Catherine looked now, Li Han assumed that she had decided to get serious. The girl said she shouldn't have dragged him in. Everything should have limits. Humanity had gone mad if it decided to subject ordinary 10-year-old children to such training, who would later become soldiers like the ones who had recently died in the Battle of Paris, and she despised them. Besides, it was inhumane of her to ask Li Han to save Sergeant Red, but when the guy came out, she felt much better. Catherine cried again. She said that she was no different from them. The girl apologized for her tears and said she came to thank the young man. She ended up crying here. Li Han, looking at the crying oracle, thought that she was a girl who was fragile and vulnerable. Catherine shuddered when she received the message. She got up and began to pack. Saying goodbye, the girl said she had to go. The funeral was coming up soon, and added that the young man should take care of himself. Already with an oracle's gaze, Li Han said she had no need to apologize. It was his duty. The lad got out of bed and said that apparently before the war this would have seemed crazy, but not now. He would continue to fight. Li Han added that he would do everything in his power to protect the people he holds dear and destroy all the dragons. Kuro and Simon met quite by chance. Kuro asked what Simon was doing here, and where is Li Han or Knut right now? Simon replied that they are both in the hospital. Does Kuro really think he wanted to come here on his own? Kuro wondered. Did they get hurt badly? Simon replied that if he was interested, he could go himself. Simon added for Kuro to hurry after him. He's not going to wait for him. Kuro thought that this guy still hated him. Simon said about Li Han that he's a real psycho. He still pisses him off unbearably. He only came to his senses when his partner was destroyed. If he tries to say anything, he'll give him a beating. 3 days passed. Li Han was back in the ranks. The commander offered him a cup of tea. Li Han was treated to delicious Chinese tea at the reception of the chief of staff. Alexander Lacour also agreed that this tea was delicious. The chief of staff clearly wanted something from Li Han. He even offered him sugar to make the tea even tastier. After a long pause, Li Han said that the commander didn't invite him over to give him tea. He understood that it had to do with Kuro. Lacour looked at his interlocutor intently. The officer said the young man was right. He wanted Kuro to participate in a real battle under Li Han's command. Of course, he would also have to fight using second-generation tele-armor. The chief of staff said that the decision had been made to produce 11 new suits. At the same time, they planned to form 3 4-man teams to start with, and one of them would be led by Li Han. Lacour added that all the dragons except War Harmut had been destroyed now. Of course, if they had a team of 4 first-generation soldiers, they would have easily dealt with him. But now there is a new kind of creature that even the veterans can't handle. These creatures are evolving just like humans. Now the future of humanity really depends on the second-generation tele-armor. The chief of staff explained the whole situation to our hero. At the moment, Li Han is the only one who can handle the existing prototype, so Kuro will be around to be very helpful. Li Han realized that Ark really needed him right now. The balance of power was tilting in his favor. Simon walked up to Kuro and asked why he was taking so long to get ready. Kuro politely apologized. Simon said that all A-plus fighters have been ordered to assemble in the lab. They are already running late, so it is necessary to hurry. Kuro thought to himself as he promised himself that he wouldn't be weak, even though he has to make the decision himself. However, since Li Han is not around, it seems like he's becoming like before again. The cadets gathered in the lab along with the scientists and support staff. The military were also present for the test. Simon wondered what they wanted to show them. Could it really be some new device? It would even be able to measure their strength. The lab employee said that this device would gather information about mental powers and numerical values of their expression, and then output statistical data. All the cadets have to do is put on a helmet, sit in a chair, and maximize their psychic power. The system reports that the measurement is complete. Level 8,000 ppb recorded. Simon pulled apart the cadets standing in front of him and told them to disperse. He wanted to check his readings too. Simon made himself comfortable in his chair and put on his helmet. The boy was completely calm. The staff announced that the measurement had begun and started recording the incoming data. The cadets watching Simon waited eagerly to see what results their colleague, their British genius, would show. The seeming calmness hid Simon's high tension. He was trying hard to squeeze the most out of his psychic power. The researchers reported that the measurements were complete. A reading of 10,000 ppb had been reached. Simon took off his helmet. His face was wet with sweat. The observers noted that this was the best performance. The cadets congratulated Simon. Simon handed the helmet to Kuro and told him to try it too. Kuro refused. After all, he had already measured this data before he switched courses. Simon approached the research girl and asked what Kuro's reading was. Sasha Grace came up to the interlocutors and said Kuro had 12,000. That said, he wasn't putting out his full strength. Simon turned around and stepped aside. He didn't say anything. It was obvious that Simon was nervous. Grace noticed the girl's reproachful look and said that Simon was just a kid. Therefore, he wouldn't back off until he knew. Kuro thought that Simon would now see him as a rival. There's nothing good about that. PP is a psychic power score. It's numerical value, like in video games. That's the explanation Li Han gave to Kuro. Li Han replied that he had never played games, but he understood what Kuro was talking about. Li Han thought that there was no way Ark would have done something like this without a good reason. They must want to use it in battle somehow. Knut and Silence, already in the helicopter, asked the commander what their mission was this time. Li Han said with utmost restraint that he would explain everything to his colleagues right now. The girl told the blonde-haired guy that she wanted to fight him. At the same time, she put her sword forward in the direction of her interlocutor. The guy asked why they wanted to fight. He also had a sword in his hand. Judging by their jackets, they were both ARC cadets. The girl said that his name is spelled the same as hers, which pisses her off. She thought that was a good enough reason. The guy put his sword forward, took a fighting stance, and said he agreed, and added, "For Leva to get started." All these memories flashed through Silence's mind. Silence wondered, what were those memories? Had they really been erased by the trauma? Worcester, a small town in the Pyrenees. The ARC cadets moved forward along a deserted road. Knut asked in surprise, could those monsters from Paris have appeared here? Looking at their habits and abilities, there was no way they would do such a thing. They must have a commander, Ella, for example. Li Han said that they needed to survey the city. A squad by the roadside discovered a dead body. Li Han concluded, considering the climate and the condition of the corpse, it had been about 2 days, but this was the only body. Are the others still alive? Knut told the commander that he heard someone coming. The cadets readied their weapons. Silence drew her sword. A civilian was walking towards the squad on the road. He was dragging a wooden cart with traces of blood behind him. Li Han told the man to stop and state his name, rank, and branch of service. The whip pointed its weapon at the traveler. The man stopped and leisurely lowered the cart to the ground. Judging by his clothing, he was a local. Looking closer, the military man wondered if they were soldiers from the arcade. How could they notice that he was an ordinary local farmer? The tattoo of a diving helmet with a skull on the farmer's arm did not escape Li Han's scrutinizing gaze. That's what he told the traveler about. This kind of tattoo is often done by Marines or sailors. Li Han added that if the civilian himself doesn't want to confess, they have ways to find out who he is. He relayed the information to the ARC base to get ready for a scan there. The man spread his arms out to the sides and said his name was Jacques. The military might call him that. Li Han said he was interested in the full name. Jacques remarked that it wasn't nice to ask like that. Li Han countered that it was better that way than to pass by potential danger. The farmer raised his hat and introduced himself. He was Jacques de Gaulle, an ordinary farmer. Li Han got the information from the ARC. This man had been retired for 6 years, and before that was a member of the ARC's Hisai fighter squad. Jacques admitted that he had been hiding for quite a while and didn't expect to meet them here at all. Li Han remarked that Jacques de Gaulle is not a deserter. What is he afraid of? The farmer said that even after his resignation, they were being watched. No freedom. The leadership worries that they are using their abilities for selfish purposes. Jacques lowered his head. He had nothing more to say. Li Han continued to look at his new acquaintance curiously. Jacques walked over to the corpse and asked if the military would help him. He can't bury them, but he would like to pay his respects to them. The military, helping Jacques, cremated the corpse they found in the middle of the square. Jacques said he originally settled here to avoid being followed, but he liked living in this place. Even planned to grow old here. Jacques de Gaulle asked the commander if they were trying to track these things down. Would they mind if he joined them? After all, before this, he had just watched people die one by one. Thanks to his specialty, he was able to survive, but he didn't stop being a coward. Li Han realized that this man's superpower was invisibility. However, Li Han didn't know his ability as a fighter yet, but with such skills, he would be a good help for their reconnaissance. The commander agreed. He introduced himself and said that his name was Li Han. They're taking him as a temporary member of their squad. Li Han gave Jacques a parabellum and said that now he would be able to shoot back. Jacques pulled out another dagger and said he would not let his commander down. The squad with the new fighter advanced through the forest. Jacques, as a local with a good sense of the terrain, was going to be of invaluable help to them. Li Han said that it was necessary to take a break. The patrol would take turns except for Jacques. Jacques was surprised at the stamina and endurance of these cadets. He asked if they were really human. He wouldn't say he was completely rusty, but their stamina was enviable. Jacques de Gaulle said that he would never have thought that without any equipment, he would not be able to keep up with the uniformed fighters. Li Han replied that they were Psi fighters who had undergone several surgeries to improve their abilities. Jacques de Gaulle was very surprised. Did the Arca really still have this project going on? It turns out that these guys are from the second generation. Jacques thought he could tell from his eyes that this commander was really just a kid. He's about 13 or 14 years old, no more. They are much stronger than the first generation, but they are still too young. Li Han asked, why did Jacques leave Arc? Their gazes met. The farmer replied that he hated Arc as well as those dragons and monsters. Silence looked at Jacques and thought that it was just 6 years ago that that incident happened. Silence grabbed her helmet as if she wanted to chase the bad thoughts away from her. She had armed men in front of her eyes. The guy held out his hand to her and told her to come with him. The bloody hand held a gun. They were not born to be bred like cattle, he said. All humans, except them, are enemies. Near the girl lay a man covered in blood. She sat on the floor. A young man in an ARC suit held out his bloody hand to her and called out to her. Her hand, her clothes, her face, everything was covered in blood. The guy stared intently at the girl and said one word, Levy. Catherine in her new uniform and Sergeant John Red stood in front of the doors. She told him not to slow down and to open it. The sergeant opened the door and the young men found themselves on the threshold of a large room. It was something like a vault or library. Probably all the records had been digitized long ago. Catherine told John not to be so naive. She had been out for about 10 years, and some of the records from 6 years ago had been erased. We need to find out what happened this time. Li Han asked Jacques, so does that mean he hated the ARC because they take little kids and train them? Jacques de Gaulle said that if he were Li Han, he wouldn't trust ARC so much if they're training kids like him. Li Han has received information that Grant has been detected in Zone 2. Grant can't move due to severe injuries. It seems the kid has broken away from the group. This is their target. Li Han gave the command to the squad that they should head out. The rest is over. Li Han told Kuro to deal with the monster. He is relying on him. Kuro thought that this would be his first real-life assignment. Knut thought this was all set up to get Kuro into real combat. He should be used to taking down different creatures too. Li Han said for Kuro to come back immediately after he dealt with the monster. Kuro went on the mission alone. Kuro got to the target. He had an automatic rifle in his hands and was ready to open fire. The wounded monster was sitting under a tree. Kuro, looking straight into the monster's eyes, thought he had to destroy it. Kuro looked at the monster through the scope of his weapon. He thought that he couldn't do otherwise. Otherwise, his friends would be in the place of the corpses they saw today, all because of the monsters. Silence was trying to deal with her emotions and memories. She continuously scratched and scrubbed her helmet. Li Han tried to calm Silence down. Silence insinuated to herself that there was no malice in her actions. If anyone was out of order, it was this fucking world. An image of a person falling to the ground due to his injuries appeared in front of Silence's eyes. Li Han was shaking Silence by the shoulders and trying to calm her down. Li Han looked at his colleague with consternation. Silence even cried out from an overabundance of feelings. However, after a while, after calming down, she took the young man by the shoulder and said that she was already fine. Knut said that it was now Li Han's turn to be on duty. Kuro came back from his mission. He was silent. Li Han patted him on the shoulder and said Kuro did well. Jacques de Gaulle, assessing the cadets with a glance, thought, are these children really second-generation fighters? They looked nothing like the ones he knew. It was as if they were, even without genetic intervention, mature people. They just grew up early. Rummaging through many shelves of documents, Catherine whined. She couldn't find anything. The girl asked John. After all, he knew that there was nothing here, but continued to silently look. John answered. What was the point of holding her back? Catherine reprimanded herself again. The girl said she wouldn't leave here until she knew what had happened. Sarge has to come clean about why they erased the tapes. The sergeant silently handed the girl the key. His face expressed calmness. John Red said there was another one between the first and second generation CSI fighters. 50 men, and each had a high psi ability score. John took a picture off the wall and behind it was a safe. He added that the kids started acting weird and things got out of control. The plan had gone awry. John Red opened the safe and pulled out a folder labeled Top Secret. He handed the documents to the girl. The squad led by Lee Han discovered the monsters stationed on the forest lawn. It was nighttime and the monsters were resting. They had finally found them. Lee Han asked if Jacques could go on a reconnaissance mission. They need to find out how many enemies there are and what condition they are in. The farmer said he would do it with no problem and would follow the commander's orders. Jacques de Gaulle took off his shoes to move silently through the forest grass because he was a trained soldier and knew how to behave in such conditions. The monsters were resting peacefully on the grass and under the trees. Jacques de Gaulle, using his superpower, the ability to become invisible, penetrated into their location. The scout counted only 17 of the creatures. He figured that these ARC guys could definitely handle them. The farmer continued his observations. He was curious about the location of the ringleader, because he must definitely be around here somewhere. Lee Han was worried. He relayed a message to his scout. He wondered why it was taking Jacques so long on this mission. He should be on his way back. If Ella's mage is there, he will definitely be spotted. Jacques informed him that he needed a little more time. He'll be fine. There are only Grante here. Near one of the monsters, Jacques hesitated a little longer. The monster woke up and opened its eyes. Had it discovered the scout? Lee Han informed his squad that Jacques was not making contact. The squad members woke up, gathered, and Knut stated that they would have to go after the farmer. They have to ensure his safety. Lee Han said they would have to split into two groups. Under the cover of darkness, trying to move as quietly as possible, the warriors began to approach the monster camp. The movements of Lee Han and his men were detected. The cadets, as they moved around, left traces behind them. Jacques de Gaulle remembered one of the past missions. He walked up to the commander, threw off his helmet, and asked, "Are they out of their minds? Do they really want to destroy innocent children?" The commander, with a cigar in his mouth, said, "No one is going to destroy them. They're just going to scare them. Some might die, but that's a statistical error." Jacques said that's not the way to do it. They are not human if they are willing to follow orders like that. Jacques de Gaulle says he's had enough. He's not going to spill the blood of innocent children. The warrior with the tattoo on his arm pulled out his battle dagger. Jacques plunged the dagger into the throat of his colleague who wanted to massacre the children. Jacques de Gaulle's eyes glowed furiously. The warrior, bleeding, fell to his knees. Jacques de Gaulle looked at the warrior lying face down. Blood was everywhere. A loaded automatic rifle lay nearby. The silence attacked the monsters that had woken up. The monsters already knew that they were about to be attacked, so they were armed. After destroying the monsters that came her way, Silence traveled onward. The monsters and their body parts were left lying on the grass. Lee Han told Kuro that they should go as well. His friend should back him up with telekinesis. Kuro clenched his fists. He thought he could handle it and wouldn't let Lee Han get hurt. Kuro, using his telekinesis, backed up the monster attacker Lee Han. The commander, thrusting his spear forward, marched forward to attack the armed monsters. Kuro, using his abilities, restrained the movements of the enemies. The monsters became sluggish and immobile. The flow of energy that rained down on the monsters demoralized them. There was nothing left for Lee Han to do but massacre his opponents. Kuro was focused. He was doing well. This was his baptism of fire. Lee Han saw the result of his friend's performance. Only an S rank could have such strength. Now he understood why the Ark was holding on to Kuro with all their might. Lee Han told his friend that it was cool, but he should save his strength. The Grannies aren't that dangerous. It's safe to relax now. The commander decided to contact the third group. He asked how he could be heard. Knut looked back and looked at Jacques, who was leaving. He said he didn't know what was wrong with him. Knut got to his feet and said that Jacques was now their enemy. Jacques de Gaulle turned around and, dagger in hand, tried to attack Knut again. Knut said he had no idea what was in that farmer's head, but if fighting, he offered to fight as equals. Knut angrily, eyes glowing, gripped his long sword in his hands. Jacques' eyes glowed too, but somehow unnaturally. Silence continued her bloody work. She stood over the bodies of the monsters she had destroyed, with swords in her hand. Lee Han said as he advanced towards them. Jacques tried to resist the fierce attack of the disembodied Knut. Knut was clearly not going to forgive the farmer for what he had done to him. Jacques de Gaulle, using his skills learned in the ARC, tried to put up a decent resistance. Each of the opponents attempted to throw a punch. However, the blows were ineffective because they were both able to dodge. Jacques once again proved to be the stronger of the two. He once more pierced Knut's chest with his dagger. Knut dropped his spear from his hands and fell to his knees. Jacques, dagger in hand, moved closer to his opponent. Jacques swung and prepared to deliver the final blow. Knut knew what he should do next. Knut, using his telekinetic powers, stared intently into his opponent's eyes. A look of amazement appeared in Jacques' eyes. Jacques hesitated for a moment. That was enough for Knut. He lunged sideways to grab the assault rifle lying on the ground. Jacques' blow missed its target. Knut grabbed the automatic and, with the words, "Sorry, mustache," he opened a machine gun line at the farmer. The bullets reached their target. Jacques, struck dead, fell to the grass. Knut watched him in silence. Knut thought that even though Jacques might recover, he would still be in a lot of pain. By this time, Lee Han and Kuro had arrived. The commander asked what had happened. Knut replied that the farmer attacked him out of the blue. From the look in his eyes, he was being controlled by someone. Silence also came to the clearing. The squad was now all together. Jacques was lying next to him with his leg shot off. Li Han said not to go near him. He was too dangerous. The commander saw the farmer bleeding. They must do something or Jacques will die. Jacques opened his eyes. They were still glowing unnaturally. Jacques de Gaulle raised his head and shouted with rage, "Qu'est-ce?" The cadets were horrified. It seemed as if someone had possessed the farmer. Jacques turned around and started crawling towards the cadets. A strange red glow formed above him, as if he was billowing. Li Han was as puzzled as everyone else. What was really going on? Jacques, having lost his strength, fell into the clearing. Some sort of gaseous creature appeared above him. This red-colored creature was bursting outwards from the farmer's body. This process was accompanied by a loud scream. Kuro assumed that it was a ghost. Li Han stated that there was a psi energy emanating from the farmer that was able to move around. Knut suggested that it was being controlled by someone. Li Han said that as far as he knew, something like that could be arranged with dragon weapons. Knut suggested that everyone should attack him. Li Han stated that he would deal with him himself. What if he had the power to enter someone's mind? We can't have Kuro or Silence get hurt by that. The commander told the rest of his squad to take care of Jacques. Li Han stood in the middle of the clearing with his dragon spear. His opponent in the upcoming battle was Jacques' PSI energy, probably controlled by someone. The PSI energy went on the offense. Li Han, effectively dodging and working his spear, evaded the attacks. The effectiveness of the spear at this point was questionable. Li Han didn't realize if it was helping at all. At some point, our hero found himself in the embrace of a hostile energy. It was as if he was in a red mist. Li Han resisted with all his might. The commander shouted for no one to approach him. He decided that he had to get rid of this weapon at all costs and threw his spear far away. Li Han continued to feel the pressure of the hostile energy. He was screaming loudly. He felt like he was burning up. At some point, the hostile energy began to shrink and disappear. It was as if Li Han was swallowing it. Li Han held on with all his might. He lifted his head up, and with glassy eyes, he shouted loudly. The scream and the strange glow could be seen and heard from far away, even being in the forest. Li Han fell on the grass and began to shake convulsively. His friends grabbed his arms and legs and tried to calm him down. The cadets didn't know what to do with their commander. Orders had come to return, but how could they bring him back like this? Knut wondered if Kuro with his powers would do anything. Kuro was at a loss. Jacques lay nearby with a bandaged wound. Kuro stretched his arm forward and tried to use his telekinesis to calm the commander and influence him favorably. Li Han imagined himself as a small child. He was standing in front of a huge red monster. This place seemed strange to him. Li Han remembered the moment when he stood in front of the old commander in the ARC office. Everything here was familiar. The boy thought that his subconscious mind had gotten deeper than last time. The child stood and looked at the strange monster wriggling in front of him. Li Han couldn't understand how his ego still remained. He had never encountered something like this before. The boy Li Han stood against the ghostly adult Li Han, who was holding a dragon spear in his hand. He must get rid of it. The child took a boxing stance and said he wanted to do the same. Knut asked what Kuro was seeing. Kuro has been trying to resuscitate the commander all this time. Kuro replied that he gets the impression that Li Han is fighting someone right now. He has to push it out of his head. Kuro added that he might be able to catch him with his powers, but he couldn't promise anything. Whip shouted in desperation that Li Han must win. He must do it, just like he always did. The child was lying on his back. The ghostly warrior Li Han stood over him, putting his foot down on the boy's chest. The dragon spear was at the child's throat. The ghostly Li Han said that was the end of it. He was about to die. The ghostly warrior said for the child not to be upset. Sooner or later, everyone he loves so much will be by his side. The boy can be proud after all. He has accomplished a lot. The adult Li Han pressed down on the spear. The child screamed. The boy screamed but did not give up. Ghost Li Han declared that he was the only one who could hold on for so long. Suddenly, something incredible happened. Ghost Li Han began to disappear. Only his head and clothes remained. The child jumped to his feet. The ghost wondered how the boy was able to overpower his strength. How was he able to repel his PSI energy? The child wondered. Had he really reflected it? Li Han remembered being told at ARC that they had never met anyone like him before. The kid had surprised even when he was inside the liquid chamber. Sasha Grace had said he was the first Psi fighter to be able to reflect energy. The child Li Han doubted maybe it was a fluke. The boy approached the ghost, grabbed his chest, and swung his fist. He said that was the end of the games. The child shouted for the ghost to disappear and delivered a powerful punch to his opponent right in the forehead. The boy continued to throw punches. Each blow reached its target and the ghost flew farther and farther back. The ghost fell to the ground and cursed. The kid thought that he had to get out of here. The power of this ghost is extremely dangerous. Kuro and the others saw their commander open his mouth and hostile Psi energy flew out. Silence, Knut and Kuro cried out in fear. This was something they had never seen before. The ghostly Psi energy flew into the sky with a terrifying scream, leaving Li Han's body. Knut pointed his finger into the sky and asked if Kuro could catch it. Kuro replied that he would try now and began to exert himself. He used his telekinesis to captivate this ghost. Kuro, thanks to his skills, was able to execute what he had planned, and the hostile PSI energy was captured. Kuro held the terrifying ghost tightly with his energetic hands. The monster tried so-and-so to escape, but Kuro was very strong and didn't let it happen. At this moment, Li-Han rose to his feet and said that he would deal with it himself. The commander activated his metal brush and thought that he didn't realize he could use it outside of the lab. Li-Han stretched his arm forward and fiercely attacked the ghost monster. A powerful explosion resounded in the sky. Everyone ducked under the impact of the blast wave. The attack was successful. Li-Han stood there, lowering his arm with the metal brush. He looked exhausted. Knut asked in surprise what it was. Li-Han replied that it was a test sample of Schumacher's engineer. It seems that Octo stole some bones while collecting the dragon remains. The sample was created in secret from the Ark, so using it is slightly problematic. Silence noticed that it could be useful even for someone with no special skills. When the monster was finished, the cadets turned their attention to the injured farmer. Jacques opened his eyes. Li-Han said that it was necessary to be patient for a while. The Ark Brigade should arrive soon. Jacques replied that it was too late. The farmer added that he didn't regret anything and thanked the guys for getting revenge on those things. Jacques de Gaulle added that he would be able to see his friends again very soon. The farmer told Knut not to blame himself for his death. Knut looked at Jacques with regret. Jacques said that now he wanted to get some rest. A squad of Ark fighters escorted a former Ark fighter who had become a simple farmer to his final resting place on Dawn with honors. Spectrum. That's what they call a psychic entity of the parasitic type, although it is still unclear what exactly it is and how to fight it. There was a meeting at ARC headquarters. It seems the Spectre can use the host's memories and abilities. Alexander Lacour said that in some ways this creature was harder to deal with than a dragon. It is necessary to examine Li-Han carefully. The chief of staff reported that retired veteran Jacques de Gaulle had died. After reading the report from the secret folder the sergeant gave her, Catherine asked, "Were the children destroyed?" Children for that plan. Did they really wipe them all out? John Red replied that they had tried to take them alive, but those were many times stronger. In the end, they even had to use tele-armor to overwhelm them. Catherine said that they had gone completely insane. The sergeant said there were casualties, of course, but they took most of them alive. Where the children are now, he doesn't even know. Catherine said, "Does John really think she would believe that?" The sergeant replied that he wouldn't have fooled her. The girl thought that only the chief of staff and a few of his cronies knew. Perhaps the children were no longer alive. Catherine wondered what Alexander Lacour could have done with those children. Silence was wiping her hair after taking a shower. Her mask was charging on the table. The girl found no peace for herself. She laid down on her bed and couldn't understand why she suddenly thought of it. This guy was smart and calm, a man you wanted to follow and believe in. The next moment, the image of Li-Han appeared in Silence's mind. That guy looked just like Li-Han. Li-Han also dressed in his daily uniform after showering. Our hero took up telekinesis. He tried to develop his abilities, such as making a pen perform its functions, leaving notes in a notebook. Since the portal in Paris, reports of new portals have been coming in from all over Europe. Escaped monsters have just been spotted. It was Ella's warriors again, 5 of them. The command was to destroy them. Kuro was assigned the mission. He reported that they were being executed. Ella's warriors looked around and realized their pursuers were gaining on them. They would probably have to take the fight to them. Li-Han ordered for Knut and Silence to spread out and be sure to not act alone. This time, the group commander used his metal brush. Engineer Schumacher would be pleased. Knut, as always, utilized the enemy's firepower. Silence skillfully dealt with the enemy by wielding swords. After a successfully completed mission, the squad rested, sitting on a small rock in the Ukraine forest. Knut noticed that the Silence was just a monster of some kind. With her blades alone, she destroyed all the enemies. Silence said that the real monster was the one who caused these things to appear. Knut agreed with that statement. The commander praised Kuro and told the boy to keep it up. He was much better at navigating the battle now. Silence requested that the commander give her this unique brush glove. Li-Han wondered, why would Silence need it? This way, she would only waste the psychic power she could use for flicker. Silence said that she wanted to get the glove anyway. Li-Han jokingly said if Silence would take off his mask, then he would give the glove. Whip immediately showed interest in this dialogue. Silence took hold of the mask with her hands with the intention of removing it. Knut looked intently at Silence. Silence sat in this pose and made a decision on how to proceed. Everyone present fell silent and looked at Silence. Silence lowered her hands and her head. She said she couldn't. The mask had already become a part of her. Li-Han replied that he thought so. The commander said not to let Silence get upset. He will give the glove next time for sure. Silence said that she is catching him off guard. Li-Han replied that he keeps his promise. Knut and Kuro also expressed their desire to try to use the glove in the future. Li-Han replied that he was fine with that. The 2-week raids helped reduce the public's anxiety level after the Paris incident. Li-Han thought it had only been 2 weeks and it felt like he had been working for a whole year. However, with the use of telekinesis, he was making progress. Engineer Schumacher summoned our hero to the laboratory for a talk. He introduced the 11th issue of the second generation and said that he had added Lee Han's prototype data to them. Lee Han asked if Octo wanted him to try them on. The engineer said that's what he invited the guy for, not to test them in combat. Schumacher made recommendations. He said to make sure Lee Han's strength distribution was correct. After Lee Han put on the suit, the engineer gave the command to start the test. Oracle said it would be in a month. The girl added that it would be in the United States in northern Arizona in a big canyon. Catherine stated that the next dragon will appear at that time and place. Chief of Staff Alexander LaCour said the countdown has begun. The telearmor created this time for the second generation was already the 11th. They currently possessed unprecedented strength, so immense that Lee Han in the prototype almost caught the dragon himself. The officer said that 2 teams for the second generation telearmor should be ready in 20 days. Suitable third-year students should be selected and assigned. John Red thought, are there really 2 teams and not 3? The cadets met in an alley near the park. Jose said that Kijo had turned out to be smarter than he thought. Kijo wondered what Jose was getting at. Jose added not only was he skillful, but he knows where to hit. He and Lee Han are similar. He too makes up for his lack of strength with brains. Jose told his interlocutor that it was time to get up. Jose stood in front of a panel of 3 supervisors. Sergeant Red said that Jose himself asked to test him for a promotion. Was he really that confident? The guy remembered the man on TV saying that the kid might have psychic abilities. In that case, it would be great to join the ARC and get benefits. The man watching TV thought that maybe there would be such people among his children. If there was at least one such person, they would be rich by now. The next moment, the man received a punch on the shoulder. His wife told him to stop watching TV and look after the children. The mother asked her departing son where he was going. Jose replied that he was going to a friend's house. The mother asked that Jose do something for her. Jose left the house and got on his bicycle. He could not say no to his mother. Jose accelerated on his bike and pedaled as hard as he could. The boy turned off the road and rode into a back alley. Jose left his bike and started playing soccer with the boys. One of his friends told Jose about Psy Boys. It's kind of like a psychic. The state is willing to pay a lot of money for kids like that. You can become richer than any soccer player. Hearing this, Jose became interested in this information. Doing his mother's errand, the boy bought vegetables at the store. The salesman told Jose not to believe any fairy tales. They just lure children to them and make them fight monsters so that they don't have to do it themselves. The farmer added that if a boy has any unusual abilities, you can't let the others know about it. In parting, the salesman said that otherwise such a child would come to an end. Jose, returning home, pondered whether the farmer had told him the truth. The boy took a vegetable from the basket and, looking at it, was able to lift it above his hand with the power of thought. As he approached the house, the boy thought that he really couldn't let others know about this. He doesn't want to have to fight monsters later. Jose came back and said that he was already home. He had run an errand for his mother. The woman told Jose to come in soon. He was just in time. His younger brothers were playing in the room. Jose, passing by, admonished the little ones to stop messing around. A woman asked Jose to put a bag of vegetables in a nearby cupboard. One of the brothers pushed Jose and the boy almost fell. Jose got angry and said that he was warning them one last time to stop spoiling. One of the younger brothers pushed the other, and he hit his back on a cabinet next to him. There was a vase on the cabinet, which shook from the impact. The vase could not hold on and fell from the cabinet. It fell exactly where the baby was lying in the crib. Jose saw this and cried out in fear. He rushed to the vase. The parents saw that a disaster could happen and rushed to the child. Terror was in their eyes. Jose reached forward in fear, and a miracle happened. The vase hovered in the air and did not fall. All the family members witnessed that Jose actually had superpowers. The sergeant said that he was always mentioned as a candidate for promotion, but there is only one reason why he never made it past the last stage of selection. It's insufficient psychic powers. Sergeant Red suggested that the young man is just holding back. John Red, a member of the panel, told Jose to finally show what he could do. Jose concentrated extremely hard, and with his hand out in front of him, he initiated a stream of fire directed at the commissioners. The commissioners were tense and surprised. One colleague told Sergeant Red that it was too dangerous. Sergeant Red countered that Jose only burns what he wants himself. Of course, that's assuming he can control his abilities perfectly. The farmer who had told young Jose not to believe stories of superpowers had a specific tattoo on his arm. Jose once again remembered the moment when he first heard it from the vegetable seller at the store. This man who had told the boy to keep his abilities a secret was Jacques de Gaulle, a former ARC fighter. Jose, remembering that farmer, thought that now he had no reason to hide. The commission members, seeing Jose's abilities, were discouraged. They had never seen such power before. Only Sergeant Red, lighting his cigar from the fire, was indifferent and cool-headed. John Red, thanking the young man for giving him a light, remarked that such a level of skill was many times greater than the one the lad was now at. John Red announced that Jose was moving on to his 3rd year as of tomorrow. Jose was leaving this room and thought that now he has nowhere to go back to. He will do everything he can to destroy them. Jose remembered his family. Jose became a 3rd-year student. There were 28 days left until the invasion of the Grand Canyon predicted by the Oracle. A cadet in the mess hall became very angry. He scattered trash by kicking the container with his foot. Knut said that guy didn't qualify for second-generation armor. That's now he's venting his anger everywhere. Petrov added that he'd heard they only took people who'd been in the third year for more than a year. He must have been very upset. Li Han, on the other hand, was taken. Li Han made Team Alpha commander. He told his subordinates that this was their first mission. The goal is to get rid of all the monsters. Although it was more important to adapt to the Telebrons and establish teamwork, the commander thought it was necessary to sort out the composition first. Li Han evaluated his team with a glance. There were new fighters and new unfamiliar equipment. Musa, a Psi-fighter from South Africa. He said that these monsters could be easily dealt with without a suit. Why form fighting positions? A colleague said Musa apparently didn't hear him. The important thing for them right now is not to destroy these things. The main task is to get used to the Telebrons and learn to work together. Musa said he understood everything. Amir could relax. He was just making a suggestion. Li Han continued to evaluate his personnel with his gaze. Musa and Amir were no worse than Knut or Simon. Silence, observing the commander, thought that Li Han must be very worried. After dividing up the duties and assigning everyone tasks, the commander led his unit into battle. There was a report that monsters had been spotted at the front lines. Li Han thought it was a good time to get moving. Li Han told Musa to slow down and added that everyone should follow him. Musa, seeing the monsters, smiled and said that they had finally arrived. Li Han wondered where so many werewolves came from in such a place. Musa pulled the bolt of his automatic rifle and said that he alone would kill them all. A burst of gunfire rang out and the brave warrior began to shoot the approaching monsters at point-blank range. The rest of the team came after him. Li Han warned everyone to get ready to shoot. Suddenly another monster of much larger size appeared. Was it a dragon? Li Han said it's not a dragon, it's a basilisk, and it's very dangerous. This beast is so powerful that even tanks become toys to it. Ordinary infantry can't handle it, but they have second-generation tele-armor after all. Li Han tells Silence to take on the basilisk. Amir will cover her. Li Khan told Musa that he would help him. On one side, our heroes were attacked by monsters. On the other side was a huge basilisk. Everyone acted according to the plan they had devised. Musa shouted that they should aim for the head. That way they could finish off the monster. Li Han thought, did he really want to distract the monster with 3 egg boards? And then independently attack it from the 4th? It actually turned out to be a good idea. After a while, the basilisk was already lying on its side. It had been safely deactivated. Musa and Li Han were finishing dealing with the monsters. The sun was slipping towards sunset. The mission had been accomplished. Li Han said that everyone could rest and deactivate the tele-armor for now. The warriors took off their helmets and sat down and decided to rest. They coped with this task amicably. The teamwork was organized correctly. Musa switched his weapon to automatic mode. Amir asked why Musa was doing this, or was he pretending that he had not heard the command to rest? Musa replied that he was continuing to study the weapons, especially since they had already accomplished the task. Musa added that he has no intention of destroying anyone. However, due to negligence, his finger was on the trigger. Musa noticed that as the tele-armor increases in body size, all sorts of guns get bigger too. That's why it's so nice to watch their barrels and how the monsters die. Li Han made a remark to Musa. The soldier replied that he understood and was stopping. Li Han thought, even if there is less dragon material in the suits, everyone is doing fine with the new model. In battle, they simply have no equal. Li Han raised his head. There was a helicopter circling in the sky. The guy thought that his job now was to lead the squad and control the order of the unit. Li Han continued to stare at the helicopter that had arrived behind them. Was this really what his mission was right now? Ella's mage, accompanied by monsters, rushed towards the opponents and shouted, Kisayo! The Alpha Squad waited for the monsters to approach. Weapons were already at the ready. The soldier in second-generation Telebrons had his assault rifle forward and was ready to pull the trigger at any moment. He was only waiting for the command. Silence worked exclusively with swords. However, in terms of efficiency in destroying monsters, it was unrivaled. Silence saw Mage Ella's fighter in front of her and said that this opponent was hers. She would deal with it herself. The monster words were destroyed. One more mission completed. Musa stated that it was too easy. Even the excitement is disappearing. The warriors took another breather. Another group of monsters was destroyed in its entirety. Li Han relayed the information to headquarters that the task was completed. It was reported that a transport had already been sent for them, so they could rest now. Musa asked if Amir was tired of being the backup forever and offered to compete. Who will destroy more monsters next time? Amir did not agree. Musa was indignant. Why wouldn't Amir agree? Amir said that Musa had once again lost to Silence and now decided to get even with him. Musa said he hadn't lost and offered Silence the same argument. Li Han thought that these arguments were expected. Their current strength far surpasses that of the monsters. They no longer fear for their lives, but fight as if they were in a computer game. Now it seems like he didn't take any risk at all to catch a single werewolf. Li Han said that Musa and Amir are a kind of elite, but that's the reason why they don't trust him. Li Han hoped that in a real battle, they would put aside their pride and follow orders like soldiers should. Li Han added that they should never question his decision because by doing so, they might set the others up. Musa said that's just ridiculous. What can you worry about when you have the same fighter in second-generation Telebrons working next to you? He is sure that everything will go off without too much trouble, even if as many as 3 or even 4 dragons arrive. Musa added that it pisses him off that he's being treated like a servant. In terms of his abilities, he was just as good as the others. Amir reminded that the squad leader is Li Han, and he didn't say anything bad. Musa added that he was still stressed out by this arrangement. Silence witnessed this conversation. Silence couldn't tolerate a riot in the unit. She made a leap and found herself in close proximity to Musa. Silence threw a powerful punch and Musa, bleeding, collapsed to the floor. Silence realized that it was impossible to destroy him. These were her fantasies brought on by her displeasure with Musa's behavior. Silence, unfortunately, realized that it was now impossible to replace the squad members. But they wouldn't be able to fight in a team of 4 either. Silence turned around and walked in the other direction. She thought that she would have to endure this rascal for Li Han's sake. Grand Canyon, Zone D5. The camp was set up in a vast area. A cargo transport has brought all the necessary equipment. The cadets have concluded that the infantry sweep can be avoided here, so they would probably get rid of the monsters with a tactical nuclear strike. Derek asked apprehensively if they too would suffer with the monsters. Petrov said they would be provided with protective suits. Knut asked if they would turn into some kind of mutants afterward. Kuro said Knut had nothing to worry about. He wasn't very handsome as it was. Simon said to shut those two up. You could definitely go crazy with them. Knut said he didn't like Simon's tone. Why does he have to be angry with them all the time? Is it their fault that Simon wasn't given second-generation tele-armor? Simon got even more angry. Dell rose to his feet and told Knut that he wanted to talk to him outside. Knut replied that he didn't think Simon would offer any more. Everyone in attendance escorted the young men out with a look. The 2 men walked out of the tent. Derek offered to stop them. Petrov said they'd better go and see. Catherine was lying in a hospital bed. At this time, she was being given an IV. How did she end up here? The girl thought she might have passed out from a seizure. Not paying attention to the IV, sitting down on the bed, Catherine thought that the time between seizures was getting shorter and shorter. The girl began to see a silver dragon. Catherine covered her eyes with her hands. She saw the dragon bursting out of the crevice, accompanied by many monsters. Had the prophecy changed? Catherine ran out of the hospital room. We have to tell her about this right away. Catherine ran out before finishing the procedure. The medicine kept dripping onto the floor. In the Grand Canyon area, a cloud with lightning appeared over the camp in Neva. It was a harbinger of a crevasse. A red alert level was declared. The interdimensional gateway opened. Knut and Simon forgot about figuring out their relationship. They looked up at the sky. Their petty strife no longer mattered. The cleft that had formed did not bode well. Monsters and a dragon could now be expected to appear. The chief of staff irritably said that according to the predictions, there were still 5 days left. The warriors began to put on their tele-armor. Things could change and happen much faster. Li Han was the first to be ready. He had a special metal glove designed by engineer Schumacher activated and in place. Li Han, knowing about the predictions, nevertheless decided that today's appearance of the interdimensional gate could change the balance of power. They should be on full alert by now. The worst assumption was confirmed. The clawed paws of a dragon emerged from the crevice. Oracle rushed into the control headquarters. The chief of staff was in place. He gave orders to Alpha Team in blue. Be ready to go. Oracle looked at the monitor screen with horror, and everything became clear. The prediction had indeed changed. The girl realized that not only the date had changed, but also the prophecy itself. However, why did it happen? Catherine thought that it couldn't be because of the silver dragon. The dragon's head appeared from the crevice, and it let out a loud roar. Everything around it shuddered. The dragon completely emerged from the cleft and descended to the ground. The whole crevice was on fire. The dragon began to devour everything around it. It was a black dragon. He was devouring his own. It looked like it had swallowed the silver dragon's core. Musa shouted indignantly, "What's going on here? A dragon destroying a dragon? How can this be?" Li Han outwardly showed calmness, however. He was very agitated. Li Han said for everyone to calm down. It really wasn't that bad. Now there was one less opponent left. The black dragon raised its wings up and roared loudly. Its victim's blood flowed out of it. The silver dragon's core was shining through inside. Everyone noticed that the interspatial gate had closed. The dragon remained in this world. The duty officer reported to the chief of staff that there was only one dragon left. There were no monsters. The officer ordered the Alpha and Blue teams to begin the operation. The black dragon continued to roar loudly, shaking the air and causing a state of oppression in everyone around it. The dragon flapped its wings and soared into the sky. Li Han reported as he powered up and deployed the drone network. The commander said that they would deal with the left flank first. After that, the Blues will eliminate everyone on the right flank and move on to Phase 2. Li Han said that Silence would attack and he would assist. Musa and the others distract the dragon. Amir is covering. Alexander Lacour said there is nothing difficult. Li Han, for example, was even able to catch the dragon by himself. And now there are 8 more second-generation soldiers. If that thing isn't stronger than Jupiter, they can definitely handle it. Jupiter was the code name of the golden dragon that Li Han had once caught. Li Han said that everything was going great so far. Their coordinated actions caught the dragon's attention. He ordered for Silence to deal with the wings. Silence approached the dragon a fair distance away and, working their swords, tried to cut off the dragon's wings. The dragon swung its tail and hit Silence. She lost her orientation and began to fall. Li Han managed to grab Silence's arm. With his other hand, he held onto the airboard. Silence dropped the sword from one hand. Li Han held it tightly. "Silence," thanked the commander. The two of them soared upward, and Silence severed one wing of the dragon with her sword. Li Han ordered that everyone attack the dragon at the same time. Each of the warriors, using their skills, proceeded to eliminate it. The dragon lost its aeronautical qualities. With only one wing, being in the air was impossible. Li Han and Silence attacked the monster again. The dragon lost another wing. The chief of staff, Catherine, and everyone present saw the dragon, finding itself without wings, began to fall to the ground. This caused everyone to cheer. The dragon fell to the ground, forming a crater as it fell. The warriors moved down with the desire to finish off this monster. Team Alpha thought that these blues had decided to take all the glory for themselves. Musa angrily told the commander that it was time for them to head to the dragon as well. Without wings, the dragon was on the ground. It had been injured in the fall. The blue team surrounded it. Li Han and his team also arrived at the dragon. Musa followed ahead of everyone. He was happy that he wasn't late. Musa rushed towards the dragon as fast as he could. He wanted to finish it off faster than the blues would. Li Han thought it was strange. Why send such a weak dragon here? The commander thought it was more of a distraction. He ordered all his men to immediately move away from the dragon to a safe distance. The chief of staff jumped up from his chair. He saw on the screen a dragon without wings lying on the earth. LaCour commented that it was amazing. Everyone is just doing great. The officer, shaking his fist, shouted that the RK project was a success. Oracle looked at him in amazement. The girl thought it would be nice if that was the end of it. However, she was plagued by vague doubts. Orders had come in for the blue team to get the dragon gear. They wanted to try to get rid of the dragon all at once, simultaneously. The blue team was approaching the dragon. The Alpha team stood aside under the commander's orders. Li Han shouted for the blue team to also stop and move away from the dragon. Musa disagreed with the commander's order. The laurels of the victor were giving him no rest. Li Han said that we can't let our guard down, especially now because things are going too smoothly. It might be a trap. We must first calm down and think soberly. Li Han added, if he's wrong, they can laugh at him all they want. But if not, they have big trouble ahead of them. Musa asked, what is the commander suggesting? Was it to stand around and wait for the dragon to wake up? He could use a choice too. Musa was incredibly angry. He personally wanted to cut off the dragon's head. Silence watched the Stroppy warrior's actions. She realized that there would be trouble with him before this operation even began. Musa said that he disagreed with the commander's actions and knew what he had to do himself. Musa told Amir to stay out of it. He wants to finish with all this as soon as possible and rest. Musa says that Amir would do well to make his own choices too. He should stop agreeing with all the commander's orders and think with his own head. Musa turned around and, without listening to the commander, headed for the dragon. Amir said he thought Musa was right in this case. The commander could only hope that he was worrying for nothing. Team Blue, Musa and Amir came very close to the dragon lying senseless. Li Han and Silence stood at a safe distance. The warriors near the dragon swung around and decided to strike at the same time. About 3, everyone brought their swords down on the dragon's body with a swing. However, the unbelievable happened. The body of everyone standing next to them was pierced through. Blood splattered in different directions. Li Han shouted for Silence to immediately run aside. No one could understand what had happened. Who had attacked the warriors? Finally, Li Han realized everything. It was Ella's mages. They were all using invisibility magic. Ella's mages appeared and destroyed all the warriors near the dragon. All 5 of them were destroyed. The telearmor didn't help them. One of the warriors, apparently the commander, gave orders to his loyal subordinates to attack the survivors, Li Han and Silence. Our heroes prepared for battle. Li Han thrust his spear forward. Silence swung their swords. But it wasn't that simple. Ella's mages could become invisible. That made it difficult to fight them. Li Han and Silence stood in battle stances. However, they couldn't see the enemies sneaking up on them. The commander thought it was all down to their armor, but it didn't hide the tracks. Scanning the area around him, Li Han saw the traces left by Ella's mages. They must be around somewhere by now. Li Han used Schumacher's metal gauntlet to vaporize his opponents, raising the air temperature to incredible levels. Ella's mages, becoming affected by the effects of the gauntlet, would become visible, and Silence would step in. She immediately attacked and destroyed the opponents. The result of this coordinated operation was that Ella's mages were destroyed, all but one. He stood in the distance watching the battle. For reasons unknown, the commander's helmet was destroyed. Li Han shouted that he knew it. Only one weapon was capable of destroying telearmor, a weapon with a dragon component. These things now had it too. A huge monster appeared right beside Li Han. The guy thought that dodging its blows would not be easy. Li Han was retreating, Ella's mage was advancing. Silence was preparing to deliver a staggering blow. Li Han abruptly turned around and struck his opponent's head with his spear. The spear had a huge striking effect as it contained the dragon component. Li Han thanked Silence for distracting the monster. The monster withdrew to a safe distance and prepared for another attack. Ella's mage was in a protective suit. He was not so easy to defeat. He was one level higher. Suddenly, the dragon behind Ella's mage stood on its paws and roared loudly. Our heroes realized that this dragon had come to its senses. Li Han couldn't let anyone get hurt again. He decided to finally deal with this dragon. Li Han thought it would be a good idea to attack the dragon from the inside. Silence jumped high up, intending to attack the dragon from above. Silence was approaching the dragon and was about to jump on its head. She had already swung her swords. Li Han, fending off Mage Ella's attack, broke his spear and fell down. The dragon raised its paw and could crush our hero. Li Han tried to run away to a safe distance. At this time, Silence came to the rescue. Silence was already on top of the dragon. She thrust her sword straight into his head. However, the weapons entered shallowly. Li Han, after running away to a safe distance, tried to attack Ella's mage using the unique capabilities of the metal gauntlet. Engaging in hand-to-hand combat, Li Han knocked the sword away from Mage Ella and intercepted it, thrusting that weapon straight into his opponent's body. Li Han had destroyed his opponent. Silence ran away from the dragon to a safe distance. The dragon continued to roar loudly. Li Han thought to stop, there was enough doom for today. The dragon opened its mouth wide and everyone could feel its fiery breath. It was urgent to retreat. Suddenly, there was a powerful explosion. The place where the dragon had just been lit up with a bright glow, and a blast wave spread out from there. Li Han thought that he had miraculously survived. However, within a second, another dragon appeared. The Telbron-clad warrior who appeared praised Li Han and said that he had done well. He was too good to die now. The warrior said that from now on they would be called Team Omega, and they will take care of everything. The warrior, looking at our hero, asked where the rest of the tele-armor was. Li Han recalled the moment when he stood outside the ARC in front of Sergeant Red. The sergeant replied that it was in the vault, although Li Han was unlikely to believe it. The sergeant added, just like Li Han said, there's another team, but there's no point in trying to dig further. Excessive curiosity could lead to disaster. Li Han stated that Jacques de Gaulle said that 6 years ago, the children who were trained at ARC were wiped out. Li Han asked if something suddenly goes wrong, will they be dealt with as well? Sergeant John Red said, does Li Han really think they don't have better things to do, other than dealing with them? Li Han thought they might have somehow gotten rid of the past recruits, but someone might have survived. The wingless dragon was immobilized. Its paws were fixed tightly to the ground. The warriors who appeared took control of this wounded dragon and were in charge of it from now on. The warriors asked Silence, did the skull mask also want to help them? Li Han said if they were going to aim and attack at the neck, it would hit the lower core. The warriors, cohesively working as a single organism, attacked the wounded dragon. The dragon screamed, wriggled, but could not even defend itself. Its paws were fixed tightly to the ground. Li Fan thought that this was exactly how the Omega team should work. The dragon had been destroyed. Its entire body was covered in blood. The warriors went to investigate the newly appeared crevice. Silence reported that she wanted to meet those children. Sergeant John Red listened to the request of Cadet Silence. The sergeant told Silence that they were too dangerous. They are criminals who destroyed instructors and partners. Indeed, she knows this very well. The sergeant said that the one who shot her in the head could be among them. Did Silence really think she could keep her composure if she met him? The girl remembered that guy, his hair, his eyes, the look on his face. Silence replied that she was certainly hurt by it, but at least she wouldn't fight him. The sergeant sat pensive. He was now in a position where he would have to talk her out of it too. John Red had said that at this point, they were true monsters who refused to be human. He doesn't know how exactly the ARC is controlling that right now. Well, anyway, it's something that's hard, really hard to watch. It's like watching metal welding. Walking out of the sergeant's office, Silence pulled out a bug and asked if Li Fang had heard everything. Li Fang had not only heard everything, but he had memorized it all. The guy thought, if Sergeant Red isn't lying, the real power should belong to the Chief of Staff, not the mentally ill commander. And if war breaks out, it will be the Chief of Staff who will be the commander. One might consider the Omega Command to be a credit to him and the second organization. However, the question remains, for what purpose did the Chief of Staff arrange all this? The sergeant thought he was even ashamed to say such a thing, refused to be human. John Red covered his face with his hands. It wasn't their fault, after all. John Red looked at himself in the mirror. The ARC was responsible for everything, and him, Sergeant Red. The sergeant looked in the mirror and was disgusted with himself. He realized what he had come to. John Red thought, we just have to wait until the war is over. But would there be an end? Li Fang was helmetless with a dragon spear in his hand, against a backdrop of blazing fire. A destroyed dragon lay nearby. From a bird's eye view, the scale of what had happened was clearly visible. The huge dragon had been destroyed by a small number of people with second-generation tele-armor. The mission was complete. Knut said there was nothing left here at all. Now this place had become uninhabitable as well. The Chief of Staff told the Alpha team that the mission was complete. The current composition of this team was more than perfect. Li Han, Silence, Knut, Simon. At this point, they had managed to prevent the 6th invasion since the Battle of the Grand Canyon. Liqueur told the oracle that now for the third time the prophecy was proven wrong. The girl gave her opinion. She believes the reason is the silver dragon. Every time he appears, the future changes. Like railroad tracks, they move when a lever is moved. Also, the other dragons have been massacring all the silver dragons. They seem to be hostile to other members of their own kind. To summarize, each dragon has its own distinctive abilities, depending on its color. It is highly likely that the silver dragon's abilities are related to opening gates. And for some reason, they've distanced themselves from their kin. Gray said they scrutinized Ella's mages because they were able to capture them alive, but they still don't know anything about dragons. Liqueur concluded that they had no other soothsayers besides the oracle anyway. The chief of staff said that the only thing they have the power to change is how they are going to react to everything that happens next. It's best to deal with the dragons quickly. It was time to truly prepare for the final battles. The ARC has undergone a massive reorganization. They have stopped recruiting freshmen here because it is impossible to train new soldiers from scratch in the time left. Some of the soldiers who had been assigned as instructors decided to return to duty or go home. Sergeant Red stated that his colleague was returning to his home country. The instructors looked each other in the eye. Sergeant Red realized that his colleague had made an unconditional decision. After parting, the sergeant said he felt sad. The lab girl said not as much as some of the others. However, the battle with the monsters periodically resumed. Here and in this operation, there was a Red 2 on the line. Red was at this time luring the monsters to the designated location. He was being pursued by several hundred of these monsters. Red reported that there were already almost 300 individuals following him. Gradually, their numbers were increasing. Red 4 reported that there were about 500 monsters running after him. HQ replied, "It doesn't matter how many monsters are present now. We have to work carefully and cleanly. The squad leader must deal with all the creatures at once." The squad leader, after rising up, changed trajectory and moved with a flaming hand towards the monsters downwards like a dive bomber. The job was done amazingly, as always. After the operation was completed, on vacation, coworkers wondered how is this possible? He just took and burned several hundred enemies. Jose was the commander of the Red Team. The headquarters was amazed at Jose's ability to destroy a large number of monsters at one time. His gift of pyromancy works well against monsters. This guy is the best among all the arsonists. The sergeant thought that this guy excelled at hiding his power and always controlled it discreetly. Even though Jose could already use telekinesis, he hid his ability until he was transferred to another class or until the survival test. Though he could have easily been promoted, he remained a sophomore for a long time. John Red pondered, why did he choose to reveal himself now? He hoped it wouldn't add to their problems. The chief of staff asked the oracle how things were going with the prophecy. Had there been any changes? Catherine replied that there are changes. She knows the next point of invasion. The next location will be Ireland, the Dingle Peninsula. She sees a huge army of monsters and dragons. Liqueur said that Team Alpha will be involved in this operation. Team Red will also be participating. Lihan and Jose are the commanders of these units. Lihan thought that this time he won't let anyone die. Jose thought that he would send those things to the deepest depths of the underworld. Our hero didn't know if his last name was Lee and his first name was Han, or if he was simply called Lihan. He was dropped off when he was a baby. His parents gave him up. When the child grew up, he started stealing. This time, Lihan was running away from prosecution after stealing. In those days, the head of the IRC unit, Major Kang Bacon, and the first Sai fighter, Zhang Qijong, were introduced on TV. Lihan had stolen a bag of groceries and was running away from pursuit. He ran past a store that sold televisions. On the screens was an ARC presentation. The officer was saying once the war with the dragons is over, PSI fighters can be the backbone for their army. They are doing their best to get as many of these recruits as possible. There are normal military operations going on now. But what if an uneasy Psy war breaks out later? The man at the next encounter with Lihan got tired of running after him. He stopped for a second to catch his breath. Lihan ran into an empty alley with a bag in his hands. Suddenly, the guy was hit in the side with a fist. Unable to hold on, he fell to the ground. The stalker said that this thief was the one who got caught. The guy bent over in pain. The man inquired, "This boy's name is Lihan, right?" He told the boy to give him back the bag nicely. Lihan asked what would happen if he didn't return the sack. The stalker said he knew the boy would be a tough nut to crack. He wouldn't have survived on the streets otherwise, though. The man told the boy that he could be useful and asked how he thought he knew Lihan's name. The man threateningly said that he knew where they were hiding. He was the only one who would be able to escape, if anything. His brothers, however, would not be able to escape. 1 month passed. Lihan was still walking alone in the evening city. One evening, Lihan noticed an old man walking alone with groceries in his hands. The boy followed him. The old man saw the boy, turned around and beckoned him over. The old man took an apple out of a bag and handed it to the child. The old man asked, "Will the kid like this apple?" He sincerely wanted to help him. The child was surprised. Could someone really just offer groceries like that? It was a complete surprise to him. Lihan thought it was some kind of trickery. The old man is trying to trick him. What is he really hiding in his bag? There must be something more valuable than an apple in there. Li Han ran up to the old man and snatched the bag from his hands. The guy turned around and started running away, leaving the old man without groceries. He had once again committed theft. In a secluded place, Li Han checked. The bag really only contained apples. The boy realized that the old man was just being kind and decided to give him a treat. This made him feel very bitter. The little boy sat and wondered when it would all end. He wanted to change his life. Li Han was found again by the man from whom he had once stolen a package. The racketeer approached the kid and told him that he hadn't paid the tax for his brothers and had run away for a month. The bandit, kneading his fists, asked if the kid knew what interest was. Would he finally wake up to the fact that one of his younger brothers was hurt? Li Han, knowing that the brothers might be threatened, moved them to a safe place beforehand. The guy wasn't scared of the bandit and said he could take the risk. As long as he was alive, no one would dare to touch his brothers. The villain, flashing his eyes, said that this boy is funny. He is really determined. Clenching his fists, Racketeer said that he will definitely kill this boy today. Grabbing a bag of apples, he started to run away. The villain rushed in pursuit, shouting that this scoundrel would not get far from him. In the pouring rain, in an abandoned part of town, the boy was running away from the bandit chasing him. Li Han had no intention of stopping. He only picked up speed. However, the man who was chasing him did not lag behind. As he was running away, Li Han looked up and saw that there was a railroad crossing in front of him. The barrier was being lowered. A train was about to show up soon. The boy slowed down a little, and the pursuer grabbed him by his jacket. The man pulled the kid toward him. The criminal tried to grab the kid. Li Han was struggling and trying to get free. This fight took place right at the railroad crossing. The train shone its spotlight on these men. The train was very close. There was a loud signal. The child managed to dodge and kick the pursuer in the face. The man lost his balance and fell. The train did not have time to slow down and passed by. The stalker was hit by this train. The boy dropped the bag of apples and they scattered. Li Han cried out in fear. In front of him was a frightening picture. The red apple lying in the rain near the railroad crossing. The child remembered for a long time. The little boy found himself in the police station behind bars. He sat alone in a corner, hungry, wet, and scared. The policeman, looking at the baby, asked his colleague what kind of baby it was. He was told that they found this kid at a crime scene and brought him here. The policeman asked if anyone really thought this kid could push a big man in front of a train. The coworker replied that the kid was here because the sensor was off. The policeman wondered, had the peace eye sensor on the west gate gone off? The policeman approached the kid and apologized. He said the kid would have to wait a little while. The policeman said maybe the kid is one of the psychokinetics. Li Han was very surprised. The detective said they notified the ARC and asked that they send one of their own to check it out. So we have to be patient for a while. The policeman who was talking to the guy saw that a military officer, Major Kang, had arrived at the station. Major Kang Bayan, whom the kid had recently seen on TV, said that he personally wanted to talk to the kid. He would only talk to him. The policeman immediately realized that something was going on here. He didn't like the fact that the conversation would be without witnesses. After that conversation, Li Han decided that he would do everything he could to protect his brothers. In the future, when fighting dragons, Li Han would always remember his promise. Li Han remembered that his younger brothers were left in the care of the likes of the military man, Major Kang Bayan. Li Han realized that by fulfilling the mission assigned to him, he would protect this world and his comrades. Our hero set himself the goal of destroying every single dragon, and he moved unstoppably towards this goal. The Red Squad received the order to begin the operation. The warriors immediately set about their tasks. Along the city street, coming from the Celestial Rift, a huge horde of monsters moved straight at the warriors in red telearmor. Firing back, the Reds thought, aren't these Grontes too smart? These monsters cover themselves with the dead like shields. Either they have a commander who is guiding them properly. A warrior in Telebrons from Alpha Squad appeared in front of the monsters. He was on an airboard and told the Reds to cover him. That warrior was Li Han. He said that Alpha Squad would take over the destruction of the dragon. The Alpha Squad, led by Li Han, approached the dragon flying in the sky. This battle could take place in the airspace. The Reds were repelling the onslaught of monsters on the ground. Jose was ready to destroy the monsters using his pyrotechnics. Jose created a field of fire around himself and watched closely as the enemy approached. Alpha Squad attacked the dragon before it landed. The whip jumped on the monster's head and intended to drive his spear straight into its skull. The warrior couldn't keep his footing on the dragon's head and began to slide down. To prevent his fall, he thrust his spear into the monster's head in an attempt to keep himself up. Losing his balance, the Alpha Squad fighter began to fall headfirst downward. There was no airboard under his feet. Simon reached out to help. He couldn't let his colleague get out of this battle. Silence, observing the situation, thought that there was a benefit to this as well. It at least distracts the dragon. Silence rushed into the attack, and after chopping up the dragon's body, he discovered the location of the core. The dragon, having lost its orientation and ability to stay in the air, began to fall chaotically onto the blazing city. The red dragon that the warriors had defeated today was of the first type. Such individuals appeared at the very beginning of the war. The second type was an abnormal species. For example, Jupiter. What distinguishes them from the first type is their deviant behavior. And lastly, the third type are dragons, with incredibly powerful psychic abilities. These dragons have perfectly developed self-awareness. War Harmut and Kronos fall into this category. Li Han was taking a shower after the battle. His body, despite his young age, was covered in scars and abrasions. The first type of dragons are quite easy to defeat, but they appeared more and more often each time. Tori had managed to attack twice this month. Who knows, if they keep showing up, where will it all end? At the rate they're going, in less than a year, they'll stage a mass invasion. Li Han walked into the room after taking a shower. Wiping his head, he saw a letter on the table. The letter was addressed to Li Han. The message was from his brothers. The boys wrote that they were doing well. The state is helping them a lot, and they hope that one day they too will be able to serve for the good of the country. After reading this message, our hero crumpled up the paper and threw the letter into the trash. Li Han thought that his brothers would not have written such a letter. Major Kung must be holding him for an idiot. Our hero was having a hard time. Lying on his bed, he pondered how he should proceed. However, Li Han believed that he could handle everything. 2 weeks passed. Li Han and Knut, with their battle spears behind their backs, followed to fulfill a new mission. In order to successfully accomplish their goals, the RK was allocated 12 reinforced fighters this time. Knut wondered if he was sending too many warriors this time. And that's just for one rift. Li Han assumed that the leadership wanted to minimize the possible damage. After all the places they had been to had turned into ruins. Simon said that Australia is the main sponsor of the ARC. The authorities want maximum protection because they put the most money into the event. That's why, in his opinion, the ARC is going out of its way to please. The silence has just been silent most of the way. Knut concluded that there were as many as 12 tough guys with them this time, so they could not worry about the possible number of dragons. Li Han, tired of this talk, said that they could rest while they were in flight. Silence nodded in agreement. Upon arrival, the commander said that everyone would be staying in separate rooms, so one must choose their accommodations wisely. There's nothing on the schedule for tonight, so we can go out and unwind. Knut naturally was pleased and asked where the nearest bar was. Australia, Cairns Air Force Base. Australia was virtually unaffected by the war. Because of this, many educated and talented people asked the local authorities to provide them with shelter during the fighting. Because of this, the country became a great power fighting for world domination. Silence checked her bed and said that it looked good. It had been a long time since they had been given such comfortable conditions. Li Han went into his room as well and looked around the interior. There was even a computer here. Our hero had received a message from Silence. She wondered what the guy's plans were for tonight. Li Han replied that he would like to go swimming and then go to see engineer Schumacher. Silence offered to go together. She has some things to finalize on the Telebrons too. Li Han said that in that case they would meet in an hour. Silence agreed. Simon went into the bar to rest. There were already enough warriors from other units there. The bartender, a stern-looking man with a cigarette in his mouth, stared at the new visitor. Looking at Simon, the bartender thought that this guy looked young. He must have recently turned 18. The bartender said he hadn't seen him before. Probably he was from ARK. Simon looked at the customer next to him and said he wanted a glass of the same drink. Simon sniffed the liquid provided to him and thought the liquor smelled like tobacco. The bartender noticed that the young man drank the contents of the glass in one gulp. The bartender told the boy that this drink was not to be drunk that way. Simon replied that he didn't care and asked for a repeat. A blush appeared on his cheeks. Silence decided to go in after the commander and approached his room. The door appeared to be open. Silence walked in. Li Han had just gotten out of the shower. From his clothes, he was wearing a towel and slippers. The guy saw Silence and apologized for being late. He said he would clean himself up very quickly. Silence couldn't take her eyes off the commander. It was the first time she had seen him with a bare torso. Silence ran out of the room and closed the door behind her. At that time, Knut walked by. He noticed his colleague and inquired what Silence was doing here. Silence told the truth. She was waiting for Li Han. Whip inquired where they would be going. Silence replied that they would go to the technical department. Knut said that was great, and then he would go with them. He has nothing better to do anyway. Silence said that if the guy has nothing to do, he can go to his room and sleep. Knut wondered, was Silence really turning him out? The door opened and Li Han appeared on the doorstep. He asked if Knut was going to Octo's too. Knut replied that he would, but he didn't have time to say anything. The guy was immediately hit in the side by Silence's fist. Knut crouched down from the pain and thought that he would really be safer in the room. Silence told the commander that Knut wasn't going anywhere anymore. The two of them would be going alone. Suddenly, a warrior appeared and said that urgent help was needed. The soldier said that there was a problem with Simon and urgently needed to stop him. The soldier was extremely agitated. Simon was at the bar drinking alcohol already out of the bottle. The bar patrons and broken furniture were lying around. Those of the customers who were still on their feet thought that this guy was a representative of the PSI fighters. What should they do now? Lee Han and his buddies appeared in the bar. Lee Han immediately rushed over to Simon, who was finishing the rest of the liquor from the bottle. Lee Han told Simon to calm down and go back to his room with him. Simon smiled, thinking that Lee Han was acting like a commander, and wondered what Lee Han was doing here. Lee Han tried to be calm and composed. Without causing irritation, he looked at Simon with a long look. Lee Han said that he and Simon would talk later when Simon came to his senses. Simon didn't agree to such a suggestion. Simon clenched his fists and angrily asked Lee Han what he had done wrong. The bar patrons shouted fearfully that this guy was dangerous and needed to be subdued immediately. Simon shouted that everyone knew perfectly well that he was doing a great job. How could they do that? He began to aggressively affect those around him again, releasing his belligerent energy. Lee Han hid behind a nearby bar table to avoid the damaging effects of Simon's attack. Taking advantage of the pause that appeared, Lee Han jumped to his feet and rushed towards Simon. With a kick to his chest, Lee Han deactivated his opponent for the time being. Lee Han held his comrade in his arms and apologized to the customers for ruining the evening. The frightened bartender cautiously peeked out from behind the bar. The evening had really gone bad tonight. Simon opened his eyes. He was lying in bed in his hotel room. How had he gotten here? Simon remembered what had happened to him the night before and blushed with shame. He decided he wouldn't take another drop of alcohol in his mouth. He started pounding his fists on the wall in anger. There was a knock at the door. Simon opened it. Knut stood on the doorstep. The boy wondered if Simon was still drunk. He'd been banging on the wall since this morning. Simon closed the door and told Knut to get lost. Closing the door, Simon smashed Knut's nose. The guy thought that everyone was going off on him lately. Had he really become a punching bag? Simon sat alone in the room. He felt like he was surrounded by soldiers with blood on their hands. Each of the soldiers was asking Simon to help them. The number of men around Simon increased. They moved around the blood and kept asking for help. This nightmare continued. The visions did not leave Simon. Cries for help came from all directions. People encircled Simon and started touching him with their hands, clamping their mouths and pulling him in different directions. Everyone was asking for help. Simon imagined himself drowning in a sea of blood. The nightmare never left him for a moment. As of late, this nightmare haunted the young man constantly. Simon kept sinking to the bottom of the sea of blood. This nightmare tormented him and kept him awake. Simon thought if he had a drink, maybe he would feel better. Perhaps the reduced dosage of stimulants was to blame. The bartender told the young man that it was not to be drunk in volleys. Simon swore in response and told him to repeat it. Before going into battle, most elite fighters are given combat stimulants. They completely block the feeling of fear and increase aggressiveness. This is how fighters become more belligerent, true berserkers. However, there is a downside. He became worse at thinking and controlling his psi power, which recently caused him to cut his dosage in half. Therefore, alcohol was necessary. But if he gave up altogether, where was the guarantee that he wouldn't be frightened when he met the dragon? These thoughts were driving Simon crazy. Further, in the evenings at the bar, everything repeated itself. Simon drank a lot of alcohol. Customers who got in Simon's way suffered from his aggression. This time, Simon punched one of them in the jaw. Two big guys decided to take the guy down. But how could this happen again? The guy remembered his nightmare as bloody hands reached for him. Simon again scattered his opponents in different directions. And again, furniture and dishes were broken. This behavior of the young man was repeated every night. But it couldn't go on like this forever. Simon shouted to the customers in the bar that if it wasn't for him, they would all have died long ago. He's trying to protect them. Once again, Lee Han appeared in the bar. He called out to a coworker in a quiet voice. Lee Han told Simon to calm down. Simon asked again, "Does Lee Han really think he is his commanding officer? What business is it of his?" Simon said that Lee Han was the only one in the ARC who didn't take stimulants. Simon wondered how Lee Han was even tolerating all this. The guy kept getting turned on. Why is Lee Han the only one who is all special? Simon wondered how he was worse than Lee Han. At this, the liquor bottles and dishes were flying in different directions. The bar patrons were once again shouting that this man was dangerous. It was time to do something about him once and for all. Simon continued to yell. He can't even sleep properly for a long time now. How does Lee Han manage to act like nothing happened? Lee Han was once again biding his time, hiding behind the bar table. It was the same from night to night. Lee Han's next move was the same as the night before. Lee Han took a moment, flew up to Simon, and deactivated him with a knee to the chest. The interesting question was, what would it take to be like Lee Han? The officer, parsing his subordinate's behavior, shouted, "Why did he trash the bar?" The officer asked if there were any casualties from these incidents. Simon stood silently with his head down. Lee Han replied that there were no casualties. No one had made any claims. This kind of thing shouldn't happen again. The commander sighed in relief and sat back in his chair. It was good at least we managed to avoid harmful consequences. Sir asked if this cadet is not forbidden to drink. The soldiers tolerated the bar fight. One of the PSI fighters was at the center of it, and it was a little tense. But since there were no serious injuries, everyone quickly forgot about it. Lee Han thought, what exactly did Simon want to tell him? It was uncomfortable to ask right now. Simon regretfully recalled the past, realizing that it wasn't a dream and felt like a real idiot. Simon felt uncomfortable and didn't understand how he could talk to Li-Han now. Li-Han didn't understand how he would be able to talk to Simon now. One thing was clear to both guys for sure. There was no way they could drink alcohol from now on. Simon's debauch was just a minor incident, after all, at the same time was approaching the main battle, on which many lives depended. At the preparatory base, fighters from different squads were putting on their uniforms. They were also adjusting their equipment. One of the warriors suggested to Dmitri, the commander of the noble squad, a bet to see who could take the dragon's head off faster. Octo warned all the warriors that there were no jokes ahead of them. They must take what was happening seriously. Li-Han thought that it wasn't a bad thing when the team's morale was high, but they couldn't let their guard down in the face of it. After the signal to begin, the operation sounded. The warriors saw the base go into the bowels of the earth. It was an unprecedented defense. Long-range guns were ready to strike at the dragons. The warriors, after studying the situation created, realized that the base in this case was a true fortress. Even engineer Schumacher couldn't believe they were so prepared. Octo said, "If the war ends and the balance of power does not change, Australia could become the world leader." Lightning appeared in the sky above the horizon. It didn't bode well. Apparently, the rift was supposed to be at that place. Li-Han said that the local military would take care of the monsters. They should concentrate on the dragon. Petrov was surprised at his colleague's confidence. He was sure that he would cope with the task at hand. Paramilitary units have received orders to capture the site of the formation of the rift. It is necessary to prepare for bombardment. Large caliber guns were put on full alert. Seeing the railgun, Schumacher thought that these Australians have no money, chickens do not peck. Hordes of monsters poured through the rift, sweeping away everything in their path. They moved straight to the settlements. Following the monsters, a Type 2 death worm appeared. This caused a certain amount of tension. Knut said that this worm was too huge, so last time they only got a larva. Shouldn't they be fighting monsters like this? The monsters and worms were advancing. They had already entered the dense forest. Before sunset, they could have time to occupy vast areas. Shots were fired from the railgun. The explosions occurred right at the exit of the rift, causing considerable damage among the advancing fowl. Octo and the attendants watched the situation unfold with interest. The monsters looked back to see what the human bombardment of their squads had led to. The telebronzed warriors on the front lines were amazed at the effect that the bombardment had had. Petrov said that it would be nice if they had such weapons as well. Knut replied that Petrov would not have been able to handle it. Li-Han, observing the situation in the theater, said for everyone to get ready. It would soon be their turn to go on stage. Information came from headquarters that a dragon, a blue-colored object, had been spotted at the gate. The order has been given to open fire. The railgun fired again. This time it was a volley of fire. Flames erupted around the blue dragon. Schumacher shouted, "He knew it! Those guns won't take him! It's our turn to test the telearmor!" The command came to drop the warrior pods to the ground. There was a blue dragon just below in the drop zone. The capsules detached from the aircraft and began to descend to the ground. The dragon lifted its head up and saw the approaching danger. Li-Han, Petrov, and Knut realized that they had been discovered ahead of time. The dragon let out a breath of lightning. The powerful electrical charge released by the dragon was directed vertically upwards. The capsules suffered damage and were destroyed while still in the air. However, the warriors survived and continued their descent on their own. None of the warriors were injured. It was an abnormal situation, but quite controllable. Such situations were dealt with during training flights. Simon was the only one who had an emergency. He was unable to release the airboards and continued his uncontrolled descent. A colleague launched his airboard to save Simon. The airboard reached its target and ended up in close proximity to the soldier. In the end, the landing of all the warriors was successful. Everyone remained alive. The dragon, flapping its wings, hovered over the warriors' landing zone in Telebronze. Simon, who had made a soft landing, tried to get to his feet at the bottom of the crater. A colleague came up and gave him a hand. It was just in time. Knut was overjoyed when he found out that his colleague Simon was alive and well. Simon snapped back that nothing bad would happen to him. Li-Han told all the warriors to conserve their strength and not to take any unnecessary risks. The situation was turning out to be quite unusual. Although the dragon had appeared, the spatial rift hadn't closed. The squad of Braves was ready to fight the impending danger. Li-Han thought, did the prophecy turn out to be false again? It looked like it was. However, Li-Han realized that it wasn't that bad. He evaluated the situation and the balance of power with an experienced eye. Right now, there were 3 teams within the dragon's range. They would show him what it meant to deal with humans. Li-Han remembered the oracle's words that if the prophecy kept changing, it was because of the silver dragon. The number of dragons increased. An order came from headquarters that each team would take on 1 dragon. Li-Han gave the order to Team Alpha to attack the dragon. They took on the blue dragon. All other teams stay in their positions and just escort the other dragons. Petrov, confident in his strength, said that he would see how long his opponent would hold out. Petrov, eyes sparkling, said he had wanted to try something for a long time, attacking a dragon innovatively. Using his aerodynamic abilities, Petrov decided to jump right on top of the monster's head and attack from there. Petrov thought that it wasn't just his knife that they should be wary of. Ever since he was a kid, he had been practicing Sambo. He said that he would break all the bones of the dragon. Li Han asked, "Does Petrov really think that way? Does he want to defeat the dragon that way?" The cocky Petrov thought that if he had to, he would at least try to strangle it. However, as he got closer, he realized that the dragon was too big. He wouldn't even be able to wrap his arms around its neck. Petrov began to descend urgently, inevitably approaching the dragon. He said he would break the dragon's wings instead of its neck. The battle in Neva continued, and the dragon was experiencing the attacks of the restless warriors in tele armor. Knut, attacking the monster, said that someone's blood was about to be spilled. Li Han shouted that it was time to end this and swung his spear and headed straight into the monster's open mouth. The arc attendants watched the warriors attack in the open sky. The dragon inevitably lost altitude and fell to the ground. Octo was delighted. He thought it was amazing. All 3 dragons in one fell swoop. The first type of dragon was no longer their opponent. No monsters could be seen near the rift now. The area had emptied out. At the Ark Command Headquarters, the observation department reported that all the dragons had been destroyed. The observer on duty stated that the battle in the sky could be considered complete. However, suddenly a powerful explosion was heard in the sky. Everyone raised their heads in fright. Octo shouted out, "What can it be?" The observer on duty, rising from the floor with a bloody head, couldn't believe what had happened. Why had the rift originated in a military base? This was something out of the ordinary. Flying monsters appeared in the sky that had the properties of swelling up and exploding. So the attack is still going on? The soldiers on the ground were perplexed. What was really happening? The flying creature's attack was accompanied by explosions. It was an unprecedented attack. The world had never seen anything like it before. The ground army was attacked unexpectedly from the sky. Engineer Schumacher tried to contact Li Han. He said that a little more and there would be no trace of Cairns Air Force Base. Octo said they couldn't send a plane to pick them up now. Additional support is not possible. Octo added that Li Han and his men have no one to rely on. They must hold out and stay alive. Knut gave a juicy curse. He didn't understand how it had come to this. Had the men lost? Had they lost even after catching all the dragons? How could this happen? Li Han now realized that the 3 dragons were just bait. This meant that for the dragon army, the dragons themselves were no more than mere expendable material. Looking at the rift, our hero made an assumption that someone would appear from there now. We must be vigilant. Li Han ordered them to retreat while they still had strength. The unknown is unsettling. Petrov disagreed with such an order and said that only cowards do that. He suggested destroying all the dragons right now at the entrance. Dmitri felt that he couldn't do otherwise. He must continue to destroy the monsters. Li Han tried to calm his colleague down. Octo showed blood on his head. The staff shouted that their boss was injured. He urgently needed medical attention. The employees who arrived grabbed Engineer Schumacher under the arms and tried to pull him to safety to administer first aid. The aide told Mr. Schumacher to bear with him for a while. The plane was already waiting. Octo replied that he should be taken to the water. The monsters had already taken over the sky. Retreating through the air would be a reckless decision. The monsters attacked the helicopters in the air. Li Han, using his teaching skills, tried to calm down Oleg Petrov. The Noble Division had already agreed to deal with all the monsters. If there are no dragons, they can hold out until the transport arrives. Petrov said that if Li Han wanted to retreat, he would agree. They will buy time that way. Li Han took off his helmet and looked around the area around him. The field was strewn with the bodies of destroyed monsters. Dragons were lying nearby. Li Han saw that 2 of his fighters were injured, Amir and Musa. The commander realized that this time he couldn't leave it that easy. Force would have to be used to stop the noble unit. He couldn't let anyone die. Simon decided to help the commander and used his telekinetic abilities to try and stop his colleagues. Simon stretched his arm forward and directed a stream of his energy towards the noble unit. Dmitri was angry. He didn't want anyone to stop him from dealing with the monsters. Petrov turned around and rushed towards Simon. He grabbed his opponent's chest. Dmitri held Simon by the throat and asked what he was doing. Is he really sick of living? Simon retorted that Dmitri needed to come to his senses. Had he become addicted to combat stimulants? Simon continued, because they don't last forever. Once the PSI power runs out, they'll all end. Doesn't Petrov realize that? Li Han told Petrov that they wouldn't be able to cope if the dragons suddenly arrived. The representatives of the 2 squads were figuring things out. The representatives of the 3rd squad watched silently. Petrov let go of his opponent and apologized to Simon. He said that he hadn't thought about it. Li Han wanted to calm his colleague, but Simon declared that the commander should shut up. It's sickening without him. Simon added that he didn't want to talk right now. Li Han stated that in that case, it was time for them to move out. However, there was a massive explosion at the Australian Air Force Base. All the soldiers grabbed their ears. The explosion was huge. They didn't realize what it was. The commander said that all the communication devices had failed. This did not bode well. All 3 squads decided to move on foot. Knut said the same thing happened in Shinju. The warriors were by now 10 kilometers away from the base when powerful lightning appeared in the sky again. Communications still remained blocked. Li Han said that he didn't like all this. It seemed as if someone was hunting them. Petrov suggested going to a village nearby. If they could, they would be able to contact the headquarters. Li Han supported this and said it was a good idea. All areas had to be evacuated after the sirens went off. Li Han told everyone present that they still can't avoid communication blockage, even if they head to the village. There is hope that they can find food in the village. Right now, they don't even have dry rations with them. However, there is a need to hurry up. In an online meeting, the chief of staff was asked the question, have they failed? Lacour replied that they had not yet, but the Australian army has failed. Lacour was rebuked by mysterious interlocutors that somehow he had failed to deal with the rift again. The real war hadn't even started yet, and he had already disappointed them. Alexander Lacour thought as if they had a better plan. The holographic map showed the Australian situation. The center of Australia was occupied by my monsters. The interlocutor expressed satisfaction that the gate had opened, at least in Australia. The other continents were safe for now. However, it is only a matter of time. They are able to use the teleporter. The chief of staff was told that they could no longer count on the ARC. Lacour thought that was kind of idiotic. What suggestions would there be? One suggestion was the use of nuclear weapons. It was time to use it. Lacour was horrified by what he heard. How could they even think such a thing, let alone voice it? Lacour said with fear that they couldn't even talk about it. There was no way he would go for it. During the exchange, the chief of staff heard an Australian accent. It seemed to be one of their commanders. One of the interlocutors said that monsters were like cancer cells. If they want to get rid of them completely, they'll have to spill some blood. There was a motion to vote on the use of nuclear weapons. Alexander Lacour thought that they were thus going to get rid of their main rival, Australia. Different opinions were heard in the debate. It is incomprehensible to use nuclear weapons. However, it is better than letting everyone die. So many nations died during the last war. After launching the warhead, they would be able to use the telearmor again. Others felt that it was out of the question. Everyone realized that such decisions were not made easily. Someone stated that this was all being done in the name of saving humanity. None of those present were bent on using arrogant words. It was as if Lacour could see their evil, smiling faces. The chief of staff wasn't sure if they could win the war this way. Kicking the door from the outside with their foot, the warriors entered the building. It was a residential abandoned house in a neighboring village. The first thing everyone wanted to do was to find something to eat. That something was immediately found. Everything tasted edible. However, it was not possible to watch television to find out about the news. Not a single channel was working. Li Han wasn't interested in food. He was looking for something else. When he found a secret door, he wanted to open it. To achieve his goal, Li Han even refused the appetizing sandwich offered by his colleague. After connecting the devices to the power sources, Li Han only now decided that it was okay to take a break. After getting his sandwich after all, Li Han asked Silence where her sandwiches were. She replied that she was already in her stomach. Silence asked what he was going to do after the war was over. Li Han replied that he hadn't thought about it yet, but first of all, he would go to visit his brothers. Silence asked Li Han to take her along. She wants to go to see his brothers too. Li Han, finishing his sandwich, said he doesn't mind. The two of them would be more fun. Suddenly, the alarm went off. A connection appeared. Li Han and Silence rushed to the source. Li Han said that ARC had just sent them the operation plan. The guy reported that the nearest assembly point was a mountain 15 kilometers to the southwest. If the sky was still unsafe, they would have to get there on their own. Li Han still hadn't finished his sandwich. He told Silence that it was time for them to pack up, or they would be late. The next moment, there was a massive explosion. The flash and the blast wave that followed were of tremendous power. The house the warriors were in was attacked by flying monsters. The order came to switch to the local network and check if there were any casualties. Li Han said over the internal network that he had sent the coordinates of the rally point to everyone. We need to throw the enemy off the trail, so the route will be a bit winding. Li Han added, given the remaining SSI power level, the only thing they can do now is to get to the location. Those who can fight stay here to buy time for the others. Li Han said that he and Silence stay here. They will take on the monsters. The rest of us have to split into groups. Everyone meets at the endpoint. Petrov wondered if Li Han could handle it. Maybe he needs some help? Simon said he's staying behind too. He's not going anywhere without a commander. Knut stated that, for that matter, they'll be together until the end. He's not going anywhere either. Knut, smiling, said that they aren't called Team Alpha for nothing. One for all and all for one. Li Han said that in that case, Knut will help Simon. He was injured on the descent. Knut resented it at first, as there was constant conflict between them. Simon said he didn't see anything wrong. It's just a small crack. He won't be a burden to anyone. Li Han told Simon that he's not going to sacrifice anyone here right now. He thought it over before making this decision. Li Han added that if he is still their commander, he is asking everyone to trust him. He wants them all to survive and meet again in the future. Team Alpha was assigning roles, who would do what in the upcoming battle. Outside the building, the fire continued to blaze. The warriors, according to their assigned roles, entered the battle. The monsters were being destroyed in every way possible. Li Han thought that he should save his mental strength. It was better to use firearms for now if there were no other options. The soldiers had to ford a river when changing their deployment. This was to their advantage. It should help them cover their tracks. Li Han felt that he had almost no strength left. At least he had enough to reach his destination. Knut, watching the commander, wondered if Li Han was all right. The new prototype of the telearmor consumed many times more mental strength. The squad, forcing the river, sank deeper and deeper into the water. Having crossed to the other bank, the Alpha squad met the enemies again. They had to allow themselves to be discovered and open machine gun fire. This time it was a dragon. Fighting a dragon is much more difficult than destroying lowly monsters, their henchmen. After the ammunition ran out, there was nothing else left but to engage in hand-to-hand combat. However, the strength did not increase. Li Han called for his faithful assistant, Silence. Li Han told Silence to advance to the intermediate destination point and wait for him there. The fellow added that if he didn't return in half an hour, then she should go to the rendezvous point. Silence thought that the commander was not feeling well. Li Han stated that this was an order that was non-negotiable. Silence must comply. Silence knew that it was not worth arguing with the commander. She thought she trusted him unconditionally, and they would definitely meet because everyone would survive. Li Han found himself hanging over a cliff when he changed his deployment. There was not much strength left. However, our hero managed to get out of this mess. Moving along the established route, Li Han finally found himself at an intermediate gathering point. The guy thought that Silence might already be on its way to the gathering point. We should take a breath and move forward. Li Han tried to linger a little longer to recover his strength. He sat with his eyes closed, leaning against a tree. When he heard some rustling, Li Han opened his eyes and saw the face of a monster in front of him. It was Ella's mage. Li Han was surprised by the appearance of the enemy in front of him. Grabbing his spear, he stepped into the confrontation. The opponent was disarmed. However, he was not alone here. The psychic power was felt by all of his organs and senses, just as they hear a sound or smell an odor. The bleeding warrior grabbed his spear and said that the enemies could attack if they were so bold. There were already helicopters at the assembly point to transport the warriors. The soldiers were present almost in full force. To guard against a surprise attack by the aircraft, a circular defense was organized. The Silence approached the assembly point tiredly. However, here was not the entire composition of the Alpha Group. The pilot said that the Alpha Group commander was nowhere to be seen. Unfortunately, they could not wait any longer. The pilot said that the leadership ordered them to bring the Alpha team in full, if possible. The pilot said for the Silence to get settled, they would be departing for the flight. The pilot said a nuclear warhead will be coming here very soon. If they don't get out of here right now, they will be trapped. The helicopters began to take to the sky. A wounded fighter, a member of the Alpha Group, was bleeding and struggling to reach his destination. Li Han was well aware that he was running out of time and didn't expect the helicopters to wait for him. Having reached the agreed place, our hero saw no one. He lacked literally a little bit. Raising his head up, Li Han saw that one helicopter was returning. It hovered directly above him. The pilot on the intercom said that this guy was pretty banged up. He was about to be dropped an escape rope. Knut and Simon were also in the chopper. Across from them sat a bloodied Silence. The tired Li Han settled down next to him. The guy felt unbearably tired. Li Han thought that Ark needed him right now. The balance of power is stacked in his favor. The young man thought that he was wrong then. The initiative still belonged to the Ark. All this time he had taken their support for granted. But now that it was gone, the true state of affairs was revealed to him. There was a massive explosion where the helicopter had come from. The blast wave shook the aircraft. Everyone aboard the helicopter was shaken violently. The helicopter leveled off and continued its flight. The ocean raged beneath it. Simon said that they had already flown far enough. Knut noticed that this explosion was very powerful. Li Han thought that all the power belonged to the Ark, the equipment, the developments, and even their lives. What will become of them when the war is over? What would happen to all the Arcade cadets? It's been a few days. Ark training base. Catherine asked John what happened to the children. Where is Li Han? Sergeant Red replied that everyone was back. John wondered if Li Han had taken a liking to Catherine. The girl replied that the guy was different. She had tried several times to see his future, but nothing had worked. It was strange that he was still alive. The sergeant agreed that the guy was a special case. John politely offered his interlocutor a glass of tea. Catherine said that it would be only natural if this guy died at any time. After all, she doesn't see his future. Catherine, lowering her eyes, said she wanted to go home at least once before she died. She won't get another chance. John said that there is only ruins in that place now. There was nothing left there. Catherine sadly continued to sit on the hospital bed. The girl said she didn't see anything wrong with it. She wants to paint a picture there. The sergeant sat silently, lowering his eyes. Catherine said, please. After all, John Red can do it with his authority in the ARC. Catherine burst into tears. Sarge apologized, but felt there was nothing he could do to help. Catherine began to berate John and asked how could he be so insensitive. Sarge remained silent, turning his back to the girl. Catherine said that earlier he would definitely have listened to her. Large tears flowed down the girl's cheeks and dripped onto the bed. Catherine repeated that he would have listened to her sooner. The sergeant said nothing and left the hospital room. A crumpled paper teacup lay on the floor. The girl continued to cry bitterly. In the park, Li Han and Simon met in an alley. Simon said that he was going to transfer. Lee Han noticed that they had worked well together during the last operation. Or did he just get that impression? Lee Han added that he wouldn't discourage him, but what was the reason? Was it because of the incident at the bar? Simon told his interlocutor that they were different. The last operation clearly showed that. Simon said that Lee Han thinks he has to protect his team members. He's not comfortable with that. He wants an ally, not a protector. Lee Han remarked that it is the job of any commander to protect his soldiers. Simon said that he can't speak as nicely as Lee Han, so Lee Han can just keep quiet. At that, the young men parted ways. Knut was furious. Did Simon really go to the Reds? But that's Jose's team. When did they become such friends? Knut noticed that now he could see why Jose had been avoiding them lately. Knut could not calm down when he heard this news. Lee Han lowered his head and continued to sit in silence. Knut asked, did the commander not care? In the cave near the fire, young Jose said that when the war was over, Kudo and Lee Han might come to visit him. They would play together. He added that it was certainly not as hard for him as it was for his interlocutor, but he too was living in those still ruins. Hinting at the campfire, Jose said that perhaps thanks to it, they could heal well and start eating normally. Jose had said in the cave that his mother was a great cook. The boy cheerfully reported that he would love for his friends to try what his mom cooks someday. But he doesn't know if they would like Spanish cuisine. These memories flashed through Lee Han's mind. Lee Han said excitedly to Knut that Jose might have his own motives. We should wait for him to decide to tell everything himself. The sergeant nervously lit his favorite cigar. In this case, as usual, he did not use a lighter. John Red sat in his chair, smoking and staring silently at the ceiling. He thought back to a conversation he had had with Catherine last night. She had said that he would have definitely listened to her before. John pulled out and looked at the old photos. What was he like before? In one of the photos in front of him was a cheerful girl in a summer hat. That was Catherine Sam. She was said to be American and had come to Sabrina to see the local sights. For days, Kat led squads of survivors and sent out SOS signals. The soldiers wondered how she could be in a place full of monsters. Catherine even then predicted the future and found safe places. The girl behaved casually. Taking out a cigarette, she looked around. She didn't have a lighter. There was a young man standing nearby, a military man. The girl asked him for a light. The guy gave her a light without hesitation. So the young people got to talking. Catherine asked why the guy was smiling. The young man replied that inveterate smokers are not to his taste. The girl replied that she did not like him very much either. Time passed. The young men stood next to each other and did not separate. The girl asked the military man when the war was over what he would do. The guy replied that he would be demobilized. He was fed up with all this militarism. The girl asked and then what he would do. The stranger offered the military man to go with her to Texas and open a barbecue restaurant. The girl said she knew a secret sauce that her grandfather had taught her. With military skills, cooking would be easier. The interviewer continued. They would split the profits 70-30. The military man wasn't serious about it. After a moment, the guy smiled and said he agreed, but he would take 70% for himself. The girl, smiling, said that this is a real robbery. The young men decided to go into the future together. Sergeant John Red looked at a picture from the past, those times when they decided to go to the future when they entered the ARC. Johnny Schwartz was in the photo. Schwartz set up the camera and said that this junk even worked. After setting the proper shutter speed, Johnny quickly ran to his friends. Joining John and Catherine, he said that everyone should smile in friendship. The photo came out memorable, however. They were not smiling in this photo. Johnny looked at the result and asked why they weren't smiling. Did they really like such sad faces? Red wondered why they were taking pictures at all. Smiling, Johnny said that they needed to at least leave some memories of themselves. There might be an end soon. Only the seventh dragon remained. The warriors and Telebrons fought fiercely and selflessly. John Red thought that the war was almost over. He wanted to live the rest of his life in peace. Catherine turned to Johnny and asked if he wanted a cigarette. John looked at his friends in surprise. They said amicably that they had quit smoking. Johnny Schwartz, realizing the situation, said he would go for a solitary walk somewhere. There were a lot of unfinished cigars in the ashtray. The gadget on the table nearby was receiving some kind of messages continuously. Sergeant John Red sat in his chair and did not react to the messages. He was making a plan of further action in his head. A planned summit meeting was taking place at the ARC headquarters. Chief of Staff Alexander Lacour was listening to the reports of his subordinates. Lacour asked Dr. Sasha Grace what was wrong with the Oracle. Grace reported that if the girl had another seizure, her body wouldn't be able to take it. Things had gone too far. Grace added that she assumed the Oracle herself was well aware of that. John Red listened to this information in silence. The Chief of Staff asked if they could put her into antibiosis again. Lacour added that this was an irreplaceable member of the ARC. They can't let her die. Grace, Schumacher, and Smith looked fearfully at the Chief of Staff. Lacour said menacingly that she just needed to use her abilities one last time during the final battle. The sergeant was cut to the heart by those words, one last time. They would do it to Katie one last time. Sergeant John Red had made his decision. They had finally defeated him, the last dragon. The happy sergeant burst into the girl's room. He wanted to tell her the good news. Catherine was sitting on the floor with her arms around her head. John was frightened for the girl and shouted out what had happened to her. There was terror in his eyes. Catherine was hysterical. Her face was tearful and she mouthed, "This can't be happening." The young men's gazes met. Each of them had fear in their eyes. This fear was different. John ran up to Catherine and asked what she had seen. She must tell him. The girl said fearfully that it wasn't over yet. She stopped crying, but the fear didn't go away. Catherine said that they hadn't won. This war was just a test. Veins showed on the girl's arms and face. Her hair began to change color. The girl said that in 15 years they would really all be dead. For some reason, Catherine's hair turned blue. Sergeant John Red didn't want to hear any more of this. He rose from the table. There was determination in his eyes. The sergeant asked, "Are they really going to keep treating her like a thing? Even when this girl has only a short time to live?" The chief of staff was indignant. How dare the sergeant talk to him like that? The sergeant, without another word, turned around and walked out from behind the desk. The chief of staff ordered his subordinates to follow the sergeant. This is true insubordination, another one out of control. The sergeant sat with his prosthesis exposed. The interlocutor said it was done. It came out very clean this time. Red told engineer Octo that he hadn't been taken to any fights yet. Octo replied that even a sergeant sometimes gets left out. Red said that he was just like Octo now. The engineer, smiling, replied that he didn't know what the sergeant was talking about. Old man Smith came up to the sergeant and said that this Baldy was a long way from him. After all, they are still using his schemes. Octo thinks he's accomplished a lot just by applying them. John, getting up, said he had to go. Smith asked if he was okay. Smith inquired if Red is sure he won't regret it. The sergeant said he already did, something that would be regretted for the rest of his life. The pensive old man turned away and walked away, leaving the sergeant alone with his thoughts. The old man thought they were originally supposed to get rid of him, but he fixed it himself. Old man Smith yanked back the blanket and showed off his design. It was a huge prototype. Smith said that even if they put Catherine to sleep, there was no guarantee that she would be able to awaken again. Alexander was going to take the risk, even though he understood the risks. The sergeant thought that Oracle had already saved a huge number of lives, even if she is seriously ill, but she has the right to be happy. They agreed to meet in the 4th hangar. We should take the Oracle with us. Smith to prepare the telearmor and the cargo plane. The sergeant was called out. The man asked where he was going at this hour. The sergeant stopped. Behind him stood the cadet, Lee Han. Lee Han asked where Sergeant Red was going. John Red thought, why did Alexander send the most annoying recruit to follow him? The sergeant replied that he had decided to take a little walk. There was disbelief in Lee Han's look. The sergeant said, if the cadet understands everything, why is he being impertinent? Lee Han prepared his Schumacher metal glove threateningly. Lee Han thought that all of his actions were intelligently thought out. Surely there must be some reason for this. The cadet adopted a fighting stance. The sergeant responded in the same way. Both of them realized that there was no way to avoid a fight. Lee Han stood up to his full height, fixed his cap, and asked what the sergeant was up to. Had he already thought of a way to disengage with the ARK after taking Oracle away? The sergeant asked, shouldn't the young man be following him? Lee Han replied that he came here to help, at her request. The sergeant asked in surprise, did Lee Han just accept? Lee Han, pointing his finger back, said that he had already dealt with whoever was supposed to be following the sergeant. The sergeant said that the young man should answer. After all, he asked a question. Why is Lee Han doing this? Lee Han said that he has conspired with Oracle. He has to help them escape. In return, Catherine will give him the files that hold important information about the Ark. Lee Han says that they should get Katie first. He's sure she's being followed right now. The young men cautiously crept up to the building under the cover of darkness. Lee Han said that she is now on the 2nd floor in the building. Lee Han added that they now need to sneak in through the 3rd window on the right. There are no guards there, and it's near the emergency exit. The sergeant looked at the guy with disbelief. I wonder what he's really up to. John Red thought that Lee Han had been able to plot a route to him, and he'd gone to places that the cameras couldn't see. No one else could have pulled something like this off. It looked as if the guy considered Ark as his enemy and was ready to fight the entire structure. Lee Han, as if reading the sergeant's mind, said that John Red understood why he had to resort to such measures. Lee Han remembered well the words of his teacher, the corporal. Only those who are well-informed and prepared can survive. The sergeant wondered if it was Lao Cha who had taught him. Was that why he had decided to go this far? The sergeant, smiling, said, this guy is sick. No matter what happens in this world, Lee Han will be the only one to survive. After sneaking into the building and climbing to the necessary floor, the young men cautiously peeked out from around the corner. Lee Han said that the changing of the guard was just about to take place. We should wait for a while. Lee Han noted that there were only 2 guards. There's little concern for security. Apparently, it didn't occur to anyone that Red might go against the leadership. The ARC was still completely defenseless against attacks from within. Sergeant John Red was terribly surprised. Is the guy seriously going to beat the guards with those gloves? However, Lee Han was determined. He jumped towards the unsuspecting guards with lightning speed. With quick and coordinated blows, our hero deactivated the guards. 1 blow was enough for each of them. The sergeant, watching this picture, refused to believe his eyes. This guy is helping him so well. Moving closer, the sergeant asked, "Are these two alive?" Lee Han replied that nothing bad had happened to them. They will just be unconscious for a while. Lee Han said that during sparring, he had practiced strikes on Knut many times. Therefore, he was able to find the balance of power. The sergeant had nothing to worry about. As a result, Catherine ended up with the sergeant. Next, Lee Han helped the sergeant put on his armor. Eventually, all three of them ended up near the helicopter, ready for departure. It was time to say goodbye. Catherine handed our hero a flash drive and said as promised. The girl expressed her gratitude to Lee Han and the joy of knowing him, wishing the guy to be careful in the future. The sergeant, smiling, said that he was grateful to Lee Han and added that he didn't think he would ever utter such words. Lee Han escorted the fugitives in silence, realizing that there was no turning back. What's done is done. Catherine asked what they would do with the flying machine. The sergeant replied that they had found a pilot who had offered to help. Sarge added that while it may seem like he was blackmailing him a little, Lee Han asked if Sergeant Red wanted to give one last piece of advice. The sergeant replied that the guy had a lot more experience fighting dragons than he had in a long time. John Red still found something to say. He advised the lad to control his emotions, but not to suppress them. John Red added that no one had the right to blame him for showing his human side. Lee Han smiled. Is this really what the toughest instructor is telling him? Lee Han said if one gives a slack, he will simply be devoured. He knows this better than anyone. He doesn't need such advice. The sergeant understood. This way, the kid shows he's in pain. In that case, John Red added that he had nothing more to say and wished Lee Han good luck. Lee Han stood in the hangar and saw off the flying machine with his gaze. Moments from the first time he saw the sergeant flashed before his eyes. They had a complicated relationship. The helicopter left the Archie base under the cover of night. Lee Han mentally said goodbye to Sergeant Red once more. The sergeant's escape had caused a commotion at the base. The military men in the mess hall were discussing the act, thinking it was treasonous. How dare he do such a thing? The soldiers, discussing the sergeant's act, said that he was completely crazy. How could he do it because of some girl? He's not a hero, but a traitor. At first, it seemed like he was insensitive, but it turned out to be the opposite. It's so romantic, the others said. Knut remarked that now everyone only talks about Sergeant Rada. Petrov replied that they were right. The sergeant did a despicable thing, doing it at a time like this. The strangest thing is that the brass still hasn't taken any action. The sergeant must have had accomplices. He couldn't have done it all by himself. Lee Han listened to these conversations in silence. The resentment continued. Was no one going to catch his owner? Lee Han went into his room. He was finally alone. The guy took out the flash drive Catherine had given him. At the very beginning, the girl apologized. She could not do it, all because of Red. In the winter woods, a lone hunter was carrying a trophy. It was the carcass of a shot deer. An SUV could be seen up ahead. Just a little farther to go, and we could load the carcass into the vehicle. It's done. The deer is loaded into the car. It is possible to follow from the forest to the destination point. The driver knows very well where to go. It was already dark when the car pulled up to a house at the edge of the forest. The driver got out of the car and a girl ran out towards him. It was Catherine and John. The girl said that John had been out longer than usual today. Was he able to sell the loot? John replied that he did everything. At the same time, he took something for dinner. The young men smiled happily at each other. It was the house at the edge of the woods where the fugitives had settled. It was good for the two of them. They had dinner and talked about how their day had gone. The girl smiled and offered to drink from their plates in a volley. John agreed, although he added that it all seemed very strange. Watching the girl, the guy told her to take her time. It was like entertainment for them. While doing this task, the young men drenched themselves in food. However, it was fun, and they were smiling. John Red thought that he had betrayed everyone just to see that smile again. It was snowing outside the window. The young people continued to fool around. They felt happy being together. It was worth it. Lee Han continued to study the information given to him today at his computer desk. Lee Han kept remembering Catherine's words. I apologize. She said that if she hadn't, then John Red would have died. Lee Han thought that the girl knew more than she was telling. What's really going on? Chief of Staff Alexander Lacour was enraged. Had 2 squads of first-generation CSI fighters been wiped out by some pathetic bunch of monsters? He countered by saying that one had survived after all. The survivor has no physical injuries but is unconscious. He was being treated in a solitary ward. Lacour rose from his seat and said that he should check him out himself. The Chief of Staff thought that even though Red was missing, it had started. The main forces are the second-generation fighters, but the first one is still needed for now. The officer showed the Chief of Staff where the surviving fighter was located. The door to the military was opened by a young man. He looked with surprise at the Chief of Staff and the officer who came with him. In the eyes of the Chief of Staff appeared horror. He did not realize what was going on. The man was carrying an automatic weapon. He opened fire. The Chief of Staff was severely wounded in the arm. Since the weapon was a large caliber weapon, the officer lost his arm and it fell to the floor. The perpetrator, flashing his eyes, pointed his weapon at the officer. Lacour was not going to surrender and looked at the armed man with hatred. However, salvation came from nowhere. Li Han suddenly appeared with his dragon spear. After realizing what was happening, Li Han immediately destroyed the armed raider. The chief of staff was saved. Liquor continued to scream in pain. The villain was defeated and fell to the floor. The chief of staff asked where Li Han had come from. He should get out of here immediately. Li Han replied that he wasn't done yet. A demonic spirit began to emerge from the destroyed man. It was a ghost, just like once in the forest. Li Han told the chief of staff to leave immediately. He would handle it himself. Leaving the place, the chief of staff shouted for Li Han to call for reinforcements. The guy replied that it couldn't be done. The ghost might possess someone. Li Han said he would do it all by himself, though his training might not be enough. Li Han pointed his dragon spear straight towards the ghost that had appeared. We had to deactivate it. The question of how to capture this ghost had to be solved. Li Han thought that if the ghost's goal was to possess someone, there was no point in trying to injure it. It could easily move. The only thing left was to fight with psi power again. Li Han, using all his abilities just like last time, attacked the dangerous ghost. At the cabins on the edge of the forest, the day started with John deciding to chop wood. Catherine, looking out of the window, watched him with interest. The girl, yawning, said she was bored. She asked Red to finish and come to her. John replied that if she didn't want to starve to death, they should make firewood. Catherine said that if it was cold, they could warm each other with their bodies. John, looking at his companion, said that she had changed a lot. In the evening, the young people sat on a bench near the cabin. They were not bored. They enjoyed each other's company. Catherine silently looked at the sky. John, intercepting her gaze, also looked there too. They were not saying much. Catherine said it was a very beautiful sky. She hadn't seen one like it in a long time. The girl said she felt a sense of calm. It's like it's the beginning of the end now. John reminded Katie that she had promised him that she would never use her powers again. There was sadness in his words. John looked at the girl and thought that she wouldn't survive another seizure. Right now, Catherine was healthy since she wasn't using her powers, but that could change at any time. Catherine turned to John and, smiling, said she was hungry. John perked up and said that he would make something right away, adding that she had scared him. Catherine asked what exactly she had scared him with, to which the guy replied that it didn't matter. Li Han was lying in a bunk in a hospital room and couldn't sleep. He was constantly haunted by some thoughts. The guy got dressed and came to talk to the chief of staff. Alexander Liquor stood silently and looked out the window. Liquor offered the young man tea and drank it himself too. He said that he wanted to hear the report after all. A report on how Li Han was able to subdue the ghost? Li Han said that when he had surgery to improve his physical form, he began to reject his psi power. The doctor said that this had never happened before in their practice. In the same way, his body reacted to the ghost composed of psychic energy. Li Han said that the ghost had possessed him and tried to subdue his body but ended up dying inside. The chief of staff listened to the young man's report, and he had every reason to distrust him. Liquor thought that this Li Han was clearly hiding something. The officer let the young man go and said that he could go. Liquor thought that according to the previous report, the ghost was destroyed not because of rejection, but because he was simply thrown out of his body. The chief of staff couldn't escape the thought that this guy was hiding something. If John Red were here, he would have figured it out quickly. Li Han walked out of the chief's office and looked at his hand. In fact, he himself didn't know what had happened the day before. What was he thinking about at that time? Li Han tried to trace the course of his thoughts. He simply held out his hand in front of the ghost. This was enough for the ghost to scatter and disappear. Li Han thought that he had rather little psi power before. He couldn't even handle tele-armor normally. Li Han began to think of it as some sort of feature of his ability to control and apply a small amount of psi power. However, was this really the case? It was up to Li Han to find the answers to the questions he was asking himself. Half a year had passed. Since the cabin at the edge of the forest was in the mountains, the snow had not yet melted. Catherine, meeting John, said that he was back early today. The guy asked if everything was well with Kat. The girl held the guy up on the doorstep and told him not to come in. Catherine asked John to go get salt. It was rather unexpected, but John agreed. John wondered, was the salt really that necessary that she wouldn't even let him home? Catherine replied that she knocked over the salt shaker, and the soup was already boiling. The girl turned the young man around and pushed forward. She told him to hurry up. Catherine was at ease. She, smiling, told him to hurry up and get her the salt she needed. John muttered that he was leaving and went to the car. He couldn't get the salt right away because he had to go to the store to get it. The store was in the nearest village, where John went. John thought, since he was in the city, it would be good to update a few details. The guy parked the car in the center of town and went to the store he needed. In the store, John Red scoped out the items he'd come here for. It was business as usual. Finally, the salt he was looking for caught his eye. One salt shaker would probably be enough. Something seemed suspicious to John. He turned around and could barely dodge a punch. Some man was trying to knock him out. It turned out exactly the opposite. John knocked out his attacker. What's going on here? John Red knocked the villain down and poured salt in his eyes. He said the villain had been following him from the moment he got out of his car and had spotted him a long time ago. Sergeant Red pointed a gun at the villain and asked who he was. The stranger told the sergeant not to simmer down. 3 more armed strangers appeared nearby. and told John Red to drop the gun and leave their comrade alone. Red put the gun on the floor, stood to his full height, and put his hands behind his head. He asked what they were going to do with it. The stranger asked, "Is he from the ARC?" Alexander Lacour, the one-armed chief of staff, walked into the store. The officer said things were so bad they needed even scum like Sergeant Red. The sergeant said hello to the chief and said they hadn't seen each other in a while. So what had brought them here? Sarge realized what it was. They were interested in Catherine. He was very scared for the girl. John tried to run away. However, they tried to hold him back and pointing a gun at his chest told him to stand still. However, John broke free and ran away. The chief of staff said that it was not necessary to grab him now. Let him go home and they would follow. That way, they would find out where he was living now. The chief of staff thought it had been 6 months. He didn't even hope Oracle was still alive. John, as much as possible, tried to drive quickly through the forest home. The pursuing car moved relentlessly behind him. John could see the car following him, but he needed to get home as quickly as possible. The sergeant was angry with himself for leaving the girl alone this time. He hoped he would catch Catherine at home and she would be all right. Once home, Catherine sat down at the table and began writing a note meant for John. Catherine apologized in the letter for being selfish. John, after failing to control his car, drove it off a cliff. The car crashed into a tree and caught fire. The bloodied guy climbed out of the wrecked car. He should still make it home. Catherine wrote that every day spent with him was more important to her than the future of all mankind. John, limping as best he could, hurried home. The prosthesis was no longer obeying the sergeant. Walking became more and more difficult with each step. Blood kept dripping onto his clothes. John screamed, cried, and tried as best he could to keep moving forward. Finally, the sergeant reached the house on foot. No one met him on the doorstep. The lad opened the door and peered into the house. For a moment, John pictured Catherine in front of him as he had once seen her, in a summer dress and a light hat. John opened the door and entered the house. Catherine was lying on the floor in front of him. She had written in a note that she loved Red and would always love him. The pursuer's SUV pulled up in front of Sarge's house. No one got out of the car. The driver asked the chief of staff what he was going to do next. Alexander Lacour replied that he wanted to wait first. John Red knelt down and took Catherine in his arms. A bloodied sergeant bent over Catherine's emotionless body. The sergeant's tears dripped down and ran down the girl's face. The crying man lifted his head up and, out of desperation, screamed loudly. Red continued to cry and scream loudly, holding the girl in his arms. No one ever got out of the military vehicle. The chief of staff remained inside. John poured himself a bowl of still warm soup that Catherine had made for him. The boy laid Catherine's body on the bed. He himself sat at the table near the window. In front of him was a bowl of soup. John took a spoon, then set it aside. He lifted the bowl of soup over the table. As he had done before, he drank the soup from the bowl in one gulp. Placing the empty plate on the table, John stood up. John promised Catherine out loud that he could handle it. The boy went into the bathroom, pulled out a razor, and shaved thoroughly. John pulled out his military uniform and put it on. He walked over to the girl lying motionless on the bed. As he left the house, John said that at first he wanted to go after her, but it seems that he still had unfinished business. Parting ways, Catherine, Sergeant John Red burned the house to the ground. Alexander Lacour, the chief of staff, got out of the vehicle. John told Catherine to wait for him for a while. John Red said that he loved Catherine. Everyone at the ARC was surprised. Why did Sergeant Red come back? Turns out the official story was that he was just on sick leave. Lee Han said he didn't have time right now to even think about why John Red was back. Kurt agreed, since they have a lot on their plate. The helicopter commander says to have everyone sworn in. The vehicle is coming in for a landing. The monsters have occupied the city again. Over the past year, the ARC organization has begun to mass produce armor. Due to their lack of firepower, there was no way they could afford to be defeated by the dragons. Therefore, the dragons were fought with second-generation armor. There was a need for more such warriors. After another battle and victory over a dragon, Kuro once said that he could vomit from what he had seen. Normal, everyday life continued. Kuro, complaining, said, "It would be nice to lie down at least for a while." Kurt said that he too had been sleepless for 2 days. Overwork could kill him before the final battle. There was one problem: the soldiers were living on a murderous schedule. It shouldn't go on like this. Kurt noticed something unusual going on near the gate. Was Omega Team in trouble? There was a huge explosion near the gate. Kuro wondered if they were again involved in blocking the gate. Knut replied that they were always being dragged into it. Knut said that these guys probably like it. Either they are very brave or very stupid. Lee Han thought that these guys are being treated like expendable. Lee Han noticed that someone was trying on the local intranet to contact him. It was the Omega Team. They were requesting reinforcements from the Alpha Team. Lee Han replied to his colleagues that it was outside of their duties. Couldn't they figure it out on their own? The reply came back that they couldn't take out 2 dragons at once. While they are fighting one, they release the other. Lee Han said for Omega to request reinforcements from headquarters. The Omega commander was surprised at this response from Lee Han. He said he thought Lee Han was smarter than that. Lee Han stood pensive. His squad asked what happened to the commander. Lee Han said that Omega squad needed urgent help. He and Silence are being sent to them. Silence looked at the commander but didn't say anything. After all, she obeyed all his orders without question. The Omega Commander asked for Alpha Fighter Lee Han to come to the rescue faster. The Omega Commander said that he couldn't wait to see Lee Han. Lee Han and Silence arrived to the Omega's aid. Many monsters were appearing from the rift that had formed in the sky. They were bloodthirsty, with glowing eyes and heavily armed. Lee Han said that it was necessary to ignore these creatures. It was necessary to move clearly towards the target. Lee Han and Silence continued moving towards the rift. They were interested in the dragon. After approaching a sufficient distance from the dragon, our hero told his colleague that they were at the target and now they should take care of it. Silence headed towards the dragon's mouth, which was peeking out from the celestial rift. Our heroes saw the Omega team on the ground in front of them. Those were hoping for reinforcements. The commander of the Omega unit stood without a helmet and waited for help to arrive. If it was Lee Han, then he had kept his word. Lee Han saw Omega and thought that the dragons were finished. Omega's commander said that Lee Han did a good job if he ended up here. He was glad to meet him. Lee Han replied that it turns out Omega lied to bring them here. They did it on their own. The interlocutor said that they really needed help. True, Alpha was a little late. Lee Han said that if the Omega commander pierced the dragon core, the nearby areas would lose communication. Lee Han added that Omega commander couldn't lie. The interlocutor replied that he was not interested in Lee Han. Lee Han, with Silence and the Omega unit, stood near the destroyed dragon. The Omega commander said that Lee Han was right. However, this was a great opportunity for a serious conversation. Lee Han asked if his interlocutor was planning to raise another rebellion despite his defeat. The Omega commander said that they had been careless back then. Lee Han wondered if anything had changed since then. Omega said, "We are only alive because the Ark lacks labor. There's no guarantee that they will keep alive after the war ends." However, Lee Han doesn't think his situation is any different from theirs, does he? The interlocutor added that he was sure that Lee Han had already thought about it. The Omega commander asked Lee Han, what will he do when the war comes to an end, and what will happen to all of them? To survive, they must stick together. He acts in the best interest of his comrades, just like before. Lee Han asks, what comrades is he talking about, the ones he destroyed? He's just an assassin. Omega commander said that Lee Han just doesn't know the whole backstory. Since he's lost his memory, he'll have to be reminded. Omega commander said that their surviving comrades had gone insane. It was painful to watch. He tried to escape with those who had retained their mental clarity. The Omega commander pointed at Silence and said she had also gone insane. The guy told Silence to try to remember about how she had asked him with tears in her eyes to destroy her. Lee Han was very surprised. Did Silence really beg to destroy her? What kind of shocking truth was this? Silence clutched her hands on her head. Did she really ask for such a thing? Lee Han looked at Silence and thought that she was currently hesitating. Lee Han thought that his group might lose balance. He has to convince Silence that Omega is lying. Lee Han said that everything that was just said was a lie. Silence doesn't have to believe him. Silence began to doubt everything. She didn't understand what was true. Omega Commander asked Lee Han, why is he claiming this without proof? After all, it didn't sound like him. Silence placed her sword on Omega Commander's shoulder. Guy thought that these people blindly believed Lee Han. The Omega warriors raised their assault rifles and pointed them at Silence, telling her to put her sword away. The commander told him that it was fine. The Omega Commander told Lee Han that the negotiations were over for today, and added that he looked forward to the next meeting with Lee Han. Lee Han, when saying goodbye, said that Omega Commander Ark, they all looked like they forgot something. Lee Han added that for now, their goal is to win the war. They will think about the rest later. There was no need for discord right now. Commander Omega said that he put a lot of effort into this meeting. It looks like it's going to be much more difficult than he thought. However, he would need to convince Lee Han to bring everyone to the third level. At the next test, the committee members asked if Kuro was ready. At this moment, Kuro was in the testing lab behind the glass. From the expression on the guy's face, it was obvious that he was slightly worried. Perhaps he was not psychologically ready yet. The chief of staff told Engineer Schumacher that Kuro was not equipped with psychologically corrective equipment. What is he going to do? Octo, correcting his glasses on the bridge of his nose as usual, said that now everyone would see. The cannons mounted on the lab stands were put on alert. Alexander Lacour cried out in horror, "What is this? It must be stopped immediately." The cannons, almost at point-blank range, began shooting Kuro. Kuro instinctively activated his defenses immediately. The projectiles did not reach the young man and exploded in front of him. Kuro's psycho-energetic armor was perfect. There was fear in the test subject's eyes. Everything that was happening to Kuro now was happening on a subconscious level. Octo said that after participating in real battles, Kuro would be able to unleash the potential of his S-rank abilities. By maintaining a high concentration of mental energy, he was able to block physical attacks without psycho-correction. Schumacher excitedly yelled into the microphone for Kuro to destroy them all. Kuro understood what was required of him. He increased the intensity of his outgoing energy, and the effect he achieved became much more effective. Kuro had gotten the projectiles to return back to where they came from. Octo said that this ability, superior to telekinesis, would make the battlefield an easy walk for him. The chief of staff, watching what was happening, thought that this guy was a real monster. Sergeant Red was also watching with interest. Liqueur shouted excitedly that this guy would bring victory to the people. The ARC project had finally succeeded. John Red thought that it was astonishing. Would this young man be able to handle such a destructive force? At the knock on the door, Knut looked out and wondered who was bothering him. Why is Li Han asking what he's been doing here for an hour? Knut, holding his shoulder, replied that he just wasn't feeling well. Li Han pushed his colleague aside and went into his room. He wanted to figure things out for himself. In the room, there was an injection gun and medical supplies on the table in front of the mirror. Li Han took one of the packets from the table and examined its contents. Inside the bag were various pills. Knut continued to hold on to his sore shoulder. Knut recognized that these packets contained a combat stimulant. It was something he desperately needed right now. Knut became nervous. He had survived thousands of situations in which he should have died. Knut admitted that he was probably used to it by now. The boy added that if he does nothing, it's as if his body's judging him. To avoid this feeling, he stimulates his body with these means. He doesn't see any other way out yet. Knut was angry with himself. He himself did not realize how he had gotten to this point. Knut replied that he didn't know when it would all end. There was no telling when they would win the war. The boy said that when peace comes, he'd like to buy a motor ship, one that would be the envy of everyone. Knut thanked Li Han for his concern and told him not to worry. He hoped he could manage it. Kuro heard that question while sitting in the dining room. He wasn't thinking about when they would win this war. Silence answered that she was going to start an Aikido dojo in Japan. Of course, after visiting Korea with Li Han and seeing his brothers. Kuro was surprised. He had never heard of Silence's addiction to Aikido. He doesn't know what Aikido is at all. Silence even dropped the fork from his hands. How can a person from Japan not know about Aikido? She said she would enlighten Kuro on the art. Kuro apologized and said that he would gain information about the fight himself. Octo, with a screwdriver in his hand, said it was a done deal and asked if Li Han was comfortable moving his arm. Li Han rotated his arm in different directions and said he had a strange feeling. He couldn't even believe that this was the last maintenance. 88 psycho cadres, ultimately 22 squads. The aircraft were on the airfield in full readiness. 22 human weapons. Squads of new warriors were ready for the mission. All available resources had been put into their creation. Li Han and Silence were at the top. Knut and Kuro were also the leading fighters of these units. ARC was placing big bets on them. Among the Reds, the leading positions were occupied by Jose and Simon, who had also successfully proven themselves in battles with dragons. Petrov and Derek were also present at the moment. There was a command for everyone to go aboard the flying machines. Cadets with full ammunition took their places in the helicopters. Before leaving for their aircraft, the young men exchanged glances. This silence before departure spoke volumes. In parting, Li Han did say that he hoped they could all survive and meet again. Jose said that when the time came, he would tell everyone the real truth. The friends, smiling, wished each other good luck. The chief of staff, watching the departure of units, thought that the enemy would make many attacks. His units would split into 3 groups to counter the enemy. If what happened 15 years ago was just a test, it was time for a real war. However, Liqueur believed that they would not lose. The chief of staff ordered the Mongolian grasslands to be shown on the screen. Paramilitary units were deployed over vast areas. Equipment and personnel were in full combat readiness. Sergeant John Red addressed the military. He said that even though they were not equipped with psycho frames, most of them were part of the psychological forces. The sergeant added that their job is to support other units and destroy enemies. The soldiers must do what they were trained to do. One of the soldiers grabbed his arm and said he couldn't hear a word the sergeant said. The soldier reassured himself. He said that Jung Kijo should stop being afraid. The soldier told himself that he would not die. He would return home by all means. Jung Kijo, even in critical moments, believed that he would survive no matter what. A sergeant noticed this soldier and approached him and asked what was wrong with him. Jung Kijo replied that he was fine. The sergeant, already in full gear, said that this guy should pull himself together. Sarge, looking up at the sky, thought, is this really going to be the last fight? John Red, turning to Catherine, asked her to wait a little longer. The officer in the observation post looked through binoculars at the vast Mongolian steppes. It seemed incredibly quiet to him here. Military equipment was deployed and in full readiness. Everyone was waiting for the rift to appear. The military man lowered the binoculars he no longer needed. He saw with his naked eye that there was a change in the sky. The headquarters reported to the chief that the gate had activated, but there was a nuance. Alexander Liqueur, watching from his headquarters, thought it was unbelievable. He'd never seen anything like this before. A huge number of rifts appeared. The military opened fire to kill. Many monsters emerged from the rifts. This kind of attack had never happened before. The soldiers were working their asses off. The number of hostile creatures was such that the human psyche simply couldn't take it. Each of the soldiers had to show their best to survive the battle. Thanks to their good weapons, the humans showed a decent fight back against the dragons and monsters. Ella's mages were present in large numbers. They led the low-level monsters in attacking with their shouts. Sergeant Red led the unit into battle and told the soldiers that there were more and more enemies. It was necessary to remain vigilant. The chief of staff, nervous, ordered to request reinforcements from the Air Force. After all, they are now attacking the gate itself. Warplanes appeared in the sky. They began carpet bombing the oncoming monsters. The number of missiles falling from the planes was unprecedented. In response, flying monsters with the ability to explode while attacking humans began to appear from the gate. They were like flying warheads. The Mongolian steppe was strewn with corpses, but the monsters continued to come out of the gate. The commander reported to headquarters about the appearance of the dragons. He requested urgent military assistance. The dragons appearing from the gate were powerful and aggressive. Simple weapons simply did not work on them. The huge dragons opened their jaws and roared loudly and intensely. The sound they made was like an acoustic weapon against humans. The soldiers' eardrums and psyche could not withstand it. The headquarters was informed that the soldiers were being exposed to the breath of the dragons. It was necessary to send an assault squad to that region. The chief of staff didn't expect much, but was this really all they had? It was unfortunate, but they would have to use the soldiers as bait. Psychic power must be used to distract the enemies some more. The soldiers repelling the monster's attack on the ground were fighting with their last strength. Many of them died. The remaining ones engaged in battles of attrition against the enemy. The dragons descended to the ground and attacked the military units. Sergeant Red found himself face to face with one of them. John Red raised his assault rifle up and began to empty the clip, firing into the body of the huge dragon. The sergeant told the soldier next to him for Chong Kijo to gather his thoughts and attack the enemy. The soldier was frightened. It was reported to the chief of staff that the number of casualties was approaching 10,000. About 200 dragons were visually recorded. A decision had to be made whether to send assault squads to the battlefield. Alexander Lacour sat in thought. He now had to make one of the most important decisions of his life, on which the fate of humanity would probably depend. The sophomores lacked experience in the use of psychic powers. However, there was nothing that could be done now. The chief of staff gave the appropriate order, and the assault squads were sent to destroy the dragons. The aircraft were in the landing zone. Below on the ground, the dragons were rampaging. The capsules with the tele-armored stormtroopers inside were undocking and descending to the ground. The dragons attempted to attack these capsules using an acoustic attack. The capsules, under the force of gravity and their own acceleration, rapidly descended downward. The chief of staff said that the assault pods were created from dragon remains. They should be able to withstand the breath of the dragons and be able to resist them. The first assault group consists of 6 units and is highly air mobility. Their goal is to attack the wings of the dragons, thus making them fall. Their attack was aimed at those dragons that were still in the air. After the mobile group dealt with one dragon, they would immediately go to the next target. The mobile assault teams knew their business. Dragons devoid of wings and aerial navigation abilities began to fall from the sky onto the ground troops. Chong Kijo found himself near one such fallen dragon. The dragon roared loudly. The soldier approached its head. Chong Kijo opened fire to kill it and fired an almost point-blank automatic rifle line at the snarling monster. The soldier shot at the dragon and thought that it was too early for him to die himself. He still had things to do back home. The chief of staff reported that more than 60% of the dragons were already on Earth. The second assault squad is advancing to the battlefield. The officer thought that at this moment, 24 people are currently fighting against 200 dragons. However, they must not lose. The scouts reported that several Type 2 dragons were spotted appearing from the gate. It was decided that the elite second assault team would move to the location. They would act according to the situation. Li Han told his colleagues that they should show these dragons where the crayfish were. This is their moment of glory. He doesn't know what awaits them after this battle. They might not be able to live freely. His colleagues listened to him attentively. However, he doesn't want his friends to continue risking their lives. The hero activated his Schumacher metal glove and said that this will be the last time. It's time to put an end to this bloody war. Li Han, with his dragon spear in hand, showed his colleagues an example of bravery and selflessness. Li Kan, using arrow boards, flew up to the dragon and delivered striking blows to it. The brave commander succeeded despite the fact that the dragon in front of him was a Type 2 dragon. Silence also picked out its victim in the sky and prepared to attack this dragon. However, the dragon flapped its wings and forced the Silence to retreat, creating intense turbulence. At the same time, Silence, having lost its orientation, began to sink to the ground. Li Kan, using his spear, metal gauntlet, and his telekinesis abilities, continued to furiously smash the enemy. Petrov stated that the Alpha Squad was already in place. They certainly couldn't lose. Petrov was on Earth. In front of him was a dragon without wings. Petrov said that he would now send these wingless fallen dragons back to the heavens. Jose, using his pyrotechnic abilities and great ball handling, was doing considerable damage to his opponents. He and his team in the sky and on the ground were doing a great job. Kuro, after passing the test, realized the full extent of his power. Now he had the opportunity to utilize his full potential in combat conditions. The dragons within Kuro's range were suffering tremendous damage. The young man's colleagues constantly felt his support and assistance. The chief of staff, observing the theater of war, was satisfied. He thought that everything was going well. The stormtroopers, while wearing second-generation body armor, were indeed showing wonders of courage and bravery. Their battle weapons were paving the way for victory. The war might finally be over. A certain amount of time had passed. The battle was not an easy one. However, the result of this battle was that a huge amount of dragons were destroyed. A lot of dragon material was obtained by the warriors in this battle. However, this was still not a victory. Knut, wiping his sweat, asked, "This wasn't the end yet, was it?" Lee Khan replied that it was. The enemy still has the third type of dragons, the Bahamut, in service. Soon the next wave will begin. The stormtroopers raised their heads and looked up into the sky. The gate was still open, so it was too early to celebrate victory. The chief of staff thought that the third assault team was still in the rear. If they could deal with the dragons without their support, it would be an advantage. From the multiple gates in the sky, flying monsters with the ability to explode appeared. The number of monsters was so large that the sky darkened considerably. It seemed unbelievable. Behind the flying monsters, dragons appeared. The chief of staff was informed that dragons continued to appear from the gate. There are about 100 of them. They seem to be of the second type. Alexander Lacour thought that dragons of the first type are like newborn babies compared to the second type. They would have to fight another 100 dragons. The commander gave the order to send out a third assault squad. The helicopters flew to the landing point in full readiness. Lee Khan said that it was necessary to merge all the squads into one and hand over command to the most experienced commander. A single command center on the battlefield was indeed necessary. The first assault squad was to focus on reinforcements. Silence, attacking another dragon, thought that this was the meaning of her life here now. Silence was here and now fighting for justice and world peace. Silence believed that if she destroyed even one more dragon, everyone's burden would become less. Among the destroyed dragons and monsters on the battlefield, a wounded soldier was lying on the battlefield. The co-workers approached him. The soldier was lying on his back, bleeding. It was a rookie recruit named Chong Kijo. Sergeant Red asked him if he was still alive. All of the soldiers had some sort of injury. Some more, some less injured in this battle. Chong Kijo rose from the ground, holding his head. The soldier said he was alive, greeted Sergeant Red, and asked, "What about the dragons?" The sergeant, looking into the distance, replied that the dragons had scattered. Chong Kijo asked, "Why?" John Red replied that they would find out soon even if they didn't want to. The ground troops realized that the respite was temporary. There were dragons circling in the sky that had no intention of returning through the gate to their world. A tired Chong Kijo said that he was a little disappointed. The sergeant asked what was wrong. Kijo said he didn't think he was so powerless against the dragons. The chief of staff was told that 90% of the Type 2 dragons had been destroyed. Lacour thanked them for their service and told the warriors to keep it up. On the human side, 12 casualties were recorded. Alexander Lacour prayed to the Almighty that it would be over sooner. Petrov and Knut looked up and noted with horror that the Heaven's Gate was turning into something else. Kuro, looking the same way, said that the gate was not turning but uniting, becoming one. A huge unified gate appears in the sky. At this time, the stormtroopers in telearmor continued to destroy the remaining dragons. Li Han said to hurry up, focus and destroy the remaining dragons. There is unusual activity at the gate. It won't end well. Humans have never seen an enemy of this size before. The ARC headquarters watched the events unfold with tension. The chief of staff jumped up from his seat and said, "Perhaps Bahamut will appear now, in person, the dreaded and terrible one." The first ARC commander, a sickly old man, lifted his head up and shouted loudly. The old man shouted in an incomprehensible language similar to the one Ella's mages used to communicate. His eyes were glowing furiously. A powerful glow appeared from the heavenly gates, accompanied by a huge release of energy. The warriors who were on the arrow boards, under the influence of the huge shockwave and the most powerful energy field, lost control and began to fall. A huge clawed paw of a dragon appeared in the sky from the gate. Its appearance was accompanied by numerous lightning bolts. Following the paw, a dragon head of incredible size appeared. The stormtroop commanders, gathering their strength, were able to rise into the air and watch the appearance of the dragon from a safe distance. Li Han saw the spear that he had previously thrust into the dragon's eye. It was clear that it was indeed Bahamut. Coming out of the gate, the dragon lowered itself to the ground. Every step he took on the ground was accompanied by a deep dent, for he was of unimaginable size. The dragon, through telepathy, began to communicate with the warriors. He said that in front of him were miserable vermin, and this time he would destroy them all. The chief of staff was told that it was almost certainly Bahamut, 97% match. On the screen in front of the chief of staff was the dragon in all its glory. Lacour was surprised. Could a dragon really talk? It seemed impossible. Bahamut roared loudly. Everyone within its striking radius grabbed their heads and felt unbearable agony. The soldiers couldn't get rid of the noise. It wouldn't come out of their heads. Kuro believed that it was impossible to bear it. It was necessary to escape from here. Just a little more, and all living things in the neighborhood would disappear. The dragon stood with its wings spread. The warriors in Telebron stood at a safe distance, but no one had attacked yet. Kuro urged everyone to retreat before it was too late. He said that definitely all living things around them would die. Kuro was approached by the Red Commander. He didn't understand why Kuro was panicking at the moment. Simon told Kuro to repeat what nonsense he was doing. You can't behave like that at a crucial moment. Li Han asked, Is there really no way to survive? Did he understand Kuro correctly? Lee Han and Kuro silently looked at each other. Kuro's silence spoke volumes. Bahamut raised his head up, stretched his neck, and roared loudly. The dragon unleashed its negative energy upon the humans, thus attempting to destroy their will and ability to resist. The dragon's breath was so powerful and strong that the warriors, even those in tele-armor, had to resist intensely to stay on their feet. Alexander Lacour watched from his headquarters as the dragon pushed off the ground and soared high up. He thought that Bahamut had incredible speed. In a short time, Bahamut had already crossed the thermosphere. This was an unforeseen circumstance. They had nothing to counter. The dragon continued to gain altitude at an incredible speed, and now it was already in outer space. Being at this height, the dragon opened its jaws and sent a powerful attack energy beam towards the ground. The beam was directed just into the battle zone where the dragon had been before taking off. The Ark headquarters was insidiously attacked. Powerful explosions rang out everywhere. External sensors were destroyed, and the headquarters lost access to battlefield information. The chief of staff shouted that they had no time. They had to prepare a cargo plane immediately. Moments from the not-too-distant past flashed in my mind. The freshmen had been fighting amongst themselves. Simon had used his telekinetic powers against Lee Han. During freshman year, Lee Han and Petrov had sparred over spears to see who was stronger. Lee Han and Jose were on a deserted island fishing to stay there for a week. A moment came to mind when Lee Han wanted to help Kuro, who was in a temporary detention cell. Lee Han at this moment saw a huge crater in the ground in front of him, which still showed the effects of the energy impact. The warriors couldn't understand what kind of barrier was surrounding them, as they were completely unaffected by the powerful dragon attack. The infantrymen on the ground were also unharmed, but they noticed that everything in front of them had been destroyed. Sergeant Red and Chonkijo looked at what had happened with astonishment. It was simply impossible to survive such an attack. The sergeant thought that even if the stormtroopers in tele-armor somehow survived, this dragon is attacking from a place where it can't be reached. This is the worst possible scenario out of all possible scenarios. Kuro, using his abilities and bleeding out, continued to hold on to the armor protecting his comrades. Simon, seeing how hard Kuro was going through right now, shouted that he shouldn't do that. Kuro continued to stand with his arms stretched upwards. However, his condition was pitiful. Kuro had lost his strength. Lee Han rushed towards his friend to prevent him from falling to the ground. Simon, following Lee Han, also ran screaming to help Kuro, who had saved them all. Simon had a medical device in his hands with which he wanted to resuscitate Kuro. Lee Han used his metal arm for the first time for peaceful purposes to bring his friend back to life. Kuro's body received a powerful electrical charge from Lee Han's glove like a defibrillator. Immediately afterward, Lee Han began to give his friend CPR in an attempt to restart his heart. Everyone around was very worried about their friend and hoped he would be okay. Each of the fighters held up their fists for good luck. Lee Han shouted for Kuro to wake up immediately. He had no right to do this. Simon tearfully said that Kuro couldn't die this way. Not him. A military transport helicopter was circling in the sky above the young men. It was already on its way to land. The chief of staff asked how long it would take to get there. He was told that the helicopter had almost arrived at the gate. Alexander Lacour inquired, "What about? Where is it? And where is it attacking from?" The duty officer replied that they were trying to determine his status based on psychic senses. Duty officer reported that they've detected a concentration of psychic energy outside the atmosphere. They are powerless there. It looks like Bahamut is going to use Dragon's Breath again. According to their calculations, they had about 30 minutes left before the strike. The chief of staff had ordered them to move faster, and they should be able to make it in time. The resuscitation measures had their effect, and Kuro, coughing up blood, woke up. Everyone present was insanely happy. Kuro had finally woken up. The flying machine had almost landed. Everyone on the ground looked at the vehicle with hope. The command was to immediately select the people who would board the vehicle. There's no time to explain. There's no more than 20 minutes left. They must be able to take off in time to strike the dragon first. The chief of staff begged Lee Han to do his best. It was necessary to stay in the rear as the gate was still open. Only a few people would come aboard. "Silence, Simon." Everyone listened to the commander's order in silence. Lee Han added that he too, only 3 would remain behind enemy lines. The Omega Squad commander asked Lee Han, was he checking his mental strength readings? He has more resources left than Newt and Dmitri. Those 2 could only take up attacking positions while he would be able to act as support like Simon. The Omega commander said that Lee Han can rest easy. He won't fail. Guy added that he promises not to interfere. After all, he doesn't want his life to end like this. Already on board the helicopter, Lee Han said that they have about 10 minutes left. They must work clearly and according to the plan. The chief of staff, Alexander Lacour, showed up at the end of the cabin. Lee Han said that instead of wings, they will attack the Dragon Corps. Since Bahamut is preparing a strike, this might be their only chance. The commander added that everyone should work according to their roles in the squad. The warriors listened attentively to their commander. Bahamut continued to fly in space, storing energy for the strike. A military flying machine with warriors on board also rose to the same altitude. A hatch opened in the flying machine and all the warriors stepped out into outer space. It was impressive to them. Lee Han warned everyone to act immediately. The dragon was surrounded. The Ark warriors were approaching it from all sides. The dragon flapped its wings, and strange bubbles appeared around it. If they came into contact with anything, an explosion would occur. It was like a minefield. Li Han said that it was necessary to avoid contact with them. Silence showed aerobatics and miracles of equilibrium as she dodged these air mines. Other warriors behaved in a similar manner. However, this was much more difficult for them. Each of the warriors overcame the difficulties and continued to approach the target. Li Han prepared his dragon spear for the attack. When everyone was at their starting positions, Li Han gave the command that they were starting. The dragon spear detected the attackers and said that the nasty humans in front of him, how dare they come here? The spear in the dragon's eye continued to bother him. With its mouth wide open, the monster roared again, with all the consequences that came with it. Li Han thought that he had come to the end. He was hit by a powerful energy wave coming from the dragon. As he lost control, he began to fall. However, Simon was already rushing to his commander's aid. Reaching out, Simon tried to grab the commander and save him. Li Han screamed as he continued to fall chaotically. Simon grabbed his friend's arm and held on to him, saving him from an imminent fall. Li Han saw Simon rush past him, changing his dislocation. Omega told the commander to stay focused. Otherwise, they could all die. Li Han approached the dragon's head again. In this case, he was interested in the dragon's core. Therefore, it was necessary for the dragon to open its mouth. Bahamut examined the guy at close range and said that he recognized him. After all, it was him last time. Li Han and Bahamut looked at each other and thought the same thing. Must destroy no matter what it takes. Li Han put his dragon spear forward. Bahamut put his clawed paws forward and approached the man. The dragon said that once the man's mental strength was depleted, it would tear him into small pieces. Li Han shouted to his team that the dragon's target at this stage was him. Everyone should act while they had the chance. Omega shouted to Silence that he would attack the dragon and urged her to join the attack. Silence flew up to the dragon and attacked it. However, it could be seen that the weapons designed for fighting dragons were clearly not enough to cut through its hide. Silence continued to strike the dragon's body with her swords, but all her attempts were futile. Li Han and Omega kept an eye on Silence, but another tactic had to be devised. At the control headquarters, Alexander Lacour also realized that this weapon was ineffective against the dragon. Was this really the end of humanity? The military aircraft continued to be at a safe distance from the dragon. Something had to be done. Li Han also realized that his effective mastery of the spear would not help in this case. The dragon wouldn't be able to take it all. The Omega commander said that he would support Li Han until his colleague came up with a new plan. Li Han kept thinking what to do. After all, this dragon is invulnerable to their attacks. Li Han remembered his first fight in the arcade when he was Sergeant Red. Back then, he was also deciding the question, what should he do? Right now, Li Han was forcing himself to think. The pen that was in the sergeant's pocket had helped him last time. What could he do this time? Then he stabbed the pen into his chest. This pen stab decided the outcome of the battle. It seemed that a way out had been found. Li Han told Silence to act on the signal. The commander added that this was their only chance. If they can't attack it from the outside, they must destroy the dragon core from the inside. Li Han told his co-workers that they should attack the dragon through its mouth. The dragon periodically opened its mouth and let out menacing growls. Omega said that this is fundamentally wrong. After all, this was Li Han's way of sending Silence to certain doom. Silence approached the dragon. She said that she trusted Li Han completely and knew that he would not let her down. Silence accelerated and rushed straight into the dragon's mouth. Li Han followed her so that he could cover her in case of anything. The dragon at this time said that it could sense every single one of the pathetic bugs in front of it. Silence to Bahamut. The dragon opened its mouth and roared that all humans were about to disappear. Silence moved without changing direction. Omega shouted that the dragon's breath was about to be used. They have almost no chance. Li Han thought that he wouldn't let the worst happen. Nothing bad would happen to Silence. Li Han strengthened the control, increased the manipulation, and canceled the restriction. Everything should work out now. Everyone was surprised at how Silence was able to move in this direction, straight into the dragon's mouth, overcoming all the obstacles. The dragon at first didn't even realize what had happened. He clearly didn't expect this. When the monster realized what was wrong, however, Silence was already inside. Li Han told her to find that core and destroy it. Omega tensely watched this maneuver. Lacour couldn't believe it. Did they really stand a chance? Bahamut screamed in pain. How could this be possible? Bahamut began to flap his wings more intensely and his body wriggled unnaturally. The dragon was screaming in pain and really wondering how the pitiful humans dared to do such a thing. Bahamut, looking at his rival Li Han, thought that this man was dangerous to him and his kind. Li Han was in close proximity in front of the dragon, but he did not fly unforgivably close. The dragon itself plucked a core from its chest with its clawed paw. Li Han was horrified. Bahamut had pulled out his own core. What was the meaning of his action? Bahamut said, even if he had to sacrifice himself, he would destroy all humans. In space, above the planet, there was a huge explosion. Its epicenter was in the dragon's core. A bright flash illuminated everything around it, and it was clearly visible from the surface of the earth. Li Han clutched his eyes, trying not to be blinded by such a flash. However, he could not resist the shockwave. The shockwave also reached the flying machine. The resulting shaking caused everyone to fall to the floor. Omega watched the commander. How is Li Han feeling right now? What is happening to him now? Li Han, having regained control of his body, continued to be in space, keeping his balance. The shockwave engulfed him. Li Han found himself completely engulfed by the bright flash, and there was no chance of escape. Omega turned his gaze to the dragon, or rather what was left of it at the moment. It was as if the dragon's body had begun to dissolve into thin air. It became translucent and gradually disappeared. Somewhere in there was Li Han as well. Omega thought that he would not forget Li Han. He wouldn't let people forget the hero who was here. Omega continued to watch as the destruction of the dragon took place. The dragon was disintegrating into small shards in space. The dragon said that humans would not defeat them. Doom does not exist for them. Omega continued to watch what was left of the dragon. Warmit said he would still come back. Omega was frightened. What did this dragon say? After all, it had just destroyed itself. The aircraft was coming in for a landing. From Earth, the warriors raised their spears and joyfully chanted, "This is victory," Knut said with admiration. Did they really win? They actually did it. Kuro and Jose were also immensely happy about this victory. Silence finally decided to take off her helmet. Li Han watched her with undisguised curiosity. The girl happily said that they had succeeded. The war was finally over. They had defeated Bahamut. Li Han said that it was all thanks to Silence. She reacted quickly and did everything right. Li Han asked in surprise, since when did Silence talk? The warrior in Telebrons was lying in the grass of the primordial forest. Primordial birds were flying above him. The warrior rose to his feet and threw off his armor. Now he felt much freer and breathed easier. That warrior was Li Han. He said that it was good that the equipment had fallen apart. He could barely get it off. Li Han tested himself and was surprised to notice that he couldn't use mental powers. Hearing a noise, Li Han raised his head and was dumbfounded. He saw a huge living dinosaur high above the trees. Li Han was truly frightened. How did he end up here? How did he end up among the dinosaurs? Impending hunger forced our hero into action. Using rocks, he built himself a hunting tool. His military dagger also served him well. Li Han built himself a hunting spear and went out to get food. He still didn't understand how he had gotten here. Li Han felt like a full-fledged hunter in this impenetrable jungle. His fighting skills should serve him well. Li Han fearlessly attacked a huge dinosaur many times larger than himself. The young man also collected the fruits of various plants that grew in this forest. It seemed like it had already been several months since he had gotten here. Li Han thought it was hopeless. He might be able to survive, but how to go back, he has no idea. He didn't know how to do it or how long it would take. One thing our hero knew for sure. He should not despair, because he was sure that he would come back. Li Han, covered with palm branches, sat alone under the huge tropical trees. The boy put his arms around his head. On his face was an endless sadness. As night fell, our hero sank into loneliness. He hoped he would not perish like this. Then Bahamut was destroyed. Li Han discovered his abilities too late. What should he call those abilities? He thinks he'll have plenty of time to think about it. Could it be an anti-psychic wave? Wouldn't that be too childish? After packing for the road, Li Han decided that he should move as far east as possible. After another hunt while eating, Li Han pondered, when he returned, would his friends believe him if he told them that he had eaten dinosaur flesh? Suddenly, a shadow flashed over the forest. Something in the sky flew by. What was it? Li Han raised his head. It can't be. A dragon was flying overhead, above the forest. Where did it come from? Li Han grabbed his spear and decided to follow the same direction. Once out in the open, the guy saw that there could be no mistake. It was indeed a dragon. Li Han's eyes lit up like the old days. He must find it. He now had a clear and precise goal. Li Han realized that if the dragon discovered him, he would most likely die. However, our hero had no other choice. Through the thickets, he began to make his way in the direction where the huge dragon had flown. Li Han came to a huge clearing. In front of him were the bones of a dinosaur. The young man proceeded further. He realized that this dinosaur had been eaten by a dragon. The boy stopped near the huge head of the powerful dinosaur. Judging from the bloody teeth, it was a predator. However, he had fallen victim to this dragon. Li Han thought that even a Tyrannosaurus couldn't stand up to the dragon. Li Han was constantly worried. Would everything be all right? After all, his impatience was leading him straight into the dragon's mouth. The boy saw huge rocks towering high above the forest. He realized he had to go there. Experiencing insurmountable difficulties, Li Han began to climb the highest cliff. He realized that he had no time to worry. Li Han kept climbing upward. He couldn't let this opportunity pass him by. Finally, when the full moon was already shining in the sky, the young man stepped on top of the cliff. After catching his breath a little, Li Han raised his head and looked around. He had reached his goal. Right here on the cliff, a huge dragon was sleeping. Its size was exhilarating. He had never gotten so close to a resting dragon before. The dragon opened its eyes. It was something familiar. It had 3 eyes on each side. Li Han had nothing to lose. He thrust his makeshift spear forward and shouted loudly, The dragon asked if the man understood his language and added that he would not destroy him. The dragon said he wanted to talk to the man. A full moon shone in the night sky. A lonely tall rock towered above the pristine forest. On this rock was a huge dragon and a small man. The dragon said that this was a very interesting story. The dragon said that the man fought his brothers, or rather, they were his former brothers. He was banished here as well as the man. The dragon said he didn't know much about the past. Could the human tell him more about this place? Li Han said that the place where they are now existed many years ago. Are dragons able to travel through time? The dragon said that they can change the course of space and time, but that power is unstable. If they could control it, they would become deities. Li Han asked why the dragon doesn't open its eyes. The dragon said that the man is afraid of him, and his will wants to tear the man to pieces. It is hard for him to resist that feeling. The man asked, is it really their instincts? What are dragons really like? The dragon said it cannot be explained in words. The man can look and draw conclusions for himself. Li Han closed his eyes, and the unbelievable happened. He began to move through space and time. The dragon said that the man must find the answer to his question in his memories. Li Han realized that Bahamut was in front of him. The dragon wondered, do people really give them names? This is curious. Bahamut said that 1,200 years later he came back here. Bahamut asked his kin why they were all gathered here. The dragon said he was traveling through space and time as he always does, and suddenly stumbled upon this. Something they despise and hate, they finally recognized it for what it was. All the dragons agreed that it was about a human. It was necessary to open the gate and destroy them all now. This decision was made. Bahamut told the human that he too wanted to destroy the human race. However, the dragon wondered, was it their will? Why would they want to destroy the humans? It felt as if their desires were being manipulated from the outside. The other dragons asked, does it matter that much? After all, humans annoy them enough as it is. Bahamut asked, where did this feeling of disgust come from? The black dragon said he didn't want to continue this conversation any further. Black dragon asked if they need a reason to trample on these little bugs. The black dragon said that if his brother didn't open the gate, he would destroy it. However, dragons are immortal creatures. The only way to get rid of them is to send them to a dimension where psychic powers don't exist. To deplete his energy reserves, Bahamut damaged his core. This happened before his own core was destroyed. The explosion of psychic energy triggered changes in the time streams. Dragon added that Bahamut was willing to sacrifice his body once to get rid of him. Li Han thought that Bahamut had used the same method on him as well. Li Han came to his senses. He was standing beside the lying dragon. The man had just learned a lot about dragons and what had really happened. Li Han grabbed his head. It was going round and round. This can't be happening, he thought. Li Han thought, it turns out Bahamut wasn't the only dragon of his level. The dragon replied that there are 7 dragons, one for each color. They call themselves the Hive. The dragon added that Bahamut, who was defeated by the humans, was only a member of the Hive. That person should realize that other dragons could have emerged from the gate, and the humans might not have been able to handle them. The dragon added that this person's world has probably already been destroyed. The dragon said that humans are very stupid. They cannot unite even being on the brink of extinction. He believes that humans will lose this war. Li Han suggested that this is exactly what might happen. They probably won't be able to defeat the Hive. Li Han thought that even if that was the case, he should still return to the battlefield. Even if the world ends, he wants to make sure his loved ones are safe. Dragon asked, what makes this man different from other people who are steeped in greed? He's not much better than them, and that's disappointing. Li Han said he could live with that and added, couldn't the dragon help him? The dragon wondered, does the man still not understand? He has nowhere to replenish his mental energy here. Li Han said that mental energy is not generated in the body. It is absorbed from the environment. In other words, as long as he is connected to his world, he can't replenish his energy reserves. Dragons are a race dependent on psychic energy, so it is slowly dying. Dragon said, their nature is such that they don't need water or food. They only hunt to reduce their mental energy consumption. Li Han said it's convenient that he doesn't have to voice his thoughts. Does the dragon like his idea? The dragon said he won't be able to return, but he has enough energy to send this little body to his world. Li Han wondered, the dragon is willing to do this. Isn't he doing it for the humans? He's doing it for his kin, right? Dragons do it to prevent the intelligent race from becoming a race that goes by primal instincts. The dragon said that baseless hatred destroys reason. Only by overcoming it could they call themselves deities. Li Han thought that this dragon had transcended his instincts. The dragon said that with this, humans must continue their legacy to save their race from tyranny. The dragon added that this was proof of his pure will, his test of the will of man. The dragon directed his breath, and with it, his inner energy at the man. He told Li Han to accept it, for he knew how to use it. Li Han replied that he knew everything and told the dragon to give it to him. The dragon said for the man to accept this weapon that he's so familiar with. He personally refuses to follow his primal instincts. The dragon said they don't have much time left and added that they have nothing more to talk about. Now the man can depart. Li Han thanked the dragon for bringing him home. The dragon replied that he was not to be thanked. but he felt that he had stored up the remnants of his strength for this day. Li-Han recalled that many years ago, he had come into contact with the machines of a certain dragon. Later, this dragon came to him in many dreams. Could an infinite number of coincidences create a single inevitability? This must be what people call a miracle. Li-Han said that he was grateful from the bottom of his heart to the silver dragon. The dragon asked what name people gave him. Li-Han replied that people call him Kronos. The dragon laughed and said he liked it. A huge, bright flash appeared above the lonely rocks in the pristine forest. The sewer manhole cover on the road lifted. Someone inside gave it a nudge. Then a man peered out. 3 men came out of that manhole. They were armed. They looked around and saw that the area was clear. The men, looking around, continued to move quickly. One of the men took out a cross hanging on his chest and after praying, asked the Almighty to get him through another day. The co-worker said he would be fine. The man pointed out that it was a very marvelous day. It is said that dragons only appear in cloudy weather. All around these people were ruins. The city looked abandoned. The people, looking around and keeping their weapons at the ready, continued through the center of the city. One of the travelers suggested walking up to a nearby building. Something seemed to interest him there. The men entered a grocery store and were very excited about it. They decided to get as much groceries as they could carry. The 3 travelers in the abandoned town continued on their way. They had heavily laden backpacks with provisions on their backs. The sky was almost cloudless. One of the travelers asked if it was time for them to go back. He was very tired. The leader said they needed a lot more supplies. The tired man objected that they were already carrying a lot of food. They would think about the rest later. The leader agreed and said that was enough for today. The way back, they took a different route. Something seemed suspicious to these people, and the leader told them to be quiet. He noticed some sort of movement up ahead. Up ahead on the ruins, a man lay motionless. How had he gotten here? He hadn't been here yesterday. The men came closer, weapons at the ready. One of them asked, was it a man or a monster? It was a man. Turning the gaunt man on his back, they thought he was from the east. One of the travelers asked what they would do with him. He was still breathing. The tired man said they should leave him here. They were in a hurry after all. The leader said they would settle the matter now by a vote, for they were in America after all. 2 of his associates voted differently. One was in favor, the other against. The leader took off his backpack and gave the weapon to his colleague. The fellow said he would carry the stranger himself. The stranger sighed, opening his eyes.